In the gloomy space, a sudden crack of thunder echoed. The final boss finally appeared with a loud, dramatic entrance. The moment Jin Bok saw it, he calmly spoke, "Is this the Rookie Tome boss tutorial?" He could not help but marvel at the enemy decked out from head to toe. Pretty terrifying for a tutorial. The Rookie Tome flickered with glowing red eyes. The screen kept flashing warnings. Detecting a retreat attempt, it immediately clasped its hands and activated the Sulking Judgment skill. Jin Bok swung his sword up, ready to fight. "All right." He locked his cold gaze on the target and declared solemnly, "Let us begin." Without hesitation, he charged straight at the Rookie Tome. Jin Bok's confidence surged here. His energy was limitless, from the lurking enemy to its attack moves. He slashed his sharp sword at the enemy's sturdy body. Winning the first strike, Jin Bok pressed the advantage. He vaulted over the Rookie Tome, mentally gathering data and all its weaknesses. Facing the big boss head-on, Jin Bok's mind stayed calm as supernatural power ruled this land. The enemy's body map ran through his head, making him excited. Jin Bok quickly moved his feet toward the target fixed in his mind. He drove a fatal weapon straight into the Rookie Tome's chest. Silently boasting he could see through everything. As he landed, only 3 words remained in his heart: "I will wipe it out." His eyes slowly returned to normal as he quietly introduced himself as a gaming master rookie. Jin Bok shrugged off the kills and smiled brightly at his fans, ignoring the constant skeptical comments. "Look, it is all over." A few months ago, voices echoed inside the office. Jin Bok wrote beefsteak by mistake instead of Xada. Not only was he not angry, but he also cleverly played along. Director Kim really has a good memory. He crossed his legs and responded with a smirk. "Haha." And Jin Bok here still has not changed a bit. He pulled out the contract's signature pen and subtly reminded the other party, "Now, if you could sign here. There is even a special fountain pen chosen just for you." Director Kim. Suddenly, Director Kim's expression turned serious. "Oh no?" Jin Bok blurted out. Stunned, then he forced a polite smile while the man slapped him right in the face. "Jin Bok, I guess you still need more training." Director Kim raised his glass in a signal. "Why so stiff on this important day? You need to focus on work, why not take a sip?" Dazed, Jin Bok tried to reply in a shaky tone. "Ha? I really need to work on that." But inside, his head was about to explode. The headache worsening. The more Jin Bok thought, the more his body trembled uncontrollably. "Wait, this is a sign. A warning of bad luck ahead." He wiped cold sweat and cautiously glanced at the person sitting next to him. "I heard sitting next to Director Kim tone is bad luck." Jin Bok bit his lip and took a gamble. "I can't do much, but I will just try." With a rough plan in mind, he continued, "Relax for a moment." Picking up a go piece puzzled the man. "What are you doing?" Jin Bok tossed all the pieces onto the table, shocking Director Kim, who shouted angrily, "What the hell are you doing?" Yet Jin Bok answered calmly, "Haha, this must be a joke." Suddenly, Jin Bok's mind cleared like glass. If the contract is signed, it will bring huge profits to the company. If not, the opposite will happen. In other words, he was in a tight spot. Understanding the situation, he grabbed his briefcase and stood up. "I am afraid I can offer the hospitality you expect." Director Kim, "These days, you can ask for that." Jin Bok stood tall and firmly declined. "Then I will have to take my leave." Director Kim watched Jin Bok's back, struggling. "What the hell is this?" The sharp voice followed him to the door. "You always have this disrespectful attitude. Just watch if this deal falls through. Get ready for the fallout." Jin Bok's nose started bleeding, his heart freezing halfway. Not good. It is happening again. Born with supernatural powers, he could sense souls and essences from birth. As a child, Bok knew to stay away from bad spirits. Grandma would scold him if she found out. She had warned Jin Bok many times seriously. "Don't even think about becoming a sorcerer. Your supernatural energy is just too much for your body to handle. In the end, God will come to take you away. You understand?" She stroked his hair, tears flowing endlessly. "Even if you see something strange or get hurt like this, do not tell anyone. Just live a normal life. That is why a sorcerer like Grandma always told me to call for help whenever that happened." A question suddenly popped into his mind. Am I always going to be sick? He slowly got used to it as he grew up. He staggered forward, carrying a heavy weight inside. "My head feels like it is being hammered today." The pain tormented him so much he had to shout out, "Why am I suddenly feeling dizzy?" Just then, loud noises erupted nearby. "What the hell's going on?" "Aha! An accident." He trembled as he opened his eyes to look at the crowd. An accident. Sure enough, in his view was a car engulfed in flames. He looked down at something fallen on the road, his heart shaken. That is it. The peace charm triggered his memories flooding back. "I once made one to give to Grandma. My parents happily held it just minutes ago, but now it is only in their memorial photo." Looking back, that day was long and full of pain. The whispers kept running through his ears. The driver was drunk. God, He was all alone. His heart broke into silence. I should have noticed something was wrong. The dizziness slowly took over his mind. I missed something that day. It is all my fault. He silently screamed in despair. Mom, Dad, I miss you both. A warm light suddenly shot through his mind. He stepped on a sea of flowers but could not help feeling lost. Where am I? These colorful blossoms. But seeing the couple not far away, Guy could not keep calm anymore. Mom, Dad. He tried to chase them to the riverbank but was too late. Wait, where are you two going? Take me with you. A huge hand held him back with a curious voice. Do you really want to go? Another version of him suddenly appeared and asked, do you want to go somewhere else? He was so dizzy he lost the ability to speak. Go where? The person reached out and started to manipulate. I will help you get everything you want. He asked mechanically. Really? But who are you? A burst of light exploded where they touched. That person smiled brightly amid muffled sounds. Divine laws obey the will of heaven. He opened his eyes wide. Startled. Snapping out of the illusion. He looked at the familiar face before him. Stunned, Grandma. She held his limp body. Scolding him. Kid. How dare you cross the gate of hell like that? How could you? When he woke up, she was in the hospital with epilepsy. Since then, his powers kept growing. When he used them, the reactions got more and more painful. He sat holding his nose, silently complaining to himself, if I use something that causes me pain, I should not feel bad about getting hurt by it. Under the warm ceiling light, he cautiously concluded. Bang Hun sadly confirmed the news. You just got fired after working there for a whole year. He replied indifferently. That is right, suddenly confused and helpless. He said, do you think that is easy? You said that partnership could change your whole life. Why did not you say anything? He poured more wine and shrugged. You will be treated like a madman if you try. I won't get anything done. After finishing his drink, he switched the subject to his best friend. But why did you get fired? Bang Hun eagerly turned on the charm. That guy did not even hesitate. Seeing the warning signs, he nervously reminded him, hey, calm down. Bang Hun got heated, slammed the table, and shouted, aren't I the founder? I am responsible for 70% of that bastard's subscribers. The more he talked, the more he felt like a complete failure. He could not even play games. So I supported and took care of him. His betrayal left me speechless. I can't believe that damn guy. He covered his mouth, jiggling as he mocked. 70%. Really? Bang Hun opened his mouth to correct him. At least 50%. He grumbled, then turned to tempt his close friend. Anyway, we are both unemployed now. Why not grow our streams together? Be my new lifeline. He looked at the controller in his hand and answered without hesitation. Games? I love. Bang Hun did not hesitate to bring up the past to convince me. You remember, right? It took me back to high school days. Memories. Bang Hun suddenly recalled those careless, meaningless times. That was the happiest period of my life. Before I could even react, he challenged Bang Hun to a life or death game. But you do not remember why I quit, do you? He exclaimed with a stunned face. Oh right. He nervously straightened his collar before explaining. Every time you played games, you would get sick. Bang Hun emphasized with satisfaction. Got it. Bang Hun reluctantly agreed. Feeling frustrated. Sorry, but you have a really weird body. He suddenly remembered halfway through speaking. You have never tried the cocoon? Have you? Bang Hun repeated curiously. The cocoon? Bang Hun rubbed his chin, confirming, you have seen it in ads, right? It is what everyone's been playing lately. He pointed to his head as a sign you only use your brain, not your body. So it should be fine. Even disabled people can play normally. That is so different from reality. The cocoon is something that can send you into a virtual world. Jumba muttered quietly. A cocoon. It is a great way to wash away all your fatigue. With the invention of the cocoon, gaming took a huge leap forward. He propped his chin, pondering, sounds not bad. Should I give it a try? The next day, they met again at the internet cafe. Bang Hun stood by the cocoon, impressed. So it looks like this. Bang Hun sweat nervously but tried to stay calm. I told you to try it. But are you sure you are okay? He casually asked. What? You think I am gonna die or what? Bang Hun pushed the door shut with all his strength, confidently promising, you will be fine. I will check everything. Bang Hun heard the promise and relaxed, saying goodbye. All right, off. The cocoon immediately started its function. His whole body was quickly digitized. The whole process took less than a few minutes. John Baitis' virtual appearance was instantly unfamiliar. A mechanical voice announced the body synchronization was complete. He examined his whole virtual self, barely hiding his surprise. The feeling was completely different from reality, perfectly fitting his body. Right on, kid. The system suggested a physical test, just running and dodging obstacles, for 1 minute 30 seconds. Jumbip stood with hands on hips, expressing doubt. Isn't a physical test a bit harder than a normal one? I won. I can do this. Suddenly, the system showed a countdown. 3, 2, 1. When the word start appeared, Jian both was still warming up. He looked up at the seconds ticking. Curiosity growing. What is this? The stats kept changing and he got more dizzy. I thought I was just supposed to dodge hidden obstacles. Is this a bug? Even Byung Hun watching on the screen did not look any better. Why is not he running? Is he sick? Right after saying that, he saw his friend move at the 5th second. Never mind. His speed and skill left Byung Hun speechless and swearing. Doing so well on the first try. Crazy. Wait. What the hell is this? He locked his gaze on every step Jun Batav took, watching every long slide, his mood racing. I know you are good at sports, but dodging obstacles like that without a single mistake. Byung Hun was stunned, eyes glued to the virtual player. It is like he knew exactly where the hidden obstacles and traps were. Before long, Jun Batav crossed the finish line. Byung Hun was trembling from the top 3. Congratulations. He ranked 3rd in the world. He checked the stats again and could not help but yell. How the hell did he get 3rd? If you subtract the 5 seconds he was stunned, he could be broken the world record. Byung Hun held his head muttering, this guy's crazy, along with a storm of emotions. I can admit it through my editor instincts. He felt like he would just uncovered a unique treasure. This guy's a genius. Definitely going to succeed. Back at the start, the timer suddenly popped up, puzzling Jiba. How do the obstacles work? Suddenly a radar map appeared before his eyes, and he blurted out, how can I see everything? Byung Hun touched the starting line, wondering and answering himself, whatever. At the 5th second, I went all out. Jun Batav used his agile body to successfully dodge every obstacle. This ability is so unreal that even I am confused. I can control every part of my body with ease. The more I think about it, the more scared I become. My power grows stronger, yet I do not feel any pain at all. I keep leaping, my thoughts never stopping. With this condition, Guy Ibufi executes a flawless airborne strike while silently debating whether to launch straight upward. Even before landing, I quickly calculate attacks from both sides to block all gaps. From my wide-open eyes, Jun Batav spots a new path. The best route is right here. Without hesitation, I charge toward my target. Waiting for me is a spectacular fireworks display lighting up the sky. I mutter while looking at the finish line. Is this the end of the tutorial? I do not bother checking the leaderboard. Just eager to meet my best friend outside. So now I just need to figure out how to exit and shut down this system. Meanwhile, Jun Batav excitedly shouts, got it! The system's congratulatory message finally slaps me in the face. I ignore it completely. The cocoon's door slowly opens. Byung Hun sees his friend lying still like he is dead and panics, screaming out, hey, yeah, you okay? Just as I groggily sit up, he fires a rapid question at me. Is this really your first time trying the cocoon? Luckily, I ordered 3. I say half out of it, but can help asking, does the tutorial have rankings too? Byung Hun ignores everything, still totally hyped up. Thank God. I should be recorded, that could be gotten a million views. What a waste. Once the thrill fades, he stiffly turns to check on his buddy. What is wrong? You sick? Let me take you to the hospital. I brush him off with a quick reply. I am But honestly, my mind is full of doubts. No pain. Why is there no harm being inside the cocoon? So this is what it feels like to freely use my powers without worry. Reality feels suffocating by comparison. After clearing my mind, Jun Batav suddenly burst into loud laughter. Clenching my fists, I blurt out something meaningless. This is seriously fascinating. Even outside the door, Byung Hun keeps nagging. Your skills have not dulled one bit. He stands across the street, waving goodbye with reminders. If it does not hurt, that is really good news. Wasting this talent is a crime, a real crime. Think carefully. I show a blank expression, replying roughly. Here we go again with the overreactions. I stump along the road, silently calculating. Game streamer. Jun Bata's powers show up more often when playing games. In reality, the threats are higher and the counterattacks stronger. So I can just give up. But inside the cocoon, everything is completely fine. Could this be a way to prevent counterattacks? No answer yet. But I feel a hand gripping every nerve. I clutch my head in pain. Chills running down my spine as worry creeps in. I have a bad feeling. What is this? My eyes suddenly flash like headlights when it locks onto a girl with a deadly aura beneath the stairs. A curse bursts from my mouth. Damn it! Without hesitation, I rush toward her. One hand clings tightly to the railing. The other holds Anna, who is about to meet the Grim Reaper. Surin, witnessing this life or death moment, trembles all over. She catches the girl and keeps bowing her head. Thank you so much. I politely wave it off. No problem. Along with Anna's grateful voice, comments buzz all around. Did you see that? Is he an athlete? I patiently wave goodbye as Saren and her daughter walk away. Once they disappear, my mood sinks to rock bottom. Only one helpless question remains in my mind. Can I escape? My body trembles, forcing me to sit down and wonder if I will even survive this. I tense, trying to shout a warning, don't go too far. Sitting alone amid the passing crowd, I force myself to accept it. This pain will stay with me for life. I can't help but recall my grandmother's words. You need strength, both mental and physical. Only then can your body withstand the energy. I weakly argue back in my mind. I have no other choice. She said I should limit using it. I mutter while hanging from the bar. I am just trying to survive. Seriously. Yet suddenly, an angry familiar voice rang in his ear. I see you, Jump said sharply. Why did not you pick up? He quickly ended the call with a mocking laugh. What wind blew a busy guy like Choi Byung-hun to show up here this morning? Am I seeing ghosts? He gripped his phone tight and shouted. How could I be anywhere else in a situation like this? Byung-hun held up his screen and demanded loudly. Is this you? Is this part of your power? What is wrong with the system? Jumbai replied casually. Too many questions. I will keep it short. Byung-hun analyzed each frame from the phone. Yeah, that is definitely you. You are wearing the exact same shirt as yesterday. He admitted by flipping the question back. Why has this been popping up on YouTube all these days? Was it hacked? He was at a loss for words. Warning, it is blurred. But everything points to you. I am shocked. Jumbi still tried to justify. Because you know me. As long as my face is not shown, what can happen? But then his face dropped when his close friend's Frested is spreading all over YouTube right now. Jumif ignored the buzzing noise, eyes fixed on the suspicious part in the video. He muttered with awe and gratitude, feeling something inside fill up thanks to the power that always kept him grounded. Everyone's excited about me. Jayan Bisi suddenly surged with youthful energy. Yeah? I forgot. But it felt like he suddenly called out the name beside him. Choi Byung-hun. I am pulling off a job, and you are my accomplice no matter what. Byung-hun turned curiously to negotiate. No matter how risky this job is, I have got a plan. In Jimba's mind, he silently made up his mind. This really is his last option. So out loud he decided firmly. Let us do a game live stream. The next day they met at Junbo's place. He marveled at the sparkling equipment. When did you buy this? It must have been expensive. Right? It is pretty good gear. Byung-hun squatted down and casually replied. Just an investment. Let us test it out first. Jun both pulled out his phone. Ready to spend. All right. I will transfer you half. He helplessly shifted attention. Damn your personality. What game do you want to play? Animal Crossing. He squinted and picked the first option amid thunder crashing. I will pick a game that is good for beginners. Suddenly, hospital sounds rang urgently. 3 patients in critical condition. Radio disconnected. Blood splattered everywhere. Panic in the voice. The patients acting strange. Help me. Biological crisis. A loud explosion. Biological Crisis is a notoriously difficult game set in a zombie apocalypse. Recently remade in a virtual world marking a comeback. Jimbo decisively chose this game to launch for his audience. The first account he named himself Gnome. With 1 enter. Jayanbik successfully became a patient in the haunted hospital. He slowly lifted his eyelids to observe the new environment. After a full look around, he carefully stood up. This is a hospital room. The emotions are not a joke. Where's the food? Before he could explore more, Junbai's sharp nose caught a strange scent of blood. They even went this far. After a quiet moment, viewers started showing interest. He instinctively said hello. As curious questions piled up, Junpai whispered answers in response. How did you know this is my first time playing in a capsule? He sat up and kept chatting with viewers. This vibe makes me feel like I should stay quiet. Haha, I see. Info popped up above. Just then, a lightning bolt flashed through his mind. I have a bad feeling. Junbai stared at the ominous door, quickly realizing the answer. Just as his powers predicted, at that moment, a bang echoed in his ear. He picked up the pole anxiously. Sounds like gunfire. Should we check the hallway? Junbai pressed against the wall, quietly watching the flickering gunfire. But the shooter still sensed his presence. Is someone behind me? Still, he did not give up fighting the zombies. Sung-Hung quickly turned and shouted, You over there? Run fast. But Junbai ignored him and moved closer. After a moment's meditation, he quietly voiced his wish. Seems like that cop is an ally. I want it. Having a gun would make things a lot easier. Jinbok charged all his energy into the drip, then excitedly shared his plan. You have to wonder if he had any left to spare. He wielded his homemade weapon and charged straight into the zombie horde, ignoring all the teasing comments. First, he had to handle this situation. Jinbok swung his stick wildly, intent on crushing them all, but the massive swarm of zombies on screen was dizzying to watch. His close friend kept charging nonstop while Bang Hun sat back, literally munching on a snack. He sat cross-legged watching the screen, casually commenting, "Not bad. No matter how much of a genius Le Jin Bok is, the explosion only really happens after the first death." Ha! Before he could finish his thought, Bang Hun suddenly fell silent. He jumped up, glued his face to the screen, and shouted, "What the hell is Le Jin Bok doing? Turns out our genius brother is killing zombies while practicing his counting." Jun Bok grabbed a pen from the ground and turned it into a weapon, throwing it at the monsters. Watching the blood splatter, he calmly declared, "7. Jun Bok's wide eyes quickly returned to precise focus. "Only 3 left." He stood still, sensing a zombie creeping up behind him, waiting until it got close enough. He swung his weapon to finish it off. That unlucky zombie was crushed like paste, claiming the 8th spot. The 9th joined in quickly too, pinned by Jun Bok to the ceiling. Next, he rotated the IV drip horizontally and calmly moved toward the waiting target. Finally, zombie number 10 spun once before slumping lifeless against the wall. Jun Bok wiped the blood off his face, quietly relieved. It seemed over. He no longer felt any worry. The mission completion notification popped up, but the viewers were still stunned. A 35-second record was enough to leave everyone speechless. He smiled with squinted eyes at the camera, calmly sharing, as if he would planned it all along. Piece of cake. Meanwhile, the live audience instantly elevated this debut to legendary status. The system quickly sent good news to Jin Bok. The hidden mission to save the police officer by killing zombies within 1 minute was completed in 35 seconds. Just one confident look from him triggered it all. It was just a tutorial, so of course it was easy. The comment section gradually went wild, as no one could believe what was happening before their eyes. Suddenly, Song Hun's screams echoed from the end of the hallway. "Hey, patient, wait, I have something to say." He grabbed everyone's attention, "Not just yours." As the crowd perked up, Jun Bok hurried over to him. "Are you okay, officer?" Catching his breath, Si-hun quickly searched his pockets. "Thanks. First, take this." His body was so tense that even raising his hand was a struggle. "This card lets you access the police storage room in the basement. The path there is complicated, so I will guide you as far as I can." Before he could answer, he was startled by the chaotic comments flooding the screen. "Huh, isn't this the original route?" Jun Bok's quick words confused Si-hun, leaving him baffled and lost. "I thought this hidden route was underground. Right? Leading the way." He tried to explain to those behind. "I am sure you have heard about this before." But suddenly, everyone lost consciousness and the dead started rising. Chaos erupted. Si-hun's body pumped blood fiercely, freezing him mid-step. His face started turning purple, shifting into a new form. "I think I am done for." Hearing this, Jun Bok noticed the bright red wound on his leg. Why did not he tell me he was bitten? Si-hun gently handed the gun to him, gripping the weapon with trembling hands. Jun Bok carefully followed the instructions to hold it steady with both hands and pull it as close to his body as possible. Even in his final moments, he worried about others and stepped back. "Just treat me like a target for practice, and do not close your eyes when you shoot." His jet-black eyes showed a flicker of fear but remained resolute. "Then you can escape through the back exit." His breath suddenly grew heavy and strange. "I never thought I would have a gun like this." Slowly squeezing the trigger, the gunshot echoed, sending a soul back to the earth. Jun Bok looked regretfully at the man who had just spoken to him as he took his last breath. "I am..." Remembering Song Hun's words, he slowly made his way to the dim emergency exit and headed down to the basement as instructed. Reading the constructive comments, Ge Hong was taken aback and said, "Really? The job will get easier. I know this well." While interacting with the audience, he cluelessly opened the info panel and changed settings. "Wait, I am new here." The moment his finger touched somewhere, a notification screen kept popping up nonstop. "The donate system has been activated. Tuna donated 5,000 to, and the moderation settings have been changed." Giant Butsy's eyes kept up with the flood of information, and his mouth kept moving nonstop. "Great. I changed the stream title and thanked for the donation." Reading the teasing comments, he pointed the gun at the screen and gave an indifferent smile. "What? I am just stating the truth." The trolling time was over. Ge Hong slowly walked down the stairs. "Ha, let us keep going." In real life, his joyful groans mixed with the clicking sounds on the keyboard. "Haha, the change is finally here. I recorded this clip." Bang Hun looked at the results in front of him and laughed nonstop. "And that is how we do it. Let us get it known." The mouse cursor clicked, and a flood of comments posted into the live stream community, mostly accessed on mobile devices. "I just finished watching that stream, and then this miracle happened." Jaw dropped. Bai's fingers scrolled through comments while his face showed overwhelming emotion. "Speechless. I just need to upload some action clips, and it is enough to blow people away." One video showed a stealthy foot stomp to step back from the virtual spotlight for a moment. He shouted happily, feeling lucky to have me as his partner observing Guy Guangbex. Suddenly, his phone vibrated like a level 2 vertigo, forcing Bang Hun to pull it out immediately. What the hell is this? Notifications about the clips he just edited received so many comments that even Byung Hun doubted his own existence. Trending that fast. From his expert perspective, the only conclusion was that all clips were going viral. His eyes glanced at the person lying in the cold room full of thoughts, ending with the phrase, "Never waste a genius talent." Meanwhile, Guy Ongbeth was continuing his journey but suddenly froze. "I am heading straight down to the basement, but seeing all the cables below," he sighed in frustration. "It is blocked. First I have to get through the first floor, but the stairs are all blocked." While smoothly switching numbers, the comment box suddenly overloaded, throwing commands nonstop like no end. Guy Hongbik stood frozen, confused about what was happening, then saw the latest notification hit his eyes. "You have surpassed 100 viewers." His eyes widened and his mouth froze. Huh. Suddenly over 100 viewers. Hello everyone. My head already drifted far away. I guess my ranking position is not just luck. The Thun's face quickly got hit with a pile of money from Capital. Agent Q donated 10,000 with a clearly highlighted message. "Hello? Are you doing this as a mission?" That puzzled him and made him wonder silently. Huh? What mission? But it is my responsibility to the viewers. Ga Angbo replied. "Thanks for the donation. Agent, I have never heard of this mission before, but I will do it if you ask." Before he could finish, he received a new mission from that mysterious guest, making him accidentally reveal his true thoughts. So this is what Byung Hun was talking about. Back when Jinvul was in the real world, he listened carefully to his best friend Vi's advice. Something important that new streamers needed to be cautious about. So much that he raised his voice to ask back. What? Seemingly drawing from his own observation skills, Byung Hun rambled on more than a teacher on exam day, especially about viewers wanting new streamers to take on challenges. For example, simply giving them missions with big rewards and forcing newbies to do them. The booming voice mixed with the mysterious storytelling made Jin and Bec more anxious than ever. But who wants to see boring missions? So they ramped up the difficulty. His cold face watched his hands clap sharply. And boom! The newbie was done. After the 10th segment, Bang Hun's tone softened automatically when talking to a streamer with physical content like you. "If you fall into one of those and fail, you will have to escape," making my heart hanging high drop to the ground. Do not I just need to keep going? Hearing that innocent line, he smirked sarcastically. If it were that easy, there'd be tons of no-name newbie streamers. Reflecting on old memories, Gaang BC truly felt frustrated to the point his brow furrowed. Was it that hard? His finger sluggishly pressed the accept button. A triumphant, arrogant smile spreading across his lips. "I will do my best to please you." The lively comment line suddenly vanished, leaving only cold notifications in front of him. The tutorial function is disabled during the mission. When it ends, you will see the summary window. Gyeongbok froze for a moment seeing the strange item, his eyes looking but his brain had not processed it yet. "Hey, I can see the chat window, so I will just have to wing it. I did not expect it to be like this." His hesitant steps passed through the blood-stained, full-smelling space. The dark hallway was stained with many marks, making the scene look like a typical zombie apocalypse movie. Gripping his gun tightly, he shuffled forward step by step. Okay, now to the elevator. But as soon as he stepped inside, the stench of decaying zombie bodies hit him like a wave. His numb foot stepped into a pool of blood on the floor. So that is why, watching the slow-moving zombies approach, he calmly commented before acting. "Dangerous." Huh. Calmly, he fired a shot up at the ceiling. "Let us deal with this quickly, then reload for the next attack." The hungry zombies dashed toward him at the sound of the gunfire. His pistol immediately unleashed a rapid burst. Each zombie fell to the ground without a chance to warn their comrades. Meanwhile, Gyeongbok stayed cool, shooting like he already owned the win. Seeing the last two zombies remaining, he stood still, waiting for the perfect moment. Exhaling a long breath, his hand gently sent the final monster to its doom. The wild scene had turned into a ruined battlefield, shaking the audience to their core. That fight, in some way, drained him so much he had to lean back against the table. His gaze drifted far away while his hand slowly fell in another direction. Using all his senses to the fullest, Gyeongbok successfully took down the last zombie. The system then issued the final notification. Biological crisis. Achievement unlocked. 10 consecutive headshot kills. Cool composure. The quiet phrase sounded strangely sharp. That is it. Thanks to that brilliant move, he quickly received red envelopes from viewers who truly loved the show. Not being able to see those things, Gyeongbok suddenly froze, sensing something unusual. The intense scent in the air changed, putting him immediately on the defensive. Something was coming. His eyes caught two zombie dogs, and his legs instantly jumped up. His pistol fired continuously at them, but it was not enough as his breathing grew heavy from the beast lunging at him. Trying to turn the tide, he dodged and shot straight at the enemy. The zombie dog yelped as it took a critical hit, then collapsed. Gyeongbok landed strongly on the ground like a perfect superhero entrance. Having lost contact with the outside world, he maintained a clueless expression. His shadow suddenly hunched over in front of those zombie corpses. His muttering tone was not much different from a madman. I love animal, so this is kinda weird. Gyeongbok was still mourning the zombie dogs, but did not forget to handle the distant zombie. Feeling safe around, he let out a satisfied long breath, tried to open the elevator door, and started planning his next moves. I will drop a rope down the elevator shaft. His eyes caught an item on the floor. Look. A flashlight, lazily floating in blood. Gyeongbok just kicked it up skillfully with his foot. He slowly moved forward to probe. Seems like nothing triggered yet. Seeing the police archive room, Gyeongbok shifted gears fast to not waste time. There it is. Mission complete. Instantly, the info board flashed the mission success notification. A 1 million world red envelope landed in his hand, and he saw veteran commentators here. Now I see the chat window again, wanting to leave an impression on viewers. Gyeongbok shone the flashlight on his face to look menacing. See that? Thanks, everyone. Agent Q and everyone who watched and donated. Thanks for supporting a newbie like me. Holding the gun pointed at himself, he still joked invitingly, looking forward to many more exciting missions. The audience saw his expression and urged each other to add a task, making a stiff glue cast. Not done yet. Agent Q's boss Kim sent more money and gently told him to wait, as the capitalist hair's mood was blooming more than ever. Of course I will wait. Standing still too long makes my feet itchy. His hand hesitated holding the pass card. Should I open this? Before he could move forward, the system suddenly became too sensitive. A notification popped up while he was still unsure. Halfway it said the door was unlocked. Before he could step in, the dark atmosphere inside made Jin freeze for a moment. His usually determined eyes now filled with hesitation and fear. That is worrying. A flashlight flickered inside, making him even more nervous. The system reactivated. The scene before him was enough to shut down Jin's brain CPU immediately. His handsome face now showed clear caution. Should I whisper? But looking at the shadowy monster ahead, he hesitated and silently cursed his bad luck. This setup is not good. The monster's breath was slow like a 150-year-old steam engine, forcing the system to update info for him immediately. Found a new type of zombie. Cluster. Jun stared at it, quietly calculating its behavior so far. It can see him but reacts to sound. Seeing the alarm horn still working nearby, Jun sighed silently. If I enter now, the alarm will go off, so I need to move backward flexibly to keep it in sight. Let us get closer. I need to lure it away. Minutes later, he was in a dark, unusually clean corridor. The gun barrel aimed straight at the hanging sign above. Time to act. The bullet pierced the rope, making his heart race. Needless to say, the cluster moved so fast that Jun had to roll and dodge to escape quickly. When the gap between him and the cluster closed, he quickly raised his gun and fired to drop the sign. Thanks to that quick move, the cluster turned to find the noise source. It really reacted to the sound. Jun did not forget to swipe his card to find the exit while still catching his breath. Security was off. Inside the nearby restroom, he calmly searched for an escape while others still marveled at his earlier feat. How do we get to the warehouse now? Unfortunately, before he could think it through, a notification popped up. Security reactivated, leaving him speechless. Whoa, the security system is impressive. He took out the magazine to check. Jun exhaled deeply. Impressed. I am out of ammo, so I need a new weapon. His sharp eyes started scanning around, but despite the noise outside, he casually wandered inside like at a market. I thought the warehouse would be small, but it is bigger than I expected, even with an emergency light. Worried the cluster might hear sounds inside, Jun kept whispering quietly. Everything's empty. Guess they took all the essentials already. Just as his mood hit rock bottom, he suddenly found new hope. Hey, why is there a closed door? The locked door slowly opened. He looked inside and could only utter one word. Seeing the neatly arranged items on the table, Jun sighed a few lines to himself. Judging by the uniform, this must be police gear. Should I put it on? He reached out for the outfit without hesitation, triggering a new command in the game. Biological crisis. You have changed your outfit. After gearing up, Jun checked his inventory. 2 guns, 3 ammo packs, a flashlight, and the uniform has pockets for all. Perfect. Seeing the comments lifting him sky high, he quickly replied, I trained when I was a kid, plus a bit of self-force under pressure. Suddenly, Agent Q's user appeared again with a new mission. Defeat the cluster without using guns. Reward 10 million. Making his face go blank. Seeing the streamer freeze, Jun received a challenge message from Agent Q. Accept it. Haha. Before he could accept, loud noises outside caught Jun's attention. The cluster broke through the sturdy wall and slipped inside. Its ugly five senses caused the crowd to panic. The sudden danger made him anxious. Besides guns, I also have this. Jun quickly chose his baton as a trusted weapon for this all-out fight. Seeing the monster 100 times bigger than himself, he had to reassess the situation with the mysterious sponsor. So you mean I have to take down that monster up close? Use the long legs my parents gave me. He jumped back to a safe distance, waiting for the right moment. Junbok slammed his baton down hard several times. Wait, I realized I was wrong. He quickly corrected himself while fighting the enemy. Agent's sarcastic comments made him uneasy. Hold on. Did you hear that too? Luckily, the monster's awkward body gave Junbok a blind spot to catch his breath mid-fight. At that moment, he accepted the mission, whispering that this one was even more interesting than before. A silver lockblade appeared in midair, and the system's voice came from it. Gunfire is prohibited throughout this mission. You will see the chat frame again once the mission ends. His hands moved the baton like a pro summoning spirits. Still, in the end, it is just a zombie. Jun Baifi even grabbed a broken cupboard door to use as a shield. I just need to smash its head. Right? Using the power from his calves. He jumped into the air to find the cluster's weak spot. Even while falling, Jaimubra maneuvered to dodge the monster's snapping jaws. Realizing staying below was hopeless, he sprinted and leaped higher. He stabbed his weapon straight into its body to propel himself toward the distant sky. His feet struggled for grip on the wrinkled skin but held on tight. Those long legs gave Jimbeef the ability to leap far, letting him reach the target faster and safer than other ways. When he jumped a bit too high, the panoramic view finally revealed what he was searching for. A face full of rage sat atop the monster's head, catching his eye. In that instant, Jaimubra seemed to feel his energy rising within that cluster of heads. At the top, the assassin's eyes flashed a chilling, mysterious light. Only that body had it. Spiritual energy surged into the long baton he slammed into that terrifying face. Got it, veins bulging in his hands. He drove the weapon deep, smashing that grotesque face to bits. Immediately after, black blood gushed from holes all over the cluster. Its screams mixed with the stench, turning the scene into a living hell. When the monster turned into a slimy mess, the system appeared. Biochemical crisis. Challenge complete. Cluster destroyed. Exhausted after so much mental strain, Junbai hunched over, staggering like a drunk. Blood smeared on his face made him look like a crazed lunatic who missed his meds. After a while, his original spirit seemed to return to look down at his battered hands. The mission complete alert rang out, but it could not drown out his strange muttering. Here's the new outfit too. Comments flooded in again after confirmation of the donation. He scanned the comments passing by, his face suddenly blank as if overwhelmed by everything happening. In that short moment, Jumpy had to process it all. After updating on the trends, he happily thanked the unique sponsor. Thanks, Agent Q. You are making the stream way more fun. Agent Q donated another 1,000, showing humility after a slight defeat. Reading that standout comment, Jamba gently replied with a light-hearted line. Of course. Always welcome the missions. I will keep going to see what else there is to do. After a turbulent night, he still stood firm in the hospital searching for an escape route. Looks like I walked past a blocked exit. If I go up here, it should lead to the first floor lobby, so I can get through. Seeing the long blue blood trail, Jumbacum nodded calmly, no doubt in his voice. The trail starts here, so I have to face it before leaving. The good news is I looted before marking the exit. His eyes held a bit of hope as he looked at the glowing red sun ahead. Mendi stepped outside, and Jinbei said nothing, as if savoring the peaceful moment. He took a deep, satisfying breath of fresh air. Wonderful! In front of him, shattered reinforced concrete was blazing. The scene was as desolate as the apocalypse. Chapter 1. Awakening ended. Back in the real world, someone's scream echoed from a tall building. See, I told you I would create a hit. Junbai stared at the computer screen. Can't help but be amazed. Over 200 viewers. Byung-han grinned so wide his eyes nearly closed, unable to stop smiling. Exactly. My friend, check this out too. His face flushed red from excitement. This is the forum buzz after your stream. You are in the top 5 on the main page. Unlike that excitement, he wore a calm expression and wondered aloud. Whoa. Jumped up 3 ranks. When did they even start doing this? The two kept talking back and forth, unable to move past this topic. The gaming community exploded too, so that is why my views suddenly jumped. Sensing he was being underestimated, Bang Hun stiffened. What? You think I am just sitting around? But his friend shut him down with just one sentence. Should I just let you do that? Realizing he would lost the argument, he quickly changed the subject. Forget it, but here's something cool. The screen was not done loading, so it just showed gibberish. What is this? Already saved it earlier. He hurriedly posted it to show off. Jai Peace Company, a specialist from back mentioned you. Fans call them Jup Gem. Tears of happiness streamed down that round face. Jup officially recognized you, yet his stubborn friend barely cared. Still fixated on that post, is that really me? I should be made a nickname, like a pro actor. Bang Hun quickly flashed a sly smile, like a predator waiting for its prey. To hype up the story, he even made a flashy slideshow, like a life sentence for the colorblind. I was already thinking about nicknames while watching you play. Think about it. Even Baider turned pale reading the first slide. The suggested nickname you liked, the cake's decoration is cool. Hopefully it has been edited. How old is that slogan? He scrolled quickly but suddenly stopped. Wait. Hold on the previous slides. A special name appeared among countless others. It gave him a satisfied smile thinking about the bright future. Pick this one. Later. Guy Bibe was transferring consciousness into the virtual space. Seeing the livestream screen, he shyly greeted everyone. Hello? This is Purple. Still pretty clumsy. Huh. Back outside, he stretched like an old man doing morning exercises in the park. I did not notice it because I ended the last stream immediately, but this outside feeling is totally different. Suddenly, an ugly zombie ran over. Without fear, Jia Kongbot grabbed its hand to kick off a spectacular session. He took a defensive stance, flipping it forward so it groaned confused. The rough fight ended fast when Jun Bakatame aimed the gun straight down the zombie's rotten throat. The gunshot drowned out the zombie-esque splatter sounds. Still in that stance, Jun Bifur coldly scanned the people around the scene. Judging by who was there, it definitely was not a zombie. Glancing at the person behind him, his tone softened little by little. So who are you? Without warning, Sandra stood firm, aiming her gun at him without a word. She only looked at his blood-stained uniform, her face briefly revealing the confusion hidden deep in her eyes. I heard the police are all dead. Ignoring Zhang Bi's question, Sandra asked back, what is your name? Under the hot, steamy wind. His words were light, but carried an unusual weight. Call me Purple. The gun stayed raised, but her attitude softened considerably. All right. Purple, Are you hurt anywhere? Like bitten by a zombie. Bathed in the harsh sunlight of justice, Jia Kong raised both hands high and smiled purely. Just like she imagined, the beautiful scene struck her eyes. His lips curved gently without him even realizing, seeing his hands and feet perfectly fine. Sandra thought for a moment before speaking up. There are still survivors at the camp. I think your skills will be a great asset to us. She then extended her hand, leaving him puzzled. Sandra's unexpected offer stunned everyone. Will you join us? The monitoring system suddenly asked too. You will join Sandra. Sandra's golden hair swayed in the hot breeze. Do you want to come with me? The beautiful scene made Jun both freeze. This info board was still waiting for an answer. Do you want to join Sandra? The one asked was still clueless about what was going on. I guess this is the story choice. Feeling his intense gaze on me, he started joking to ease the tension. Then I will choose yes. My hand decisively pressed a button to confirm. You chose yes. His face still had a faint smile but was completely emotionless. No place left to go. Let us go together. Hearing that from him, Sandra excitedly stepped quickly in front of him. I am glad to hear that. Now even one more person with us is precious. Follow me. Suddenly, a noise cut off her unfinished sentence. That sound stepped back. The clatter of boots on the ground made her calm mood suddenly feel suffocating. The mercenaries looked around, starting a hunt like primitive beasts. Are there really any survivors here? It has been reported. Seeing a dead zombie floating in the street, they did not care. They spoke coldly and cruelly. Damn, this place is full of disgusting corpses. We need to find survivors fast to bring back for experiments. Sandra hid behind a rusty car, straining to assess the situation too closely. Seeing her tense face, he felt a strange urge to ask, who are they? She silently pointed at a nearby guy before explaining. See the symbol on their shoulder. They are mercenaries hired by Regin Janri Pharmaceuticals. Hearing this for the first time, Gauv sounded a bit surprised. Mercenaries from a pharma company. Sandra could only briefly explain to him in this crisis. Did you hear what they said? They are hunting survivors for experiments, definitely tied to a bigger conspiracy. Though she spoke calmly to him, when lost in her own thoughts, her teeth-grinding hiss was sharper than before. How do they know this place outside the radar zone? As they waited for the Among Us cosplayers to get bored and leave. Moving elsewhere, with everyone watching closely, he purposely leaned in to imprint that image in his mind. Rijin Renri, the vehicles rushed in and out. She waited for the space to quiet down, then spoke normally again. We should head back to camp and tell them. Gon Baitof looked like an eager duckling following its mother to find food. Clearly excited, back at headquarters, Screams and cries burst out immediately. Sandra, I am glad you are okay. Lloyd's clear voice drowned out her reply. It is dangerous. Right? You are not hurt. You are fine. And you brought the medicine we needed. Seeing the stranger behind Sandra, rapid questions echoed in the public space. And who is the guy behind you? Oh man, is he a cop? Still cops around in this situation, not wanting unnecessary talk. She patted Loy's head while asking the receptionist, I will explain later. Is this your first time? His tough demeanor made him intimidating even without doing anything. He is probably in the room. She strode to the door and gently called out. Logan. It is Sandra. Logan's hoarse voice calmly responded. Come in. He warmly came out to greet her, arms wide as if showing deep affection. Sandra, I am glad you are safe. Though tired from the long trip, Sandra smiled politely. Thanks. Nothing happened. Right? He kept patting her shoulder quickly, summarizing without brevity. Of course. We are all fine. Remembering who she brought in, she quickly signaled Gon be forward. Before we talk outside, I want to introduce someone. Logan welcomed them. He did not understand what Sandra meant and immediately asked for clarification. As his eyes met the man's, his face tensed, no blood left in him. Meanwhile, Gonpo calmly scanned the man opposite. Is he a cop? At that moment, the huge room suddenly felt heavy. Only she was still naively grinning. You are wrong saying all cops are blind. The man's golden eyes suddenly flashed, radiating a dense, hard-to-explain murderous aura. Logan's energy made him uneasy, unsure if it was left or right. He did not know what to do with this guy. That coldness I actually enjoyed. The man tried to hide his nervousness, sweat beading on his face as he approached Logan to talk. Somehow, you look very familiar. The mischievous smile pulled Logan into Giabaca's sights. I am sure we have met on the road before. Right? Feeling invisible daggers on his shoulder, he smirked inwardly. The guy said he recognized me. This bastard. And Nun's eyes were wide open now, caught in the thrill of the Superior's game. So he is not a cop after all. That thought flashed, and the system quickly updated the situation. Do you want to reveal Logan's identity? Two choices appeared. You are completely different from me. Revealing the difference. I think so too. Giantbite's mood quickly layered on a new level of excitement. Not much different from the crowd. Looks like this choice is not in the current plan. Logan stayed silent, then suddenly looked down at his badge. Logan trembled with fear. What are you doing? His eyes flashed with the sharp focus of a detective on duty. Something had been bothering me. He lightly tapped his badge, playing the role of a dedicated officer, especially the police symbol. The system immediately confirmed the difference. The next words sounded like a death sentence for him. I see you are a bit different from me. Meaning Jinbasi chose yes in response to the earlier prompt. The system then gave instructions and the next request. Show Logan's wanted photo from your pocket, forcing him to fumble into his inner jacket pocket. You should take a look yourself rather than trust what I say. Right? A crumpled paper was handed to Sandra for her own judgment. This is Logan Myers, convicted of fraud and now wanted. 8 blood twists exploded everyone's emotions, even the sly fox who liked disguises. Haha. Sandra? About that, though she said that, he backed up to reach for the gun on the table. His quick move was immediately caught, pressing the gun under his chin. No swallowing allowed. If I were you, I would not do that. Before he could show off his cool skills, John Ibrosi was shocked by a chilling scream from Sandra. She rushed forward to kick him hard in the chest. The bastard, witnessing the fierce lioness act, did not know what to do and stepped back to save himself. His whole body looked like a dry stick slammed onto the cold floor. But Sandra's boiling anger was not done. She lifted him up and kept landing powerful punches on his thick skin. On the last hit, Sandra doubled her strength and sent Logan flying into a thick wall. Adrenaline surged through her. She felt no fatigue, her voice cold as a death sentence. You crazy bastard. How dare you mess with us? I should shoot you dead. Her fierce words and punches made even Jimbas freeze in fear. No wonder his eyes kept darting around. Damn this guy. I can't watch those bloody action movies anymore. He turned his head, lowering his voice to the viewers. Whoa, she is intense. After a moment, the nosy sounds pierced Logan's ears, forcing him to open his eyes, bound tightly to the rusty chair. Nothing scared him more than the words he heard. Logan, how dare you deceive us? In front of the survivors, she dragged the chair away, still voicing Logan's crimes. He tricked us to contact the rescue team. He is controlling everyone and turning this place into his own empire. His brain was still reeling from that brutal hit, his view spinning fast. Sandra placed the chair right at the edge, forcing Logan to reflect on his life. We are isolated because of you. Though Junba caused all this, he stood casually behind. Watching, shouts rose from the angry crowd. Kill him. Kill the damn liar. Waiting for this, Sandra let go, dropping the chair from a height. All right, his pale face stared blankly below, unable to scream. when he heard her cold verdict. He could only become a meal for the dogs. The culprit's screams came slowly. The hounds, spotting easy prey falling, waited eagerly with open mouths. Night fell. The ruined city lost the noisy vibe of the real world. Bai's eyes looked dangerous, his expression openly cautious, looking at the sorrowful woman across the room. Heavy words finally escaped. What is your next plan? Sandra, still shocked, did not hold back exposing the truth. You are not a cop either. Her pained face made her seem small in this bloody world. I do not want to do anything anymore. Recalling the afternoon execution scene, her mind could not help but shudder. Logan, that bastard, how could he deceive us? Then her thoughts drifted to the worried face and the string of doubts that haunted Sandra to this day. What do we do now? Food's running out. But the police are here, so it will be fine. Right? Forced by the situation, she had no choice but to take charge. Before anyone could dampen everyone's spirit, Sandra spoke coldly and directly to all. This place is too dangerous, especially with those regenerary mutants still roaming. At that moment, it seemed everyone silently pinned their hopes on her for a chance to survive. Sandra looked out at the chaotic scene beyond, her sharp words brooking no opposition. We will leave this city on our own power. Later, when she replayed that heroic speech in her mind, she collapsed on the table and cried her heart out. I plan to move to a safe place and wait for police signals on the radio. It was my mistake to misunderstand and end up heading the wrong way like this. Having witnessed Sandra's many emotional states, Baitif suddenly realized something and quietly told the audience, this is like a game plot. Right? I bet Sandra's one of the main characters. So I better treat her right. Being an action guy himself, he strode straight over to her. Hey Sandra, he said, bending down so they were eye to eye. Don't worry about that. I will help you. Her emotions were still fragile, and with a handsome guy nearby, her voice trembled as she replied, thanks. I had not thought of that. It would be dangerous if we just wandered out without a plan, with someone strong to share her worries. Sandra quickly got serious and laid out the plan she would been thinking about. I think we should ask the military for help. They will come if they know we are alive. No objections followed. Bai probed with a question. But how will they know? Knowing she could be trusted, Sandra did not hesitate to share what she knew. Since all contacts are cut off, I will go myself. Since the zombie outbreak, the authorities designated a first and final safe zone to reach. Feeling useless just standing there, he immediately pulled out papers from the table to analyze further. This plan sounds good. In that case, an off-road vehicle would be the best choice. His quick thinking earned her a nod of approval. You are smarter than me. Huh. Sandra silently watched Jin, who was worried about the future, right beside her. Then we should go. Her thin lips pressed tight, struggling with inner conflict. After a moment, she relaxed and leaned toward him. Thank you. I am glad you are here. Being comforted by a girl for the first time made his genius brain go a bit dumb. Sandra kept talking despite his confusion, and she hoped. Suddenly, a strong hand pushed Jean-Beak away. I feel the same way you do. The bold move, unexplained, made the aura around Sandra even more mysterious even to him, who stumbled back and stammered unusually. Wait, what is going on? Is this all part of the game plot? They kept stepping back and forth until he tripped and fell, seizing the moment like a godsend. She immediately collapsed onto him, leaving his handsome face stunned and lost. Before he could even understand what was happening, all the heretic's words were silenced by a passionate kiss. Wait a minute. Jun's fingers struggled to move as panic set in something was off. Maybe I can move. This had to happen. His eyes begged the live audience for help in despair. These were the last words he managed before the screen went black to a bedroom scene, with glass walls overlooking a ruined but picturesque landscape. Baitif slowly opened his eyes after a night spent memorizing the alphabet, recalling that ecstatic moment, helplessly pulling the blanket over himself as if newly awakened. Maybe I should just indulge myself? At least it is morning. Suddenly, a familiar voice shifted Gaibika's attention. Are you up yet? Sandra sat leisurely enjoying the morning sun. Teasing, you are cute when you sleep. Then you quickly get up and announce you will go get ready. Of course. You did not forget to tell me to meet you in the lobby. Everything seemed normal, but today a comment caught his eye. When will Purple stop using that cliché? That line made him suspicious. Why do people say my cliché is crap? The comment made Junbi hesitate. Should I farm before leveling up? Just then, Billy peeked in to check on things and cautiously asked, How are you, sir? He jumped up to greet the boy. Hey kid, what is going on? Billy suddenly held out his clenched hand with excitement. Here, even though it sounds unbelievable, I can't refuse when Guy both offers, so I am holding out both hands to take it. What is this? The boy put on a serious, righteous face, confidently repeating words someone else had said. If you do not know who owns this item, you have to give it to the police. He praised the tiny little rookie. That is right. Good job. After calming Billy down, he raised the object he would just received and inspected it. This is a coin. That is my guess. Looking closer, Ga-ung Baitov suddenly discovered something amazing. This is a gas station token. Someone watching offered a timely tip. There are lots of vending machines in the lobby. Go spend it. Whoa. The moment Bung-hun read that, he slammed the table and jumped up in shock. Vending machine. He shouted out loud. His jaw practically dropped to the floor. Vending machines there too. Bung-hun's excitement made sense. He has been through it all. The mysterious random box is designed to help players farm easier, but it is extremely tough. This thing's known in the game as super hard, with a terrible win rate. Thinking back to those dark times, Bung-hun felt numb. He would tried spinning it 30 times. During that dark period, his heavy mood was constant. He even confessed to trying to poison the shop owner. Obviously, he was not the only one hooked on this gamble. Many streamers had tons of viewers because of it, and some got so furious they smashed their keyboards. Still angry, that person threw the keyboard in a fit of rage. This machine's something else. Bung-hun miscalculated. There are over 50 streamers in the Eagle gambling community, but one stands out and still sticks in his mind. Among them, a streamer named Anatomy is a legend. He got the golden gun after 39.71 tries. Bung-hun calmed down, sat back, and analyzed it as just gas. Then, looking at his friend on the computer screen, he suddenly changed his attitude. But if it is a gas station token, seeing that bright smile, Bung-hun felt hopeful. Maybe the coin sparkled under the lights as it was tossed high. Ga-hung caught it smoothly, smirking as he wondered. The best weapon here must be the golden gun. Right? The mysterious special prize hanging at the top. He stared at the machine and muttered. Cool name. I like. Then he quickly slid the coin into the slot. The gas machine was ready. He pulled the lever on the right to start the spin. He forced a hearty laugh, gearing up for the crucial moment. I think I will pick that one. I am curious if it is easy as the others. With unwavering confidence, Ga-hung grabbed the lever excitedly. All right. Here goes. Suddenly, the moment he touched it, he froze like a statue. Strange golden energy began swirling mysteriously around Guy Baux's hand. His eyes gleamed bright yellow, filled with astonishment. The energy grew stronger. Countless streams of power filled Gon Buffeth's mind, leaving him stunned. Why does this feeling suddenly become so intense? Ga-ung focused on sensing every movement, especially in his fingers. The sensation kept shifting. Emotions flowed in waves like touching silk or stroking a soft cat. Maybe the feeling of sunburned skin peeling away. Then suddenly, something unique appeared. This feeling was completely different. A beam of light focused on one point. It was real. Ga-ung closed his eyes, slowly sensing every tiny detail. As he stood there, the chat split into groups with mixed opinions. Suddenly, an ethereal hand rested on the lever as if to help. Quickly seizing the moment, Ga-hung pulled the lever firmly. He decided to pick the one with the best feeling. The wheel spun steadily, carrying trapped emotions inside. Finally, it stopped. The machine beeped, your prize is ready. While everyone was still skeptical, 5 star-like points appeared with a lively tune. Then the reward box burst open with dazzling light. Seeing the golden gun in Gububoka's hand, all viewers gasped in amazement. The item info popped up quickly. You have won a legendary item, the golden gun. After checking the stats, he exclaimed with satisfaction. Whoa, it is even better than I thought. New gear means I have to try it right away. Ga-ung smiled happily and carried the gun to meet Sandra. Let us see if the underground has anything fun. After a while, the two of them were in the train tunnel. There is a Zorak and some disgusting larvae here. We ran into countless monsters along the way. Without a word, the two charged straight into battle. Sandra used her agile body to slip through the gaps. One slash cut them all in half. Then she lunged at the boss. It kicked at her but missed. Sandra suddenly threw a barrage of daggers. Jun caught them smoothly and charged straight ahead. He jumped up and slashed deep across Zorak's belly, slicing all the way down. Then he quickly jumped back to keep a safe distance. Not done yet. Jun fired a few more shots midair to make sure. He was feeling confident he could win even without his gun. A stream of copper bullets pierced Zorak's body as it helplessly endured. Everything was still easy for him. Sandra and I took care of the rest without any trouble. When its green blood gushed out like a waterfall, a message popped up: challenge complete. Zorak has been defeated. After finishing the monsters, the two headed straight out of the underground. Jun squinted into the distance and announced, "We are here." In the distance stood a rare, intact building amid the ruins, with the words out to grabbing attention. But what really shocked them was something else. Wait, did not you say this place is managed by the military? Not far away on the road, A fully armed and armored patrol group appeared. Everyone quickly recognized them as Regenerius team. Suddenly a message popped up: survivors ended. And it seemed both sides had noticed each other. The comment section went wild, thinking this was the start of a hidden storyline. The next day, Bung Hun's shout was so loud it seemed to burst eardrums. "Hey Jabi, we have to post it now." He was so excited he slid across the floor yelling, "Unlike your best buddy," he said calmly. Lai was caught off guard. Byung Hun happily exclaimed that is why he was running around like a madman. Jun, sensing something, asked, "You posted the clip already, less than a day ago." He got a firm nod. "Of course I can just sit still, I had to strike while it is hot." With years of experience, Bai Hun seriously explained that the livestream market is huge, but people prefer clips. Imagine if you are the first to uncover the hidden path, but someone else posts it on YouTube first. That is a big loss. Jun thought it over and agreed. "I have seen some videos with catchy first titles too." He pulled out his gear and continued, "Right?" Then Bai Hun suddenly declared he would launch a YouTube channel today, making Jin nearly spill his drink. The biohazard board was flooded with dozens of hot topic posts. Some nonsense posts sparked tons of negative comments, but others were ready to fight back. Among the hundreds of comments, one stood out with shocking news. "Stop fighting." The purple lizards posted their clip on YouTube. Immediately, hundreds of thousands searched and left their marks. The internet can sometimes be faster than light. Everyone flocked to the channel. Viewers started watching whatever they liked here. The most popular video featured Sandra. Somehow the video went viral with many comments from foreigners. Unsurprisingly, the most viewed and shared clip was the one where she pulled out the golden gun. Another factor boosted it. Famous Anatomy commented, making the video even more prominent. The pull of these videos was undeniable. It kept going viral and views exploded. This led to an inevitable consequence. The fame storm began. As soon as June entered the waiting room, donations flooded in nonstop. He happily accepted them and sincerely said, "Omut, thank you all so much for these congratulatory donations. I can't believe we have hit 100,000 subscribers. It is all thanks to you." After more people joined the live room, Jun clicked the control panel and smiled warmly. "I have one more announcement." Immediately, two features were activated: slow mode and boss moderation. It made sense. He simply explained that from today on, the chat area would be managed by the boss. Of course, everyone has the right to free speech, but I want to avoid bad situations. Obviously, there have to be penalties. Guy Bob wave an imaginary stick as an example. 3 violations and you are out. 3 strikes and you are gone. Remember, in the comments, people act like the little kid already knows everything. Enough chatter. He clapped, signaling the moment had come. All right. Guy Bob's figure slowly faded into the space as the words began. Meanwhile, a notification appeared. Purple biochemical crisis has logged in. Back to the previous ending scene. The audit building was guarded by DGC Regenery. The two hurried to find a hiding spot. Guy Bai glanced at the group and wondered. It seemed the government was also under DDC Regenery's control. He wanted to know what had happened. Sandra grew confused and panicked. "I did not expect this. Is there any other way?" She peeked out to assess the situation, then quickly suggested heading to a higher spot to survey the area first. He did not think it was a good plan, but if they did, they would have to cross through. Before Guy Buffy could finish, Sandra cut him off. The guns were not working. She began using her power to cover her body and weapons. "If we make a loud noise now, we are done for. So I will handle this quickly." 2 mercenaries nearby were laughing and chatting. They suddenly turned when an empty can was thrown from around the corner. They immediately raised their guns, ready to fight. This area was controlled by a group that forbids unauthorized entry. They were about to threaten further. "If you do not show yourselves, then we will." But Sandra cut each mercenary's throat with a knife. Without hesitation, she grabbed one soldier by the collar, the other with her other hand. While clearing the large debris aside, Sandra readied herself for the next fight, avoiding unnecessary trouble. It was rare to get so lucky. 3 mercenaries nearby stood facing each other silently. One reacted quickly, pulling out a radio to report. 5-3. 53. Right in the middle of the path, his sentence cut off as the radio fell from his hand. A strong force kicked the 2 mercenaries into a pile of dirt and rocks. It turned out Guy B had come to help, grabbing one mercenary to interrogate. "Quiet. This is military gear. Where did you get it?" Before the mercenary could answer, Guy Bai snapped his neck. Another raised his gun immediately, but Guy Bai would not let a single bullet fire. He lunged in a flash, smashing the gun barrel and slashing the mercenary's neck. Whispering, "No guns?" He was a bit too confident, as another mercenary aimed a gun at his head, catching him off guard. But do not think it is over yet. A familiar knife stabbed hard into the mercenary's forehead. Then another plunged deep into his chest, saving Guy Buffy from death. To be sure, he delivered a strong chop to the neck. Phew, then smiled and turned away. Thanks, Sandra breathed out, nodding in gratitude. After covering the mercenaries' bodies with 2 large tarps, they continued their infiltration, switching to a top-down screen view. Suddenly, a Quadrodo appeared silently, flying toward them. Sandra noticed first and quickly grabbed Guy Buffy's arm. Look, the Quadrodo lowered to their eye level and questioned them. You are from Fox Police, right? Not knowing who they faced, he played along. Guy asked, what is the matter? It spoke about the current situation, then doubted them. Foxta is under lockdown now. Didn't you get the notice? He lied smoothly without worry. There are still survivors in the city, and we want you to rescue them. However, the Quadrodo's controller denied it, saying the infected zone is not under their jurisdiction. It continued explaining, control of that area has been fully delegated to DGC Regenery. Hearing this, Sandra could not help but angrily launch an attack. What are you saying? They are kidnapping survivors for experiments. It mechanically responded, your request is denied. The Quadrodo swiftly dodged the attack. We received a report that the residents of Fox are carrying the infection. The military is doing everything they can to prevent the worst-case scenario. The more she hears, the angrier she gets. So you are just going to let them fend for themselves, because you suspect they are infected. He immediately defended himself. That is not how it is. The infected area will be quarantined from now on, while Regenery's pharma team works on a vaccine. Jun insists on continuing the vaccine trials, but Sandra clearly refuses to accept that excuse. It is assert you are all being controlled by those Regenery pharma people. It is obvious they are behind this. Quadrodo paused briefly before pressing the issue. Do you two have any evidence? This time the two of them were at a loss. When you mention proof, he coldly replied, under these circumstances, there is no reason to believe what you say and risk entering the infected zone. Sandra shouted angrily. So you want us to just slowly die off? But Quadrodo stood firm. We will review the situation, but if you have evidence of Regenery's inhumane activities, we will act immediately. The two could only watch him fly away. The game notification popped up. Main mission expose Regenery's illegal activities. The failed negotiation left Sandra devastated. A returned empty-handed like this? Her voice full of disappointment. How could she explain it to everyone now? Jun saw this and immediately patted his teammate on the shoulder to comfort her. You did your best. We will find another way together. Thanks to that, Sandra regained her spirit, right? We need to hurry back. After a while, the two arrived, and she cheerfully called out Billy Loyas' name. But what greeted her was not the children's slaughter, but an eerie silence. Sandra suddenly froze, seeing the familiar teddy bear lying on the filthy floor. Not just them, but even the viewers sensed something terrible had happened. She stared ahead, her eyes filled with shock. Sandra looked elsewhere, hoping to find anything left behind. But no, everything here had been completely destroyed. She collapsed to her knees. Sobbing uncontrollably, rain poured through shattered glass panes onto the ground. Now only bodies lay scattered everywhere. Sandra hugged the teddy bear and sobbed bitterly. A heart-wrenching scream. A bully? No one. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared behind the two. Viewers hoped there were survivors, but Jin knew for sure this was not a living person. Seeing the tall figure cloaked in deadly black energy advancing, he felt uneasy. This danger was stronger than before. The terrifying, muscular foot slammed down hard, echoing across the floor. Logan gradually came into view, proudly showing off his achievement. What do you think of my comeback? Then laughed crazily. Haha, I will show you how satisfied I am. The drastic change in appearance made Sandra suspicious. Unsure if it was really him, the commentator was also stunned. He smiled wickedly, deliberately provoking them both. Do not look at me like that. What did I do wrong? Logan excitedly recounted what had happened. I am back to make things right. I am just trying to give them some valuable gifts. At that time, he felt confused, but those lowly creatures dared to attack me. That angered me. So I made a cruel decision to kill them all. The system displayed info about this monster, a fusion of a giant zombie and Logan. Logan's story made Jin so furious he was trembling. That is going too far. I know it is just a game, but after everything that has happened, I hate the one who killed my loved ones. You want to push me past my limit. Sandra was helped up by Jun. Both locked eyes with the enemy. Logan sneered, staring them down, then focused power into his arm threateningly. Fear me? Then he slammed his hand down, cracking the floor into pieces. Because you will be crushed under my hands, Sandra suddenly warned her teammates. Cracks appeared on the ceiling above. Sure enough, chunks of wall started falling. The two immediately jumped aside. Get out of the way. Watching them struggle. Even the commentators were uncomfortable this had evolved, but glanced at Logan before talking to the viewers. Everyone thought this was the final boss. Right? Suddenly, A surprising notification appeared before his eyes. The defense squad proposed an accumulation mission. Objective: kill Logan by any means. Accumulated reward: 10,000. The reward kept rising as more people joined in. Basi sincerely thanked everyone for their support. Thanks, guys. His expression suddenly shifted, eyes flashing with a cunning gleam. Actually, I have been waiting for this day. He stared at Logan calmly, noting that this character was designed to be a strong fighter anyway. Then, the system quickly appeared. Purple had accepted the mission, many people contributed, and the mission reward skyrocketed to 142,340 U. The ceiling completely collapsed, rocks flying everywhere, dust filling the air. Sandra crashed to the floor, whispering, "This is not good. The walls are all falling." She shouted through a small hole in the wall to warn Mer. "B, the path's blocked. I do not think I can get in to help you." Right then, Logan was hit by 3 copper bullets in the arm, but moments later, both bullets and wounds healed quickly. She could not believe her eyes and gasped. As he evolved, Logan wildly swung his arms, showing his power. "Haha, this body is really something." The guy grinned threateningly at her through the hole. "Sandra, your turn will come soon. Just wait." Vicent's trouble reached for the golden gun on his back, holding a knife in one hand and the gun in the other. Ready for battle. Looks like the gun might be useless now. Basi's eyes flashed with determination as he spoke in a low voice. He took a step forward, then leapt high to avoid Logan's huge hand. His steady voice promised action. As soon as he finished, Logan tried to crush me, B, but he dodged just in time, holding his weapons. Buff weaved under the giant's body, making viewers curious. No gun this time. One wrong move could be fatal. Logan glanced down in surprise. That tiny figure was slashing at his leg with a knife. But just a moment later, the wound started healing automatically, but silently observed and analyzed. The blood seemed to clot fast, but the wound's regeneration was slower. Finally, he used the golden gun, firing a test shot. "All right, let us see how tough your proud body really is." He skillfully aimed at the still unhealed wound. That single bullet caused a massive shockwave, dust swirling everywhere. Buffos watched closely as the huge figure knelt trembling in pain before him. Long silently speculated. Basically, he is still human. So guessing the weak spot near the tendon junction was right. What happens next? Surprisingly, the wound kept healing, but slower, the bullet sinking deeper into the flesh. In a flash, Logan stood up with little difficulty. Buff smiled mysteriously at the sight. "Just as I thought. The bullet is blocking the healing nearby. Maybe I've really pissed him off." He poured energy into one arm, dark energy swirling fiercely. "Don't get cocky with those tiny toys." Then, he crazily lunged at B, fist clenched high in the air. The real fight begins now. Punching hard but only hitting air as Mir. Biff leaned back to dodge. Another straight punch followed, but his physique difference gave Mir Basi the edge to evade attacks. Logan's blows kept missing the mark. Still, he did not give up, gritting his teeth and pressing Bofi hard. His rapid punches made dodging much harder. Yet Biff found a chance to slice Logan's leg. The pain hit him quickly before he could counterattack. I slashed several more times across that muscular body. It worked. Lon dropped to his knees, stunned by the knife strikes for a moment. Seizing the chance, I aimed the gun straight at him, voice dripping with disdain. "Let us see if a zombie can die from blood loss." As I finished, bullets flew from the barrel, bright flashes streaking through the air, followed by empty casings clattering to the floor. Those powerful copper rounds opened dozens of wounds on Logan's body. But unfortunately, it was not enough this time. Why am I not healing anymore? This can keep. Furious, he poured all his strength into his body, voice grinding through clenched teeth. "It is all your fault." Then he unleashed everything at once. A roar of rage that felt like it could obliterate everything. "If not for you, this blow alone would have shaken the entire building like a powerful earthquake." I kept my eyes sharp to dodge falling rocks. While for Logan it was easier, he just caught the debris. Seeing he was still capable of attacking, I decided I needed to make him lose more blood. Logan stopped talking and got serious, hurling every stone he had at me like a massive hailstorm of bullets. But dodging was not too hard since I could see how to handle it. Remembering those golden eyes, I confidently declared the knockout move was coming. Then I took off like a bullet, using what I saw. I stepped on each stone, using them as springboards. Paused briefly, then slashed the remaining rocks. Logan quietly calculated, going for a direct attack. A single, world-shaking sword slash from me shattered everything before me into fragments. Not stopping there, I immediately countered with a massive stone throw. A masterful stone throw struck right near Lon's head, making him howl in pain. Before he could catch his breath, A baton suddenly flew toward him. It hit his full mouth directly, releasing a strange purple aura. The baton's impact stunned Logan, freezing his body as he helplessly watched me approach. I smiled, satisfied with his current state, gathering my strength at the gun's muzzle. Then I fired a powerful shot that echoed through the space. As that massive figure fell, the game's familiar notification appeared. Biological crisis mission complete. J. Logan has been eliminated. Then another notification popped up. Mission complete. Sponsored by the Revenge Squad and 131 others who donated a total of 2.270,00, leaving me momentarily stunned. Then I smiled and nodded in thanks. Thanks for the praise. I thought killing him would be easy. Just as I felt a brief joy, strange noises made me freeze. I looked up and saw the cause. Everything was collapsing. Suddenly, I remembered my teammate, my bed partner, and immediately searched for Sandra. She was dazed, clutching a teddy bear, drenched from the rain. I hurried across falling debris to reach her side. Just before the ceiling collapsed, I grabbed Sandra and pulled her aside. We slid across the ground, momentum carrying us. In a blink, the entire building crumbled before us, burying everything inside. While I silently thanked my luck for escaping, she noticed my injured arm. Suddenly, a flash of insight hit me. I sensed something lurking behind the hotel. That aura led my mind to a spot among the rubble. I considered that since Logan dealt with the regenerary, his henchmen must have followed. Suddenly, she grabbed my arm to check. Surprising me, Sandra, her eyes darkened. Something inside her broke. She shook off my hand with disgust. What are you really? I was confused, not understanding why she asked that. What do you mean? Sandra yelled in frustration. The wound on my arm. Turns out when I saved her earlier, I would gotten scratched. Huh, how did I get hurt? But now it is healing itself. The comment section exploded with chatter. What happened just now shattered her trust in her longtime teammate, and she confronted me harshly. You are just another monster like Logan. Sandra could not take another shock and decided to doubt everything. Are you even human? That question stabbed straight into my heart, tearing me apart bit by bit. In the gloomy rain and desolate scene, Sandra's voice gradually shattered like her own fading faith. Are you even human? The audience remained calm, thinking this was just part of the game plot. But what puzzled everyone more was Jubut's sudden expression. He claimed he was not human. The wound on his arm healed in the blink of an eye, and the chat exploded instantly. If you are not human, then what are you? Maybe there is a memory gap or something. Why's the story suddenly taking a weird turn? He tried to explain to the viewers. This has to be content outside the main storyline. I never imagined this character was not human. Their emotions kept wavering between trust and doubt. Just as Jinbi was about to say a few more words, a sudden movement nearby forced him to focus. Sandra's red laser sight pointed straight at him. Explain yourself now. The system quickly suggested the best solution. Convince Sandra. He looked carefully at the laser dot right on his forehead and forced a stiff smile. Convince her. Haha. The audience is dying to see how you will pull this off. Despite the life-threatening threat, Jun Baita stayed calm and played his role perfectly. All right. I will tell you everything I know. He took slow, steady steps toward Sandra, his voice steady to build trust. No lies? Honestly, even I do not know what I truly am. She still did not lower her guard for a second. What? Jumbi kept acting sincere. But he knew one thing clearly. Next, without hesitation, he would strike a mental blow, and he shared the same feelings as her. The emotional barrier Sandra had built quickly broke down. He showed how a handsome guy uses self-sacrifice as a tactic. If you do not believe me, just pull the trigger. The audience was thrilled by this bold move. Real men only if you are scared. Just get out of the way. Sounds like some macho talk. Giant Buffy pressed the gun barrel tightly against his forehead. Eyes locked straight with Sandra's without flinching. After a long moment, the gun slowly lowered by its owner's grip. At the same time, the system announced Sandra had softened. Indeed, she could not control her voice or expression anymore. Sorry. From a third-person view, everyone reacts differently. Who would not panic in this situation? If it were me, I would have shot by now. Lol. Jun Baitov seized the moment of her mental chaos to slowly get closer. His hand gently cupped Sandra's neck. Resting his head against hers to calm her, he looked firmly into her face. Please trust me just once. Then, notifications popped up one after another. You have successfully convinced Sandra. The next path was activated. The audience, expecting a dramatic twist, was collectively disappointed. That is it. Dunny, trust him. Sandra and Jinbi have moved on to the next stage. Choose your next move. Run with Sandra to Fox and sabotage the Regenery Pharmaceutical Company's plan. His eyes suddenly flashed with deep, unpredictable thoughts. Then without hesitation, his finger pressed the screen. The location was chosen. After dawn lit up this place, the once thriving city revealed its ruined decay. All survivors understood this sorrow would not disappear easily. No one could deny it. But to keep living, we have to set it aside. Junbi and Sandra had to bury their sadness deep inside for one reason. They quickly prepared the essentials for their upcoming journey. They carried an unwavering determination, the reason we keep surviving in this shattered world. Earlier, Junbi had no hesitation choosing the second option. Sabotage the Regenery pharmaceutical plan to make them pay dearly for what they caused. The system also announced the game had entered a new no exit phase. The audience was thrilled by his rapid dungeon sweep. Soon, they stopped at the headquarters of the Regenery Pharmaceutical Company. Drones and helicopters hovered around the building. Sandra watched for a while, unable to hide her amazement. Their surveillance was extremely tight. Giant Beefy closely observed too. Even the building's entrances were surrounded by heavy weapons. Far beyond normal security, it was easy to conclude, facing them head-on was suicide. The audience could not help but gasp. The security was intense. Seriously, lol. Hit the guard post with a sword? Not sure how that happened. This private company hides a lot of secrets. But unlike everyone else, he still holds on to a faint hope. There must be a loophole. Just then, a device on the side suddenly beeped. Hello? Sandra quickly warned him. Your walkie-talkie chat is all over the place. People barely understand each other. What is this army stuff? So that is it, do not spoil it. The distant, broken voice kept coming through. Hello? Be careful with probing. Who are you? Finally, the other side is no longer under shark attack. Can you hear me? Lucky. I thought I could not reach anyone anymore, he answered coldly. Respond to me first. The introduction that followed made both of them stare in surprise. My name is Jessica, a researcher at Regenery Pharmaceuticals. You are a cop, right? The viewers who knew the plot were buzzing. Sandra at first thought her ears had hardware failure. Regenery what? Jessica hurriedly explained. Wait, do not misunderstand me yet. She never hid her intentions from them. I want to quietly stand up against Regenery Pharmaceuticals. Bach does not fully understand their plan. Quietly, she patiently revealed more. I am gathering evidence of Regenery Pharmaceuticals' wrongdoing. Then she poured out a story to persuade. Even though the police have lost their voice, I keep trying to connect through the radio because I need more help. I am sure the police can pull this off. Sharp commentator spotted a hidden rope coming up. Bach still wants to dig for more info. What kind of help do you need? Jessica honestly shared her request. I need to send the collected data to the military, but can't he do it alone? He continued, guiding to coax more from the opposition. So what do I do to get the data? Then watch below and report back. There is no way to sneak inside. Luckily, Jessica had thought everything through. There is a hidden sewer leading to Regenery Pharmaceuticals, but is blocked off, so only special people can get close. Just as she finished, the announcement popped up above Junba. Will you follow the radio's instructions to infiltrate the Regenery building? This time, there are two plans. This is your chance to expose Regenery's evil deeds. You have to talk it over with Sandra and give a reason. We can't just trust anyone so easily. What if it is a trap? Even the comment section argued over this choice. Just then, Guybok said nothing but clapped loudly, startling the audience, who suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity. That sound marks the end of the stream. Right? Clap, clap. No way. Purple would not do that, sadly. Most viewers guessed right. The game was paused, movements and actions restricted. He shared his final thoughts before signing off as usual. Today was really fun. I know there are still plenty of shocking twists ahead. They kept begging Bach to keep playing. He subtly stirred up the audience's excitement. The final conclusion might be a trap. Everyone, please vote on the homepage poll. They saw through the marketing tricks, but could not stop loving him. Finally, Gombok did not forget his signature farewell. Thanks everyone for watching. Stay tuned for the results in the next stream. Bye. The audience was thrilled and eagerly awaiting the next play. As soon as he finished, the system officially announced the stream send. Elsewhere, Nyang just started her live stream. Welcome, everyone. Before the main topic, there was the usual interaction, talking about how hot the weather was today. Both sides chatted quietly late into the night. Right then, a notification popped up. Sandra did not notice she would donated 30,000 to play a video, making Nyang happy. Thanks for the donation. But when the screen showed the video loading, his expression instantly twisted. A video donation, not some random clip, right? Please no. Van had to look helpless as screams could be heard clearly. Lol, just enjoy. When the content appeared a biological crisis, our Sandra changed, and Nyang returned to his usual chill cat self. It was about Sandra. If it is Sandra, it is. If not, I want to sleep tonight. Viewers have kept chatting nonsense since nothing notable happened yet. But as the video played, his panicked face looked like his whole world was collapsing. Hey, what is this? The title's the same, but the scenes inside made so many viewers freak out in disbelief. Nyang could not keep his yellow cat facade because he was shocked. What the heck? Why is Sandra like this? How could this be? Guys, I am not banning anyone, so someone tell me what is going on. On the other hand, his fans look delighted watching this. Look how startled he is. Lol. So funny. Hurry. Come here for real. Ho ho. Knocked out yet. Suddenly, a notification popped up amid the existential crisis. A black card donated 1,000 U to play a video. The screen immediately switched to another clip. You triggered my card trap. Niang could not hold back when teased by his own hardcore fan. Alright everyone, I am probably dumb, but viewers sure know how to spoil him. Don't he believe me? Indemenda Nim just donated 1,000 to play a video. Matter quickly shapes Niang's thoughts. Oh hey, thanks to you guys Jay for the donation. He decided to switch to another video featuring Junbu facing a bio crisis. The final boss at level 2. Just minutes in, his perception completely shifted. He is the best at dealing physical damage I have ever seen. Right? Niang suddenly had a new idea. I should check YouTube. The system now notifies. You have switched to incognito mode. Right after, Junbux's channel info appeared with stunning scenes. Unconsciously, he could not take his eyes off the screen, even forgetting the disbelief from just minutes ago. Look at these titles, amazing. Even fans are helpless watching their favorite turn into someone else's fan. After watching for a while, Niang calmed down and evaluated. Now that it is known, is not that playstyle about to be targeted? The comments still lean in his favor. Here it comes. Why worry so much about others? Hyung, you are too kind lol. I will take care of myself. This made Niang a bit worried if he could handle it. Night passed, giving way to the bright morning sun. Visiting a close friend, Ge Hongbi could not help but feel surprised. Can't he believe you are still up this late? He watched Byung-hun turn himself into a dead salted fish. It was baffling. What happened so early? The other was still sluggish. Struggling to wake up, let me grab another cup of coffee. After downing half a strong iced coffee, Bai's nerves kicked into overdrive. So there he was, chewing ice like a grinder while turning the computer toward Jiang Bias. Look, at first he was a bit confused. Huh. Only later did he grasp the crux of the matter. What is this? Isn't this your video? Byung-hun snapped back into a grumpy old man's mood. Yeah, they are targeting us. The one he mentioned is the Saboteur. Saboteurs spread online problems rapidly. They are the creators behind YouTube who can control view counts. Not just selling content like bio-crisis routes and backstory you have not seen. The truth about the hot streamer lately. They even spread fake rumors. Byung-hun's fury flared to the max. They should be asked me first or at least contacted me. Who does not know basic courtesy? Ge Ongbutzi strongly agreed and sympathized with the frustration. Yeah, that way it benefits both sides. He naively suggested, just report them. Right? But the more he said it, the more discouraged he got. Doing that would be great. I wanted to. Byung-hun patiently explained. Since this video game belongs to the producer, reporting is tricky. Live streams mean you have to endure the production company's rules. He fell into deep thought. But from the other side's view, Ge Hongbi came off as pitiful and speechless. Stop being upset. Instead, he quickly corrected himself. I'm not upset. Byung-hun optimistically pictured a better future. Where there is a will, there is a way. In darkness, there is always a crack of light. And more than that, this ship is steered by Captain Lei Jin Buff. I have to say it again. I never said anything else. Though he tried to hide it, his goofy smile could not be concealed. You know you just contacted us. Right? Haha, I can't hide my surprise. On the contrary, Jiang Botha worried more about his friend's unstable mental state. Seriously. Say what you want. Are you okay? He started losing track of his friend's brainwaves. You are acting strange. After a pause filled with clicking, Byung-hun suddenly turned the computer toward the other side and explained his weird smile. This will be a first for a streamer. The screen showed an email proposing a Biocrisis game collab sent by GAP Company, addressed to the manager of Perfect Play's YouTube channel. This is GAP's marketing team. We recently noticed Purple joined the Biocrisis virtual reality game. A shocking news blast just dropped. Can you believe it? New words from the production team. When the play button was pressed, Jun Bait's brave battle scenes appeared. Blockbuster action shots kept rolling, raising the audience's excitement higher and higher. Hello? The stream now has an intro. Each fight scene appears as if recording his entire livestream game journey from start to finish. His fans could not help but beam with pride. This is the true Purple style. He is shouting himself hoarse. The story's getting more intense, raising their excitement and expectations to a whole new level. The editor made this. Naughty Cook It from Dan Purple Company. Ha! As the video ended, Giant Byte's handsome face took over the screen. The audience excitement did not fade one bit. Just as expected, the winners smile. Haha! Next up, the real person appears to interact with them. Hippos. The comment section exploded with excitement. Jun Baifi did not keep them waiting and quickly announced he had news. sparking non-stop guesses about what was coming next. Then he snapped his fingers, and a sponsor's logo popped up on the screen. He added a surprised reaction for effect. See that? Everyone. The viewers guessed right but were even happier, because they understood how important it was to have a company involved. John Baitif's image slowly got covered by donation alerts and flooding comments. Good fortune knocked, making his smile even brighter. Thanks for all your support, everyone. But he did not forget the key to his success: everyone's love and support. The audience was deeply moved. So heartwarming. Haha, I can feel it too. What about the editor? Haha, this should go right in the video title. John Bauta continued the day's warm-up. Before the stream starts, I need to clear up a few things. The comment section kept buzzing uncontrollably, just like their excitement now. A few days ago at the GAP company cafe, both sides met to discuss work. John Bauta felt a bit tense trying something new for the first time. Even though I work in sales, it felt strange to be the one signing contracts. The company's secretary took the lead in the conversation. Let us start easy. We provide multilingual subtitles for all game videos. That is one of the key points for our partner. It benefits both sides. Viewers abroad can access it too. She went on with her proposal. The next request is to explain the hidden route. We want you to explain it while playing the game. Jumbai did not quite get it yet. Explain more. The secretary tactfully reminded him. The problem lies in your gameplay deviating significantly from the intended design. Next, she clarified further. For example, Jan Logan is not supposed to die. Going back to the early part of the game, if it unfolds as planned, players dodge Logan's attacks and obstacles, then escape when the hotel collapses. Jun Baita's clueless reaction left the secretary speechless. Really? She patiently explained the setup again. Some bosses are designed assuming players survive after dodging for a certain time. Of course, defeating them was considered, but based on data from the designer, she showed both of them the odds of unlocking the hidden route about 5%. And even more astonishing, the chance of defeating the boss is 0.7%. The secretary frankly admitted it is basically impossible. Bang Hung confidently yet modestly expressed himself. Haha, but he did it, and just seconds later, John Bifin overturned it all. It was not too hard, so no need to overpraise. She cleared her throat, signaling a return to the main topic. Because of this hidden route, we ask you to explain it during your stream to avoid any surprises. She also announced it so both sides would agree on your gameplay approach. That is usually the intended strategy. It is what Guy and BK summarized for the viewers. In short, following the hidden route is not the standard strategy. He admitted this a bit shyly. They said it is super rare to beat the boss like that. They also noted this approach actually shortens some parts of the game. The whole comment section seemed enlightened after the explanation. Once done, he calmly reassured them, so just enjoy the game however you want. The news sparked endless chatter. Also, Jun Bifin encouraged them, saying it is not that hard if everyone tries their own way. What about the speedrunning challenge? Lately, everyone's been doing that. Many remain skeptical. Talk nonsense and you will get hit. The scene painted is the exact opposite. He finds it surprisingly easy. But what if it is true for everyone else? The audience can't help but feel the huge gap between them. Guy suddenly remembers one more thing. The final announcement is more like a text message. Actually, the commentary takes this direction from Purple or someone else. A video letter. Not bad. Maybe it means do not pay attention to other streamers. Back to the meeting day, Bai Hun was pretty satisfied with the company. It sounded good. The proposed price was fair, and there were no unusual contract clauses, but he still wanted to ask his close friend S' opinion. What do you think? La Jimbo. That is when he snapped back to focus. The other side emphasized. Your decision matters most. He quietly used his skills to double-check no issues found. So he figured no need for prior warning. Then he felt even more reassured when he saw the secretary's sincere smile. If there were any problems, he would have caught them by now. However, Giant Bok's thoughtful look caught the other two's attention, making them feel like something was overlooked. His sudden voice startled her a bit. I can do that. This was almost a constructive comment from him during the discussion. Another suggestion. The secretary was very cautious about this. Go ahead. I will take a look. Guy slowly explained his idea. Then the other's eyes lit up like stars after hearing it. Quickly, she responded, I checked and there is no problem. We will add it to the special clauses soon and send it over. Then he relaxed his face and smiled with satisfaction. Thank you for taking the time to discuss the contract. This was also something Guy Bok planned to reveal to his audience, that he does not watch his own streams, but values those who do. He gave a gentle warning. From now on, all my core code videos will be classified as developer supported. Unauthorized use may lead to penalties. So be careful. Don't think you are safe just by avoiding ads. Viewers have no intention of stirring trouble. They are very cooperative. Immediately after, The white space around shifted according to Jianbok's signal. Haha, that is all the announcements for today. Let us start the game. In a blink, he stepped onto the floor. The scenery instantly changed to the game world. Just appearing, he faced the choice board from before. Yes, this is your chance to expose Regenry's evil deeds. You have to talk with Sandra and give your reasons. We can just trust anyone's word. What if it is a trap? We have a vote on the homepage. Right? Guy Bok did not keep people waiting and announced the results. Those unsure mostly are Sandra's fans and even dominant. The comment sections divided, with ongoing debates, but for fairness, he decided to follow the majority. Let us head to Regen's headquarters. When the system showed yes chosen, he acted along with the plot. This request was a chance to get proof of Regenry's wrongdoing. Sandra still was not fully convinced, so the warning voice came again, but in the end, Jessica's still a member of Regenry. It could be a trap to catch the survivors. Jinbok countered immediately. No cooldown needed. If that is true, why is she worried when contacting us via radio? He does not fully trust her. Just wants to hear what she says. The announcement continued, presenting a solid argument and catching Sandra off guard. Her mindset started to waver. Meanwhile, in the comments, people kept mentioning Sandra nonstop. The system even suggested an option to express doubt about the body. He kept role-playing flawlessly. This body must be connected to Regenry. Arguments kept coming to persuade Sandra. If I side with Jessica, maybe I can find something. In the end, she willingly conceded to him. All right. You win. Since you trust me, you have to trust my choice too. Jessica's fans started buzzing eagerly in the comments. The two slowly followed the waterway under the sewer. Viewers kept praising the game's realistic graphics while asking about upcoming events. John Bait's sense of smell was being tortured here. The smell was not strong but deeply unpleasant. Some agreed with him. Others felt a sick satisfaction, even like the smell was contagious. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and realized the discomfort faded pretty fast. Most viewers did not believe him, thinking he was acting. But Jun Butsy's smile vanished as his sharp hearing caught a strange sound. He slowly stepped back, pressing against Sandra's back. She looked puzzled and turned to check. Silence. Only then did he signal to be quiet and ask for her opinion. Do you hear that? Something's coming? The other side remained doubtful. What are you talking about? Viewers started to get alert. Hear what? Jump scare? Mute it. I hear echo. At that moment, a faint lightning crackled briefly. A tiny ripple stirred the water. All those subtle sounds reached Jin Bk's senses. Calmly, he ordered to run left. This smart, decisive choice earned cheers from fans in the comments. While running, he still had time to watch behind. What struck Jinpa's eyes was a bizarre swarm. Led by a glowing-eyed leader chasing at a terrifying speed, viewers watching remotely felt the dread. Look closer, and you would see countless red dots full of menace. As they emerged from the shadows, the grotesque shapes of those hungry rats became even more haunting. They drew closer, crazed to tear apart their prey ahead. The swarm merged into one massive, disgusting shape with the mother rat at its center. The audience was visually stunned. No way, that swarm. Well, you could say it is well designed if a zombie makes you sweat. It is doing its job. Ha! Amid the chaos, Jun Bicey stayed calm enough to stop and toss a few copper coins. The body full of holes could trigger trypophobia for life. The brave ones kept watching until the end, killing nonstop. Scary but weak. How's that for an opening? Haha. Only he remained rational. Not over yet. Though the monster behind turned into a mess. Jyodhiv still stayed alert. He was right. The swarm began to scatter, covering both walls. Now, this sewer was their breeding ground. The scene tensed the audience, waking them up after being shot. Lol. Was not it supposed to explode? Feels like throwing up. Gross zombie lol. Is there like a spray weapon? Like pepper spray or something? Jun Pia carefully observed the rats and concluded. These seem like experimental rats mutated like Logan. Just then, a notification popped up with a message. Jaco Company donated 10,000. No need to attack. Running is also a good choice. Viewers immediately protested seeing Capital throwing money around, but he proved successful people have their own way. If you want me to run, Jumbi got even more excited, tossing coins at them non-stop. If you want a real challenge, bring an equal opponent here. The audience was both anxious and impressed by his bravery. Every shot fired meant another monster down. Every shift in the space caught his eye, red eyes hidden in darkness. Quick footsteps. A full stench in the air. With his power, Junbok used his senses to create an intense and captivating battle that drew everyone in. Whoa, look into those eyes face to face. Really? Ha, I told you he is no ordinary man. Then he curved a mini-bomb for the final blow. While Sandra looked stunned, his expression was calm as if just out for a stroll, not a fight. Their fate was sealed. They would explode like fireworks facing Junbok. Yet a few slipped through, beyond the five senses. His sixth sense scanned everything around. His finishing moves were decisive and swift, two on the left, effortlessly switching between knife and gun without a hitch. His keen eyesight locked targets in a blink. One down below, the audience watched wide-eyed, amazed at the speeding action. 0.1 second reactions all the way. But that freakish speed felt oddly strange. Did not it? Haha. Some got sliced in half, others shot and twisted. Only a few barely escaped. Jun Bak's knife moves were so fast they were impossible to follow. After images everywhere as the wind swept by. The monsters vanished like ghosts. It was a cinematic moment for everyone watching. Suddenly, his instincts flared. Watching the scattered monsters flicker in and out, he sensed something was off. They were all together, but not attacking Jin Bak instead. They were fixated on chasing something else. He quickly figured out their plan, changing targets. The commentary exploded with impatience. What is going on? Why are these crazy rats attacking Sandra? Fortunately, his quick reflexes saved her from a tight spot. Rat bodies fell into the sewer, but the audience reaction was the opposite. Oh no? Is something about to happen? Feels like it. No spoilers. Jun Bak's instincts kicked in just in time. He immediately shifted his gun toward the next target. They were hiding underwater, ready to ambush Sandra. Her eyes revealed shock and despair. Meanwhile, a viewer in the chat tried to spoil and immediately got shut down. In the story, Sandra is supposed to die. A harsh warning. Jun Bak reacted fast, drawing the gun by Sandra's side, then dodging while slashing the remaining monsters with his knife. Each strike was precise and deadly. Every swipe meant a grave for those beasts. The audience nearly lost their breath at Sandra's near-death moment. Finally, Jun Bak could breathe easy. It should be over. But then a piercing scream suddenly rang out, and the system notified that Sandra was infected. The unexpected turn left him stunned. Not understanding what happened, even the victim trembled, staring at the wound on her arm. How? When was I bitten? The chat was convinced she would be saved, and that this might be a bug game glitch. At that moment, Gapco's company kept donating with explanations. This was a manufacturer's error. Sandra was supposed to die or be injured. But you handled it well. This won't affect the game experience. Jin Bak calmed down gradually. So according to the system, she would definitely be infected. Yet Sandra remained very tense. Babe, can you hear me? Let us split up. Gapco donated another 10,000. Yes, you are right. We will fix it in a future update. Thanks for understanding. After all that, he finally felt truly relieved. All right, let us keep going. It is not a big deal anyway. The system gave a new mission. Take care of Sandra and convince her to come with you. They hesitated again. Regenery medicine probably has an antidote. Go find it together. As long as she does not turn zombie before 1 minute, he will complete it and Sandra will join your team. The viewers were stunned by this achievement. Capital kept pouring in. Gapco donated 50,000. Sorry for the long message. This is beyond my budget. Please accept it graciously. Let us... Purple, I am still a fan of Sandra. The audience might be a bit jealous. And Jin Bosi is hesitant, should I listen to you guys or not? In the end, he gave up on that idea. But that would not really be like Purple. Right? He has his own standards. And even if it is just a way to promote, forget it. I will play it perfectly. This only made the viewers admire and get more excited. The two of them resumed their unfinished journey through the sewer tunnels. Finally, they spotted a sign. We have arrived. This is the Lul 21 area, where Jessica said to climb over that guy to escape. Jun Bak was holding Sandra and looking uncertain. You want to go first? Right? But her spirit remained strong. There was nothing left to scare her. Even as a woman, she volunteered to lead the way. Follow me. I will let the enemy make the first move. All right. Sandra, if anything happens, signal me. The audience grew even more eager to see the showdown between the two heroines. Their climbing became swift and smooth. While Jun Bifi kept updating the team above, he is right behind them. Fans of Jessica started getting impatient, wanting to see their idol, but the main character, him, stayed focused with no signs of trouble. It should be fine. Suddenly, Lathat Than's shout came from above, leaving him confused and uneasy. The viewers panicked as well. A trap? This is crazy. Or did Jessica get caught? He quickly sped up, climbing out of Sandra's sewer pipe. But when he saw the scene up close, he hesitated a bit. Sandra, she was fiercely interrogating a shady stranger. What about the sewer zombies? Why did they turn into zombies and attack us here? What is your goal? Answer now. Jessica looked confused but answered honestly. Zombies in the sewer. I really do not know about that. Unfortunately, that was not enough to ease Sandra's doubts. Ridiculous, they almost died because of them. The third person watching was the only one calm. Thank God. Wait, what is there to thank for? The hard gun barrel pointed at Jessica forced her to quickly explain. I do not have a weapon. Asterisk inhales asterisk. This is where failed experiments get leaked out. If the radio death reports are fake, why would I use myself as bait? Jimbaba quickly grasped the key point and pressed her. Experiments. Her voice trembled as she spoke. They could have been infected by eating contaminated food. I am really sorry. I never wanted this to happen. Please believe me. Finally, Sandra relented, realizing she was not a threat and decided to let her go. Jessica sighed with relief inside. You believe me now? Thanks. Then they chatted calmly. Though her body was still trembling, she could only say that much at first. As she lifted her head, her appearance caught the viewer's attention. I've got interested reading a comment. Marveling. Whoa, Jessica really is famous. His scouting skills suddenly kicked in. But here, the dried bloodstains gave a bad vibe. Worse than Logan. Like the first time I saw zombies. Strangely. That dark, ominous aura kept swirling around Jessica. His reasoning hit a dead end. This could not be just because place was the source of the experiments. Somehow, she had moved closer. Friendly police officer Jessica took the initiative to speak. Sorry to meet you under these circumstances, but let me introduce myself. I'm Jessica, a researcher at Region January Pharmaceuticals. Sandra bluntly cut in. This is an emergency. Forget the small talk. Where's the data? Even with her straightforward attitude, she got lots of fans. She forced a smile to ease the tense mood. Aha. Let me explain briefly then. Jessica did not waste time. These are the incriminating documents you need. She clearly explained the US contained all Regionary pharmaceutical data, split into fake operations. Giant Beefy probed about illegal activities and was confirmed they were linked to the zombie outbreak. Her expression grew serious. This needs to be taken to the research director's office upstairs. This is the only way to contact the outside. Sandra calmly pointed out the flaw. Wait, if it is not that hard, why do not you do it yourself? The battle between the two heroines sparked lively debate in the comments. Jessica was embarrassed again after being doubted. I was about to explain. Please listen until the end. Then quickly reveal what you know. The building's entrance is secured 24/7, and the research office is the most heavily guarded. So if we want in, we have to get past that security. Sandra still has not connected the incidents. What does that have to do with us? She patiently keeps outlining the plan. I will get into the control room and disable the system for a while. I have a way to negotiate with the military. I will send the message over the radio. Right then, the system triggers to push the story forward, casting doubt over your body with Jessica. That is exactly what Junmuti has been waiting for. Finally, some answers. She is doing her best to help. The two of you need to use separate staircases from the upper floor to reach the top level. The nearest path connected to the top floor is here. Just as you are about to turn away, you are called back. Wait. Jessica turns around and sees you raising a weapon. She immediately panics and backs away. Yeah? What are you planning to do? Then she tries to shield herself, trembling with fear. She did not say a word. The sound of a blade slicing flesh rings by her ear, but she feels no pain. Then Jun's calm voice speaks up. I have two questions. Only then does Jessica cautiously open her eyes. Yes, her overly aggressive tone, so unlike her usual shy self, surprises him a bit. Your wound is glowing. I have never seen light like this before. How long has it been like this? Her eyes fix on the strange phenomenon on his hand as the wound instantly heals. Jessica anxiously presses, forgetting to keep her distance. Did you take any medicine after these symptoms appeared? Or were you bitten by a zombie? Sandra feels uneasy and quickly intervenes. Hey, that is too close. But her cold reaction leaves the other two stunned. Junbaita senses something. Wait. Jessica? Are you okay? The other's face suddenly turns serious and unusually stern, making even the audience question if they know her. Then she refocuses on the original subject. Right? Do you have any blurry memories? Try revealing a bit to test. You are right, I have no memories at all of what happened before the zombie outbreak. How do you know? As soon as the answer ends, a creepy smile flickers across the usually gentle face. Found it, but Jessica quickly regains her composure. I am really sorry. When something grabs my attention, I lose awareness of everything else. Junbif seizes the moment to dig deeper. What do you know about it? What did those Regenry people do to you? She first utters two keywords. Elixir, then she reveals more details. This is a creation of Regenry. It enhances the body, boosts strength to the max, can heal any wound, and might even grant eternal life. That is Regenry's invention. She speaks with reverent awe about it, the most extraordinary drug mankind has ever known. The other two stand frozen, speechless. Jessica continues with a knowing smile. You are a patient who has taken the elixir, right? Junbai does not confirm, still dazed in confusion. What? She does not wait for an answer, mumbling to herself in her own world. All of this is because of that effect. It is even more powerful than I thought. Moments later, the dangerous aura vanishes, leaving only a bright smile. You have to be happy, right? The situation has changed, along with an eager, friendly attitude. No hesitation in close contact. We just need to get to the top floor. To the left. With you. We can make the elixir and set everything right. Jessica's eyes unconsciously reveal the wild obsession of a scientist. That means we can end the crisis here. But her fantasy quickly shatters. Stop with the nonsense. Despite her injury, Sandra struggles to protect the man she cares about. She thinks, "You do not think I will let purple become part of those experiments, do you?" The viewers fully support her and start drifting away from Jessica's fanbase. Sandra makes her intentions clear and draws a line. Don't he make things worse? Our mission is to transmit the data out. Her pent-up emotions instantly flare up. Idiot. In the end, only the elixir can end this crisis. Don't you understand? That elixir is the vaccine? Just then, the loudspeaker suddenly broadcasts a warning. The electronic static sounds throughout the room. Emergency. Emergency. The isolated subject has escaped. Attention everyone in the building. Evacuate immediately. From afar, the noise of calls to capture him can still be heard. The loudspeaker's final command leaves Jinbapsa stunned as the research room begins lockdown. From the ceiling came relentless thuds, as if something could fall down any second. He hurriedly looked up, anxiety peaking. No way, I have a bad feeling. The moment the strange object broke through the floor and crashed down, he was almost certain, because of this, the acid droplets falling did not even scratch that tough skin. The monster that appeared, shaped like a butcher wielding a hunting blade, was the Lord himself. The whole chat was stunned. He was not supposed to show up here yet. Only Jinbik stayed calm, like he was just grocery shopping, missing no info, looking cool. But this thing's famous. At the same time, the system issued a hidden mission, defeat the Lord. The viewers were skeptical yet pinned their hopes on him, when suddenly a frame flashed before his eyes. Wait. Following the last announcement comes a reward benefit for unlocking the hidden ending. Jun Bite's combat willpower instantly boosts by 200%. This is the reward for unlocking the hidden ending. In the damp room, water dripped from a leaking pipe, chains clenched against flesh, and the zombie lord appeared, stirring chaos in the chat. They expected a bloody mess following the original storyline, but the company turned him into a muscular beast, definitely a shocking twist. The system displayed the hidden mission, eliminate the lord. The mission reward unlocks the hidden ending. Stream viewers went wild with excitement. Oh my, this is insane. The hidden path reward is here. Junbai glanced at the system board. Smiling wryly, should I feel relieved? He asked. Suddenly, Jessica leapt into his arms like a frightened fledgling. She looked up pleadingly. Officer, please trust me. Escaping here with the vaccine is the best way. Nearby, Sandra scoffed mockingly. The test subject escaped here. Don't tell me this is part of her plan. The system gave him two choices. Accept, take both of them and defeat the Lord, or give up and head upstairs to report. Junbai encouraged happily. We have come this far. Skipping is not an option. The chat unanimously showed faith in his decision. Jumby gently pushed Jessica away, then told Sandra. You too. Use the escape route and get out of here. She was stunned. What? I am sure you will be safer escaping this chaos. Sandra panicked, shouting, What are you saying? How could I leave you here? Junbai grabbed her bandaged arm, gently reassuring her this was the best and only choice. Sandra froze, touching her injured arm with a resigned, bitter expression. Giant Buffy promised he would handle it and follow them after. He added, We can talk about what is next after this. Jessica nodded anxiously in agreement. Sandra had no choice but to agree. She grabbed her gun, ready to leave with Jessica, not forgetting to remind Jinbuti beforehand. Okay, I will leave you proof, so keep your word. After the two disappeared, he drew a magazine with one hand and touched the weapon at his side with the other. Jumba skillfully loaded the rounds, then slid the bolt back with a sinister smile. All right. Zombie Lord is moving. His eyes gleamed with deadly intent. The system announced the continuation of the hidden mission. With two pistols ready and fighting spirit rising, he declared challengingly, Let us go straight for that hidden ending. Shall we? A once peaceful city now lay in ruins, engulfed in raging flames. The game's story says before the cocoon existed. In this Biohazard series version, there was a final boss villain spanning generations of lords. The ultimate Biohazard born from someone's experiments. He is the main antagonist opposing the heroes Ryan Kim and the Zombie King, appearing in various versions throughout the series, bringing intense difficulty and winning fans' praise. Back to reality. The massive lord dragged his heavy sickle forward slowly toward Jin Bus. Countless viewers praised this top-tier upgrade to the climax. Some even asked if he was the final boss, or if this moment was so epic it deserved its own meme. The lord rushed to attack, and Jinbai dodged just in time. A sarcastic comment appeared. What can that pistol do against him? The sickle swung, flashing a blazing red aura. The lord slashed once, shooting out beams that formed a dense net covering the whole room. Using his compact frame, Jun Baita slipped through the gaps easily and fired without hesitation. That scene fired up everyone in chat. The bullets pierced right through the Lord's forehead, but he could fully recover from his wounds quickly. The viewers laughed, wondering if he could handle this. Haha, Junbox calmly thought to himself that it was like a zombie. Yet it could heal itself. The warlord raised his fist and punched straight at Junbox's position. He reacted just in time and jumped up. The live stream viewers mocked Purple, saying his prime was over if you do not hit the zombie's weak spot. There is no damage at all. Junbox kept just enough distance to move easily while firing 2 pistols. The warlord's biceps were pierced repeatedly by copper bullets. One comment joked that if it was only gunfire, this would not be the final boss. The next moment, he spun around and ran. Junbox guessed that this time, it predicted the bullet's trajectory and let it pass through. With that kind of body control, you have to be careful. He threw a right hook, and the guy leaned back to dodge. He threw a left hook, and the guy ducked low to avoid it. When the Lord struck right in the center, the commentator jumped up. The chat was laughing hysterically. The producers must be so proud. Haha, this is the first time Purple has struggled like this. He temporarily backed off. The situation looks tough. This zombie is extremely hard to bring down. The commentator was unsure. Seems like the only way to beat it is to find its weak spot. I have figured it out, but he hesitated. The problem is, it is behind some cover. Viewers teased the commentator, saying to deal with the Lord, you need that item. Think about it, he does not have it. Just saying quietly. Haha, almost got grabbed by the neck now. The Lord stomped hard on the ground. He charged at him, trying to strangle him with his hands. The Lord slammed down, causing the ground to shatter and debris to fly everywhere. The commentator was nowhere to be seen, puzzling the viewers. Is this the first death? Suddenly, he launched into the air right before everyone's eyes. The move was lightning fast and close range, leaving the Lord no chance to react. The commentator spoke up. Dying is not the perfect way. The chat is all amazed by his body's incredible state. Even his spirit is stronger than ever. The commentator kept running, calculating he had to clear some obstacles first. The streaming audience criticized, saying, would not it be better to pick up items first? The Lord swung both arms, attacking Jabif. He danced around like a cat playing with a mouse, evading his fists. The commentator mumbled, gotta get rid of it now. But the viewers erupted. How the hell can you get rid of it now? The commentator timed it perfectly and activated his vision. His pupils shone with a bright golden light. He quickly locked onto the target on the Lord's left shoulder. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The bullet flew straight to the buckle hole. Jumba alternated between 2 guns, firing rapidly at the Lord's shoulder. The steel buckle took the fierce barrage. Boom! The explosion echoed, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The whole chat was stunned. What kind of ammo was that? Shooting a machine with guns, running and aiming at the same time. But some smart viewers soon spotted the Lord's suspicious weak spot. His chest was torn open, revealing a shiny blood orb beneath the gray zombie skin. The belt around the Lord's body dropped, exposing his weakness. Viewers flooded the chat with wild praise. Some demanded balance between powers. Others argued Purple was just doing his thing. Someone joked the correct term for strength is purple. The commentator squinted and smiled. No need to pick up items. Aang fired non-stop at the Lord, cool and unfazed. The bullet destroyed the blood orb, making him stagger and collapse. The Lord leaned back, his whole body engulfed in thick white smoke. The chat erupted with excitement, praising his spectacular performance. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed at the commentator's peripheral vision. He was surprised. Turning his head, he saw the blood orb on the Lord's chest suddenly sprout countless strange tentacles. The orb itself changed from bright red to a dark, terrifying red. The commentator frowned, a bad feeling growing stronger. Suddenly, 10 deformed ribs sprouted from his back, looking like spider legs from afar. He was silently worried, is this the second evolution? Viewers also sensed something off. Another message. The stream system announced Gabsy Company donated 50,000. The Gabs account explained, if you clear the obstacles, it immediately evolves to phase 2. You need to pick up items first. Wait, at the same time, the Lord's massive body slowly stood up again, covered entirely by those tentacles. The chat went wild. So he cleared the obstacles. Isn't this the moment for a streaming accident? Haha, why mention that now? The Lord suddenly exploded on the spot to evolve. On Gus' side, he braced carefully against this terrifying pressure. The stream system reminded that PC Company donated 10,000 Wu. The Jepco account apologized profusely. I got so caught up watching that I got late. Sniff. Sorry. The team leader watching had to chuckle at this clumsiness of the squad. After evolving, the Overlord leveled up to a whole new height. Now he is armored in solid rib bones, the orb on his chest glowing brighter than ever. Giant Bite's FC hand started fumbling for the golden gun strapped to his back, pretending to be serious. This is scary. Without missing a beat, he hoisted the gun and took aim. Bullets flashed through the night and flew forward. But the Overlord was smart and raised his hand to block them. He crushed the bullets to the ground and healed his arm. The chat marveled. How could he fight like that? The crossbow's unbeatable. The Overlord lifted his arm, twisting it inside out like a tangled mess, pushing all the other bullets away. He turned that mess into a second crescent blade and used this new weapon to deal with Jin Baos. But he still failed because Jin was too agile. The chat was stunned. Look. His right hand still tightly grips the knife. Haha! Who fired that shot? Who made that gunfire? Jia Bei dodged another near miss from the Overlord. Viewers joked to bring rockets here fast. He silently analyzed that he had stabbed the Overlord's hand, but it was unharmed. He would attack the weak spot on the chest again. The Overlord puffed out his chest, clashed the two crescent blades, then swung an X-shaped slash. The chat urged Jin Bi to go loot. He dodged while coldly saying, "Keep nagging. I am not going to loot." Viewers blamed Jin. If the dev said so, why not follow? No excuses. Go loot. Haha. Where's Jin Bofa running off to? He is attacking. The audience looked down on him. Haha. Trying to save face. But in the end, dying is dying no different. Haha. Giant Bifer calmly weaved through the Overlord's deadly strikes, even fired back a barrage into the chest. Jun unleashed so much gunfire the bullet glow blinded the Overlord. Viewers were shocked. Some even insane. Even inside the cocoon barely recoiling. How could he fight back? The Overlord's ribs started cracking, but he miraculously healed again. This guy's persistence was so intense even Jun both got tired facing him. The chat debated the Overlord's strength, saying Jin Bakyu could not even scratch him, so stop exaggerating. The Overlord was way too strong. The orb on his chest had long turned green. Junbai stared at the Overlord, suddenly smiling knowingly as if he understood the reason why he did not run or loot. After healing, the Overlord charged at Jinbith, standing his ground with the golden gun on his shoulder. He confidently declared, "Watch closely." His pupils glowed with psychic power again. He smiled, satisfied, knowing the truth would soon be revealed. The Overlord did not notice the ceiling above him cracking. Jumpik smirked. Look at this. He carried the golden gun on his shoulder and stared fiercely as the Overlord charged, confidently claiming he would show why he did not need any more items. The moment the Overlord punched down, earth and rocks shattered flying everywhere. But Junbut wisely jumped back to dodge. Result, he was completely safe. Jumbigav ran while firing continuously. Some mocked that it was useless since the Overlord blocked all the bullets. Didn't he learn anything? He did not care and kept moving around the Overlord, firing at his shoulders. Jung glanced, thinking the gun was just wasting time. His real goal was elsewhere. Junbai scanned the dark room suspiciously. Long Paper doubted too. She had mentioned this room was meant to destroy experiments. Strange. There were no items here serving that purpose. He analyzed the green liquid dripping onto the Overlord's wound. That liquid was both burning and healing him. Seconds later, he swung the crescent blade toward Jin Biot's position, determined to try. Junbai gripped the golden gun tightly, smirking provocatively. "I see you have got a problem with the crescent." Huh. Junbai raised the gun over his head, just in time to counterattack. He muttered, "This should be easy to handle." Viewers watching got excited. None of them expected the golden gun could be used like that. Some wondered, was Jin Bifi forcing the Overlord to use the crescent to keep distance? The sharp blade, knocked away, immediately stuck upside down in the ceiling where the Overlord stood. But the hit was so strong that a blue liquid burst out wildly from the gap. The liquid poured down, engulfing his body in a roaring waterfall. Jun grabbed his gun and stepped forward, letting out a relieved breath. Finally, it is done. Jun spoke to the streaming audience. Remember the purpose of this room. He aimed his gun at the hole he just made in the ceiling. 3 water pipes appeared there. Jun explained, this is where they handled the experiments. Without hesitation, he fired the golden gun. A blinding flash lit up. The moment the bullet left the barrel, all 3 pipes exploded simultaneously. Waves of that greenish-blue liquid poured fiercely, engulfing the zombie lord slump below. The cruel truth was finally revealed. Why were there no machines here? Because everything would melt before being erased. As for the lord, his flesh soon dissolved under the corrosive liquid. Viewers were shocked to discover it was not just ordinary water, it was acid. Yet, the acid also helped the lord slowly regenerate. Giant complained. It really healed him. I wonder how long it will last. The chat teased him mercilessly. He staggered up, half his body sagging and damaged. Jen's eyes widened as he fired a rapid burst at the lord. This is not how it is going to end. He collapsed like a crumbling fortress. The chat mocked. Jun acts just like a king. We bow and beg for mercy. The Lord slowly rose again, but before he could react, a cold barrel pressed against his chest. Aiming right at the blood orb, he stared blankly at Jun, who pointed the golden gun at his weak spot. Giant declared, face to face at last. He pulled the trigger. The golden bullet pierced the Lord's chest. The blood orb mixed with flesh's heart stopped beating instantly. The system announced he unlocked the achievement for defeating the Lord, completed the hidden mission, and revealed the secret ending. The chat exploded with excitement, praising Jin as amazing, calling it a perfect shot, while some even gleefully taunted him. Where did all the usual stream sound effects go? Usually, they are like a swarm of mice, but today it is silent. The stream system chimed in. The Gap Sign Company donated 50,000 to the Gapco account. Showering praise. I can believe you beat the boss without getting any loot. But do not forget the ROP. Everyone joked in chat. Noruppen still beat the Lord. That is impressive. The company never forgets the RAR. Jun was startled. Yeah, he was embarrassed. Wait, there is even a ROP to fight the final boss. Jen hastily explained to the stream viewers. I did not think I would need it. I hope everyone still enjoys using ROGs while playing. Download Earth if you are interested. People say you beat the boss with just a gun like you were hacking, making them feel like cheaters. And they are demanding Jun write an apology letter. He shyly cleared his throat, wondering what weapon they planned to make here. But it seemed they intended to create a monster like the Lord. The chat joked that Jun was a slippery streamer, quickly changing the subject. He followed the corridor to the exit, playing guide for the stream viewers. Just follow this tunnel. Looking up, Jun spotted a spiral staircase stretching endlessly upward, with only a warm light filtering down, keeping the place from total darkness. His voice wavered with uncertainty but said, I will find the way out. The viewers encouraged Jun to keep going. After a long trek, he finally reached the upper floor of the ad laboratory. Upon entering, Jun exclaimed, this place is huge. Is this the entrance? He called out, searching for names. Sandra? Jessica? Where are you two? Unaware, Jun did not notice a figure approaching from behind. Jessica suddenly rushed forward and hugged him tightly. She cried out, I am so scared. He froze. Jessica? Jun turned around to see Jessica's tear-streaked face. He asked, what is wrong? Where's Sandra? Jessica sobbed. He looked on. She sniffled, full of distress. Suddenly, she snapped. Jessica buried her face in Jun's back and poured out her troubles. She attacked me and ran upstairs. At that moment, a familiar premonition stirred inside him. Jin was stunned. Wait, this strange feeling. He watched Jessica warily. The feeling the same as in the processing room. Jun decisively turned away, freeing himself from her embrace. He questioned, what do you mean? Jessica insisted. I am saying she has already turned into a zombie. Jun naturally did not believe it and was about to leave immediately. He wanted to see her with his own eyes. Jidu D started tearing up. Why do not you trust me? I am telling the truth. This is the first time I have ever seen someone suddenly turn into a zombie like that. The infection spread slowly, so at first I did not realize it. But it is definitely a bite from a zombie. Jun turned, shocked, wondering if it was because of the rats. Jessica revealed there was still a way. She could experiment on him, then they would have a cure to save Sandra. She pleaded urgently, begging him to give her a chance. The question was, would he agree to the experiment? The system gave Jun two choices, yes or no. I will go to the upper floor to find Sandra. He paused. Thoughtful. It was a tough choice, since he was not sure if Jessica was telling the truth. The viewers loudly urged Jin to go save Sandra. He thought quietly. Unlike before, neither choice had a cost warning. Jin decided to choose yes, they needed a vaccine to save Sandra. The chat exploded with joy over his excellent choice. But some questioned the risk if the cure turned out dangerous. The system confirmed. You chose yes. Jessica pressed the controller on her wrist, smiled softly, and finally thanked him for making the right choice. As she finished, the door suddenly made a deep creaking sound. The gap in the door slowly opened, and dazzling light flooded in from outside. Jun had to shield his eyes. The stream viewers were extremely curious about this hidden path. As the door fully opened, the world before him was flooded with radiant glory like the sun. The system announced Chapter 4 of the cure had ended. The chat expressed regret, demanding the game quickly release the next episode and especially bring Sandra back. In response, the system only triggered a pause. The game was halted, and movement was restricted. Viewers split into two camps. One urged Jun to hurry up, the other mocked them, saying they were naive and inexperienced. Burple always stopped after each chapter. Meanwhile, he was happily marveling. Whoa, it felt like I was soaring through that chapter. Right? Or maybe her story just pulled us in deeper. The stream system announced GPC company had donated 50,000 Thank you for staying up late with us. We look forward to our next collaboration. The stream viewers sighed with mixed emotions. So it is over. How long do we have to wait? Reading the comments left Jin confused. Huh? He muttered. Helpless. The feeling that he really had to end the stream kept coming up every time he hit pause. Probably because of the chat's reaction. Jin glanced at the stream info. The viewer count had reached 2,813. He realized it was almost midnight. Yet 2.8k people were still watching. He usually ended streams after each chapter. Jun hesitated but today wanted to go all the way. He looked up at the eager viewers on the screen, feeling touched. They had stayed up so late with him. He did not want to leave them behind. He wanted to share the joy with everyone, end on a positive note, and meet again with that same feeling. He thought that would be better, but then Jun hesitated, resting his chin on his hand, despite feeling guilty toward Byung-hun, who had to handle everything behind the scenes alone. Maybe he should end it here as usual. Just as he made up his mind, he got a message from the very person he sympathized with. Hey, Jun, Byung-hun is watching the stream, holding his head, crying out loud. Can you play a little longer? I need to see the hidden ending. Please. I can't wait till tomorrow. The timing was so perfect it felt like a cosmic signal. Jung could not help but laugh. God. No wonder I can stop playing with you guys. Poor viewers though, confused. They did not understand why he suddenly laughed with that killer grin. The stream title changed to The Race to Discover the Hidden Ending. The chat instantly lit up with wild energy. Many felt lucky they had not left the room yet. He happily told the chat, I think this will be the last chapter. Let us finish it quickly before bed. The chat got so excited that a moderation warning popped up for cursing out of happiness. The system suddenly announced that the donation feature was activated. A flood of windows popped up nonstop. Countless people pouring in to donate to Jininis, with the smallest amount being 10,000 viv. He was startled and shocked. Byung-hun must have just reopened donations. Byung-hun cheered, donating with both hands and feet. Come on. Experience says it has to be this way. Now's the time for everyone to flood in with donations. A satisfied smirk crept across his lips. Jumba solemnly thanked the chat channel as usual. Thank you all for watching my stream and for your support. Just as he was speaking nonstop, Gab's company suddenly appeared, throwing money right in his face. Gab's company donated 10,000. Gabshi's account commented, planning a night stream. I will stay and watch till the end. Thanks so much. Purple G gave a hearty laugh. Haha. Of course. Thank you. The viewers teased him right away. Looks like the editor has to pull an all-nighter this time. They thought they would get off early but ended up stuck until the very last minute with no choice. Clap, clap. He clapped his hands to grab attention with an excited tone. He rallied. All right, let us start before we miss the prime time. Giant Bifin announced the hidden Chapter 5 would begin right now. The game chat instantly turned into a food channel. They urged others that the streamer was about to start, so quickly order fried chicken, beer, and late-night snacks to enjoy the gaming session. Footsteps echoed down the empty hallway. Jessica led Jun Bifi through a long, silent corridor without a soul in sight. Please follow me. Soon, they stopped before a door left ajar. His eyes scanned the rows of equipment lining the walls. Suspicion creeping in, a secret lab. Upon entering, Gaibai was stunned by the scene inside. What is this? Everywhere were deformed monster corpses, soaked in green test tube fluid. She answered, these samples are the foundation of the regenerary medicine. The chat channel questioned, really? Dead bodies in a secret lab? Sounds pretty twisted. However, one seems still alive. Its hand suddenly slammed hard against the glass of the test tube as Jun Bus watched. The chat exploded immediately. Oh mutt, that scared me. It is moving. So it is not completely dead. Jessica gently asked him, surprised. Jumha frowned, looking at her puzzled. Jessica explained. These are our initial experiments. People with partial genetic compatibility leading to imperfect immortality. The magic medicine only works on those with perfect genetic compatibility. Logan and the Lord. Basically, a slightly refined version. Suddenly sensing something was off, he interrupted. Wait, so you are saying Jessica confirmed I am not the only candidate for the magic medicine? At that moment, she suddenly smiled coldly, her eyes behind glasses glinting with cunning. But he would be the only one with perfect mobility factors. Before Jun could react, a swarm of mechanical arms shot out like iron snakes from nowhere, wrapping tightly around his body. A sudden powerful electric shock surged through him, making him scream in pain before losing consciousness. The stream viewers were extremely worried. Was she planning to kill him? Long after, he suddenly opened his eyes to a familiar voice. You are awake. Just in time. Everything's ready. Jumba then realized he was trapped inside a test tube, and his police uniform had been replaced. Jessica stood outside, babbling nonstop. Thank you for cooperating with us to advance humanity, and for your continued support in the future. He tried moving his limbs but could not. All four were chained and locked, unable to move. She calmly reassured. Don't worry. Sandra will be saved once the magic medicine is complete. Now that we are together, I think I owe you an explanation. The magic medicine was supposed to be humanity's greatest drug, with only one side effect. It causes madness and bloodlust. This instinctual behavior comes from the recipient seeking individuals with perfect genetic factors. Jessica emphasized that to ensure the magic medicine's safety for everyone, they need a specimen with perfect genetics to extract from. That is why they decided to exploit this side effect. They added a small amount commercial drug to conduct large-scale clinical trials. She insisted that only those with perfect genetic factors survive. Junbaiv was not stupid enough to buy this nonsense. He sneered. So this is how it all went down. Aren't you worried about all those lives lost? Jessica controlled mechanical arms to hand her a vial of blue injection. Jun, are you mocking me? I have already found the perfect specimen. Jessica declared their sacrifice necessary for humanity's greater good. As soon as she said that, the whole chat exploded. Goosebumps. Seriously. And she does not even care. Jessica's heart is shattered. She stepped slowly toward him, muttering lofty philosophy. His sacrifice would restore everything, and humanity would leap forward. Jessica revealed dozens of sharp needles in the syringe. She laughed maniacally, thanking him for bringing her peace. Then she plunged the needle into Giannis' neck. He turned pale, struggling, but the mechanical arms held him tight, forced to endure the viewer's rising panic. Is this the end? Run. At the last second, a bullet pierced Jessica's head with a heartbreaking scream. Jen spun in shock toward Sandra. Sandra held the gun. Stunned by the chaotic battlefield, the chat erupted. Sandra's just in time. Punch her. No one touches my man. Handcuffs clicked open. Then bam. Glass shattered. Jun quickly escaped the tube. He asked Sandra, "What the hell just happened?" She urged, "I will explain on the way. Let us." He watched her run ahead, now dressed in an old police uniform, smirking. Now I get why everyone likes Sandra. The chat flooded with teasing. She is the sweet cheer he needs. Remembering bloody Jessica collapsed on the floor. Jen felt uneasy. I still have a bad feeling about this. Sandra led him to an elevator. After swiping a card successfully, she told Jen, "This elevator goes straight to the director's office. Only this keycard can get us in." Viewers excitedly wondered why there was an elevator. Maybe it leads to a secret lab. Sandra briefed him on the next step. "We will get to the rooftop through the director's office. It is high up, so it will take some time." Jun nodded. Suddenly, she sighed and hesitated before explaining everything. "So when we got upstairs, Jessica suddenly attacked me. I guess she thought I was blocking her, because she wanted to convince you. I grabbed the keycard while dodging her and ran to the director's office." Sandra showed a paper with a middle-aged woman's photo. "That is where I found this." Jun took it. Puzzled, she helped him confirm it was a photo of Director Rigenry from Pharmaceuticals. "Looks familiar." Jessica's her daughter viewers remarked they looked just alike. Sandra's old wound flared up. She turned in pain, leaning against the wall to support herself. Jun worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" "Sandra," she snapped back, annoyed. "What were you thinking agreeing to that experiment? You almost got killed." Giant stammered. "Uneasy?" "She said it was the only way to save me." Sandra looked surprised. Jun took the chance to whisper to the chat, "Looks like no matter what we decide, we can get the vaccine first." Didn't expect it to turn out like this. Viewers felt helpless. Seems like we are out of options. At least we uncovered the truth. Sandra suddenly burst out laughing beside him, catching his attention. She laughed so hard she cried. "I am just happy you are okay." The whole comment section praised Sandra as a true goddess, who said the game only has 2 leading ladies. Scene changed to the director's office on the top floor, where Jian and Sandra walked and talked. "The army is sending a helicopter to the rooftop. Let us gather all other evidence we find and get out of here." The system popped up. Collect evidence and head to the rooftop. The current amount is not enough, so they decided to split up. She reminded him to look for evidence related to the miracle drug. He agreed. Right? The stream viewers buzzed. Do we have to personally deliver the evidence to the army through a secret route? Normally, they only ask for USB files. The system sequentially displays the content. You have found evidence of illegal activities by Regenry Fram, amounting to 1 per 3/3 3 per 3. Junbuf clutches a stack of documents under his arm. He lets out a relieved breath. Now Junbuk glances at the computer screen, dark and off, sitting in the room. He curiously looks at the main computer. "I am curious about what is inside. Let us take a quick look before leaving." A viewer chimes in. "I do not think it will turn on. Who knows?" Junbaiv steps up to try, and finally powers it on. The chat channel is stunned. Wait, it actually turned on. But then he discovers some other interesting things. Huh. Hold on. Most of these documents are stained with blood, making the text hard to read. He smiles, even finding a photo of himself right after taking down Logan and the hotel collapse. The comment section immediately buzzes with speculation about this new info. Why do they mention using regents in such tiny print? They have been watching the main character all along. The computer screen suddenly boots up. Jumbice is surprised. It turned on after all. Interface appears with a login prompt. It is password protected, so no access without the correct code. Without hesitation, he types miracle drug into the input box. This has to be it. A beep sounds. The screen changes state. Access is granted, and the chat channel is amazed since this computer has never been turned on before. Let us check inside the folders. But the folder passwords are not that easy to crack. No matter what phrase he enters, it still asks for a password. Gov frowns. It seems all files are encrypted with a single password. This one is not locked. Among a bunch of recs, icons on locked files, only one file is highlighted in blue as if deliberately exposed. He immediately clicks it. The screen goes black. A loading circle spins slowly in the center. The chat is curious. It is a video. Hopefully no jump scares. The video opens. The director's office door swings open. Joe rushes in. Behind him the corridor is littered with bodies. The scene cuts to him standing in front of a screen. Working. System sounds beep steadily. The device is recognized, preparing to transfer data to the assigned channel. Jumbo commands the system to shut down, so he needs to send us files via the communication device. A progress bar shows file transfer complete. He reports via radio that files have been sent and requests immediate support. A signal returns confirming receipt. The rescue team is en route. Please hold position. After finishing, the camera records Junbeek leaning back, exhausted and drained. Then the final scene. He sits alone in darkness. Head bowed, voice rising in a monologue. Sandra, Jessica, how many sacrifices? Junbeek smiles softly. But at least everything will be back to normal now. Throughout the video, viewers are led from confusion to familiarity. Some comments say they seem to have seen this scene before. This appears to be the end of the original route. Only at the final segment do they realize this is truly the standard ending. According to the story, soldiers arrive right after and declare the city safe. As soon as the words finish, the sound of confirmation comes from the white bone zone. Clearly, special forces carefully don protective gear and carry guns to sweep everywhere. Junbice is lifted up. A soldier reports via radio that the sample is secured. A figure emerges through the mist, replying, "Please switch communication channels when outside." Jessica, wearing a gas mask, steps out. "I have exciting news. The miracle drug is complete." She pulls out the USB and complains, "I hate these fools machines. They automatically switch to internal channels as soon as the device connects. But I think that is what makes it secure." Jessica tosses the USB on the ground, stumping on it as if to destroy it. "I told you the security system of Region Drugs is super tight." She looks up at the corner camera like she is sending a threat to Jian Bu. "See through it. Your mistake was trusting me." The screen suddenly cuts off. Losing connection, the chat erupts in chaos. Surprised. "You have become an experiment." So they tell us the city is safe again because the miracle drug is done. My 200 hours of gameplay all led to a terrible ending. Besides, so this is what happens in the original route. Wish I would experienced it earlier. The chat channel gets noisy over this completely new hidden ending no one had discovered until he played this game. Jumbai puts the USB into his cloth. He packed all the documents into a pocket and checked if all the evidence was complete. Recorded Jinbit explaining to the viewers, "I never expected this us to be so dangerous. Anyway, I guess I will have to hand over the evidence in person. Feels like I need to be way more careful with these documents now." After meeting up with Sandra, he and she rushed full speed toward the final target. "All right, I think we have everything we need, so let us head upstairs." Both quickly stepped onto the rooftop. Recorded Jinbeek spotting a helicopter in the sky. There it is. The helicopter. The rotor blades scream through the air, carrying hope with them. The stream viewers sighed with regret. Is it? Sandra will die, and we won't get the vaccine. At this critical moment, Junbai's pupils suddenly lit up. A sudden premonition overwhelmed his mind. It was wild, fierce, and far from peaceful. Recorded Junbi stunned. What is this? It is way stronger than when I faced the Lord. Could this be the final boss? Thick black smoke dropped down, swallowing both their views. Then from the middle of the dense smoke, a blinding beam slashed through, tearing the air apart. The chat channel was confused. What the hell? The light blade sliced right through and shattered the helicopter, which crashed and exploded violently, leaving only dark smoke. Viewers were stunned. What just happened? Is that the final boss? Suddenly, something shot out from the flames. The silhouette descended from above, landing on the rooftop, blocking Jun Ba-si and Sandra's path. Its overwhelming presence filled him with excitement. I knew it would not be that easy. this bad feeling. Looking at the completely transformed figure before Jian Bucks, it was still clearly Jessica. The battle between Jian Butsif and Sandra grew tense as they faced a Jessica exuding black smoke. Looking like a mutated zombie, the chat was in chaos. What is going on? Huh. Both he and she were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. You are kidding, right? Sandra shouted her name. Jessica, she yelled furiously. But I clearly shot her in the head already. How? Jessica tilted her head, her eyes cold and emotionless. This is why I can keep pretending anymore. 2 spent casings dropped, bent out of shape. Someone in the chat said, "Woo, those are the bullets from earlier." Jessica grinned dangerously. Veins reddened and darkened grotesquely on her face. You two are just making things more complicated. The entire chat buzzed, commenting on Jessica's new appearance. That looks tough to beat. No way. Did she perform experiments on herself? From Jessica's back, tentacle-like masses sprouted, stretching and twisting into the sky. 2 giant bony legs planted firmly on the ground lifted her like a spider. Jessica threw her head back, the monstrous bony legs wrapping tightly around her, as if swallowing her whole. Her skin turned zombie gray. She glanced at Junbatek and chuckled. Your genes belong to me. Sandra fired, cursing. Shut up. You bitch. The chat teased her nonstop. Ha. Sandra just said it. She is definitely my girl. Bullets pierced Jessica's head. She lashed her tentacles down hard, forcing both to jump back quickly. They kept firing at Jessica, but she smartly retracted her tentacles and cocooned herself for protection. Sandra, annoyed, clutched her severely infected arm, dodging like a coward. Yeah, Jumbie turned, sensing danger. He shouted, Sandra, get down. He grabbed her and fell as a barrage of bullets rained down nearby from above. Holding Sandra, he fired upward. The bullets split into 3 paths, but none hit the black helicopter. That helicopter flew near Jessica's cocoon. Viewers suspected it was Regeneria's vehicle protecting the final boss. The stream system announced GPC company donated 10,000 to the GPC account spoke up. The next part of the game assumes the player has enro. Haha. The chat wondered who designed this level. Jumbide admitted it was tough, right? The ROP seems essential. Viewers questioned. So you are going to use that gun on the helicopter? Better go back to chapter 4 and find the ROG. He coolly raised his pistol and aimed. So I suggest everyone try to find one during gameplay. The chat went silent, stunned by Jun Bk's move. First shot. He fired at the helicopter's glass window. It did not cause damage but shocked the chat. He really hit it. Warning shot. Junbai fired a second shot. This time the bullet pierced the glass and struck the pilot's head, killing him instantly inside the cabin. After that, viewers were stunned. How did he hit the target with the wind blowing like that? Junbai aimed at the fuel tank and fired the last shot. Boom. The helicopter exploded on the spot, earning praise in chat. The fuel tank was the key. The chopper fell with flames and smoke, turning the scene brutal in an instant. Chat buzzed excitedly. Today, so many helicopters are falling, it is thrilling to watch. He really shot down the helicopter. A strong gust forced Jinbiv to shield his eyes. Jessica's cocoon slowly opened as her mocking voice rang out. Too bad. You just blew your last chance to surrender. Jessica's body completely transformed. She spread her arms and legs, feeling her new power. A true demon had awakened. Jessica was now a high-level lord, the top rank. As frantic comments flooded the screen, a female lord, classic of game move, no way, the final boss is not a lord. Jessica's pale figure flashed by as she charged at Sandra. Let me take care of this nuisance first. Sandra, injured, could not react in time and stood frozen. John immediately raised his gun and fired at Jessica. He and Sandra dodged the lethal attacks together. The chat channel was worried for them. Too close, Jessica narrowly avoided 4 consecutive golden bullets. Sandra trembled, holding her gun with her remaining arm. Thanks. The pain's easing. So I am joining the fight. Junbai whispered to the chat. Looks like Sandra is jumping into the fight, totally unexpected by the viewers. Now it is boss battle plus protecting Sandra. If Sandra's, does the story revert to the original plot? Realistically, no one can beat this monster, but who knows? Maybe the stream will revive. Jun's pupils flickered with light. Jumba analyzed. Based on all info so far, it seems she has mutated her body to be stronger than typical lords, allowing her to move cores freely around her. Jessica snarled fiercely. You could see blue cores hidden in her spider legs. Jun concluded, aiming for her weak spot. One to help. The best move is to trap her in the bay. The chat was confused and worried. God, did you see her cores moving? She is stronger than a normal lord. Janbatha fought while thinking he needed a stronger firepower. But the helicopter landing pad was empty, nothing useful nearby. His eyes caught a familiar object. Jen suddenly had an idea. Wait a second. He glanced at a fuel drum sitting alone across the way. Is that a fuel drum? Jessica tried to crush Jun with her spider legs, but he dodged swiftly and nimbly. John calculated it looked like a backup for emergencies. Only one. He shot her chin, which was enough for now. Jen handed the golden gun to Sandra. She grabbed it, while he kept hold of his pistol. She grabbed the weapon in panic. Huh? What? He quickly ran off, telling Sandra, hold them off for me. The chat exploded. He is using Sandra as bait. What a use. She only has one arm left. Jun reassured the viewers. Calm down, everyone. That gun has low recoil. She can handle it one-handed. Actually, it is a legendary item. He said it so casually the audience could not help but scold him. What a terrifying guy using the heroine like that, while Sandra fiercely fired the golden gun at Jessica. John explained, its stopping power beats a handgun. It is a much better weapon. I loaded copper bullets into the pistol, and of course, I am still supporting her. Jen rushed to grab the fuel drum. The chat immediately caught on he planned to set Jessica on fire. Jen lifted the drum. Eyes wide, he raised the drum above his head, quietly marveling at how light it was. Viewers blamed whoever was in charge of fueling. Jen shook the drum. From the sound, chat guessed it was empty. Everyone gasped. What now? He fell silent. The drum dropped. Jen kicked it, making it roll. It spun once and spilled fuel all over the floor. Viewers wondered what he was doing. No one knew. He stepped on the drum, standing firm on the rooftop balcony. Jen excitedly observed the scene below. Well, thousands of cursed zombies swarmed the building, swarming like a nest of black ants. He described it as a living hell. The chat cheered Jian on. Come on. Fight harder. Sandra fired continuously at Jessica, but the boss easily countered. Just as Jessica was about to finish Sandra, Jin shouted loudly, cutting through the fight. Enough! When Jin yelled, both Jessica and Sandra turned to look. He stood proudly at the rooftop edge, warning Jessica, you had better hurry. Then, without hesitation, Jun let himself fall. If she still wanted to keep that genome, she panicked and immediately charged after it. Jessica thought grimly, just a little more. The moment her foot touched the oil trail, he would spread on the floor. Jemba fired without hesitation. The bullet hit the oil, and in an instant, a fierce blaze erupted, engulfing Jessica as she passed through. He smirked in satisfaction. That day, the battlefield was drenched in red flames, with desperate screams echoing somewhere in the distance. The whole chat channel was stunned, unable to believe Jin B really did it. Jessica suddenly burst out of the fire, her momentum sending her straight down into the void below. Searching for Jin Biff, but in fact, he never fell. Giant Bothi was just hanging tightly on the edge of the wall, waiting for her to rush out to pull the trigger. He sneered. Haha. Farewell. Bang. The bullet struck Jessica right in the head. Her body immediately fell, powerless to resist. Jamba hurriedly climbed back to the rooftop, his eyes following Jessica's falling form. He guessed that a headshot would temporarily paralyze her. Jumba mud. Maybe fire burns do not faze you, but let us see if you survive this fall. Jessica floated in midair, her right calf soaked with oil shattered by the explosion. Her body ablaze, and below her waited a horde of hungry zombies. Up to this point, viewers were utterly confused. When did he even stab? How could he come up with a plan so fast? So this is the secret of the pros? Amazing. System notification. Main mission 80% complete. You have defeated Jessica, the Renry drug owner. Jumbai jumped onto the rooftop and sat down. He laughed happily. Just as planned. System notification again. Weak players unlocked the achievement for defeating Jessica. Jun Baitha glanced down at the zombies tearing apart her mutated corpse. Judging by how many potions Jessica used, her genome must have been very appealing to the zombies. The Gap Company appeared at the right moment and donated 100,000 devil. The company team praised enthusiastically. Whoa. No words. Didn't expect you to pull this off without Rob. Stream viewers chimed in excitedly, saying even game developers would not believe it. Purple redefined what it means to be a gamer and unlocked a hidden storyline for the first time. Some people turned their attention to Sandra. How's she doing? He suddenly remembered. Oh no? The wound. The bulging blue veins on Sandra's arm became more and more prominent. She reassured, Jick, I am just find a place to escape first. Everyone in the chat was anxious. Almost at the end now. Sandra will be okay. Right? Just as he was about to speak, we should find a way. A deep voice suddenly echoed behind them. After feasting on Jessica, the zombies swarmed up the building where they both stood. Viewers were shocked. What the hell? A comments read. I thought that was it. But it is not over. Feeling betrayed, Jun Bison and Sandra gripped their guns tightly. They stood close, raising their guard. He wondered, what is going on? She replied, we can fight all these zombies. We have to evacuate now, but the front is already surrounded. The whole chat channel erupted in angry shouting. You seriously think players can clear this mess after the final boss? Ridiculous. There has to be a way to handle this. The uniformed zombies swarmed onto the rooftop, breaking through doors and charging like starving beasts. Another group climbed up from below, bloodthirsty and wild. Now only 2 humans remained. Jun, Bites, and Sandra. Will they really be okay like this? Gunfire roared nonstop. Green blood splattering everywhere. Zombies kept rushing in wave after wave, forcing Jim Buffett and Sandra to take down each one without pause. He felt uneasy. Just when he thought it was over, more zombies appeared. It felt like they could never beat them. Giant Bafe stood in the center, firing guns in both hands in all directions, calm on the surface. But inside he was panicking. What now? The chat wondered if the zombies would keep respawning until the stream died. Jump, I worried. This pistol 1T do. I am almost out of ammo. Did the game developers want to run me out of bullets? But why? The system popped up with an effect notification. Out of ammo condition met. Viewers gasped. What? What happens when you run out of ammo? Sandra shouted to him. Do you still have ammo? Jimbo replied. I am out of handgun ammo. Only pistol rounds left. The commentators laughed. That golden sun gun never runs out. No wonder there are so many zombies. The difficulty's been adjusted to match his gear. In a quiet corner, Sandra held her last magazine. Stunned as the infection crept onto her forehead, zombies swarmed endlessly, but they easily defeated them all. Suddenly, Sandra touched Jinbo's weapon. He was stunned. What are you doing? Before he could finish, she pulled back the slide of the gun. This is my last magazine. Sandra loaded it into Jinbo's gun for him. Her eyes were determined. Don't he give up? I know you can do this. Sandra grabbed his hands firmly and suddenly guided the gun's barrel toward her own head. Her voice trembled as she stood alone. The comment section erupted in chaos. Oh God! Sandra, what are you doing? I can watch this. Sandra hesitated before revealing the truth. Jessica had made her an offer. They were on their way to the lab when Jessica analyzed the virus's slow effect on her strange but real. But it was still working. Seems she did not fully understand compatible genes. Jessica stopped and turned to Sandra. Join us for your own good. Although nearly half her face was infected. Sandra refused. I told you. No way I will let you experiment on Paul. Jessica bargained. Then how about this? I will help you keep the child. Sandra was startled. Jessica smiled wickedly. You are pregnant with his child. Right? Want to hear something interesting? She threatened. No matter the vaccine. Once you lose your sanity, you will never be fully human again, even if the child has the right genes. Losing your mind ends everything. The child you give birth to will never see the light of day. She hinted. Knowing Sandra understood, that is why you did not tell him. Let me make another offer. Jessica invited Sandra to join them. Both you and the child will survive. Our experiments do not kill staff. She struck a psychological chord. The right choice means survival. Are you interested now? Back in reality. Sandra sighed in relief. It was a good offer. But I refused because she is untrustworthy. Luckily, I did. Sandra told this as she pushed Jinbo's golden gun forward. Otherwise, they would both be lab experiments forever. He was shocked. Why did not you tell me sooner? She pulled the trigger, clearing the oncoming zombies. Remember when you asked what the best choice was? Sandra smiled sadly. Well, I think this is it. She stressed that she would rather he survive remembering her than watch him become a permanent lab test subject. Jinbo's face went blank. The chat exploded in grief. I'm gonna cry. Where's the game writer? I need their address. Sandra begged. This is my last wish. I do not want you to see me turn into a monster. The heavy silence left viewers hopeless. She pressed the gun against her forehead again, in her final moment. Sandra smiled gently. And I want you to know, I never once regretted being with you. Jim froze. Then a gunshot rang out. The bullet zipped through Sandra's hair and struck the zombie behind her. He reminded. Look, Sandra, a warm blue light envelopes you. Wiping out the infection, the commentators cheered. Was it the baby's genes that saved Sandra? Haha. A classic trick. Just kidding. Boom. A sudden explosion cut through. Both turned as countless zombies charged again. Viewers complained. No rest for the players. They are crazy swarming around those two. Jinbo and Sandra fought back with non-stop gunfire. Suddenly, a military helicopter appeared overhead. The door opened, and a special forces soldier jumped out with a rifle. Landing, he immediately opened fire. The first burst pierced the zombie horde, the blast knocking them down instantly. The special forces soldier fired while checking on the two behind him. No bites. Right? Big Bro helped Sandra to her feet, who honestly replied, We are all fine. The soldier tossed a grenade high up and gave the signal. Then, lie down. The grenade exploded mid-air, and seconds later, a flare shot straight into the sky. The helicopter caught the signal and lowered the lift for them. The Special Forces soldier encouraged Jinbro and Sandra. I will cover you. Go ahead. After the two climbed up safely, you hurriedly grabbed the lift behind them. Done. Ready for takeoff? Seeing the team stabilized, the pilot immediately took off amid the howls echoing from the zombies below. The Special Forces soldier climbed into the cabin. You teased Sandra about surviving but noticed she was not very happy. She stammered, quietly gazing down at the city sinking into chaos. The soldier pondered that if she fainted, she might never be human again. Try a little harder. She frowned warily. Wait, how do you know that? Sandra challenged the soldier. Who are you? He remained silent. She did not hesitate to shield herself as Big Bro pointed a gun at his head, shouting, Now that I think about it, how do you know where we are? The soldier saw he would made Sandra suspicious and explained while removing his helmet. Sorry, I was just recalling the past. The chat channel keenly noticed the tattoo on the soldier's neck. He smiled, revealing his true face as he greeted them. Sorry for the late introduction. I am Kim. The viewers gasped in awe. Oh wow, it is the original protagonist from the Earth game. Lin cheerfully introduced himself. I used to be a cop, but now I serve in the military and am investigating this case. The whole chat buzzed excitedly at his presence. Someone even hinted that Liam went from cop to officer. Junbro speculated with the chat. I guess he is part of some special ops team. That would explain his helicopter and weapons. Leon added, As for our position, after you contacted the drone, we have been monitoring you both continuously. Luckily, we showed up just in time as you handed over the stolen files. Got it? Then please accept this. The system notified you had provided evidence of Raijin Genri's evil deeds. Leon looked puzzled as he accepted it. You hesitated but, not wanting to embarrass him, you smiled softly and dropped your questions for now. I am sure you have a lot more to say. Leon advised, but for now, please rest. You praised them both. Well done. I look forward to working with you in the future. The three quietly looked up to admire the blazing sunset outside. The helicopter flew toward the glorious horizon, as if nurturing hope and the future of humanity. Chapter 5. Escape ends. A Resident Fee banner appeared. The audience cheered in unison. It is really over. The happiness is overwhelming for this year's top game. The system displayed main mission complete. You exposed the crimes of Raijin Genri Pharmaceuticals. Unlocking the epilogue. Big Bro murmured. Looks like there is more. Viewers perked up at the epilogue. The screen shifted to a ruined building, seemingly a recent time. Then, boom, an explosion occurred. Soldiers cautiously entered, searching the lab, clear to proceed. Collecting data. A mysterious man followed, apparently their commander. He looked up and declared, Looks like she failed. The camera panned down to the ground, showing a shattered photo. Inside was a middle-aged woman resembling Jessica. The chat was confused. What did he say? So Jessica is the director. Did she use the elixir to become younger? Meanwhile, the server screen blinked. Logging in. Login success. Password request. File unlocked. Login success. Moving data. The Immortality Project. Transfer successful. The mysterious man sneered. Hesh confirmed Fox City was destroyed as planned. One failure was enough. Epilogue ends. Thanks for playing. Viewers marveled. Whoa. Really? Is there a sequel now? So the elixir can truly make people immortal. Looks like a civil war is coming in the army, Big Bro exclaimed. I think the next part will be a lot of fun. The streaming system announced that many accounts have donated to him. Some donated 10,000, 5,000, even 30,000 with heartfelt messages expressing gratitude and affection for Junbox. Gapco Company also donated 100,000 to him, thanking Junbox for uncovering the entire storyline, while encouraging viewers to keep playing and support the next installment. He smiled professionally, not forgetting to promote the chat channel. Thanks everyone for your donations. Please continue supporting the other series of this game. After watching Junbox's livestream, the viewers felt completely satisfied, with no regrets at all. I will really miss Purple. He chimed in. I was really happy to experience this game with everyone too. Junbox solemnly thanked the chat channel. Thanks to everyone for sticking with me till the end. See you all next time. The comment section flooded with wishes for him to have a good night. The system changed his outfit back to his usual casual clothes. Junbox waved goodbye to the viewers. Good night, everyone. Someone not named Cho purposely donated 10,000 world coins to him and begged. Before leaving, Purple said what game he would play next. Jumby just casually said goodbye. Bye. The livestream screen went dark. Purple ended the stream. Resident Feel was over. And of course, its players were buzzing all night. Much praise as the Earth players checked the forum first thing after waking up. Also, Purple was commended by the dev team for being the first to find the true ending. As Purple gained more attention, people started getting curious about his next game. Junbox's fans urged everyone around to vote on Purple's channel, and Bang Hun would not miss this chance. Early the next morning, Gubi's manager and editor announced that everyone could vote and nominate the next game they want Purple to play. He promised to pass audience feedback to Purple and opened a poll with diverse options. So that day, a huge crowd on the Fib forum enthusiastically discussed Purple's next game. Another post argued Earth was unlikely to be chosen again since it was not outstanding and Purple usually plays differently. But what if everyone voted together? Comments below rebutted, saying Irv got famous thanks to Purple and expressed hope he would replay old games. Though some felt frustrated by Irv's end, their loyalty to their representative only grew stronger. The current goal is to plan the upcoming games. Onward, all forums buzzed with excitement for Purple's next stream. Bang Hun looked away from the computer, stretching happily. That is settled. Working hard left Bang Hun exhausted and sighing deeply. Junbox walked by and saw this. Immediately worried. Are you okay? You look so tired. He opened his dark-circled eyes wide, grinning foolishly like a zombie. I am feeling great. The fans are happy. And I just finished editing all the videos. Junbox intended to bring Bang Hun a coffee, but seeing him like this almost made him habitually reach for a gun to shoot him. I even thought a zombie might show up here. Stay calm. Okay? The two sipped morning coffee while watching the online poll. Bang Hun bragged. We have lots of promising poll results. The game voted most as dead by midnight. Junbox's eyes widened excitedly. Whoa, 3,200 participants. Didn't I expect so many to vote? He muttered. Don't get too excited now. Bang Hun closed his laptop and warned. Once you finish a game, lots of viewers will stop watching. And there is no guarantee voters will come back to your stream. So your views won't stay this high. Junbox pondered. He is right. Everyone just wants to see me play the current game. Seeing his friend worried like that, he smiled quietly, thinking no matter how persistent he is, he would be sad if his views dropped. It is like a race. No one knows when you will fall, so I need to manage his expectations, or he will get too disappointed. Bang Hun clapped to draw attention. So I think it is time for you to choose your next streaming direction. He asked Junbox. What kind of game do you want to play? He looked confused. Huh? Junbox sighed. Do I really have to choose? He shook his finger like he was full and scolded him. Hey. Of course. This is super important. Having a common theme for your stream is absolutely necessary if you want steady views. Some people dedicate themselves to just one game, while others focus on a specific genre. Usually horror, and some avoid single-player games altogether, only playing online games. Bang Hun patiently explained, and above all, if you want YouTube's algorithm to favor your channel, it needs to stick to a specific theme. Ga-ang Buff replied offhand, Makes sense. He suddenly sat up straight, but you know, after I started live streaming, I realized a few things. At first, I thought I just had to be good at the game, like when I was training to be a pro gamer, but I was totally wrong. What really matters is how much I enjoy it. Jen's lips curled up in a smile. To make viewers happy watching the stream, I have to be happy myself first. He smiled happily and contentedly, and the more they enjoy the stream, the happier I feel. Well, I really appreciate everyone's votes. I still want to choose the games I want to play. I think streams like that are way more fun. Ga-han shyly admitted to Bang Hun. I get that as the editor you might see things differently, but I can tee myself down to just one topic. It just does not suit me, and I do not want to. He stammered. All right, so you want to do what you want? He thought. Well, I just finished a single-player game, so this time I want to try playing with others. An online game. Bang Hun pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. Sigh. Ga-han hesitated. Is that what I meant? He wondered where Bang Hun got that idea, but suddenly Bang Hun called out his name. Ga-han, holding his coffee, looked puzzled. That bad? He was surprised by the compliment. You are really amazing. You know that? Ga-han said in astonishment. Huh. Bang Hun smiled with satisfaction. With his talent, no doubt he will get noticed by other gamers. If he is lucky, his other streams might get even more popular. That means more views. He stood up, not forgetting to grab his laptop. Bang Hun encouraged Gaikon to do what he wanted, promising to handle everything. He insisted he wanted Gaikon to stream with all his heart. Bang Hun's heart bloomed with joy. His way of thinking was truly brilliant, worthy of a genius. He spoke solemnly. All right. I thought Junbi would tell me to start streaming games right now, but instead, he happily announced that we are taking a break from streaming this weekend. Bang Hun, in mid-celebration, was instantly disappointed. He was so shocked he dropped his laptop. Huh? Bang Hun shouted. Huh? The shout echoed to the skies. He trembled as he questioned. Why? Weekends get us the most views. Ge Hongbi teased now. You want to know why? He reminded Byung-hun. You need to rest? You are stunned. Ge Hongbae frowned. Scolding. You have been working too hard, editing all those videos alone and managing the channel on top of that. He even threatened Byung-hun. Do you know how worn out you look? Getting worse every day. 3 words. Messy hair, clothes smelling awful. There is no way to describe his current state. Byung-hun was speechless, totally unable to argue. Ge Eung advised. While you rest, we will hire another manager. Taking care of yourself is essential to keep going. He smiled gently. Honestly, I am not trying to run an exploitation factory here. Ge Hongbae assessed. Hun, you look terrible. However, it seemed no words could get through to him now. In Byung-hun's mind, only one thought echoed. That is it. He was worried Jun Biki might feel pressured losing his popularity. But it looks like he is the one who is worried. Byung-hun chuckled. Looks like there is something even you do not know. Ge Hongbae said. You should be grateful to have a friend like me. He lifted his coffee cup, leaning his head against the fridge. Babbling. If I took better care of myself, I might become a streamer and steal your spotlight. Ever heard of Sleeper Build? He was speechless. Wish you never told me that. Ge Hongbae admitted defeat. Please spare my ears. Deep down, Byung-hun knew he could always trust Jin and Bucks. He came up with an idea. And if you want to find a manager, I already have someone in mind. Someone super reliable. He doubted the word reliable. Wait, you mean Byung-hun quickly showed the laptop screen to Jia Buckus. With these numbers, I am sure he will want to join. He insists no one handles trouble better than him. The screen shifts to heavy rain pouring down. A young man in a suit with a gloomy expression is barely visible, one hand pulling a suitcase, the other holding an umbrella. Blending into the crowd. I am sorry, but I still need you to stop by tomorrow. This is an order from above. Nothing's settled yet. You replied coldly. Sir, there is nothing left for me to do there. And I am in the admin team. Why am I being sent on a business trip? Do they want me gone? Is that it? The person on the other end insisted. Do-ho. I did not want to bring this up last weekend. But someone up high is involved in the embezzlement case you reported. You are capable and hardworking, so I want to keep you. But this matter is beyond me. Shiny black shoes stepped into a puddle. The young man said nothing. The voice on the line grew wary. I am not as brave as you. Ju-ho. Sorry. I will send you the schedule now. Du-ho suddenly stopped, arms hanging loosely. Suitcase and umbrella dropped. He looked up as his tired face blended into the soaking rain. I can finally rest. The elevator chimed as its doors opened. Du-ho stepped out, suitcase dripping water. For some reason, the hallway lights were off today. Rustling sounds came from the darkness. Is that the room on the right? Wait, I have a flashlight. Du-ho Why is it so dark? Seeing 2 black shadows fumbling by the door, he got curious. And who are those lingering outside my place? What is going on? After some fiddling, the door clicked open. The 2 chuckled. The old password again? Really? How do you still remember it? Ge Hongbae said confidently. I do not get Du-ho at all. He never changes his password. Byung-hun suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Wait, why do I feel cold all of a sudden? Du-ho behind suddenly interrupted. What the hell are you 2 doing? Both spun around. Startled. Whoa, Du-ho was angry, such a rare sight. There you are. We were just checking if you are still alive. Come on it. He sighed warily. Who said you 2 could? Forget it. Just get inside. The 2 casually stepped into Du-ho's place. Ge Hongbae just finished putting down his umbrella and had not taken off his shoes when Byung-hun rushed ahead carrying stuff. He pretended to complain. Man, this place feels so dry and dull. You really never change. He joked along. What do you expect from this guy? He has not changed his password in years. Byung-hun grumbled. Though this guy was not very talkative. A glass of wine was placed on the table among snack bags. Du-ho was surprised. You want to hire me as your manager? A quick intro to this new friend of Gon Beep, 28 years old. Close buddy of him and Byung-hun, head of admin at a multi-industry corporation. Ge Hongbae professionally poured more wine for Du-ho. I'm serious. We are really committed to this. Byung-hun said nothing, but his sparkling, sincere eyes made it clear. You were stunned. All right, I get. Stop flattering me. I can tell when you 2 are serious, he complained. Come on, bro. It would be great if the 3 of us worked together. Du-ho rubbed his head. Bored? Although they called it management, it was not a reliable job he would refuse without thinking. You glanced at the 2 in front of you, but memories of school days with these guys came flooding back. Seeing Du-ho hesitate, Byung-hun nudged Jink and whispered, Hey, Din. Be serious. I am trying to convince him, we only want you. Du-ho crossed his arms. Questioning. Okay, setting aside trivial stuff, do you know how much I've been paid lately to invite me here? At least match that number. Right? He happily pulled out a laptop, Like I said, we are serious, do not underestimate us. Bang Hun showed the money they would worked hard to earn. You widened your eyes in disbelief. Juho stared at the screen as he explained, 9 million from top-tier donations, 3 million from ads. On average, 1.6 million worldwide per YouTube video. As long as views keep climbing, the money keeps coming. Duho was stunned. You guys made this much in just 1 week. Yeah, Gaongbip sees the chance to lean closer. Tempting you. Impressive? Right? I was surprised too, I just planned to do it for fun at first. Who is raking in all the cash? He explained. But honestly, it is not all about the money. When Jinba smiled excitedly, just getting support and cheers from the fans made me want to work even harder. Bang Hun rushed over and threw his arm around Bavu Jian's shoulder. Haha, now you get me? You really understand this guy. A true G. The two of them solemnly proposed to Ju. We really need your help, and if your company already knows what you are going through, we hope we can help you. You stare blankly at the hand being offered. Du lowered his gaze slightly, recalling how these two were always there to help him through tough times before. He smiled nostalgically. Just like back in high school, Bang Hun hurriedly ran over, trying to hug Du tightly. You are smiling, so you agree, right? Right? You arrogantly turned your face away. Scoffing coldly, I am not sure yet. I need more time to think. Jianthig understood immediately and grabbed his head to keep him there. He suggested to Du, since you are planning to take some time off anyway, why not try working with us? Sound good. I get being unemployed is not easy. Bang Hun enthusiastically raised his beer can. That is a brilliant idea. Du reluctantly raised his can too. You talk like you are definitely taking the job. Fine. Jumbai raised his beer, confidently saying, trust me. And all three clinked cans together, declaring this will definitely blow up. The lively, friendly atmosphere quickly erased the worries of adulthood. He added, speaking of which, when I had free time, I stacked beer cans into a tower and planned our next game project. Perfect. That is settled. I have decided I want to choose something really meaningful to me. Before long, the next live stream started. Many people commented, wondering what game Junta would play today. As soon as he was live, someone donated money and asked the same question. Jumbik replied, I carefully considered the votes and reviews first. He purposely dragged out the words. Today's game has the whole chat on edge. Just 60 seconds left. Will it be Elden Souls or the highest voted game? Deb Midnight. Some even said, as long as it is a good game. Jun Bifin announced May Thuch League. And the login screen for the game appeared behind him. The chat instantly went silent. They did not understand why he chose this game and really needed an explanation. He put his hands in his pockets, calmly watching the chat get more and more chaotic. Isn't T Mathich click at the bottom of the vote list? Can T just play a game for one player? I am switching to another stream. Someone even said aggressively, I will come back when he plays a different game. Still, Jove just smiled softly in response. He did not seem afraid even though he was about to lose viewers. One comment questioned, isn't T this at the bottom of the vote? It is the sequel to the popular mobile PC game Legends League. The structure is quite like virtual reality, where you become a character. It is a 5-on-5 game where you must destroy turrets and small towers, then move on to demolish their central structure, the shrine. If the match does not end in time, the key to kills, deaths, and assists affect the final result. Since each player plays a different role on the map, depending on their position, this game requires both team strategy and individual skill. Back in reality, the chat still held some hope for Jin Bus. I really did not expect this. There must be some reason, right? He stayed calm. It seemed the viewers' reactions were exactly what Jun Biksa had predicted. He thought quietly that most of his viewers were fans of single-player games, so they did not seem very excited. Another comment threatened Juff. I will come back when he plays another game. He smiled and winked. Stay calm. Everyone, there is a reason I chose this game. Jun Buff proudly boasted. I know everyone voted a lot for single-player games because I started playing with Irv. But honestly, back in high school, I almost became a pro player of Legends League. The comments were shocked and amazed. He has been different since birth. Maybe he is just joking. He is so proud his nose could practically reach the sky. 100% true. Tiamat Jen and E+ both invited me to their teams. Of course. People in the comments did not believe Jun Bus. The top 3 teams are probably sure he is lying, but some seriously defended him. Honestly, purple could be possible. He scratched his head shyly, but in the end, I did not join because I quit the game. The stream system announced that an account donated 5,000 along with a question asking why I quit. Jumbai felt awkward. I could not tell them about my situation. He decided to lie to the viewers. I had some family issues to deal with back then, so I was really busy. Now everything is fine. It has been a while since then, but the chat felt guilty after hearing it. Jimbov even convinced the audience that if they saw how much support I got, they would be proud. That is why I wanted to play the next part of Legends League on my stream. The whole chat was touched and praising him. Everyone was okay watching the game as long as he was playing. There was even a backup account donating 10,000 worlds with the title Good Son. Jumbite acted quickly. This was my first time playing this version, but I jumped straight to the main topic. He immediately clicked to play ranked 5v5. That is the mode where teammates crush the enemy's main base to win. The system appeared. Tempo Riff is entering ranked play. The commentators panic. Wait, where's the tutorial? Maybe just play casual first. Purple does not have that. Haha. The system popped up again. Welcome to the new season. Your rank last season was bronze. The chat got noisy. Is this his first time in ranked? Casual games 1 TB perfect. System report. Prove your skills in 7 matches. The jungle role is selected. Lead the team's pace by supporting the whole team without being limited to one lane. Searching for a match when suddenly a shining aura surrounds G and Beast. He is looking for a hero. Do you want to answer the call? Accept or decline? He was amazed. Well, it has probably been a year since I played mobile games. Junbai clicked accept. He happily praised himself. My jungle skills are pretty lucky. I mainly jungled back then. Viewers joined the discussion. Looks like Purple is really confident in his jungle skills. I thought you guys were only watching one game. The system confirmed it found a match for the player. Junbai got excited. Alright, let us do this. The next moment, he disappeared. The whole chat cheered to start directly from bronze rank. Meanwhile, Duo and Bunghun watched Jinbath's live stream together. They were very skeptical. Hey, are you sure he is okay? He jumped straight into ranked. He laughed bitterly. Jumbath really is Jang Buff. Dueshu crossed his arms explaining that the controls are completely different from the PC version. So it is basically a whole different game. Bunghun agreed. That is right. In Maythech Luch you basically become the character. Not to mention most characters have changed. He proudly concluded. But the important thing is GNB has not changed. He was amazed. Bunghun admitted that if he only had good skills, he would not have caught the attention of pro teams. His lip reading and decision-making skills are also excellent. While he was rambling on, Jimbai was meeting and bonding with his new teammates. Bunghun added there was another reason he was really looking forward to this. Dua had asked what it was. He explained, in Legends League, you have to focus on leveling up and adding power, upgrading skills and items, or you die instantly. No level means all skills are unlocked. You can fight right from the start. Killing minions and buying items is just secondary. But in Maythech Luch, levels are removed, so the player's skill is the only thing that matters. Bunghun was very sure of that. He can fully show his talent with keyboard and mouse. So as long as he picks a good chur, Duek suddenly interrupted. He picked it already. He happily glanced at the computer screen. Really? Let me see. Bunghun's expression twisted for a moment. Wait, what? Junbike actually picked Yami. Brief info about the hero Yami, a ninja who commands ancient magic, an assassin character dealing magic damage. In theory, this is a very strong character with many combo options. But unlike the PC version where you just press buttons to cast skills, Maythech Luch requires players to do many hand motions to perform moves. This creates a major disadvantage in fights, where reactions are measured in milliseconds. The entire chat channel fell into despair over Gonbosi's edgy character pick. Are you kidding? He chose the coolest character, and it is not Yami. Yami? This guy's definitely playing for the first time. Bunghun styled his hands into a ninja seal while analyzing. Plus, your hands get locked when casting seals, so you can do normal attacks. Since this is an assassin character, the base AP is low, and close combat is a no-go. He slammed the table emphasizing that this character's gameplay is just terrible. The screen shifted to Jiabeka's situation. At the same time, the system sound echoed in his ear. Perfect has obtained Yami's power. Your hero design has been applied to your base model. Welcome to the Mystic Battlefield. A 5-player team taking 5 different roles has been sent to the battlefield. Deployment in 10 seconds. Junbook just appeared, and someone's already calling him out. A teammate playing the cool Nahex coldly questioned Gonbus. Huh, Blade. I know we are all newbies, but at least watch the tutorial before playing. Right? Yami's a terrible pick, especially for jungle. The other 3 Janino, Grace, and Kai also complained irritably. Yeah, definitely a bad pick right now. Haha. My luck in the first match this season is amazing. If we wreck the game, the entire comment section will blame me. Even though it is just dits, it still gives me chills. Lucky it is not real voice chat. Suddenly being openly disrespected like that made Junbitha quietly worried. Is Yami really that bad? The videos made him look so cool. Viewers laugh, saying even newbies know not to pick Yami. You are doomed to expect a report after this game for ruining it. He felt like he would miss something. Strange. Is no one playing this assassin type anymore? Back in Legends League, this was the meta pick. Team members saw the clueless Yami pick and sighed, turning away discouraged. Alright, the four of us just have to try our best, right? Jungle role is not important in this meta anymore. The stream audience chimed in. Ambush and casting are easy on P, but not in. Close combat is hard enough. Assassins like this just lose. The stream system suddenly announced Asian Kill issued a challenge. Win 5 games with Yami. If you fail, type I am idiot 3 times. Prize, 1 million world coins. Accept or decline. Jumbive was startled. Huh. The comment section buzzed. Omut. The sponsor has appeared. Probably wants Purple to play the new game. He smiled brightly, grateful to the donor. Nice to see you again. Thanks for the challenge donation. Sponsor Jinbihi did not hesitate and accepted. If I decline this challenge, it would not be perfect. Right? The chat exploded across the screen. 24-hour stream challenge. If he can master Yami perfectly, I will give it to him. Soon, the stream system updated the game title. The title read, Can you win 5 consecutive games with Yami and Mythich? Viewers were surprised at how fast the channel editor updated. Jumba got ready. Alright. The game just announced all warriors have entered the arena, starting the battle. He charged straight through the middle of his team S formation. Jumba was excited. Playing perfectly, his teammates barely reacted and almost got knocked down by him. Jumba dashed ahead, waving to teammates and promising, Don't worry. Guys, I will carry the team. They look confused. What is up with that guy? The toxic player loves the spotlight. Jumba kept running carefree into the forest. The chat laughed mockingly. The other side S so clueless. If I were them, I would do the same. Hold tight. Rookies, BP's gonna make you fly full speed. In the jungle, there was a canyon with a cliff edge where starving mobs bared their fangs, ready to attack. Jumbive was passing by below and became their tasty prey. One by. They crawled down the cliff, closing in on the target. He was casually strolling when the system notified him he earned 1,000 due. Accounts gotta say something, a sarcastic comment. Jungle with Yemi. I would be shocked if he did not rage quit. Haha, that is why junglers get so much hate. Jumbive raised an eyebrow. Harsh complaints. Only pro junglers can carry the team. Most players choose BAV 3 mode. He was surprised. Thanks for the donation. Dad and Dad. Whoa, so much has changed. The viewers are teasing. You talk like my uncle. OG players are like this. This is not a mobile game. Suddenly, the player spins around and realizes he has been surrounded by a swarm of sentinels. He is thinking it over. The chat is curious. Strange. Really strange. Is the jungle always this crowded? They all rush at Jinbif, trying to tear him apart. Jum mutters, I like the tutorial for some fun, but you jump to dodge. He laughs heartily. Adding a little spice makes it more fun. Then, he activates the skill window. The window shows a diverse array of skills, 5 levels across 5 different techniques, totaling 25 skills. As levels rise, the hand seals needed increase, and he has to memorize them all himself. No wonder everyone hates this character. The whole chat is stunned. Look at him setting up skills. There is still time. Please say I am crazy. Jumbive rests his foot on a branch, studying the guide carefully. Hold on. Everyone, let me focus. The chat grumbles again. What now? I told you he is not human. A sixth sense floods Jinbika's mind. His pupils glow as the hand seal tricks materialize before him and merge deep into his subconscious. He is everything blending in his mind. His senses resonate. He slowly closes his eyes, then opens them. It will soon become his body's second nature. Jinbik spreads his arms gently. Got it. The whole chat freezes. Got it. You mean you learned them all? That is some serious bragging. He jumps down to the ground and immediately performs the hand seals. Though it is his first time, he looks very skilled. Huge cracks tear the surface, throwing the sentinel swarm back. He clenches his fist, summoning flaming chains spinning around his arm. Junbike activates level 3 earth magic, summoning a giant stone golem. He commands it to slam down, and sharp rays shoot from the cracks, defeating the 3-headed wolves completely. The chat erupts. What? How did he do that? They spot the Naruto's clone using a level 2 skill on the first try. Seriously, the sentinel pack lies stunned, head spinning after that brutal hit. Junbife recalls the golem, smirking. Alright, he swings his blade, beams of light slicing the wolves in half. He declares, now I get how it works. The viewers get hyped. They did not expect him to pull it off. Jumbi kneels, ready to launch. Alright, I have got all the skills down. He dashes across branches toward his heart's direction, leaps into midair, laughing loudly. So now it is time to fight. Hey viewers, bought your items yet? Turns out he just followed the guide, but he is playing big. Below, footsteps rush urgently. Du is caught by a red robot named Jay. He lifts her into the air, and Frosty rushes in for the finishing blow. Grace nearby panics at the scene. Oh no, my health's too low, System announces. Daughter Losser's Magnet Grank defeated Undercooked Bull Rolo. Two others turn to attack Blaze. He swings his sword to counter but misses every strike. Blaze secretly fears he has not landed a single hit. Suddenly, Jump appears. Blocking in front of him, he quickly forms hand seals, activating level 4 wood magic, summoning binding roots. Giant roots burst from the ground, trapping Jay and Frosty. Seeing Blaze stunned, Joke shouts, "Hurry! Hit him!" But as the enemy is still trapped, he is startled. Grace slowly wields two swords. Right? But before she can strike, both enemies break free. The chat criticizes Blaze for doing nothing. What a useless prodigy. Seeing the enemies flee, Jumbeef decides to chase alone. Alright, I will handle this myself. Are viewers worried for him? Purple, do not do this. Your character's too weak. Just as Jin looks up, Jay and Frosty simultaneously attack him. They launched a deadly strike. The bra chat was buzzing. Oh no! A shocking explosion occurred. But thanks to Jimbeef's timely use of second-level iron needles, he was not hurt at all. The chat was stunned iron needles too. Perfect timing. To avoid running out of energy, Jaya dashed into the enemy formation and attacked each one. This way, he would regenerate chakra by automatically hitting enemy players and knights. Soon, the chakra bar under Jinbut's health bar hit full. He breathed a silent sigh of relief. His chakra had recovered. Race and Frosty tried to ambush Jimbeef, but he jumped to dodge. Jem quickly formed hand signs. He summoned a level 3 fire needle, a blazing blade, engulfing his opponents in fierce flames. When Junbo landed, the two enemies were completely burned. The system announced, "Perfect play. Yami defeated Dozer's Magnet Grank. Perfect play. Yami defeated Dynamic Longer of Double Kin." The entire chat was amazed, could not believe this was Yami, just like a real ninja. At that moment, Jumbo remembered Blaz and glanced at him. The next second, Friendly Guy waved goodbye. "I am switching lanes now. The rest is up to you guys." Without another word, he spun and dashed through the cliffs and left. Grace stammered a reply. "Thanks for that." Inside, he was shouting, "Awesome!" recorded Jinbisi freely moving across the vast map. He smiled. Getting the hang of it already. Viewers praised Beef as amazing. His eyes sparkled. Jinbifa kept slaughtering all enemies he found, from fire needles to water needles. He formed hand signs effortlessly. The kill count kept growing beyond count. Viewers started feeling uneasy. Could Yami have always been this strong? He looked just like a real ninja. With perfect timing, the system announced the enemy team surrendered. Victory. Junbisa, fighting fiercely, was surprised. "Huh, I am just getting started." The comment section teased him. "Stop playing chicken? 33 kills and you have not died once. Not even hit." He was stunned. 33 kills. The game system announced it was checking his personal record stats. Perfect play. 33 kills without dying. 4 supports confused. Did I really get this many kills? The chat could not stop laughing at his innocent face. Actually, it is 37 kills now. The enemy team kept dying off, recorded Jinba shyly chuckling, feeling a bit guilty. Maybe I went too far. I just wanted to lead and join a few fights. The viewers speechless. Dude totally went overboard. The match ended. Shimmering glory enveloped him. Earth Shrine rank returned to the lobby. Junbox held up 4 fingers, reminding himself only 4 wins left to complete the challenge. His rank should have increased by now. In the second match, he was assigned jungle again. Genbox was very eager, hoping the next match would be more exciting. Fast forward through 3 consecutive match results. In the second, the enemy team surrendered and lost. In the third, the white team's altar was destroyed, resulting in a loss. In the fourth, the black team's altar was destroyed, ending in a loss, and felt like he was standing at the peak of glory. Unstoppable. He had a 4-game winning streak. The game system showed stats for Yami and Jinbox's perfect play. 4 matches, average 32 kills, 7 deaths with no assists, 98% win contribution rate. On the other side, Bung Hun proudly beamed. "I told you." Duho was amazed. "I knew he was good, but did not expect this level of talent." He enthusiastically claimed Jun was on a whole different level, like playing a completely different game. This will blow up on YouTube. Hearing that, Duho's eyes darkened. He seriously calculated how much money the 3 of them could make soon. Bang Hun noticed this. He glanced at Juho and chuckled quietly. He was really fired up. Bang Hun stretched tiredly. "Alright. He just needs 1 more win for 5 in a row. Right?" Then his eyes widened. Bang Hun slammed the table and stood up. Duho asked, "What is going on?" "Something wrong." He stared at the livestream screen and shouted, "Amut, is that really him?" During the 5th match, as Jinbox moved, the notification sounded. Jinam Distorted Destiny defeated window for awe. He muttered, "Their top shrine is down." Jinbox was impressed. Not expecting the enemy mid to be so bold. Seems like this opponent is pretty strong. The chat was tense. Discussing, is there mid? I checked the match history. It is definitely him, so there is another mid streamer. Mid and jungle facing off in the stream. After reading this, he was surprised. Huh. The enemy has a mid streamer. Not only that, he has beaten many using the Genome hero with amazing cards. That player is none other than the talented Genome gamer. And his next target might very well be Jinbox. The entire chat was buzzing. Only 4 matches in and already facing a platinum player. His M increases by 30-40 kills per game. So it is normal. Bung Hun held his head, trembling all over. Junbox was fighting Genome, a top-level showdown against a platinum player. Awesome. On Genana's side, he smirked arrogantly. See? Everyone, I do not belong to Platinum 4, Genome declared boldly. Here's a quick intro to this new character. 700,000 subscribers, a multi-genre streamer with the nickname Talented Genome Gamer. He was handling monsters while bragging. Last season, I could not get Diamond because I was too busy jungling. The white team is about to appear. Which lane will they take? Genome's live chat typed, wait, that jungle is the fastest rising star. This match will be interesting. He was arrogantly dismissive. I do not know the whole story, but he is a streamer. Right? Bad luck running into me in ranked. Genome felt something was off. Wait, did I see that wrong? He checked the roll board and saw the enemy jungle was Yami. Genome was stunned. Yami? The entire chat mocked him, saying he was just playing for fun since his pick rate was so low. Even Genome, who usually ignored pick rates and relied on skill, was shocked. He thought this was unacceptable even if it was just for fun. Ranked matches were serious. Genome clenched the card in his hand. Boom, the first tower exploded. System announced the white team's first mid-tower was destroyed. He coldly criticized, using a weak wall just to get attention in a ranked match. That is outrageous, even for a streamer. That tone made the whole chat go silent. Genome was really pissed off. Yami has gone too far. Let us teach him a lesson. Suddenly, Genome was challenged. The challenge: defeat Yami 10 times in a group challenge with a 50,000 reward. Accept or decline. Viewers rushed to add money to Genome's group prize pool. The reward kept climbing. He was determined to end this joke once and for all. After speaking, Genome vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, on Guianb's side, his teammates misunderstood his jungle play as reckless and blamed him for trolling. Despite Guianb's attempts to explain, it is because I ran into the enemy jungler. Besides, no one even checked my match history. But in the end, his chat got muted. Viewers felt sorry for Guianb. At the platinum rank, players react way faster. It is natural to be cautious when facing Yami in ranked. Guianb was helpless. Everyone tensed up moving into higher ranks. Hopefully, if I play well, they will unmute me. The whole chat complained. Just one person unmuted and I could message back. It was easy before because teammates were newbies. He considered proving his skill faster by taking down Genome. The chat exploded with excitement. This confidence, then go take down a bird already. Like Genome, a group challenge was proposed for Guianb. The condition: defeat Genome without items. Reward: 10,000. Accept or decline. He smiled brightly. I was planning on that anyway. Thanks for the challenge. I won't refuse. Viewers wondered if he even read the conditions. At this rate, 10,000 of you is way too low. So the livestream audience enthusiastically added more money to Guianb's group prize pool. He looked up and saw the prize had reached 430,000 and breathed a sigh of relief. Alright. Guianb decided to end this quickly and cleanly. He headed straight to the enemy core, searching for a target, needing to take him down before the item gap widened. After scouting the enemy jungle, Guianb hid under a steep cliff, waiting for the right moment. He opened the map and watched the paths. I planned to gank him, but he is not on the lane. I have no idea where he is. A gut feeling stirred in Guianb. He is a ranged magic damage hero, so he can't have invisibility skills. Wait. Could he? Guianb suddenly tilted his head as a sudden flash of light grazed his temple. Then, a barrage of cards flew towards Guianb. He nimbly dodged them all as a gasp rose behind him. Guianb turned around. Genome jumped down from the cliff top. He fanned out the cards held between his fingers, flaunting his swagger in front of him. You dodge well, Genome said, but inside he was puzzled. I predicted his movement perfectly. How did he dodge everything? Guianb's just as flustered. On the outside, calm and fixed on Genome. But inside, he was on high alert. You can see an opponent hiding behind cover. Could he have guessed I would come here? The chat was hyped. Good players recognize each other. 1. Right now, Genome expertly shuffled and launched 3 cards in different directions to attack Guianb. Then he teleported instantly behind him to retrieve the cards. Genome reassured him. This is not about defending, he emphasized. I was only given the challenge. 3 cards numbered 1, 3, and 4 were thrown down simultaneously, forcing Gyunbi to retreat under heavy pressure. Without hesitation, he cast the wood seal. Coincidentally, me too. Roots sprouted from the ground, locking Genom in place. They faced each other with provocative smiles, eyes gleaming with excitement, as if surprised to finally meet a worthy rival. An explosion erupted. Chaos broke loose, and neither side gave an inch. Gyunbi tried to take advantage of an opening to finish Genom, but he dodged and counterattacked with flying cards. The flaming cards hit him and exploded. Genom kept throwing more cards. The chat was drowning in despair. How did he dodge all that? A flash of light appeared as Gyunbi activated first-level metal technique, summoning an invisible armor covering his arms, forming a sturdy shield around him. His pupils glowed purple as he activated second-level wood magic. Demon roots, a huge set of roots erupted, locking down his opponent. The audience was stunned. 2 consecutive seals. Truly a master of Yami. I have never seen anyone like that before. However, Genom unleashed his power and destroyed the roots. In an instant, he easily broke free from the restraints. Genom jumped to the ground, laughing arrogantly. Haha, this is getting interesting. The livestream chat was buzzing. Everyone was eagerly waiting for this battle. Oh man, he has almost used all his tricks. This fight was beyond imagination. They looked at each other as if their eyes could read each other's minds. Junbai remained cautiously alert. He knew how to use his skills and keep distance effectively. With this deck, I am at a disadvantage. Junbai's chakra bar at the top has dropped significantly. He carefully considered Yami's chakra, essential for unleashing skills, can only be restored by normal attacks or waiting a long time. Then he glanced at Genom's hand. Meanwhile, Distorted Destiny used 5 random cards as weapons. When the deck runs out, he has to return to base to reload. He casually threw out a few cards, forcing Jinbi to retreat. He analyzed silently, but now he can shuffle cards to keep using skills. So he chose a long-term fight. Jinbi used 3rd-level needle technique to activate the iron wall, but the duration was shortened due to low chakra. The chat exploded with excitement. What now? Out of chakra. This is not good. Better run. Strategic retreat. The cards exploded on the spot. Luckily, Junbi jumped away and was unharmed. He was determined not to back down now. Junbi recalled the challenge condition to defeat Gen without using items. He began to think, unlike me, Genom grows stronger by collecting items, so this is my best chance. They both landed on an open patch of ground, standing face to face, ready for a fierce fight. Junbi stared at the weapon in his hand, deep in thought. That is why Junbi smiled slyly. Time for plan B. The whole chat went crazy. Look at that smile. The killer grin. After some back and forth, Genom started to get frustrated. What the hell? Snapping and cursing? I knew he was out of chakra, but did not expect him to fake skill use just to run. Genom smirked. He is better than I thought, but Yami is still Yami. Recovering chakra is not easy. His chat was egging him on to run out of chakra. This Yami meat is tough to chew. Huh. Genom excitedly went to find Jinboss. Alright, I ready. Time to finish this. His viewers sighed. He survived quite long. Losing to a strong opponent is not shameful. Soon, Genom reached a quiet clearing, surrounded by a faint bone-like mist. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from the bushes. Catching his attention, looks like someone's hiding there. The sound grew clearer. This made Genom's eyes light up. Hidden in the dense forest terrain, footsteps and presence can be concealed. He threw a card toward himself to confirm, but environmental sounds were still audible. Jump appeared, leaping up and activating the 3rd-level needle iron wall to block damage. Upon landing, Junbi dashed into nearby bushes to hide. Based on the sound, Genom guessed his ambush direction and sneered. You planning to waste the chakra you just recovered? He spun around declaring, it is. Just as Genom thought the fight was in his hands, a faint sound came from behind. Then, a series of similar noises echoed throughout the forest from every direction. Feeling surrounded by enemies from all sides, Genom was confused. It felt like enemies were everywhere. Strangely so, as far as I know, Yami does not have clone skills. He was sweating, attacking blindly in the other direction. But what Genom got was a pack of sentinels randomly exploding. Tension rose. Was it a game glitch? What? 3-headed wolves swarmed to trap Genom, and he cursed furiously. Genom's gaze went upward, not at the fierce monsters, but at Junbi's figure hovering mid-air. Genom realized the trap failed. He would been outplayed. Junbi pressed his right finger into his left palm to form a seal. His body floated up as massive rings of fire appeared around him. Inside the rings, large darts shot out, blazing downward to scorch the chaotic monsters. Genom was shocked in such a short time. He recovered chakra by killing forest monsters and even led them here to confuse me. His eyes reflected the blazing fire of Jinbox charging forward. Jineno sighed. Oh man, Junbox just unleashed level 5 fire magic, the final act, and of course, the target was Jinenum. This defeat made him regret underestimating. This guy was not messing around. The notification popped up, perfect play winner. Yami defeated Jinum distorted destiny. System confirms mission complete. The reward for Junbox was 570,000 from 28 donations about $430 US. He smiled happily. Thanks everyone for the support. All the comments were full of admiration for Jin B. Truly an extraordinary Yami. Jinum was lucky to face purple. He smiled slightly, instant taking down 2 nearby sentinels. Junbox casually cut but the fight was not over. I need to stay focused. The whole chat teased him. The name boosting service was not over yet. Suddenly, the system's voice chat opened. He was shocked. Former teammates who had mocked and muted Junbox now scrambled to apologize. They even said to let him know when he is jealous. Viewers mocked them as just using purple to climb to diamond rank. They even compared ranks. Junbox laughed it off, reassuring the chat. Come on, some people will never believe you. No matter what you prove. The comments just brush it off. They admit their mistakes and apologize. That is enough. We will forgive them this time only. He opened voice chat, proudly ordering his teammates. Alright, I will lead. I am the only one using mic. They immediately obeyed. Understood, sir. I am muting my mic now. I hear you loud and clear. The system reminded, displaying all stats. Junbox told his team not to reply or report anything. Don't waste time in chat. I will watch the whole map. Track every move and hero. Junbox stressed seriously. What I want is for you to focus on your lane and follow my commands. The chat buzzed with praise. He looked really cool. Junbox dashed straight ahead. He launched himself into the vast sky, pushing the front lane before Genum could respawn. Genum's system announced. Perfect play. Yami defeated Uan Knight Foley Bear. Perfect play. Yami took down Diamond League's blind buy. After respawning, he started reevaluating Junbox's gameplay. He pushed top, fully hidden while scouting. He is really skilled. It feels like we are fighting a ghost. Geno's chat was full of loud shouting from top lane and boss. Top lane got heavily pushed. Down here, we can only defend the turret. He quickly reassures his teammates. Wait, I am coming right away. Geno moves while thinking silently. Not surprised. The white team's playstyle has completely changed. It has been a while since we saw a jungler also acting as commander. Wherever he steps on a branch, he leaves a wooden ward planted there. After planting wards, Genom rushes off. Because Jin base is overpowering, he is determined to set an unavoidable trap. Genom opens the map, checks all ward spots. Choke points and item paths. Hesitating a bit, I followed your advice. But is buying wards instead of items the right call? Among the trash wards, one captured a glimpse of Jinbiu. Genom analyzed it carefully. Then declared, yes, I found his location. Now, gather the team. His eyes glow red as he warns. We will lose if we do not take down Yami now. He plans to target him since he is on a killing streak with a bounty on his head, a system that marks the player with the highest kill streak. If we kill him, we get all his accumulated kill points. Taking him down could turn the tide. Jack, the ward stake got crushed by Jinbuff. He is surprised. That is definitely a ward. Right? Only wards are found in the jungle. The viewers burst out laughing. They bought wards just to counter Purple, who is not even a pro player. Haha, this has to be Genom's orders. Jumbi feels uneasy. Wards are surveillance tools. Best to destroy them. But he murmurs, I did not expect them to go this far. Yet the glowing wards on the trees around him prove it is a trap. Junbuff realizes it. His instincts flare up. He senses danger everywhere. Junbitis is certain they are coming. The entire enemy team, 5 of them, prepares to attack from behind. Junbai's eyes flash with light. He turns and the first thing he sees is Genonos' smug face. Junbai watches Genom casting magical condensation cards, silently mocking him. He gives a half smile, confident he knows their moves. The entire enemy team is charging. Gem jumps into the monsters and shouts. Follow me. He is plotting strategy, definitely dodging our strikes, so focus fire on him. The giant shield swings its muscular arm forward. Luckily, Junbai dodges quickly, then draws his weapon and strikes a sharp slash back. He raises his blade. Alert, watching as the crow minions gather in numbers. They descend from above, quickly joining the fight. Junbai decisively falls back, keeping distance. Before he can catch his breath, his eyes widen at the next sight. Seeing the giant pulley shield barreling toward him, the commentators erupt. They keep urging him to retreat or call him an idiot. Mutt quickly mutes the chat and gains agreement from other viewers. Junbai knows what fans want, so he clasps his hands, ready to strike. Alright, I will push them back. He summons level 4 water magic, a raging torrent that instantly sweeps the pulley shield away. Genom did not expect to backfire like this, his face stunned. He hurriedly cast cards, ordering Sonic to heal and buy time. The support team enters the field to assist. Jun Bisa, riding momentum, suddenly has to retreat as reinforcements strike back. This one versus many chaos shocks both him and the viewers. Sonica on the opposing side pumps mana into the Poli Shield and Crow, who charge fiercely. Genom throws out a card and promises, "I will try to control his movements." Jumba quickly summons level 2 Earth Magic Stone Pillars. Thanks to that, enemy attacks can't reach even his toes. The viewers can't help but admire the creativity. Before he can settle, another card flies in front of him. He gasps softly and wonders silently, "Wait, he can't have another trap card." The card holds a twisted fatal skill that makes the floating deception flag try to crush Jun Bodos. Jem confidently uses the trick flag as support, his aura much bolder. He casually shuffles cards to charge forward with the flag. The trap card reveals its true form after a slash to Dragonfly trap, with chains tightly wrapping Jin Blux. Jen's mind secretly thrilled. Once he is in the air, there is no escape, yet he loudly urged, "Everyone, use all your ultimate skills." As soon as he finished, Ngai and Tim charged in. Everyone unleashed their full power. But before he could do more, he suddenly stopped and gathered all their strength. He was smiling. Turns out Giant Beta quickly formed a seal to use his level 5 Earth skill. Endless Spirit. Jenin watched the explosion shake the space. His mind rattled too. He had just attacked himself with a skill, taking advantage of the chaos to shout to his allies that he was almost out of health. One more hit and he was done for. Sure enough, Jeff was floating freely in midair, like inviting vultures to feast on a carcass. But even at the last moment, Jenin's hope was dashed. He looked up and screamed in pain. What was happening? The answer was the sound of Jinbifa landing safely. Then came Yami's ultimate skill, a void so dark even viewers thought the stream had cut out. Jennings' face froze like a statue. He stood tall with eyes blazing like flames in the dark, forming seals and draining enemies' blood within the shadows, converting it into blood and chakra. Activation condition. Must have used a level 4 or higher skill in all 5 elements. In the unseen darkness, Jumbeef smiled with supreme confidence. Instantly, he unleashed his power. All water and fire skills erupted simultaneously, engulfing the enemy, even blinded temporarily. Genom could not believe he pulled this off in virtual reality. While he was dazed, the system kept flashing perfect play notifications. Yami took down, then Paulia. Each notification came with a bewildered voice in his ear. What is happening? Then came another perfect play alert. Yami defeated Sonica. By the time the perfect play for Yami Crow popped up with a swear, Genom was completely stunned. Everything paused only when the word Quadraken appeared. He was so disoriented he stumbled standing still, and the viewers were left saying just one word. Unbelievable. Genom staggered out of the dark void, swore as soon as his sight returned, then his eyes widened. Bracing for the reckoning, Gaong Buff grabbed his weapon and charged out of his domain, ready to hunt the last target. The viewers, watching through the screen, were amazed by this ultimate skill. He locked onto the target with deadly intent. Jun Baisai sparking cold fire. With just 2 basic sword strikes, he sent Genom offline. The system added notifications just for formality. Perfect play killed Genom Bentakill. It generously offered him 2 choices. All team members were eliminated. Choose the next action. Respawn at base or surrender. The viewers were confused too. Genom stood stunned, reading messages in the group chat. Damn. What now? Surrender. We are clearly losing. His hand hovered over the choice box, battling intense inner conflict, feeling sorry for his teammates. But Jem was genuinely tempted. He did not want to miss the chance to face a strong opponent. Finally, he gave a meaningful smirk. Meanwhile, Gongbab got updates too. We have pushed into their base as planned. He confirmed the next step. Stockpile gold and send me the teleport item. Well, Gai Bui finalized the strategy. Done. Worry about the enemies. Focus on destroying their shrine. Jenna made his choice. Protect the shrine right upon respawn. Both sides vanished instantly, splitting in opposite directions. Everyone retreated to their respective shrines, but then Kwang Bofi played his move. Squatting on the enemy's rocky outcrop to watch the respawn area, he clenched his fists, muttering, I want to know my limits. Keeping the next line to himself, the first prey quickly fell. A level 1 earth skill trapped Sonica. The live viewers commented wildly as pigs were slaughtered. Ga-Ong-Boti ignored the stuck enemy and rushed to another spot. He dashed forward, wondering how the respawn point was random. He quickly found Polybaya. Half awake waiting for a new life, Ga-Ong-Bo locked him in sight, then moved on. The earth skill spread. Polybaya cursed loudly. Damn it! He ignored the nonsense and focused on crushing his foe. Viewers laughed so hard they almost hurt themselves typing, pointing out the earth skill's direction. Gung Baozi felt a flicker of doubt in his mind. Is that Genom? Are you kidding me? The thing is, Genom just came back and got brutally wrecked and blown up. Has he already finished all this? He looked at his teammates struggling in your hands, stammering to express his opinion. I mean, we always joked that Purple was the hacker. Jeonnam stared at Jinbok rushing toward him, still lost in his own thoughts. But looking on the bright side, he suddenly got really excited. That means I will get to fight him sooner. Dreaming is nice. But life's not a dream. He froze, staring at the explosion overhead. Jeonnam's 4 teammates were all stammering their tactics. Viewers felt sorry for him with every empty strategy comment. It was like feeding butter to a cat. Jeonnam watched his base explode and, discouraged, finally spoke up. I know this strategy was a big gamble. But damn. He lowered his eyes and smiled uglier than crying. He crushed us. It feels so empty. Junbok laughed gleefully under the fireworks in celebration. The black team's altar was destroyed. Victory. The challenge to win 5 matches in a row against Yami was a blazing success. The donation amount made viewers' eyes red. Looking at the question, is there any game you are not good at? Junbok confidently crossed his arms and answered, any game I am not good at? I am not sure. Haven't he found one yet? When fans teased him for bragging too much, Jinbok quickly jumped in to fix it. I mean, there are still plenty of games I have not played. Riding the wave of this win, a flood of friend requests came in, all asking for guidance. Jinbok scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. I do not know what rank I will end up at, so I have to decline these requests. Sorry. Everyone. The commentators felt bad for these people, but just as things were running smoothly, he suddenly paused and said ho. It turned out the message on the screen was that Jeonnam had sent a friend request. Watching the notification scroll across the screen, Jeonnam sent a friend request. Hello? I am Jeonnam the streamer. Before Jinbok could react, the viewers grew curious and urged him on. He decisively accepted to see what Jeonnam would say, if he was really as salty as everyone guessed, but what popped up was a long, heartfelt message. First, I want to apologize. I thought you were trolling when you picked Yami during calibration and said some harsh things. I deeply regret my rash actions and hope you can forgive my ignorance. Junbok read and smiled. Even though it was through in-game messages, I really want to apologize directly and have the chance to play with you again. If possible, I hope you accept my friend request. The audience reading along praised the message heavily. You quickly accepted the friend request and smiled awkwardly. He seems like a really kind person who would turn down someone as great as Jeonnam. But just as you were excited, you suddenly froze and exclaimed, huh. Turns out viewers from Jen's stream room had flooded in to watch. Junbok quickly sized up the situation and shyly reminded them. Welcome everyone. But please remember to carefully read the stream rules. In his head, he quickly calculated all the people flooding in from Jeonnam's stream. He had surpassed 3,000 viewers. Finally, Junbok officially left the waiting area and said, alright, let us finish the rest of the calibration. On the computer screen, the going to the bathroom text was covering Juan-nam. Okay, Jeonnam. Just back and quickly checking for news. Dongmin honestly reported on his tablet. He accepted the friend request. He sat up from the simulator and sighed in relief. Really? Phew, that is a relief? You asked curiously. You care about him that much? Jeonnam openly shared. How good do you think he is? Almost no one plays like that. Forget it. No one plays like that. With those skills, he is definitely going to explode onto the scene. Dongmin chimed in with what he knew. He is already famous. He is well known in the ERF community. They even call him their president. He stretched his stiff body, then happily dreamed. Amazing. I was worried people would complain that our channel's scale is too different. Dongmin scratched his head and reminded, still, I think you should think it over more. Juan-nam asked curiously, why? Is there a problem? He hesitantly began to explain, well, I did watch his stream. He was surprised to hear that, and I think Purple might steal the spotlight. On the Gawk side, calibration was complete. The fireworks system celebrated. Your rank this season is Diamond 2. The viewers rushed in, proudly claiming South Korea. You watched the donut money flying around and excitedly advised everyone. Thanks. Everyone. Everyone should try Yami. He is really not difficult at all. They were so obsessed they blindly followed along. Ji Huang Bifi completed the challenge perfectly and quickly waved goodbye to the audience. There are still 2,000 people watching me. Thanks for staying so late. Everyone. See you all in the next stream. Goodbye. Viewers left while warning you to be careful. You returned to the familiar room. Bang Hun was glued to the computer screen. He jumped up excitedly and shouted, it is time to ramp up. Bang Hun was like he had been injected with chicken blood. Typing at the speed of light. I have to upload this ASAP. Jay sitting beside him only muttered, not daring to look up, while 2 names popped into his head. Bang Hun and Jiguf. You suddenly recalled a past moment when you were bullied, and a shout rang in your ears. That was it. Turns out a kind classmate walked by and recorded the evidence with a camera. Jang Buk admired it deeply. Oh right. This will definitely go to the disciplinary committee. And Bang Hun just has to go along with it. Alright. That is the perfect footage. Finally, the first item on the portfolio list. The gang looked up in shock. Who are you guys? Get lost. He seemed not to hear and kept getting close to them. Perfect. Get a shot of his name tag too. Then, Ji Huang Basi decisively jumped next to his friend. Dua clenched his fists and slowly spoke. Don't make me go through this again. He promised as soon as his feet touched the ground. Yeah? I can imagine how hard you had to hold back. One of them hesitated to speak. Isn't that gone? But he laughed without humor while watching them scramble. He is from a family of wizards. Better to leave him out of this. Juk and the others ran off head down. Let us... Damn it! Forget the disciplinary committee. Bang Hun laughed, holding the camera. Idiots. Probably thought they would win today. While Jiang Bifei exchanged info with Juho. Which news channel do you want? Give me a list. He then showed off a few moves with his camera. I am a master at stirring up the online community. I can ruin their lives with a snap. He looked at his phone screen with a goofy smile that lasted even now. Deep down, Dua admitted that being with these two never bored him. Just then, Bang Hun held up his laptop. Bragging. Ta-da! What do you think? Everyone's going crazy over it. Jai Tif sang along flatly. Whoa, this zombie can talk. He immediately killed the mood with a comeback. Not doing overtime for a video this good would be a crime. Your match with Genome seems to have gone viral online. We have attracted lots of new viewers from different channels. The Legends League My Thech community is flooded with curious comments. Everyone wants to know who the player that beat Genome is. Dua looked at the data thoughtfully. Thanks to that, our channel subscriptions have gone up. We are almost at 170,000. Then he focused on more urgent matters. But something even more important came up. Jaekwang Buffy paused when Du announced it. Genome's team has contacted us. He wants to meet you. He asked in confusion. He already posted an apology video. Why do anything else? He shoved the latest cooperation proposal email in his best friend's face and reminded him this was not about apologies or making friends. Even though he was not invited, Bai was the most excited. They want to collaborate on a joint stream. A key trait of an experienced streamer is recognizing talent. He jumped up and reached out to his buddy. He recognized Jean Bli's genius. Curious? He confirmed. The collaboration is with Mei Thichlik. Du tapped his tablet and quickly answered. Apparently, they want to invite you as a guest on a game stream. Have you heard of Master Autopsy? Zhang Bok looked puzzled. You mean autopsy as in corpse surgery? He lowered his voice reassuringly. Don't worry. It is not as scary as the name suggests. Basically, they invite a guest expert in some field, and Genonom learns from them. For example, he had a 500,000 view video of a fencing lesson. Du explained patiently. The guest gets promoted through Genome's channel, and Genome shows off their outstanding skills. Jaimtif seems to have been enlightened, so it benefits both sides. Which means I will teach him how to play ARF. He did not hesitate to correct you. Actually, it should be the other way around. Genonom will play the master. He said he would teach you how to play Gunner Grar. Ge Hongbi frowned and asked again. This is his channel. But why do I have to learn? Why? Bang Hun bit his straw and grinned as he interrupted. Maybe he realized the next words he held back he could not keep up with Purple's S-style. Despite his friend's expectations, Guy Ongbik set his glass down to conclude. Anyway, if I am teaming up with someone like Genonom, I confidently affirmed. No way would I turn that down. Soon, Ge Hong went back on air again. Hey everyone. Just showing up already set the comment section on fire. He watched the viewer count spike and broke into a sweat. Just started streaming and already nearly 3,000 viewers. But no matter how many people, the question is always, what is the game today? Ge Angbofu read the audience and answered right away. Exactly. Today I'm trying out a new game. He struck a super cool shooting pose to bait viewers. First, some exciting news. I am teaming up with Genome and Gunnar Groundus. Follow the announcements on my YouTube channel for details. The viewers got even more hyped than the player himself. On screen, a notification popped up confirming registration with your bug account. Please log. Zhang Bifi kindly explained. I do not want to look unprepared for this collab, so I will practice a bit. The intro music kicked in immediately. Gunner Grounds is a survival game where you must be the last player or team standing out of 100. He floated midair with other players. The terrified screams had the viewers laughing out loud. Ge Beti excitedly asked the 500 online bros. So this is how the game starts. They teased him for skipping the tutorial, but when his eyes caught a player in a ballet pose, he gasped again. The sound of parachutes fluttering mixed with cheers as Gi Gang Baofi charged toward the school zone. Only now did he realize, right? You can really die if you land wrong. The viewers laughed but kindly pointed out the ideal spots. Ge Beti stared at the screen and asked naively, "Where's logistics?" The audience was speechless at this newbie. Not long after, he smiled with squinted eyes and announced, "Got it, I'm diving down really fast." The speed and posture confused the viewers nonstop amid a sea of parachutes. Gaang Buffa plunged straight down like a ballistic missile. His dive speed shocked the chat. When will you open the chute? Why no altitude warning? Someone quickly spotted he would turned off the music, then explained it was because he was used to Mei Thuch's style. Gaang calmly calculated in his head a little longer, proving the fans' question. Is he really reading his chat with his eyes? Despite everyone fearing the game would end before it started, he lingered a bit more. Gaang quickly opened his chute, glided out, then gently landed in a stunning pose. Everyone in the stream room praised him without holding back. After landing and folding the chute, Gaang checked his body around. He wondered, starting the game with nothing on me. Some in the stream said he only skimmed the tutorial and ignored it. Others told him to quickly loot because others were coming. After reading the comments and knowing what to do next, Gaang immediately smiled confidently. Then I will go find some gear. He headed to Hap following the stream comments advice and saw a bunch of abandoned shipping containers. Right then, a strange scent hit his nose. I smell something very sweet this way. The strange scent came from the containers. One of them was even slightly open. Without hesitation, Gaang strode toward them, happily commenting as he went, those containers looked delicious. Everyone was glad he found a loot spot, and surprised he even discovered it. Just then, his steps slowed and his eyes grew cautious. Scanning around, I sensed about 3 enemies. Around him were 3 different strangers in ambush positions. Yet something strange made him wonder. Why were not they fighting? But Jinbaite's footsteps did not stop. He kept moving toward the crates. Just then, another player appeared from a crate opposite him. At the same moment, a gunshot rang out. Everyone in the stream room instantly realized it was a trap. The military warehouse was their bait. After the shot, Kunleon was stunned by what he saw. Smoke still drifted from the barrel, but no one was there. It was as if Jin Botsi had been a mere illusion. Gaon quickly stood up and shouted a warning. Where is he? Taking advantage of that opening, Gaon bent down, ready to take him out. He leaned over and swung a kick straight at only one's face. One powerful blow instantly knocked On down. Everyone in the stream room was amazed by Giant SS agility and swift moves. Seeing one quickly taken down by Jinfuk and losing his gun, his comrades rushed forward. What the hell? Everyone voiced their outrage at their behavior playing Team Cup in solo mode. Like lightning, E1B fired a burst of bullets at Jinbes. A comment flashed on screen. Well, that is it. But Jumbev was even faster than that. He quickly raised his hand, holding something up to block. From afar, Y1 Beef kept firing at him. As the smoke cleared and flames flared, the crates came into view. But instead of hitting Jin Buff, the one who fell was only one used as a human shield. A notification popped up. E1 Beef knocked out only ground. Everyone was shocked by Jin T's move. No one expected him to use an enemy as a shield. He grabbed his gun, aiming directly at the opponent. The trigger clicked immediately. The bullet flew straight at E1 Beef. One shot was all it took to take down the target. Another notification appeared. Perfect play. Everyone cheered for Jin B's win. Then he dropped the shield, stood up, adjusted his gun, but one of the 3 quickly fled. Still, his gun stayed locked on the fleeing target as he pondered their plan. Seems they used bait gear to lure him and temporarily allied. But unfortunately, after the last shot, his gun was out of bullets. Damn, Adamo? Everyone in the stream room felt disappointed, seeing Jin Bika's gun empty. The fleeing man turned back with a mocking grin. He spun around, axe charging straight at him in just a few steps. He was in front of Jinbut, swinging the axe with a triumphant laugh, shouting, "Die!" But as he swung down, in a sec, Jumbika moved behind Electric Strong. This time, he smirked at the missed strike. Got you? Jun Ku threw a direct punch to the man's face, telling Electric Strong, if you ran, you would still be alive. With one hit, a notification showed his achievement. You just knocked out with a headshot. Electric field power too strong. The screen flooded with shocked and scared comments, some even questioning if it was a game glitch. After knocking out Electric Strong, he grabbed the guy's collar, read comments, then concluded he could not kill with bare hands. At that moment, his empty gun gave a final little use. He spun it around a few times, then raised the gun high, pulling Electric Strong's collar, ready for a finishing blow. All right, let us see what this gun can do. With a hutch, a notification popped up again showing another player down. Perfect play. Headshot. Everyone in the stream room was amazed again by his skills. After handling the 3, Jumbo began searching the containers. Seeing the crate full of gear, he got excited. Here it is, a complete set. A list of items inside the crate appeared. A 401 assault rifle, red dot sight, Vertical grip. Quick reload magazine. Comments in the stream were amazed and thrilled as he got the A4. After equipping the armor and all attachments, a final click confirmed the gun was ready. John Udram wondered if the others were already done for. Probably all the others were finished too. Sirius offered a challenge. 1,000,001 for every kill Jimif made. He thanked and asked about the mission. Thanks for the donation. Wick, you said this match counts all 3 kills I just made. Everyone's speculating about this person, wondering about the mission they gave. Right after that, the mission giver raised the bounty. Sirius increased the reward. The current reward is 30,000. The stream room buzzed loudly at this generous offer. The announcement board stayed in front of his eyes. He hesitated, glanced at his watch, then decided to accepted, while checking the remaining players. Only 76 left. Gotta hurry and grab that money. Everyone in the stream room was sure he regretted how few players remained. A few said those last players would be taken down soon anyway. The remaining few admired his confident style. He chuckled. I get paid per kill, so if they have to die, I will handle it. Elsewhere, gunshots rang out from a distant building, and a player was just taken down. The announcement popped up. Bulletman headshot. Bulletman stood on a crate. Laughing. Sniping's my specialty. Got pretty lucky with gear this match. Everything's looking great. Then his scope swung to the next unlucky victim. He happily celebrated another kill. But then another announcement showed a different player had just taken down his target. Perfect play headshot. Bulletman scowled at the board, grumbling, those jerks stole my kill. Then he noticed something off about the player who got shot, and if that is a close-range assault rifle. Strange that the shot came from inside the same building. Before he could question it further, another victim was taken down the same way. The announcement appeared again. Perfect play. Headshot. Bulletman quickly put down his gun and retreated deeper inside. He peeked out, checking his watch. What the hell? Where's that shot coming from? The watch showed the surrounding area, and the bullet's trajectory stunned him from the sports field, sniping from there with an assault rifle. Immediately, he grabbed his binoculars, crouched, and scanned the sports field. No way! There is nowhere to hide there. After scanning and seeing no one, he quickly concluded, just as he thought, no one was there. But before he finished thinking, the flash from the A4 and gunfire came straight at him. Bulletman's binoculars shattered instantly. At the same time, Jumba smiled at him, along with the binoculars breaking. The announcement rang out. Perfect play. Headshot. Looking at the board, Jumba grinned and told everyone in the stream room, see, I told you it would be fine. The stream room was still stunned by his bold move. Jumbuk explained his plan to everyone. I can't waste time checking every building. Step out into the open, and the enemies will come to me. His plan to make himself the bait shocked everyone. No one had thought of using themselves to lure enemies like this. After using the A4, Jumby tilted it back and forth, finding it a bit awkward. Still, it felt different from the ERF. Something was not quite right. Some newcomers asked if his ERF was really that bad, but others denied it. Some said he felt odd, but every shot hit. Comments reminded that it might be the bullet physics, and someone added the game's mechanics were very realistic. He found this confusing. Bullet physics. The comment explained simply how to aim, and the bullet's path to Jinenbuks. After reading and thinking for a while, he decided to try shooting at a car speeding right in front of him. Got it. Let us see if I can get used to this. Jumbuk immediately raised the A4, focused fully, and thought about the car's path at the moment of shooting. The car was moving so fast that aiming directly would not hit. But if he guessed the path at the shot, he could aim slightly ahead. Then the gunshot rang out instantly. Some were amazed that Jinenbi really shot at the car. At the same time, the car screeched loudly as it braked hard. The announcement appeared above. See headshot with a 401. Target eliminated. Escape zone. Jumba breathed a relieved sigh. We done. Everyone in the stream room was amazed at his bullet trajectory. Jumba raised his gun in front of him with a smile. I knew something was off, but it turned out it was not my fault. What a relief. Everyone in the room split into 2 groups. Half figured it out. The other half did not get a thing. Then he walked over to the car I just took down and thanked everyone in the stream room. Thanks for explaining this. It clears up why I felt something was strange. Must be the physics engine. Those who did not get it were confused, while the others simply said, just aim and shoot. At that moment, the chat filled with complaints. Some questioned how he could understand the bullet physics instantly. Others accused him of cheating. Reading those comments, Guy Ota just smiled and replied, I am really just curious about the script. Right away, defenders popped up in the chat. Seeing the angry comments flood the chat, He thought about what Kwang Hun once said about people like this, those who try to put others down to feel better about themselves. The comment section instantly turned chaotic. Some felt they were just speaking their minds. Others quickly called out troublemakers. Then a new comment appeared, accusing him of paying people to boost his praise in chat. At this point, Ga Angbi felt things had gone too far and started to get annoyed. They are really starting to piss me off. Maybe I should warn them a bit. But before he could say anything, a notice popped up that the commentator was kicked from the chat by the moderator. Then a series of messages showed more people getting kicked out. The constant flood of notifications froze Ga Angbi in place. What the heck? Watching those alerts pop up, someone happily commented that the mods had dealt with those troublemakers. Well, Jeek whispered, "No kidding, this is serious." Then he opened the car door, and the knocked out guy fell out immediately. Ga Hanta joked with everyone. "Oh man, looks like he had a bit too much to drink." Then he searched the body and pulled out a few items. A frag grenade, a smoke grenade, and some ammo. Thanks. After pulling the pin on the grenade, a notification popped up, perfect play headshot. A lightning bolt struck straight down below with 3 announcements. 59 out of 100 players left. Survival rate dropped below 60%. The safe zone started shrinking due to the electric field. For every 10 deaths, the safe zone shrinks further. Everyone was surprised as the game speed suddenly ramped up. Looking at the map displayed on his watch, Ga Angbi guessed the center zone was right in the middle of the map. I bet this will be the final area. Hearing center zone, the chat got excited but warned him to be careful. Seeing the distance from his spot to the center, he slapped the car and cheerfully told everyone, "It is a bit far. We need to move fast." As he climbed in, Ga Angbo floored the gas, leaving a cloud of dust behind. On the way to the center, bullets flew close to his tires. Ga Angbe quickly swerved to dodge the incoming fire. He cheered excitedly. So this is the drive to the circle strategy. He did not slow down but kept speeding up, then hit the gas to launch into the air. As soon as he appeared, a hail of bullets shot straight under his car. Ga Angbosi hid in the trunk, still holding the grenade. Watching the chaos unfold below, he was thrilled. Look at all those guys camping on the bridge. Everyone focused on the grenade in Giag Muka's hand, excited that he was about to throw it right in the gap. 2 grenades flew out, and Gango was pumped. Chat, how much should I pay to get through the toll? The grenade exploded, followed by a series of perfect play notifications for the blast. He took out a whole group in seconds with just 2 grenades. At the same time, he jumped out of the car, ready to land below. The stream room was stunned and excited. Right then, a prize notification sounded. Serious bonus added. Current bonus, 100,000. Ga Angbifi gently landed and thanked the quest giver. Phew, thanks for the 30,000. The spectacular explosion behind him captivated the stream room, and some were impressed by the cash he earned. After landing and seeing the cleaned up scene, he told everyone, "Too bad I do not think I can finish off all the down guys." The stream chat erupted with cheers at the epic sight. Below, a few confused comments popped up, wondering if this was really the Gunner Grounds game they were playing. Someone's getting hyped, wondering how many will be taken down at the center when he arrives. As the dust clears, the sign pointing to the center appears right before Jean Bess. He lifts the A4 rifle, flashes a bright smile to everyone in the stream room, and eagerly heads toward the center. Alright, moving to the center. After reaching the center area, 2 more alerts pop up. 47 players remain alive, and the safe zone starts shrinking due to the electric field. At the same time, the electric field circle closes near where Jen Bife stands. He looks around, sensing some scavengers in the buildings across from him, probably about 20 left. Such a small zone, yet no one is showing up. Seeing him wonder aloud, the chat explains it is probably because he entered the zone too early. Some folks are avoiding fights and healing up. Others comment that there are some newbies and noobs around. One comment mentions the electric field deals damage over time. So theoretically, if you have enough healing items, you can survive. Reading that surprises him. The goal is to survive till the end. So that makes sense. I do not have time to hunt everyone down. Then he flashes a calculating smile and calls out to a donator. Wick, preparing to use his A4, he smiles brightly and asks, if they die from the electric field, does it count as a kill for me? The chat is baffled by his question, unsure how he plans to handle the remaining players. Suddenly, gunfire rings out, a player goes down. He shoots a fleeing player right on the spot. The kill count updates on screen, showing how many remain alive. 44. Another victim falls under Jun Baki's bullet while trying to escape. He was taken out by Jian Beef. The alive count drops to 41. Then another player is felled by him. Shimo takes a bullet straight to the forehead as the kill count rises. The electric field shrinks the safe zone again. 36 remain alive. The alert shows the zone shrinking again. Jumbeef seems unfazed, just smiling as he keeps sniping. After downing another victim, He slings his rifle over his shoulder, looks to the sky confidently, and says, "If I kill enough, the electric field will expand." At that moment, multiple alerts pop up showing players eliminated by the electric field. Everyone in chat is confused about what is happening in the game. At the same time, a new alert appears before Jinbek's. The serious prize has increased, now totaling 220,000. Seeing the bonus, he excitedly thanks the donator for counting those kills for him. "Wick, I will do my best." Everyone in chat feels powerless against him, thinking he treats other players like walking wallets. At the same time, he notices something strange. Wait, why are they running toward the electric field? Meanwhile, other players run away from where Junbuff stands, avoiding him like the plague. Seeing his confusion, people remind him it is his fault, adding that the electric field is scarier than the zone. But even if they run, he shows no mercy. A spray of bullets fires off, hitting the fleeing players one by one. Nope, not letting anyone escape. The chat feels helpless against him. Joking even shoots those trying to surrender. Demon, I am running too. But Giant B feels no remorse about what he is doing. Calmly, he tells everyone, no mercy on the battlefield, kill or be killed. Chat disagrees, saying no one can kill him. Some joke the real mission is to survive his bullets. After scanning around and feeling no one is left nearby, Jim concludes, "Looks like I have nearly cleaned this area out." Before he finishes, a player hiding near a wooden cart catches his eye. Metal flashes by that player's side. Immediately, Junbive raises his A4 and fires straight at that player. But the bullet does not hit the player. It grazes the metal piece instead. The player panics and dashes away from Junboof. People wonder why the warning was there. Someone says he is just going to die outside the zone anyway. Others ask if Junbatev will make a mistake too. Meanwhile, as the player flees, a grenade falls from his side pouch. The grenade explodes loudly, and an alert sounds. Boom. The chat is shocked, wondering if he just committed suicide on the spot. Only Jin B stands silently as another alert shows 19 players remain alive, and the zone shrinks again due to the electric field. Seeing everyone's confusion, Guy just laughed loudly. His grenade pin was exposed, so I took the chance to pull it out for him. That counts as my kin, right? Nobody could believe he shot the grenade pin, and they could not understand why he let it show like that. Everyone started running out of the safe zone, but Jun stayed calm, watching them flee. He raised his binoculars to check the situation. The center was cleared. Only a few players left running in the circle. Then, an unexpected scene made him gasp. The announcement board showed players getting eliminated by the electric field as the safe zone shrank. Even when numbers dropped to the single digits, players kept rushing in. The chaotic scene was insane. Players kept dying, some from the electric field, some from crashing vehicles, others from being taken out by enemies. The survivor count dropped to 3. Suddenly, an explosion sent someone flying off the ground. The commentators could not help but remark, "This chaos is unreal." Some said maybe the electric field had thrown the players into chaos. Finally, the announcement showed only one survivor left. Guy took off his binoculars, watching continuous explosions like fireworks right before him, silently thanking those others. Fireworks. They did not have to go this far just to celebrate me. The commentators did not know what to say either, so kind of them. They came just to celebrate Purple Elm Mao. Right after, the game announced the winner. Perfect play, you have won. Winner beef dinner. Rank 1. 25 kin victory. Guy stood still, staring at the announcement on the screen. The chat was buzzing with excitement. At the same time, a new announcement appeared. Stacking challenge completed. Sirius donated a total of 420,000. He quickly thanked him. "Wick, thanks for the fun challenge." Seeing the donation pop up, he was so happy he teared up but still could not resist teasing. Speaking of challenges, it reminded me of Agent 1. I wonder how he is doing now. The chat even asked if he was teasing him. Just after finishing the mission, Guy said goodbye to everyone. "Agent 1, if you are mad, you know what to do." "Alright then, let us end it here. Thanks for hanging out today." The chat was disappointed, wanting him to keep playing, but he left the stream room. Meanwhile, a notification popped up in Genome's channel. Perfect Play was live on the Genome channel with 2,347 viewers. He was sitting, enjoying some pastries on the table. Seeing the notification, he quickly thanked them. "Thanks for the red." He also greeted others. "Welcome, riders." The chat was confused by his greeting, but filled with mixed emotions and memories about Genome. Then he started checking his schedule, announcing an upcoming stream. "Like I said, I am about to do a collab stream with a genius surgeon." The chat sounded a bit bored about the next stream, and some complained about his health. Genome immediately fired back, correcting everyone. "Hey, Watch your words, I am still in my 30s. And this guest is going to be super special. Then a donation notification popped up. Just get on with it, send a video with a 5,000 donation. The video showed Gene in the stream room while Gina messaged his fans. I do not want to look bad during the collab, so I am practicing a bit after seeing the video. The drink Gina just swallowed made him choke and spit it out immediately. He kept coughing, while the chat joked about his age and wondered, is Jin really the guest? The scene startled Gene. He was shocked. Just practice. How is he this good? The chat said this video was from today's stream and cheered Gene on to get pumped for the collab. Right then, at Jiek's house, Bung Hun's desperate scream rang out, "This is not my fault." Seeing him collapse on the floor, Duo said coldly, "Don't he complain after you stood us up? You said we would meet at the cafe. Remember?" He immediately argued back. This was honestly the hardest challenge in my video editing career. Bung Hun rushed up, grabbed Jin's neck tightly, and scolded him. I wanted to fit everything in, but it was just too much. I spent all last night deciding what to keep and what to cut. So yeah, this is all your fault. He was baffled. He heard accusations from his friend, but did not understand a thing. Just stunned and let out a sigh. Huh. Hearing Bung Hun's words, Duosho immediately guessed he would probably stayed up all night. Another all-nighter. Your schedule's completely messed up now. Bung Hun was also deep in thought about this. No choice. I have to keep up with the video upload schedule. Sorry for leaving you guys hanging. Du did not blame him either. Just gently said, "Alright. Let us say you have a good reason. That is a solid response." Our video even hit the top 4 trending. Hearing this, Bung Hun changed completely, bursting out excitedly. "That is why I stayed up all night. It is all your fault. You are just too much of a genius." Du agreed with what Bung Hun said. Yeah, he really is a genius. You confirmed that to both of them. But being a genius alone is not enough. Bung Hun was left confused by what you said. What do you mean? He dominates every game he plays? Du quickly explained admiration easily turns into envy. Remember the chat this morning. Remember all those comments accusing Vu Kagan of scripting lies against me. Gong scratched his head. Exhausted. You mean those guys? Duad. And it gets even worse. Then you pointed at him. That is why Gyufyi has a big role to play. You have to become a beloved genius. Seeing he still did not get what was going on, Duo immediately explained to both of them. Your channel grew too fast in such a short time. So you have not really built a tight-knit community yet. Now it is time to focus on creating a sense of belonging with a loyal fanbase. Then you shared your plan with Jamex and Bung Hun. I am thinking of registering for channel membership, to unlock membership and customization features. We already qualify, just need to apply. Hearing this, Bung Hun got excited. That means we can run ads on the stream. Duo concluded, so besides donations, we will have a steady income source. But after hearing it, he felt a bit uneasy. I am not sure about that. I think ads will drive viewers away. But contrary to his worry, Bung Hun insisted, no way. The benefits of memberships outweigh that. So most viewers support streamers when memberships are enabled. This can offer them lots of perks. Membership duration and exclusive emotes help distinguish subscribers from non-subscribers, like selling emotes only for members. $4.99 for instant sub-only access. He added it helps them stand out in chat, catch the streamer's attention, and feel part of the community. That is when Jimex finally understood. I get it now. Viewers want the streamer's attention too. If it helps me get closer to viewers, then After the other two agreed, Du asked, alright, I will look into custom badges and the costs. Speaking of costs, you still have not registered your business, right? Bung Hun asked him. Should he? Well, Dua hesitated. Unsure, I do not think it is necessary. But hearing this, Dua immediately blew up at them both. Hey, look at the channel's growth and revenue. You should track expenses like commissions and even coffee money at meetings to save on taxes. The other two did not know anything and stared wide-eyed at his explanation. Dua smart. Finally, Duhide, if you plan to hire both of us, you must register your business. I am not working at some sweatshop. As soon as he said that, Gaibu realized, wait, so Bang Hun's excited too. He did not say much. Just nodded. Yeah. Then he made the decision, I am officially joining your team. Just that one sentence from Du fired up the other two. They quickly stood up, hugged Du, and started jumping around. They were so happy they were shouting loudly. Bang Hun was crying tears of joy. Duo just reminded them. You should also get insurance for Byung Hun. If he gets sick, everything falls apart. Remember to keep him from overworking. Hearing this, he shouted, I get insurance too. Duek looked at him like he was an idiot and asked back. You have worked in this field a long time and still do not know. You do not even know about business registration. Bung Hun then remembered his former boss. I only work contract by contract. Wait, so I worked for that bastard all those years. Could it be that he has always been messing with me? At that moment, the image of the old owner teasing him flashed through Byung Hun's mind. Silly old owner of Mu Hun. Meanwhile, the exploiter pushed up his glasses and said to the two, I will handle the paperwork. Meanwhile, you decide on the company name to register with Air. Miss, he said gently. All right, then, in front of the other two, they decided to name their group Team Perfect. Bang Hun excitedly clenched his fist. I love. Du also agreed with the name. Nice. Hearing that, Gang immediately smiled happily. He declared he looked forward to working with everyone. Right after, Bang Hun raised his hand to bring the focus back to the main topic. Back to the earlier topic. The event to celebrate our partnership will be with Genome. Du looked at him, thought for a moment, then said, but I am a bit worried. Genome has very loyal fans but also quite a few haters. When you put it that way, I do not really get it. What about Du? Du explained. Meaning you will also become a target of those haters. Many people will deliberately enter the game to disrupt the streamer. But unlike the surprise you would expect, Guy Bifo calmly replied to Duo, just kill them all. Right? After all, this is Battle Royale. His answer and completely nonchalant attitude left Duo speechless. Bung Hun clapped him on the shoulder. That is a genius mindset. Get used to it. Duo bound to adjust his glasses, feeling a headache from these two. So irresponsible. Now is a critical stage to build reputation. I am afraid the perfect image you have created might get destroyed. Then, Guy Bifi immediately offered a suggestion to Duo Ho, so I should practice more before the collab. Actually, I want to try something. Right after, the clacking sound of a keyboard echoed. A new announcement appeared instantly on the stream channel for everyone. Our Perfect Gunnerground event. Hello, I am Kim Editor, the channel manager. To celebrate the channel's partnership, a wanted poster of Gmix was displayed. We will hold a mini-event just for subscribers. An announcement about the Out Perfect Gunnerground event was posted. Hello, I am the channel manager and editor here. To celebrate the channel's partnership, we are hosting a mini-event just for subscribers. Gunnerground Out Perfect. Signing out. 50 subscribers will be randomly selected to join the stream. 49 subscribers randomly chosen will be allowed stream sniping. Watch the streamer's live stream while playing to gain an advantage. According to the announcement, this is an epic battle between subscribers and Gonbus, a grand 1 versus 99 battle. The prizes and promises are incredibly enticing. Escape from purple until the last minute. Prizes will be awarded to the longest survivors. Besides the prize, if anyone can defeat G and Beef, the bounty will be a huge sum. If you can take down Purple, you will get a massive reward. The Bounty Hunter prize for killing Purple is 1 million. About $1,000. At this point, the chat was buzzing with excitement over the event on stream. Meanwhile, Gaangba also appeared on the channel to greet everyone. Hello, everyone. Announcement sounded. Lots of players registered within a month. Everyone hopes to be the chosen one. He was surprised. Thank you all so much. I did not expect so many subscribers. I have not had a chance to customize yet. For now, they are just a string of text, but everyone seems pretty satisfied. Suddenly, another announcement appeared. Genome has subscribed for a month. I heard you did very well the first time. Looking forward to our collab. Seeing the announcement from Genome surprised him a bit. Genome, thanks for subscribing. I am looking forward to it too. Hearing him say that, the chat was buzzing with excitement, waiting for the day they would collab. After the stream room settled down for a bit, Guying BT spoke as mentioned in the channel announcement. Today I have prepared a stream with viewer participation. At that moment, a spinning wheel appeared beside him. Looks like my manager is spinning the wheel to pick random winners right now. Everyone is eagerly hoping to be chosen. The stream room showed an announcement. 49 viewers selected, room code sent to all 100 players. After the draw ended, the wheel disappeared, and Guy Angbuffy messaged those who won. Congratulations, everyone. Use the code to enter the training room. Those who did not win angrily shouted in the chat below, not wanting to keep everyone waiting. Guy Budisi immediately headed to the training room. Before fully entering, he made a throat-cutting gesture. Alright, it is time to start the first viewer participation event. Right on time. The others in the chat did not understand what he meant and felt a chill from Guy Bakun's gesture. By now, he had entered the training room and was rushing downward like last stream. While the chat erupted with excitement, suddenly, a shout caught his attention. B, you are too fast. Over here, a group rushed down alongside him, their excited shouts filling the air. Mutt, it is B. Unbelievable. B, look at this girl. B, Please punch her in the head. Comments popped up about the number of people in the training room, including female fans and some surprised by someone so hyped they wanted to get punched in the head. Hearing his name, Guy Bifi cheerfully responded. He clasped his hands together and shouted, "Where is everyone going? Last time I went to HEP, but now someone's telling me to go to school." A mix of relevant and unrelated replies flooded in. "I am following you." "School? Huh? Sounds good. Please kill me first. Move aside. I will be the first to die by his hands." The chat found this group's antics hilarious. Some fans cheered excitedly. The purple singer's perfect punch stunned Guy Buffett speechless. Then he burst out laughing. That is the magic of letting viewers join in. Just then, someone lunged straight at him, surprising Guy and igniting the chat. People guessed this was a suicidal bomber move. Seeing him rush towards him, Guy Buff grinned slyly and asked, "Your plan is to die together?" Skivvy Rodrigo charged at him. "I never said you had to survive to win. Now, hold me tight." But before anything could happen, Guy blocked his hands firmly. With one move, he flipped him down below. Skivvy Rodrigo nervously watched the ground rush closer. Suddenly, he darted down, grabbing both of Skivvy Rodrigo's hands. His strength did not stand a chance against Guy Buff. Both of Rodrigo's hands were controlled tightly. The hold seemed a bit much, making Guy Buffy smile brightly as he squeezed Rodrigo's hands against his neck, letting him choke himself. "Let me just hold your hands." "All right." Skivvy Rodrigo's face reddened from choking, and he barely managed broken words. "He is too strong." The chat watched this half joking, half excited. Eventually, Skivvy Rodrigo strangled himself until his face turned purple, only able to make a muffled sound. A notification sounded. His first punch knocked him out. A Skivvy Rodrigo. Guy Bifi stood up using Rodrigo's body and looked at the announcement. He was a bit surprised by the result. "Huh. This counts as a knockout. Must be because I hit him in the head." The chat could not hold back their laughter. Then, seeing his it had Skiv, they guessed his identity. Guy Bifi kicked him down and used the momentum to fly up. He immediately soared out, smiling brightly at the person who had long passed out. "A Skivvy Rodrigo. Sorry, but this does not count as kin for me. Thanks for joining." Then a heavy thud sounded as the notification appeared again. The chat laughed at this player's result. At the same time, Guy Bifi landed on the school field. He looked up at the parachutes above and exclaimed in amazement. So many people, seeing them gradually landing nearby. Guy Bifi decided to prepare gifts to welcome his guests. "Oh no? Everyone's coming to me. Better get ready to greet them." He picked up a gun, the Megapixel Fin 90-some, a parachute-dropping weapon. Holding it sparked curiosity in the chat. Then he aimed the gun straight at the paratroopers outside. "I want to make this more fun, so I set it so parachute items appear on the ground too." The stream chat exploded with all kinds of comments on different topics. After aiming, a burst of shots from the parachute gun fired. He smiled at the group outside, especially those scared and dropping parachutes too early. "Let me help you get over your fear of heights." The chat instantly felt a mix of fear and excitement. They did not know if he would win the icebreaker prize. After dealing with the group, he gently smiled with a lively glow. Treatment was done, but no one understood anything. Some even thought he was at fault. Yet before the comments could finish questioning, panicked screams from the parachuters echoed, followed by heavy thuds in the training room. Multiple alerts went off simultaneously, leaving commenters speechless in disbelief. They could not believe he was aiming only at their parachute cords. At the same time, some comments doubted Jinbut's skill. Someone quickly reminded others about him shooting a grenade pin last time. After reading the comments, he replied, "I am holding it for anyone who dies while actually fighting me." The comments half-jokingly said maybe only a glorious death could earn this prize. Right after taking out a group of players, Jun Bisa, carrying the parachute gun, headed up the stairs. "All right, time to find ammo." Following his instincts, he approached an unfamiliar room and found many items inside but no ammo he needed. "I can find ammo for this gun, plus some energy drinks." Megapixel 90 uses special 5.7mm ammo. The comments felt like today was not looking good for him. Jumba closed his eyes, sensing the surroundings for a moment. "Okay, then I will sharpen my senses." He followed his instincts upstairs. Upstairs, he sensed one or two targets. Finally, he appeared before a room full of items. This was the room. Manhwa was hiding inside and was so startled by his arrival that he jumped. Commenters took turns guessing what he would do next. Jumbive was so surprised he was speechless. "I only noticed something good like loot, so I did not realize anyone was here." Before he could say more, Jumpo charged forward. "Greeting. Good to see you," startling Manhwa, who raised his gun. The gunshot was instantly deflected by Jean Bess. In just 2 moves, he subdued Nen lightning fast. He slammed him onto the floor, aimed his gun, and said, "Good to meet you." The gun was loaded and pointed at Manhwa on the floor. A single shot rang out, signaling another player down. Commenters below laughed helplessly, hoping Jin Buffa would win a prize. Some teased about the situation while rifling through me Entu's bag and reading comments. He said, "Some ammo, a pistol, and a stun grenade. Thanks a lot." Looking at the decent loot, he cheerfully told everyone, "Is this what they call a fan gift?" The commenters burst out laughing, calling it a kick, not a gift. After searching a bit more, Jumba happily held up a shiny claw. "This one's definitely empty. Right?" Someone nostalgically sighed seeing the claw, while another whispered pity for the poor guy. By afternoon, when the sunset painted the school pink, Jumpy cheered, "Awesome." Meanwhile, another fan was hiding in a nearby building, quietly observing through a telescope. Better to hide and watch than die early in a loot fight. Watcher Perfect watched excitedly, focused on how Junbi handled each opponent and took down many at once. She could not help but cheer in delight. No one stood a chance against him. Just then, an old man pulled a grenade pin beside him. The old man whispered to BB. Seeing the grenade flying toward Jin Buff, Watcher Perfect panicked, shouting, "Oh no! A grenade!" Quickly, he smashed through the window, dropped down, and fired, taking out the attacker. Watcher Perfect watched the action-packed scene unfold. Amazed, "Whoa, he is so cool. Absolutely perfect." In a flash, he leapt off the railing, landed in the yard, and took down a few more. Junbai dodged every hit effortlessly. Watcher Perfect was stunned watching where he moved next. She put down the telescope. "Wait." Realizing where he was headed, she whispered, "He is coming this way." Watcher Perfect quickly dodged from the window, then crawled elsewhere. "Oh no, is it my turn? Is this how it ends?" Just then, a pair of shoes appeared beside her hand. Junbai aimed the parachute gun at Watcher Perfect, then realized she was unarmed. Watcher Perfect screamed in shock. She quickly sat up, panicked. "I hide?" But he found me right away. Giant Beefy did not know how to handle this either. He slung the gun over his shoulder. "Nice to meet you. I think my chat would hate me if I killed you." Watcher Perfect did not think about her situation at all. She blushed and nervously said, "Hello?" Then suddenly she shouted. Jambai did not understand what she wanted, but it turned out a sniper was right behind him. Watcher Perfect yelled a warning, "Sniper!" Just then, 3 bullets fired straight at Jin Bus. 3 sniper bullets flew toward Jin Bucket all at once, but no system alert sounded, only a metallic clang. At the same time, Watcher Perfect covered her face and shouted, "All 3 bullets were blocked by the claw you hid under your sleeve." She sat behind. Stunned, he blocked bullets with a claw. Then he raised his parachute gun and said to the sniper, "Better improve your sniping skills." The notification appeared, "Perfect play headshot." In the comments, everyone was amazed he blocked bullets with just that hidden claw. Someone asked if that sniper was the first victim. Jumba read the comments and replied, "My first victim was actually in the hallway. As soon as I reached the hallway, I met Obsess and took him down with the butt of my gun. By the way, what color underwear are you wearing today?" The kill notification popped up right after. Perfect play. Obsess headshot. Watching the sniper vanish from the training room, Junbai laughed and said to that person, "So instead of a reward, I will give you some advice." The comments were full of frustration over his advice. After dealing with the sniper, Junbai walked up to Watcher Perfect. He looked around for a moment and said, "And one more thing, I owe you a thank you. I spotted the shooter thanks to your gaze." She was surprised hearing that and asked, "My gaze?" The comments were not much better. Whatever Jinbi said, they just listened. Then he gave Watcher Perfect a bright smile, ready to grant her a wish. "All right. You are the last survivor on the field, so if you have a wish, I will make it happen." The comments cheered him for being sweet, and also joked he could charm Sandra too. At that moment, Watcher Perfect's heart was pounding faster than ever. She stammered and quickly spoke her wish. "Please ate me with a punch." As soon as she said that, Junbai was speechless from shock. What? Not just him, but the comments were equally shocked. Some even whispered they would seen an old guy throw a grenade to confess to him earlier. Someone asked what was going on with his fans. Junbai slowly stood up, thought for a moment, then replied to Watcher Perfect, "You do not have any weapons, so I feel a bit guilty." He raised his hand in peace. "I will let you live, so why not choose a survival reward instead of dying?" But survival rewards did not seem that important to her. Watcher Perfect charged straight at him. Starling Jibuf, "I do not want the reward." Her crazed, infatuated face shocked the comments. Everyone was scared by her reaction. Acting on reflex, Junbai punched Watcher Perfect straight in the face. She screamed. Then she collapsed with a happy smile. The notification popped up. "Your headshot punch knocked out the enemy." Perfect Watcher Seeing Watcher Perfect lying stiff on the floor, he was startled. "Oh man, I just reacted on instinct." The people commenting laughed, thrilled her wish had come true. At the same time, the electric field dropped to the ground below, with 2 alerts at once. 59,100 players remaining. Safe zone shrinking due to electric field. Jumbuk looked up. Staring outside, the 2 alerts stayed in front of him. 59,100 players left. Safe zone shrinking from the electric field. He planned to let the electric field handle the rest. "I will let the electric field take care of the rest. Let us to the safe zone." Junbaifa quickly ran toward the schoolyard. After running a bit and looking up, he noticed something interesting. A school bus, because this is the school area. A row of school buses was parked right in front of him. The comments were excited, urging him to drive the bus. Junbaifa picked one and sat in the driver's seat. The dashboard showed the route he had to take. After looking at the path for a moment, he decided where to go next. All right. Next stop, the forest edge. Meanwhile, the electric field dropped straight to the ground below, at the subway station. Outside the stream room, Byung Hun was sipping water and laughing excitedly. "We have already got so many great shots." Duho sat beside him, reminding him, "That means you will have a lot on your plate. So take care of yourself." But Byung Hun leaned back in his chair, casually replying, "If it gets overwhelming, we can hire a video editor assistant like we talked about." He pointed at the screen and said, "I think you should start looking now." Byung Hun immediately jumped up. They are making their move. It is Team Hollycomb. While Goop was driving to the safe zone, Hollycomb was already preparing to ambush Ann here. Hearing about this team, Duo got excited. "This is going to be interesting." Those 4 are the champions of the Gunner tournament. They won the Gunner Akol University League in Korea. Meanwhile, Junbai had no clue, singing carefree on the bus. Thinking of this made Byung Hun even more pumped. He clenched his fists. They are forming a team and streaming Sleeping Perfect. This will be the perfect challenge. Just as we hope, Duo is equally eager. And if he wins the 1st and 4th matches against such high-level players. Byung Hun looked at the screen confidently and smiled firmly. "Then I will hire that editing assistant right away." "Well, we are about to get some epic footage." Meanwhile, Guy Boss was driving toward the safe zone, with announcements warning the safe zone was shrinking due to the electric field. "The safe zone is shrinking due to the electric field. Survivors, 49. He sang and chatted casually, unaware of the danger awaiting him. "I am smoothly approaching the final zone thanks to this bus." Someone in the chat said, "Is this really Gung?" Someone asked, while another joked, "Is he playing Euro Simulator?" But the calm did not last. He sensed danger approaching. Something was off. Seeing military vehicles ahead, Jumbuk immediately recognized the ambush. His eyes lit up with excitement for the new challenge. At the same time, a loud shout rang out and spike traps were thrown instantly. The chat exploded in chaos over the sudden ambush. Meanwhile, Jumbuk calmly drove toward the spike traps without braking. He buckled his seatbelt with a bright smile and tightened it securely. As the clack sounded, he prepared to face the ambush. "Fasten your seatbelt." Jumbuk floored the gas, spun the wheel once, and cheerfully acted as if nothing was wrong. "Gotta stay alive." The bus sped into the spike trap. The chat panicked, but he stayed calm, pulling out a grenade pin. As the bus began to flip, he threw the grenade down onto the spike trap below. A huge explosion rocked the area. The blast aftershock even reached Hollycomb's members. Hollycomb Fishit gasped in shock, staring at the scene. He was too stunned to speak. "No way!" Thanks to the explosion's aftershock, instead of crashing on the spikes, the bus flew up, flipped once, then landed safely. Only the windshield shattered. Everyone in the chat was speechless with amazement. Suddenly, Jumbaiv let out a shout. Hollycomb quickly regrouped. "Move out." He was surprised by their speed. Their ambush was professional and well-coordinated, definitely top-tier players. Jumbaiv shifted gears, and the chat erupted non-stop. Nobody could believe Jung and Biffa was facing Team Hollycomb this time. Right after, Chun An readied himself for their next attack. The chat showed some info about Hollycomb for him. 3 vehicles sped toward each other at breakneck speed. Jumbai grabbed his pistol, reading the chat aloud. "Diamonds. Huh, I better be careful." Just then, Hollycomb Fishit threw a lit Molotov straight at GX. Before it could get inside the vehicle, Jax quickly shot it to pieces. "This might be where I go down." The chat debated who would gain the upper hand in this battle. The shattered Molotov immediately caught fire. 2 Hollycomb vehicles had to split up. One of them shouted, "Damn, can T believe I am seeing him in person?" Hollycomb's 3 shouted back, "I am a hardcore fan." Right beside you is Hollycomb's leader. He urged Basic to confess quickly. At the same time, he immediately pulled out a heavy weapon that even Gon BC did not expect. "Roger that, boss." Hollycomb Bai Chi stood on the military vehicle with a gun on his shoulder. He said excitedly, I have got this ready for you. Boom. The commentators instantly recognized what Holocom Bit was carrying on his shoulder, MRUP anti-tank launcher, 52 caliber. Everyone was shocked by it, seeing the fiery love heading his way. Guy Beefy chuckled twice and said helplessly, "This love is a bit over the top. Looking at that if it hits, the bus would be destroyed. Not even the school bus would survive the blast." Then he glanced behind himself, analyzing the vehicle positions. 2 Holocom vehicles, one behind the other, closed in on his bus, based on his analysis of speed, wind direction, and Holocom its stance and aiming angle. He predicted the bullet's path. He spun around, firing 3 or 4 shots rapidly. The rear window shattered from his pistol fire. Everyone watched in confusion as Holocom got excited. All right, with all that love, they're fired, speeding straight toward the bus. The missile flew right in front of Jing Books, but instead of exploding, it flew past to the back, heading straight for the 2 others behind the Holocom team. Holocom Fishit saw the Rapi missile coming right at him, startled, and shouted. But nothing could change the outcome. The explosion echoed along with the announcement. 2 Holocom members were taken down. Meanwhile, Gaibif steered the bus aside to avoid the blast. Inside the commentary, everyone was stunned and could not believe his actions. The ruck blast blocked Holocom leader's view. He ducked behind the windshield, frustrated, yelling, "Damn it, I can't see a thing." Just then, a gunshot rang out, aimed straight at Holocom leader. The announcement popped up. Perfect play took down Holy Leader. Holocom leader was taken out in one strike. Holocom Bay could only scream in terror. At the same time, Jumbuff leaned out the window, the smoke from the gunfire still lingering. He leaned over to look at the other 2. Holocom Bachit shouted, "Stop, now." Then Holocom Bait's vehicle crashed into the roadside guardrail. He was thrown from the vehicle, only able to let out a desperate scream as Holocom Bachit flew out of the car. Guy before break, while Holocom Bachit fell down the ravine. He reminded, "I told you so." He smiled brightly, tightened his seatbelt, and told everyone in the commentary, "Buckle your seatbelts to save your lives." In the chat, fans cheered his victory, while quickly urging him to loot the Holocom team's gear. Holocomit's vehicle lost control and crashed into the roadside barrier, throwing him out and sending him tumbling down the ravine. At the same time, Gaiba said, like I said, he looked at the chat, buckled his seatbelt, and said to everyone, "Buckle up to stay alive." The chat roared with excitement, quickly telling him to loot. After stopping the vehicle, he got out and sighed helplessly as he walked. "Oh man," seeing the Holocom team scattered everywhere. Guy Bitey scratched his head. "I did not think he would really fall down the ravine. Now I can feel bad." Meanwhile, the chat kept reminding everyone to buckle their seat belts. After searching the vehicle, Guy Bach muttered, "Thanks for the love, everyone." He suddenly discovered a new item. At that moment, a message popped up announcing a new starting item. Excited, he looked at the notification while hauling the loot he would gathered. What is this? Then, starting a new day. A group of campgoing side on a rooftop. So bored, Bang Bang Purple said, holding binoculars to his teammate beside him. "He is almost here." Wanna Snip lay next to the sniper rifle and asked him. He would not dare run off without the prize money. Right? Of course not. That drew in his channel's reputation. At the same time, message alerts kept ringing. Bang Bang P got annoyed hearing the notifications and asked, "Alright, but why so many messages?" As he opened them, the text popped up immediately. He is facing a 4-person squad. Luckily he has got all. He will arrive in about 10 minutes. Someone asked, "Already this far?" Then a message came through. He just got a fresh start up above. Way up. The latest message startled the purple gang. Right above him, a firework shot straight down at his spot. Guy Buff, paragliding, fired the firework. As the bullet left the gun, he asked them, "How's the camping going?" At this moment, the purple gang had not even looked up yet, and the firework had pierced through the message. Aimed right at him, a terrifying explosion rang out, and the kill notification instantly popped up. Perfect play, purple gang eliminated. The comments were full of shock. Meanwhile, Gaigbag landed smoothly on the rooftop, completely unharmed, not a scratch on him. He smiled triumphantly looking at the orange team members he had taken down. "I felt a strong concentration of enemies, so I easily pinpointed their locations. After equipping the gear I grabbed from the Holocom team, Gaigbag happily thanked them." The Holocom team thanked everyone for their love and support. The notification also appeared for a fresh start. Choose a place to parachute. Like at the game's start, some in the comments wondered if he was mocking them, but someone quickly corrected them, saying this was an honor. As soon as he appeared, he became the target for everyone's attacks. Sniper bullets whizzed just under Gaigbag's feet. He picked up a sniper rifle nearby, Looks like someone left a sniper for me. Then he quickly slipped out of the open area and hid behind a big concrete block to avoid the fire. The comments immediately gasped at the sheer number of sniper rifles. Gang Buzzy hid behind the concrete, quietly calculating his next moves. The moment his position was exposed, he felt deadly intent from all directions, just from their attack style. He knew they were stream snipers hunting him. They were all after his bounty. Gang used his old tactic again, baiting enemies with his body. Stream snipers. Anyone watching? As soon as I appeared, bullets rained down like a storm. He quickly turned back to the concrete, smiling at the hidden stream snipers. This is my first time sniping, so please go easy on me. The comments worried because sniper fights are won by whoever is quickest, and they feared he would be exposed right after. He jumped straight down from the rooftop to the second floor. Everyone was confused by what he was doing. Some even advised that sniping from there would not work. He moved fast to the window and fired continuously outside. Gunshots echoed, and the comments filled with questions, puzzled by his playstyle. Then came a series of notifications. Perfect Play had taken down a group. The comments grew even more puzzled. Then one comment popped up, Headshot 122. He took out a bunch of snipers in the blink of an eye. First was a blue-haired guy. Just as the sound rang out, the blue-haired guy was down. Next, a purple-haired sniper entered his sights, and one shot finished him. The comments exploded. They could not believe what he just did. They kept debating how he pulled off that sniper combo. Meanwhile, Gainkoba quickly hid behind a wall, quietly counting enemies. Now, there were no bad guys left on the rooftops. Looks like they gave up on sniping, but just as the outside was safe, a new danger appeared inside the building by the stairs. Gainbai Thief tilted his head, listening for sounds. Right then, the comments warned him it was a grenade and told him to run fast. Suddenly, a grenade with its pin pulled flew straight at him. Gang Beefy excitedly grabbed the pan he had hidden and rushed toward the grenade. Sorry. I can tee. Quick as lightning. He swung the pan right up. He batted the grenade toward the foot of the stairs. Catch this. An ambush team panicked as the grenade flew their way. The grenade exploded, and at the same time, a kill notification sounded. Super Pro Killer had taken down ZQ. Look at how he fought back. The comments could not believe their eyes. Some joke. Are we playing tennis? Gang Baitsev stood hiding behind the wall, laughing at them. Easy, just stay calm. But the comments said most people were hiding, while the rest were cheering for his victory. After finishing inside, Guy Kwambotha went back out, handled the outside. He took his sniper rifle and moved outside. The streets were incredibly quiet. It seemed everyone had already hidden. So now we are playing hide and seek. When everyone starts hiding, that is when I begin to search. If you do not show yourselves, I will find you myself. The comment section is buzzing with excitement. Everyone's cheering him on. Then began Jeonbok's perfect place hunt, taking down a series of players with just his pistol. The handgun he brought quickly took out an unlucky player he found. Jeonbok calculated the number of players left. Let us see. I think there is only one person left in the shelter. Someone asked, how do you know? And immediately someone answered below, because he is a god. To clear the doubt, he said, I counted everyone while parachuting earlier. The comment section was stunned by his answer. The chat exploded with surprise at his words. Jeonbok climbed the stairs, and as he stepped up, he immediately noticed someone there. They seemed happy to see me and revealed themselves. He smiled triumphantly. They are waiting for me. Not wanting to keep the enemy waiting, he sped up from walking to sprinting straight up the stairs. Better to go greet them. He quickly changed his gear, putting his pistol aside. Kenner, guarding the top of the stairs as Jeonbok charged, shouted, he is speeding up. At the same time, Jeonbok wielded his claw and dashed forward. Kenner quickly fired at him, but before the bullet reached, Jeonbok had already raised his claw. Just before the bullet hit his head, he swung his claw up with a sharp clang, deflecting the bullet back at Kill Penner, knocking him out instantly. Jeonbok smiled brightly. Startling me. Announcement popped up. K. Penner headshot. Everyone in the comments was speechless with disbelief. Jeonbok was so thrilled his happiness was written all over his face. He really nailed it. I am truly surprised. Everyone else was helpless against this strange guy. Then another announcement flashed, a lightning bolt down to the lower area. The safe zone was shrinking due to the electric field. An unlucky player was eliminated by the electric field. The system's electric field struck again. Then another victim fell. After that, a series of system announcements showed the electric field taking out the remaining players. Finally, an announcement congratulated the winner. Perfect Bowl. You are the champion. Winner, winner, beef dinner, rank 172. Seeing the victory message, Jeonbok let out an amazed shout. The match ended with no one else showing up. The comment section was stunned. No one could believe it. Some comments felt a bit bored, since it still was not the full 99 players. Jeonbok sighed and held a grenade, Ready to throw? I hoped for a worthy opponent. Sadly, the comment section felt heartbroken hearing that. Then the grenade spun out of his hand. But the pin dropped with a click. There is always next time. Don't worry. He has got his claw ready. There will be many more battles to come, so stay tuned. He swung the claw out, promising other stream viewers that the prize money would keep growing. Someone asked if this was a lottery, but others said the lottery's easier to win. Some asked if anyone could ever beat him, but the reply was a firm no way. Junebox gained momentum and launched himself onto his claw, then blasted into the air from the grenade's explosion. Thanks to the 99 participants and 5,000 viewers watching the first round. Now the comment section was in awe of that finale. Someone even asked if the earlier complaints about a boring ending were true. Junebox raised his hand to wave. Thanks for watching. Everyone. Goodbye. Everyone. The chat exploded with cheers. Duho was left speechless after watching his performance. Did he really just do that? One commenter even shocked the manager. Then a voice rang out. Speak up. Praise Purple in the Holly dorm. Inside the room, the championship trophy gleamed in the sunlight. The Hollycom team was reviewing the recent stream. Hollycom Fishit was still stunned. I think I just wet my pants. Hollycom lasted patted him reassuringly. Mine's already in the wash. Hollycom leader quickly interrupted. Can you two stop freaking out while watching our savior Purple? Hollycom bit shouted from beside him. Oh man, we should jump into the new school area too. Just then, the coach appeared and started analyzing the match even during the break. That attitude's great. Hollycom lasted shouted in panic, while Hollycom Fistit yelled out, Coach. They quickly stood up and greeted him. The coach looked pleased with their attitude and asked, which team are they from? Someone hesitated but answered that his name was Perfect Play. A streamer. Hearing this, the coach immediately blew his top. What? A streamer? You guys learn from an amateur and still call yourselves pros? The whole team just stands there taking the insults. Now, show me the replay. You kids might not get it since you are new, but I will explain what sets a pro player apart from an amateur. But after a few minutes watching what Junbuka showed on stream, the coach suddenly asked, what is his name again? The whole team's eyes lit up. Hollycom leader quickly answered, Purple. At the same time, Hollycom Fishit added, it is only his second day playing Gung. Incredible. Hearing that, the coach's blood started pumping harder. Now I am fired up. Everyone else gathered already. Are we going in? But as soon as they heard it, the excitement on their faces completely vanished. Sorry. The coach stepped out to see if everyone was motivated enough. Hollycom leader tried to plead for some mercy from him. It is our day off today. Hollycom Fishit also tried to beg. We just played our hearts out. But the coach only pushed them harder. Come on, kids. Do you wear those uniforms just for show? You are kings of esports, act like it. After everyone entered the lineup, the coach thought about the name they had just mentioned. Bam. He smiled confidently. I have only ever met one talent like this. Right then, Guy Ongbake stepped out of his shell, stretched, and looked full of energy. This is awesome. Stretching, he said confidently. Thanks to the fans. I am ready for the match. That night, after the event ended successfully, Tite posted 2 screenshots from Junebox Purbo's stream with caption. Captioned, the mortal world is so boring. Below were comments talking about a grenade finish. Some were upset about missing out. Watcher Perfect also posted a review of meeting Purple. If you have not met him, you have missed out. He could be beaten me normally but added some fan service instead. I almost died of joy when he punched me right in the head. Please, next time, pick me again. Channel manager. Surprised. What did Gunner just post? Then a video link with caption appeared on the compilation channel. Gunga's stream highlight drew angry comments accusing someone of leaking Jun Bafi's stream. The video reminded viewers to watch the full version on Purple's channel. The title made this clear. Perfect Play a match with unbelievable viewer participation. A few passerby comments appeared. Then even Gunner Games' official account showed up. At that moment, Bung Hun's excited voice rang out. Gunner did great. Seeing the subscriber count on the stream, Duach felt thrilled thanks to his teaser video. We have hit 240,000 subscribers. Bung Hun bragged proudly. That is why I picked him as my assistant. He even held up his phone. He taught me how to edit videos for F's games too. We even celebrated hitting 200,000 subs together. On the phone was a picture of Bung Hun and Madman. Gunner. The 200,000 subs online celebration with Madman. In the bottom left corner is channel owner Gunner. Bung Hun kept bragging, though the celebration was online because both were busy. We have a really great supportive relationship. Jumbif did not hold back his praise, just from making highlights. He built such a huge channel. That is amazing. Dua nodded in agreement. Bung Hun could not stop laughing. Plus, thanks to him working fast, I got extra time to catch up on sleep. Duak nodded hearing that. That is good to hear. Then he turned and asked him, Jun Bisa, what do you think? Bung Hun also seriously rushed over to ask him. Oh right. Tomorrow. Right? He looked up, his face glowing with excitement and impatience. Yeah, I am so excited. It is my first collab stream. The next day, the announcement for his and Genum's collab stream was broadcast live. The viewers kept increasing. Genius autopsy. Will this analysis be as perfect play? By now, Genum was dressed properly, raising his hand to greet everyone in the stream chat. Seeing a flood of comments reminding him, Genum glanced over and quickly said, Alright, I am wearing a shirt today. We can be a little wild. But remember the rules when guests are here. Okay? More comments followed with reminders, and just then, a drum suddenly appeared before Genum. He bowed excitedly and shouted a welcome to Jiaquang Bus. And now, the genius we are about to analyze is the drumbeat echoing through the stream room. At the same time, cheers and shouting burst out, the rising star of the streaming world. Perfect play. Welcomed everyone. Right after, Giant Bove raised his hand to greet everyone in the stream. Hello? Great to see you all again. Genum's fans warmly welcomed him. Meanwhile, everyone encouraged passersby to subscribe to both channels. After 2 more drum beats, the sound abruptly stopped. Screens, chairs, and a setup like a live broadcast studio appeared around them. Jia Quangbik spoke first. Thanks for inviting me today, Genum politely replied. Thank you. On the screen behind them appeared the words Genums. He said to Jin, I have prepared a brief introduction. Genum introduced him to the stream audience. Today's guest is the first to discover the secret path in Resident Feeball. He found Xuanzin in the game, honored as the URF chairman, even officially recognized by the developer. Fans praised him nonstop, while some viewers were curious about his identity. Then, Genum's introduction continued. Not only that, he was also the one who saved Yami, a character once abandoned for extreme difficulty. An image of Yami appeared, Yami's ultimate ability, Nightlight. Next, Genum introduced Perfect Yami. He raised his hand to greet everyone once introduced. At this point, the chat buzzed with mixed emotions. Genum was a bit surprised by Junpei's adaptability. Usually, guests are shy when introduced, but he seemed calm and collected. He laughed happily twice. Then said, Of course, because it is all true. Fans of Genum were full of question marks, while Jinbei's fans were at a loss for words. Just then, someone asked about the obstacle course. Genum immediately recalled the tutorial all players must complete when entering Capsun. I want to know your rank too. He hesitated briefly. Well, at first I wasted a bit of time, then he thought it would not hurt to reveal a bit, even his last name. Jiang Buffa raised a finger, but when trying again, the result was stuttered speech. The chat started guessing wildly. Genum was equally excited and nervously asked, You are definitely not just 1 minute. Top Rao Korea. Jum denied it. Top global but only tutorial. Nothing impressive. Jun Bai's test score sheet appeared instantly. His name topped the leaderboard, and the chat exploded. Both his fans and Genum's fans could not believe it. Genum was left speechless, unable to believe his eyes. He thought he was just sharing basic info and some privacy stuff, but did not expect the guy to be on such a different level. Genum immediately stood up. See, he raised his hand excitedly to announce to everyone on the stream, Today I have a genius among geniuses as my guest. Jaiba FC's fans beamed with pride over their streamer's nickname. Then he told everyone. And today, instead of the usual format where I learned from a genius, the game notification popped up, Gunnergrounds was launching the game, and both raised their hands, ready to enter. We are reversing the roles. I will be the one teaching him. The chat immediately questioned if Jun Butesser could keep up with Genum. Someone asked if he could do it perfectly. Genum's fans told everyone not to underestimate him. Meanwhile, both stepped into the game world, making shooting signs to the stream chat. 1 second later, they entered Gunner. Genum shouted excitedly. Genius dissection, where we savor the moment. Let us begin. Fans of Jun Bifik and Genum discuss how both would play the game. At the same time, 3 notifications appeared before him. Genum sent you a gift. He received a black suit and a laughing mask from Genum. Then Genum immediately changed into a black suit with a crying mask. I think this outfit suits us perfectly. Let us wear matching clothes because we are one heart. He gave him a thumbs up. Thanks. Right after, a new notification popped up, referencing Purge Day. Just after putting on the new gear, Junbai laughed excitedly. I really like this movie too. Genum concluded that today, all crimes are legal. Then he shouted Long Live Purge Day. After that, both spun around and dropped straight to the ground. Junbai's fans really love this theme. Meanwhile, he sized up the players around him. The atmosphere felt tense. Everyone was probably nervous since this was a ranked match. Right after landing, Giant Buffa looked up at the mountain ahead. This is Kuna's. A huge sign appeared right in front of him. Welcome to Kuna's. Jinam unhooked his paraglider, then looked at him and asked, You are new to Reangel, right? Then a sly grin spread across his face. I gotta admit, you surprised me by jumping straight into the gunfight after we just talked about fishing. Jumpa modestly raised his hand. I was worried I could not keep up with you. Meanwhile, fan comments exploded with Purple's endless bragging. Jinam walked while feeding him info, saying, To help you out, this map is only half the size of Reangel, and since it is a hidden area, we have to move carefully. As the comment section kept popping up, the two moved deeper into the stronghold. Jumbai laughed. With a smaller map, there'll definitely be more fights. Just then, he looked up. Wait, I just got something. Admin, a notification and a strange chat room popped up in front of Jinam. Jinam's admin was managing a video for 5,000 world currency, about $5. Seeing the anonymous chat room appear, he sighed. Meanwhile, Giant Book looked up in surprise at the scene before him. The anonymous chat room appeared before Jinam. The admin informed him, We received a report about an anonymous chat room. Jinam's fans immediately erupted, seeing Jinba cross his arms and stare silently. Jinam awkwardly scratched his head and looked at him. Sorry, the Stim Snip crew is targeting me. What a hassle, although Du-Ho warned him about these people. Seeing their actions live made Jun Buff uncomfortable. He thought to himself that Jenum's stream snipers were really a tough bunch. Jumbik said coldly, I am worried about the snipers. Jinam looked back worried and asked, What is up? But the cold expression quickly faded, replaced by a smug smile. If they target us, I am afraid this match will end before I learn anything. Meanwhile, fans of both were hyped in the comments, waiting for them to deal with the stream snipers. After hearing him, Jinam widened his eyes and stared. He was silent for a long moment, then suddenly burst out laughing and immediately led Junbaki forward. Then I will be your piece. Junbites accepted the offer. Alright, lead me to the best hiding spot. The comment section around Jinam buzzed with excitement over this fishing play. The two went deeper into the forest until they reached a maze. Spotting a pistol lying right in front of them, Jumbi praised, Perfect lead. We should take out some enemies first. Right? Jinam, with his back turned, asked, Why? The gun was loaded and fired rapidly, downing a player. Perfect headshot play. The second bullet took down another player. Perfect headshot play. Jenum's fans were stunned by his skill, hardly believing their eyes. Jenum looked at him annoyed and asked, When did you pick up that gun? Jun Hun raised the pistol happily and said, You said this is a good hiding spot. 2 fewer enemies now. Let us loot everything. Jun Baisa's fans were thrilled beyond words. After leaving the maze, the two reached the central temple. Jinam introduced him to one of the main hiding areas inside the temple. Excited, he rummaged through a gold chest, muttering, Let us see. A gun. But it turned out to be a subpar soft-wielded pistol. Jinam's fan sighed, commenting how hard it is to get kills with this. Seriously, is this really a gold chest? Jun Baidi stepped forward, about to say something when suddenly a notification popped up. Seeing the challenger's name, he quickly accepted. Agent Q had just proposed a $50,000 challenge per kill with the Su this match. Jumba smiled brightly and greeted the challenger. Agent 1. Long time no see. Thanks for always bringing such exciting challenges. The comment section below gasped in surprise hearing the name. Hearing an unfamiliar name made Genome curious. Agent 1 Jin B did not explain and just changed the subject. Then quickly grabbed the swan from Jenum's hand. I just got a challenge on stream. I can take the swanum and warn you. The strong recoil makes it hard to use, so I plan to keep it for myself. Are you sure about being down there? His fans went wild in the comments. Everyone feeling there is something between the two of them. But then someone posted a rebuttal. At the same time, Gaibha looked outside the temple door, loading 2 bullets into the soft gun. I still want to use gold. I think my skills suit this better. Jenanam can anticipate danger like I do, so a gun with few bullets and short range is not right for him. But even without the challenge, I would still choose this. Even without the challenge, I would pick Sun. At this moment, Jumbai's eyes are colder than ever. The only way to get better is to try. Seeing his attitude, the comments below started cheering. Someone said he already used a gold gun before. Immediately, another replied that the previous one had much lighter recoil. Before anyone could brace themselves, he dashed outside. A team is approaching. Jenanum followed, confused, asking, Huh? I did not hear anything. After a moment, his ears caught the sound of another team coming closer. Oh damn, he is right. No way. Before he could say more, Gaibov pushed open the temple door, turning back to say, Hit first. Genonum whispered, "We are too exposed." As the door opened, gunfire immediately rained down on them. He hid behind a nearby pillar, suddenly shouting, then raised his gun. But before he could shoot, Genonum gasped at the scene unfolding. From above, a bullet fired by G-Dead took down a man instantly. He was taken out with a single shot from the sun, a perfect headshot. He gripped the stand tightly, smiling at the other man. Since this gun only fires 2 shots, it is perfect for picking off pairs one by one. Then, a bullet flew from the CG barrel, taking down the man beside him. He also got hit by a bullet from the notification gun again. Perfect play headshot. His van was surprised too, constantly praising his confidence and skill. Guy had jumped off the stand to inform him, shooting one-handed hurts a bit, so that is 100,000 now. Right? Fans below were still stunned by what just happened, while Genonum froze. Then he excitedly gave a thumbs up, eyes shining brightly. Purple's boost service is amazing. I just want to be his abyss. Guybeck exhaled deeply. Please. I still have a lot to learn. Genonum's fans were equally confused, then quickly pulled both back to the main part of today's stream. Then, as Genonum arranged the two lying next to each other, Junbuck's gunfire echoed from afar. He thought for a moment about warning him. It sounded like other teams were already fighting. Now they had to watch out for stream snipers. Right after, the notification popped up with info on who was just eliminated. Perfect play. Us roll beef was taken down. Perfect play headshot. He pointed at him and shouted, "Is that you? Since when did you get here?" Meanwhile, Jumba waved the sun gun and laughed loudly. Too much drama there. We need to move fast. At that moment, the prize notification appeared in front of him. Agent Q increased the prize. Current reward, 200,000, $200. He quickly turned to urge Genome. Money is slipping out of my pocket here. Van was surprised by the prize and mentioned the purge day. Gunfire kept ringing out alongside non-stop notifications of eliminations. Perfect play headshots, one after another in a short time. Square complained to a nearby teammate. I told you we should be gone to the training camp from the start. Choi Angle replied with some irritation. No one complained when I got the good loot. The number of eliminated kept rising. Perfect play headshot. Square pulled his comrades and ran. Run. If we die now, we lose a ton of memo. Suddenly, Angle spotted a high-tier item. Huh, it is a top-level armor helmet. The info about it popped up immediately. Level 5 bulletproof helmet. 5M matchmaking rating, a stat used to match players by skill in competitive games. He rushed to the helmet, instructing his team. Find a vehicle. I will bring you some good loot. Squee hurriedly called him back. What are you doing? Run. Besides, I do not need armor. The chat agreed this was not just bragging. Then Genonum chuckled. Got it. He tossed the helmet aside. But the outfit only looks good with the full set. Triangle quickly dropped to his knees, raising his hands in surrender. Calmly, he strategized his next move. He had to stay cool. Dying this early would ruin his reputation badly. Then, respectfully, he offered his precious loot. Tree, it is an honor to meet you. Please accept this gift. He lied without blinking. I am a big Please spare me this time. Hongbi thought for a moment. All right. Then he raised his gun and smiled at him cheerfully. Fine. Just because you are my fan. Choangle felt relieved inside. Nis. He quickly thanked him and then ran away. Thanks, Tree. Right after, he quickly contacted Square. Square, can you hear me? He got a reply. Hurry up. I found a vehicle. At that moment, Gaiviv cracked a sinister smile. No need to thank me. Saying that, he reached out his hand. A bullet from the Sioux flew straight at him because I was lying too. Before Triangle could finish, he almost got shot when the kill notification rang out. Perfect play headshot, along with 2 small alerts. Your teammate has been eliminated, but if the team survives till the end, they will get a beef reward. Over the other earphone came Square's desperate screams. 2 alerts flashed. Genome headshot. At least he would not die alone. Ga-Ong Buffy reloaded his gun and spoke to the one he just took down. Fan just watches streams, not streams himself. At the same time, Genum B's voice came through the headset. This guy even left us a vehicle as a gift. Cute, right? The commentators chimed in, agreeing, some comforting the unlucky fallen player after securing a vehicle for easier travel. Genum was visibly excited, hopping around showing off. Look, the pickup is not the fastest, but it is super smooth. Everyone in the chat was rating the vehicle. Meanwhile, Gaibify tossed the helmet armor to Genum, and I have a gift for you to match this outfit. He surprised him, level 5 armor helmet. Now even Genum's fans were unsure about this gift concept. Then he asked him, just one. Junbox closed his eyes. Bragging, I do not want to cover up the outfit. Plus, I do not need armor. Commoners felt he was not bragging. Then Janino laughed. Got it. He casually discarded the helmet, but the outfit only looks good as a full set. Then he argued with me. I have got pride too. So I only took the chest armor. Jun box, and the comments laughed at Jinim's childish move. Then even he chuckled at the reaction. Gung chuckled, thinking playing solo is fun, but having teammates really levels up the experience. Now he understood why people often team up. Then the two drove out of the maze area. Meanwhile, a complaint echoed inside the car. I told you to let me drive. Ge Hongbei sat in the driver's seat. Looking excited, you have to teach me. Jeonnam said, while Guy sat beside him, grumbling coldly. The chat immediately called him out. After reading the comments, Guy Ongbuffy decided he would take the wheel. Really? Then I guess I should drive. Jeonnam protested. You too. Tree. I am a good driver. After arguing with no success, he gave up and played the role of a moving jeps for him. Anyway, the closest loot point is the training run. But I am a bit worried about the streamers. He stayed calm, flashing a confident smile. Perfect. Handling them early will make things easier. Let us, remembering the parachute drop prep. He sensed clear hostility from some players toward him. He noticed about 8 people clearly hostile, many in the training camp, thinking about how they might team up to sabotage the stream. If they join forces, their survival chances increase, and once fully equipped, they will be a real threat. John Buvern made a firm decision. I can't let them ruin my stream. The chat cheered him on. Meanwhile, through the rearview mirror, he saw dust billowing behind. They had a feeling something was coming for them. I am sensing something positive. He asked Jeonnam. Is someone heading toward us? Jeonnam tilted his head out to observe for a moment, then replied, that is not a player. It is a Kuna specialty. A supply truck, still fresh with blood, was coming their way. Ge Hongbuff looked confused and asked about the supply truck. The commentators were surprised he did not know what it was. Jeonnam cleared his throat and started a simple explanation. It is a vehicle that drops items once you deal enough damage to it. Then he pulled out a grenade and eyed the supply truck. Luckily, it was still intact, with its toughness and speed. No one would shoot it unless it was about to break down. He grabbed the grenade from Jeonnam's hand. So all we have to do is stop it, right? Jeonnam was surprised by the question. The commentators were curious, waiting to see what Ge Hongbuffy planned. Then he pulled the grenade pin, silently calculating the supply truck F speed. It is faster than us, so if it gets past, there is no catching up. Now they were in front of it, meaning Gia and Beef let it come close to their vehicle. As the two trucks drew near, he instantly swung his arm and threw the grenade. This was their only chance. The grenade flew straight into the supply truck's tire. He signaled Jeonnam to hold tight, then sharply steered to the side, while Jeonnam panicked and shouted. A deafening explosion shook the ground. Both Jeonnam's fans and Ge Hongtes froze in shock. No one could understand what these two were doing. The supply truck's tire exploded and flew off the vehicle. Jeonnam stumbled down from the pickup, disbelief written all over his face. Unbelievable. How could this be? Meanwhile, Ge Hon, used to these things, grabbed some loot and cheerfully said, like a Christmas gift. The commentators urged him to open it while he fumbled for something valuable. Suddenly the challenge board appeared. Agent 1. The challenge board popped up in front of him, and the reward increased again. The current challenge, 50,000 for each rank kill in this match. The total prize was now 550,000. $550. Ge Hon found a sawed-off shotgun. He excitedly asked if it counted for the challenge. The commentators were unsure how to react, yet there was no response from the chat, who were also puzzled. Finally, he slung the shotgun on his back and decided to carry it with him. No one objected, so I will just assume it counts. I am taking this with me. At the same time, Jeonnam's voice rang out. He saw Jeonnam struggling to drag something and asked curiously, Huh? Jeonnam, looks like you fully upgraded your gun. Huh? Jeonnam let out a shout and waved him over. Forget that. Check this out. At first glance, it left people speechless. Just looking was a shock. The chat recognized it as a heavy weapon. Jeonnam cheered. Awesome. Let us head to the training camp. Gong was less surprised, just letting out a single "oh." Then the truck rolled forward, moving toward their destination. But when they saw others suddenly fleeing, Jeonnam's voice rang out. They are done hiding. Ge Hongbuffy quietly watched through the truck window. While the chat grew curious, he put on his mask, feeling a bit uneasy. I just feel a little uneasy, so probably not a sniper ambush. Still, he encouraged himself but knew they could not let them escape so easily. Cut the comms, then announce and start the show. Jeonnam's commanding voice was clear, ready for battle. Their pickup and heavy weapon rolled forward. The commentators were thrilled, hoping they would wipe out this nest quickly, just as the shout rang out and shots fired. Bullets flew straight at the stream snipers. Kill notifications popped up constantly. Jenim took down a bunch of stream snipers with his heavy gun. Amid the screams of the fallen, What is this? The gunfire drowned out all other sounds. He was so excited he almost jumped. The power shining bright, he was pumped. Down below, the chat was equally hyped by their actions. Kill announcements kept coming. Jenim handled another group, shouting with delight, "No sanctuary for you to run to." Bullets fired nonstop, and kill alerts kept popping up. Jenim took down another enemy. Jenim laughed excitedly, but then sensed something was off. Wait, how am I hitting every shot? He looked down, silently drawing conclusions in his mind. Don't he tell me? Jenim took off his mask, took a breath, and said, "Every shot I fired hit the target." The chat split. Some say I am bragging. Others think it is a morale boost. He whispered to everyone, "What I mean is the enemies just keep showing up exactly where I aim. It is like Burple is lining up the targets for me." The chat exploded right then. The chat did not believe him, thinking he was exaggerating. Then he decided, "Trust me. Watch this, I will purposely miss." Saying that, he shouted, spotted the next target. Junbok immediately swerved. Tire skidding. All bullets hitting precisely where needed. The kill notification rang out. Jenim headshot. Jenim headshot. Jenim smirked triumphantly at the stream room. "See, I told you so." The stream room erupted. No one could believe what they just saw. After emptying his ammo, the out-of-bullets alert finally showed. Looking at the training area swept clean by the two, Jenim said with a smile, "Training is done. Wait. Hold on." He climbed out of the little car, opened the door, took off his mask, and smiled at him. "Adamo? Huh. Well done. Just off the roof?" He immediately asked the question on his mind. "You helped me line up those shots, right?" He rested his chin for a moment, then admitted awkwardly, "That obvious." Jenim immediately got excited and told everyone, "This investigation's not going to be easy." The chat exploded with mixed emotions. At the same time, 3 alerts popped up together. The electromagnetic scan beam descended to the ground showing 59,100 players left. Survival rate dropped below 60%. The electric fields shrinking the safe zone. For every 10 players eliminated, the zone shrinks further. Checking his watch, Jenim confirmed their next destination. "All right. The electric field's closing in. We should head to Huo." Meanwhile, Junbok glanced in the rearview mirror, feeling uneasy. Something's off. Where did all the stream snipers drop off? They ran when watching the stream. Suddenly, Junbok's pupils shrank. He sensed something and slammed the gas. Speeding off, right behind them, a convoy of cars was closing in to hunt them down. Jenim, unaware, suddenly shouted, "Bobo, what is going on?" Everyone in the stream room was shocked by his panic and surprised by the ambush. The pickup quickly dodged the chase but still got surrounded. The chat quietly guessed who those cars belonged to. After seeing the faces inside those cars, the chat grew even more certain. Jenim gawked back at them, then yelled, "Going crazy. Ready to settle the score with these people. You are the ones stalking me." Jenim's fans commented, "Stream snipers. They are here." 3 cars chased the pickup driven by Junbok and Jenim. Both chats were furious seeing them hunted by stream snipers. Jenim looked back at the 3 strange cars. "Furious? So you are the losers tailing me." His fans cheered to teach those trash a lesson. Jenim's fans were just as furious, though some worried for them. "But how do you plan to shake them off in that slow pickup?" Hearing this, he chuckled. "Shake them off." Jenim immediately pulled out a pistol and smirked. Time to get serious. His fans got hyped, cheering him to unleash his skills on those guys. This time, they switched seats. Junbok quickly unbuckled his seatbelt. Just as Jenim claimed he drives like lightning, their pickup slotted between 2 of the 3 cars. He leaned forward, ready to make his move. "Trust me. I believe you." Jenim stretched toward the driver's seat, laughing loudly at the stream snipers. "You guys should signal before switching lanes." Right after, Junbok landed safely on the roof of one of the enemy's cars. Immediately, the pistol loaded, taking down one of them. His fans were speechless with shock. No way! A bullet pierced the car window, hitting an enemy right in the head. Then he reloaded the second bullet, finishing off the last enemy before they could retaliate. The chat erupted into chaos. Everyone was stunned by their skill. What just happened in the last 30 seconds? This duo is seriously dangerous. The moment he saw that, he immediately turned to check on Jenim. Just a glance revealed him leaning out the window, firing his gun repeatedly at another stream sniper's vehicle. Gohan let out an astonished shout. "Jenim!" That vehicle instantly exploded into pieces right before their eyes. Jenim smiled with satisfaction as smoke and sparks rose from the wrecked car. Two accounts in Jenum's chat instantly lit up with excitement. Everyone was more hyped than ever. This was exactly what I wanted to see. When Jenum gets serious, he's no joke one of the top pace pros. Suddenly, Jumba shouted a warning at him. Jenum was to his left. Right after the shout, a volley of bullets came straight at him. One bullet hit him. Fen immediately panicked and shouted. Some people criticized the stream snipers for just spraying bullets blindly. Not knowing what they were doing, two of the stream snipers sneered at them. Jenum tilted to look at the patch of his armor glowing red-hot, and even smoking white. Ga-ong Buffy glared at them and declared, "Alright, that is enough." He jumped straight into the pickup, carefully pinpointed the other vehicle's position, then hit the gas and drove right up beside the car Jenum had just ambushed. If this keeps up, Jumbai raised his stun gun, aimed straight at them, warning there to be consequences. Next to him, Jenum also raised his gun and boldly declared, "Take this, you bastards." Meanwhile, the blue car was surrounded on both sides with no escape route. They panicked, looking around desperately. Jenum's chat sighed in relief while cheering him to take them all out. Jun Baisa's side was equally fired up. Everyone yelled, "Firing away!" Loft. Then the sound of gunfire and explosions rang out continuously like New Year's fireworks. After dealing with the group, evening had fallen. Gaong Bofi leaned against the pickup and asked Jenum, "You sure you are okay?" The one asked waved his hands frantically to show he was fine. "Yeah. All thanks to the bulletproof vest you gave me. Besides, I am not dead yet. It only grazed my ribs." Everyone in the chat breathed a collective sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the reward had been increased. Jumbi quickly gave thanks. "Thanks, Agent 1. Under Jin B's comment, fans reminded him that the set-off might also count, and reminded Agent 1 to pay on time. Then he turned and smiled at Jinum. "Too bad I have to split the last kills with Jinum." Hearing that, Jinum hurriedly said, "I will, so please help me with this content. I'm exhausted." Jinum's fans immediately shouted back, "You dare dissect a god and insult Jinum. Forget that crude content." Then he smiled brightly, showing his watch. "Anyway, let us move on. We have handled the stream snipers. Next stop." The next destination was the Electronic District Center right in the heart of the resort area. At that moment, the kill feed popped up again. By eating life headset lay next to a pistol, communicating with someone through a headset another player. Direction 11. Then the kill feed continued to appear. By eating life headset, he tapped his headset to report and then took orders. Seeing the kill feed, Skier Keto thought to himself that this guy was taking down enemies one by one. Was he the real deal? Then he twisted and flailed beside his sniper rifle, thinking, "Can't he believe I have Newton as a mercenary with Genome now?" Newton's nickname came from his ability to take out any target, a notorious stream sniper mercenary, a mysterious stream sniper. He was a mystery, always hiding his avatar and voice, never using a mic, constantly changing his game ID and even his username. This username change feature was rarely used, so his identity remained a secret. This username changing feature was exclusive to celebrities or VIPs and required an annual fee of 100 million woo, about $75,000. That is why his identity was always a mystery in the Capsun gaming community. After rolling around for a while, Stato took aim again. While aiming, he thought to himself after witnessing it firsthand, "I think I can guess a little. Some rich kid streaming sniping for fun." Jealous, he remembered the first time meeting Newton. Finally meeting the guy he hoped to work with. Newton was quite small back then, not very tall, so he guessed he was still a kid. He is small, probably just a kid. No doubt, he is a fake. If useless, just use him as bait. Then Newton dodged to the side and explained that the reason I revealed my identity was because I had some conditions. First, stay away from the sneeing stream team. Then, beneath the helmet were eyes full of determination, he said to Steel Keto. Second, by now the sky had started to rain, and from the radio came the sound of purple my signal. Stay alert and report the situation. In the Spining Stream chat group, they informed Stee Kid that Jun Botsi and Genonum were heading to the resort. He snorted and muttered, Does he think he is so good he does not need to team up with anyone? Seems like this rich kid values honor more than money." He clicked his tongue and looked through the scope. If we storm in together, their birds would already be dead. Both stopped the car in front of the resort. Around them were a few defeated enemies, and the rain was growing heavier. Genum felt puzzled, too quiet. "Looks like the fight's over," Jumpy calmly replied. "Maybe so, but inside he thought otherwise. There should have been 2 snipers landing here." The commentators were also curious. "Is it all done already?" That was quick, just as predicted. Suddenly a bullet shot straight toward them. The commentators were startled too. "Spiner, they are definitely watching the stream." The 2 circled behind the car. Genum looked at the weather and guessed the storm was disturbing their aim. Seeing that missed bullet His words were likely right. John Beef immediately signaled, "Let us use that to our advantage." The commentators cheered. Thanks to the storm, they could easily cover their tracks from Spiner. In front of Djibouti were two fallen foes. He signaled to split up and lose their trail. A notification popped up. By eating life took down two enemies at once. Jumbive got momentum. Jumped onto that rifleman pretty well. Then leapt over the resort fence to chase him. Genum also split off in another direction. Fate was set. His fans cheered him on to advance, showing everyone how skilled a pro player he really was. Not long after splitting, Genum's footprints caught the sniper's attention. The sniper rifle immediately aimed at him, firing several shots straight his way. Genum quickly hid behind a nearby rock. He pressed his radio. "Contacting Jun, Bobo, I found them. Your side has snipers, and there is one more sniper here." Then he decided, "I will face him head-on." At this moment Newton stared at him, thunder roaring loudly in the stormy sky. Right after, Newton and he confronted each other directly. A lightning bolt struck down, lighting up the dark, stormy scene. On this side, Junbive was still hiding, avoiding the bullets trying to kill him. After a while, a notification appeared on the screen. Genum was shocked. "Genum, you lost." Notifications kept popping up repeatedly. "Your teammate has been eliminated. Survive till the end and the whole team still gets beef rewards." The commentators split into two camps. One side regretted that Genum had not grabbed the helmet. The other wanted Junbisi to avenge him. He looked up. "All right, deal with this guy first, then come here." But when he saw the scene before him, he was stunned speechless. Notification popped up. VG eating life headshot. Everyone in the commentary was confused and shocked. Newton grabbed Steel Kid's hair. The commentators thought it was definitely intentional. Some wondered about his speed. Others thought Newton had memorized the entire map. Newton looked down at Junbith and boldly declared, "I will take you down and strip you of your genius title." The commentators were surprised. "Whoa, gotta admit this guy's gutsy." Newton suggested switching to his favorite weapon and settling this fairly. Junbith hid behind a rock, surprised by the challenge, finished a kill and still challenging. Interesting. The commentators were also surprised. At least he was not a coward who ganged up on others. One-on-one. This guy's no joke. Seeing him stay silent, Newton immediately opened fire. Ignoring me, he quickly dashed out from behind the rock he had been hiding behind. Junbite rushed forward to fight, dodging the incoming bullets. The commentators were so excited watching Junbith's skills they could not contain themselves. Watching bullets fly past him, he smiled smugly, each shot perfectly precise. Despite the bad weather, he quickly hid behind a wall. Silently impressed by this player's skill, he even led me exactly where he wanted. Now I see why Genum lost. Suddenly, he looked up as a bullet zipped overhead. Surprised, his bullet trajectory changed. Like Box lifting his head, the bullet struck a branch right above him. Box quickly jumped onto the wall, just as the branch fell, where he had stood. The chap panicked. He shot the branch. This guy's clever. Using the environment, he quickly gained momentum climbing the wall. Trying to escape Newton, fired continuously, aiming directly at Box. Dodging bullets, he thought about his sixth sense. After leaping over the wall, he landed lightly, still gripping his G-knot for impossible moves. Then, Box stood up, eyeing the clues ahead. "It just helps me see possibilities no one else notices." He readied his gun. Preparing to face Newton, Jiang flipped through the air, leaving the commentators stunned beyond words. He would dodge bullets all day. How could he move like that? Landing. He crouched, then shot straight toward Newton like a bullet himself, charging forward while dodging bullets. He calculated the enemy's moves in his mind. They had reloaded while chasing him, meaning 4 bullets left. 3. As he weaved through all the shots fired, the commentators exploded with excitement. No counters, just pure skill on display. The opponent must be pretty frustrated. Getting closer to Newton, he sped up. Would Newton stop to reload? Newton fired another bullet. He wondered silently. Or would this be the final showdown? Newton touched the ammo pack at his side, looked back at Jung, then decided not to reload but to bluff instead. The commentators were shocked to not reloading. Now that is a real man's move. 1 bullet after another fired, but Jiang raised his sun gun to block every single one. The crowd could not believe their eyes. Wait, did he just use a gun to block bullets? I just wet my pants. Chat was battling Giga Chat, and Jiang was smiling, already predicting the next move. Then he surged forward again, running toward Newton. He quickly jumped onto the rock right behind him. Fun is not. Thanks. Newton dodged sideways, ready to strike back. Yeah. Jiang hoisted his gun, aiming carefully. His finger hovered over the trigger, ready to fire anytime. But after pulling the trigger 3 times, no bullets came out. Everyone in the chat was confused. What? The bullet had jammed the gun. At the most critical moment. Taking advantage like that, Neo quickly moved out of Jiang BX's range. He drew a blade and aimed straight at Jiang. Jiang grabbed his Sugon gun to block the strike. The clash of blade and gun sparked brightly. Judging by the opponent's speed and technique, he must be strong and well-trained. But definitely not an ordinary adult whoever he was. This was not a normal fight. Realizing he was facing a tough opponent, Jiang grew excited. The sound and sparks of their weapons clashing echoed loudly, watching Newton's attack as if he truly wanted to kill him. Jiang waited, curious what tricks they would pull next. Even the chat was scared. Guys, it is just a shooting game. Almost immediately after, Newton swung his blade. Jiang quickly leaned back, dodging the deadly strike. The commentators started guessing Newton's background and evaluating his fighting style. Newton swung again. Stream viewers wondered how could someone this skilled be a stream sniper. At the same time, the blade grazed just in front of Jiang. He leaned back again to dodge, then quickly jumped far away, keeping distance from Newton. Seeing Newton sweat profusely, Jiang smirked to himself. Looks like he is about to run out of steam. At that moment, Jiang loaded his gun. The chat asked him, "Wait, why is he reloading? Isn't the gun broken?" He smiled brightly as usual, then fired at Newton. "Actually, this gun's not really broken." He watched the bullet fly straight toward him, with no way to dodge. At the same time, he explained to everyone, the barrel was only slightly bent. Not just Newton, but the live audience was shocked, speechless. The bullet hit Newton, followed by the announcement, "Perfect play. Eliminated Jiang, eating life." Everyone in the chat burst out laughing. No way. He was just messing with them. Jiang stepped up beside Newton. "You are good. Definitely the toughest opponent I have faced in this game." Then he pulled out a handkerchief. Sniffling, and Janino quietly hoped for his peace. The chat silently prayed for him too. Rest in peace. There'll even be a Genom image in the sky in the YouTube video. Right after, a challenge board appeared before him. Newton just proposed a challenge. Jiang was stunned, speechless. "And what streamer turns off donations? You are a terrible person. I will take you down." "Just wait. Prize, 10 million if the challenge fails." Newton donated 1 million for completing the challenge. Agent Q donated a total of 750,000. Looking at the flood of notifications, he was stunned, speechless. Newton seemed just as famous as Agent 1. "Thanks to you both." The chat showed a mix of emotions. 1 arrow. 2 targets. Wait, is that really Newton? Betting 10 million just to donate 1 million. Whoa. Thought 300 key donation to Genom was a lot. After that stunning debut, he and Genom kept teaming up in the following matches. The Purge duo dominated the next 4 games. Their teamwork led to a surprising result and a shocking ranking. The scoreboard showed a perfect play achievement. Genom, your duo rank just hit platinum. Perfect coordination and an excited commentary. They really ranked up to platinum. Unbelievable. Just then, the comment section showed that the donation was open. Then a donation popped up, and the comment showed Mir. Bach happily thanks everyone. "Thank you all." Meanwhile, Genom waved his hand beside him. "Chat, forget all those times I boosted before. Compared to Purple, I am nothing." His fans chimed in too. "I had my doubts about Genom's boost before. First Agent 1. Now on, can't believe I just saw Newton lose for the first time." A notification popped up. Minnie donated 5,000 gold. "Let us go for round 2. Genom complained to everyone. "Chat, do not you know a genius exam always has a main part and a sequel?" He turned and said, "You asked for it. So fine." Even his fans were surprised. "Seriously? You guys are playing on?" I recognize that look. "It is over then." Genom grabbed his mask. Bach also grabbed his mask and cheerfully shouted, "Long live the Purge Day." Goodbye everyone. Thanks for watching. Genom kept promising more. "We will be back with an even more exciting sequel." Half the chat protested. "Now I can't watch any other streams. You will have to get past me first if you want to leave." "Done T go. After such thrilling matches. Are you really leaving?" Genom bowed his head, a sly grin on his face. "Calm down. I am just joking. There is a part 2. He begged, relieved but feeling something was off. Knew I could trust Genom. "What should I do with you two if it happens again?" "No mercy." Feeling suspicious, Genom's turning into a full gnome. He immediately smiled smugly. "Only this time, I am the only one who sees it. I am off to eat with Purple. Goodbye." The chat instantly erupted in cries. "You bastard. I called it. Please. Keep streaming. Do not have fun without us. Now it is chat's turn to be purged. It really is Purge Day. Damn it. Well, let us watch the replay then. After the stream ends, let us all raise a glass to celebrate. You all did great." Bach looked around the spacious restaurant and suddenly asked John, "Did you book the whole place? Must have cost a lot." Bach held his wine cup, A bit awkward not knowing how to repay this meal. I feel bad letting you pay for this. How can I make it up to you? But John was very calm, casually telling him, I am not the one covering the whole day. Besides, most people here are my staff, so just relax. Hearing this, Bio cheered. Duho reminded him. Himir, Hun, do not eat too much. One dish after another was served. Jo raised his glass. Ready for a big drink? Duho asked him. Jenim, can you recommend a reliable accountant for us? Hearing this, he realized their channel was still new and probably short on staff. Your channel is still new, so you have not prepared that yet, right? Then he turned to Dong Min. Hey Dongman. Look up, what is up? He was referring to someone who... Brother Jiang. Right? He left, did not eat. Hearing this, Dongmin stood up. They are asking about an accountant. Then Duho also stood up and told Dongmin to go talk outside. Bang Hun was quick to respond. Then I will go discuss with their video editing team. Then he pulled a person from Juan's video editing team away. Finally, only 2 people remained. Juan poured him some wine. Today's stream was unexpectedly successful. All thanks to you. I really appreciate you accepting my apology and agreeing to collaborate on this stream. He modestly declined. I should be the one thanking you. I learned a lot from this collaboration, seeing the positive energy radiating from Juan. He thought to himself there is a lot to learn from him, who always exudes positivity. Bok said to him, but I have to say, you are quite different on stream. He is truly a kind person. Jun raised his bottle and smiled. I am usually like this. Then he honestly told Jiabef. I can't say the person you see on my stream is completely fake. But since personal image is crucial in this field, I tweak it a bit to match what the audience wants. Then he looked at him. You do not have to do that, so I am a bit jealous. Jia Bai's hand pouring the drink froze. He was surprised. Why? Bro. Juan sincerely expressed, you are a genius. He quietly listened to him, then he turned to Juho and Byung Hun, saying if there is any difference. Everyone has to adjust to you. Also, I am jealous you quickly found such good friends. At this moment, Du Hut was discussing accounting issues with Vang Min, while Byung Hun was drunk out of his mind. He raised his glass in front of himself and laughed with him. I have known them for over 10 years. I started streaming because of a friend who is an editor, and without them, I am sure I would not have come this far. He took the initiative to friend Juan. Jenim, you are also one of the good people I have met. If you do not mind, I hope to treat you as a friend. Juan held his glass. Bit. Actually, I am quite hard to open up to others. It took me 5 years to feel comfortable with my staff. I am quite different from the image on stream. Right? Hearing such a long number, Jia Bai was startled. 5 years. Huh. He did not hide anything from him. Nowadays it is very small, so I always have to be careful. Jia Bai felt a bit disappointed, thinking he had a good instinct. So he suggested it, but maybe he was too hasty. But Juan said, though holding his glass, honestly spoke his heart. I really want to be friends with you. So I am grateful you took the initiative first. Hearing this, joy lit up Gob Black's face. He raised his glass first. So what should I call you? Juan laughed loudly twice, then remembered the most important thing. Right? You do not know my real name yet. Do you? Then they clinked glasses. Juan introduced himself. I am Nam. Looking forward to working well together. Then he introduced himself. I am Lai Jun. Pleasure. Juan. Juan raised his glass and drank it all in one go. After drinking, he asked Juba, Jun Bisa, do you know why I think so highly of you? He smiled at him. How would I know? Juan laughed. You are starting to feel comfortable with me, are not you? Then said, you are a good person. It is rare to see someone talented and humble like you. These heartfelt words stunned Jinbof. He recalled when he helped him aim at the stream sniper. Plus, I see you really love streaming. During streams, most people just focus on themselves, not helping others. Most people when playing only focus on their own streams. But you steered the wheel to help him aim easier. Juan remembered seeing the notification board and honestly told him, but you paid attention to me too, remembering when he took down 2 snipers. The notification popped up, Genom 134 edge, Detective Watson headshot. Genom 134 edge. Holmes Gio looked at him and spoke from the heart. When you handed me the machine gun, I really did not expect it, he humbly replied. I just do what I think makes things more fun. He picked up chopsticks, a fierce look on his face. That is exactly what I meant. Yielding the spotlight to others for the sake of the stream is not easy, especially for someone new like you. John praised GB without holding back. From the moment I met you, I knew you are a genius or maybe just a fool who only thinks about sinking. Being praised like that made him a bit shy. Not knowing what to say, just laughing twice and telling him, "You are making me blush." But Juan closed his eyes and said calmly as if nothing, "I am always like that with people I care about, so you better get used to it." After discussing the accounting issue, the Min called him. "Jenim, hot news here." He happily ran to their table to announce. Burr will also join the event. Duho added for him, "We are also invited to meet with Geg." Suddenly, Juan's face lit up. "Really?" Zhang Quangbe heard this and was very happy, eagerly asking him again, "Wait, you are joining too?" He recalled the official Gunner Groom's game account comment proposing a secret Gunner Ground event. Gunner Ground Gmail, hello? We are the Gunner Ground game team. We are contacting you to propose an opportunity to host a promotional event. Since this is not just a simple advertisement event, we hope to arrange an in-person meeting at our headquarters if possible. Jia Quangbot also told him about receiving the email. We got the email right after they commented under our video, so it really was a surprise. Zhang clapped to congratulate. Perfect timing. This will be a team battle event. And I will be the captain. He pointed at Jun Bok sitting across from him and declared, "I am choosing you as my team's ace." When I heard that, I agreed. "Sounds good. What about the others?" Dong Min pulled a chair next to Juan and explained to him, "Gigi will pick the lineup, so we do not know yet. I heard each team will have 1 pro player, 2 for entertainment, and 1 ace." He grabbed some food while reassuring. "Don't worry. You already beat Newton. Who would not want you on their team?" Dong Min nodded in agreement. Then I asked him, "By the way, who is Newton? Sounds pretty famous." Just mentioning the name made Jan's face twist into a grimace. He is a professional sniper. He remembered the direct encounter with Newton. No one really knew who he was. He is the type who picks one target and sticks with it, donating based on how strong the opponent is. Then he recalled, "When I took down Newton, I was the first to break his winning streak." The shot from the Swang gun appeared on the screen. Perfect place F686 PV eating life. Then Juan told me about the donations he would receive before. I thought I would saved face already. The second highest donation was 300,000 woo, but your 1 million really blew me away. Hearing that huge number, I immediately asked him, "So who is the top donor?" "You are second. Who is first?" Juan did not hide it. A guy named Mustrong. They got 500,000 DU but have quit streaming now. 2 messages popped up on the announcement board. Newton donated 1,000. Someone's playing for him, right? Why not hire him back this time? Man, that performance was disappointing. Dong Min clenched his teeth thinking about that guy. Forget him. His real value is probably just 1,000. He quit streaming after getting caught using a VIP account to cheat. Then he told me Newton's fan club was formed. You got caught cheating? Huh? Apologize quickly. Apple guy. Those people keep harassing others. Dong Min looked at him, remembering he would also been bothered by Newton's fan club before. Jenim was also harassed by them. They accused him of using buffs to climb ranks. Juan ate while recalling that time, then just brushed it off as minor. It was just a small fry group. But back then, many streamers quit because of the streaming wave. Snip exploded. After saying that, he sighed. I thought this time I could beat him, but he just keeps getting stronger. Dong Min beside him took the chance to jab. They say old age slows reflexes. Maybe he is not getting stronger. He is just teasing you. I am going to make you pay for that. He quickly corrected himself. Come on. I am just joking. Junbok sitting opposite the two tilted his head in confusion. If he is so good, why not stream himself? Jun put his arm around Dong Min and scoffed. Lone wolves like him are not cut out for diving deep. He also explained. Only Toxie types like him would like him. He is probably furious right now, but Jun smiled with great satisfaction. And after this video goes up, he will be even more furious. Serves him right. Bang Hun slumped over 2 computer screens. Exhausted. Declared the editing complete. At that moment, a message from Madman arrived. Madman, I can't even remember the last time I spent this long on storyboarding. Since there was no part to cut, I had to speed through it. Seeing Madman's message come in, he sat. Men messaged again. Your friend is just perfect. Even though Bang Hun was about to collapse, he replied to Madman. That is why I invited you to join. The other side responded. The original footage was already excellent, so I had to see it through. I expect this video to hit at least 1 million views. Then the video got uploaded. Madman messaged again. It is definitely going to trend. Notification popped up. Upload complete. Checking the video. When a video hits trending, it is a great chance to attract lots of new viewers. Despite the algorithm, sharing from outside also affects whether a video trends. Right after, many comments started flooding the forum. Tonight, the discussion forum. Hot news. Newton lost his first match with 999 comments. Newton was destroyed with 841 comments. Another post showed Newton donating 1 million. A discussion post was also uploaded to the forum. G-Stream Snip messing with Sandubu had a crushing defeat. Everyone in the comments was thrilled. Serves him right. Oh man, this feels so good. Finally, some peace. Thinking of this, Bang-hun was so ecstatic he went crazy. News of Newton's defeat was spreading like wildfire. It was appearing everywhere. Sure to hit the top on trending, even the long video was attracting countless views. The over 4-hour video still had tons of views because Purple had played with Newton quite a while. Madman had plenty of material to work with. Madman's side continued editing the video. This let him apply his signature cinematic style to the video. The result. The video quickly blew up across many online communities. Soon after, the forum posted another announcement. Purple just uploaded the edited video. Check it out now. Highlighting Newton's destruction. The comments were full of admiration for his skills and high praise for Madman. Just as Byung-hun predicted, and just like that, the video hit the trending section. The video reached top 3 on trending. Spotlight on Newton's destruction. Byung-hun laughed uncontrollably. Now so happy he shouted loudly. Climbed to number 1, and we are currently 3rd on trending. Meanwhile, Men messaged, "Can we finally sleep now?" Dooho was furious looking at him. "So you stayed up all night?" Seeing him collapsed on the floor, Dooho asked, "Then why hire an assistant to edit the video?" Bang-hun did not grasp the seriousness and just teased him more. "I'm also stayed up all night," happily saying the effort was totally worth it. Dooho was furious. About to storm toward him, Gaiwongbok quickly intervened to calm them down. "Remember to thank him for me. Okay, you surprised us first thing this morning. Right?" Dooho relaxed when he saw Dooho calm down and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the views, Dooho was surprised. 2 million views. You did great. Bang-hun laughed so hard he could not close his mouth. "We just hit 400,000 subscribers. All thanks to trending on chaining," he excitedly shouted. "How can I sleep when every refresh the views keep soaring?" Dooho was ignored by him, so he told Gaiwongbok, "Today we got a collaboration offer from Musco Gallery." He was startled and asked again, "Are you sure there is no mistake?" "Musco what? We are a gaming channel." From the video highlighting Newton's destruction, a comment from Musco Gallery got a lot of attention. Seeing that account, Gaiwongbok recalled when he first started working out. He watched that guy's videos all the time. He looked at the profile then said, "I recognized him as soon as I saw the profile. He is a former Special Forces soldier and a fitness YouTuber. He reached out to us after watching your Gung video. Sounds interesting." But Dooho also took a look. Bang-hun's eyes lit up like headlights. But he felt a bit uneasy. "Yeah? Because Musco Gallery does live streams in real life." Only then did Dooho nod, saying, "You want to be able to keep your anonymity." Bang-hun scratched his head, then remembered an important point about maintaining anonymity in VR to stay hidden. Inside the virtual world, participants can remain anonymous by using avatars based on biometric data. The default body shape can be changed, but faces can be customized. They can tweak a few things. Though too many changes make adaptation difficult, so most gamers avoid it. Gaiwongbok thought carefully about this. Maybe one day he would have to reveal himself to expand his content. Seeing him deep in thought, Dooho reassured him, saying he would handled cases like this before. "Don't worry. You can still hide your face if you want." But he still hesitated. Then he immediately decided to decline the offer. Still feeling it was too soon to reveal his identity, he reminded them of his special ability. "You know I have pretty sharp instincts about people. Right? If I accidentally run into a problematic fan, Junbok feels awkward and uncomfortable. But I can T-screen everyone. If I accidentally meet a troublesome fan, I would feel conflicted." Bang-hun remembered his special ability. "Because of your special ability." Dooho thought it through and agreed. "Yeah? If something happens because of that, it would be a real headache." Bang-hun worried he might get into trouble. Tangled up with some bad people again, just like back in high school. Remember high school? At first, they acted nice to you. But when your parents had an accident, they immediately turned on you. As you struggled to recover emotionally, those people cut off all contact. While your mom was trying to heal, they made things worse for you. Did you see him flip out? Like he was possessed. I thought he got shocked or something. Wish I could go back. Have you seen his wife? Maybe she is a sorceress, he is a perfect husband. Get lost. Talking about this just makes him angrier. I do not know what is wrong with those people. Dooho pushed his glasses up and cursed them disgusting. Seeing his friends worry, Gaiwongbok did not want to trouble them, so he quickly smiled to reassure them. "They are no longer part of my life, so it is fine. I just want to enjoy streaming." Dooho nodded. "Right? No need to do anything that makes you uncomfortable." Then Bai-hung got excited. "Good. Now for the next update we have got a sample of custom emoji icons. Right?" Suddenly, An emoji panel appeared in front of the three of them. Duho showed the others. Yeah, I contacted 3 artists to create the basic icons. We can pick the best one to continue working with. Duho looked at the icons. Though similar, each artist had their own style. Bonghun was the most excited, shouting, "Finally, I can say goodbye to my messy text icons." The 3 spent a long time choosing, and the clock neared 3 am. Bonghun collapsed. Too hard to choose. Gaiwangbok collapsed too. Right? Duho suddenly remembered, oh right, we also got this from the second artist. Seeing it appear before them, both sat, huh. Another emoji panel appeared in front of the 3. Duho was puzzled by the sudden surprise. Bonghun laughed so hard he leaned back. Lots of fans requested this. Duho noted the style. It seemed the artist was a fan too. They said we could use them freely. Hearing that, he eagerly asked, "Totally free? Must be a superfan." Gaiwangbok smiled, then approved this emoji set. "Great. I want to work with someone who truly loves our channel." Duho stood up. "Good. I will finalize the contract and add the emojis to the channel." Bonghun lay on the floor, tapping his feet in celebration. "Awesome. Meeting S done." Then he jumped up. "All right. Now let us give it our all." Can't he believe we got a second game sponsorship? Gaiwangbok was still undecided and worried. Duho stood beside them, reporting, "I will get back to you after talking with them." Then the 2 got in the car. Duho sat in the driver's seat and spoke to Gaiwangbok beside him. "Anyway, it came from the game developer. It should be fine." "I agree with you. Let us just hear what they have to say." Juho nodded. The Jeeps directed them to Gunner Ground Game headquarters. Juho and Jin's car rolled toward the main office. "I did not expect our casual event to attract such a big fish." Duho's closing was definitely a perfect bait. "I was surprised by their efficiency too. Still, I did not expect everything to be arranged in just one day." They sent the proposal right after leaving the comment. "You did not know how to explain, so you just gave a vague reply." "Maybe we were already on their radar, or at least on their potential partners list, since they took the initiative to invite us to their headquarters." Gaiwang glanced in the rearview mirror to reassure himself. "Looks like this time things will be different from Irv." At the same time, the driver's announcement sounded, "You have reached your destination." They arrived at the company headquarters and got out of the car. Gaiwang looked up at the towering building and exclaimed, "Well, I guess we are about to find out why they invited us." Seeing his optimistic face, Duho felt helpless. He was always too calm, but that peaceful look actually reassured Juho. "But you are always like that." Seeing Jinbok's excited look, he quietly felt relieved. Whenever faced with something new, he always showed curiosity and excitement rather than worry. Meanwhile, Juho casually stepped inside. "All right, let us go. You follow me with the tablet." Both were confident, calm expressions. That is why he is made for battling in this ever-changing streaming world. Both bowed to the staff before entering the meeting room at headquarters. Inside, 3 people were already waiting, 2 men and 1 woman. Upon entering, 2 of them showed excitement on their faces. Bobo nodded to them. "Yes, hello." A man spoke first, introducing himself. "Thank you for coming. I am the planning team leader." Next, "I am the development team leader." Lastly, Manhwa. He handed them his business card. "I am the marketing team leader." Then he asked Duho, "You are Purple's manager, right?" Duho and Juho bowed. Duho replied politely, "Yes." He invited them to sit down and discuss business. "Understood. Please have a seat here." Meanwhile, Duho silently evaluated the 3 senior staff who were here just to receive them. He had already taken all 3 business cards. The 3 sat opposite Jin, Bok, and Duho. A man spoke first. "Maybe they had no choice but to invite us here today. Thank you for understanding." Gaiwang paid no attention and smiled at her. "Thanks to you. I gotta get out a bit. Normally, I am always busy streaming and never go anywhere." Then she picked up the tablet and started working. "Before we get to the main topic, let me explain a bit. At Gung, we often hold event modes with special rules." Suddenly, the lights went off, and a virtual model of a robot appeared on the table. After the model appeared, Amen continued, "This new mode is called Time War." Seeing the robot before him, Jinbok could not hide his curiosity. "A robot?" She introduced the robot. A meat kinoid, a killing machine from the future. As you can see, this event is built on a sci-fi theme. We plan to introduce a third-party enemy like this robot. Robots definitely appear. That world will attract a huge number of players. Amun explained their plan to add fresh elements to the current VV gameplay. It will become a PP mode, player versus player, of player versus machine or non-player enemies. Then some items appeared before them. Amun continued introducing. These are new collectible items. They all look very appealing to him. Gaiwang Bok found this new theme quite to his liking. You have to fight players and deal with NPCs. I like this sci-fi theme. It sounds really interesting. After finishing, she leaned over to whisper to the man next to her. He likes it. Maybe we really have a chance. Then it was Minnie Yee's turn. We are hosting a live stream before launch with influencers and would love to invite you to join. A contract appeared before Duho and Jin Bups. The matter seemed simple, but needing 3 senior leaders to show up made Duho suspicious. This did not seem to require 3 team leaders. There had to be more to it. Then, as Duho suspected, Zija spoke up. Also, we have a special proposal just for you. B. A chart then appeared before everyone. He introduced it to Jinbeka's player output data. The top chart showed the average of all players, while the bottom one showed the top 5% group. As you can see, the gap is huge. The more he talked, the more excited he got. This event will have a new mem system, and to prevent top players from hoarding points, we designed it so everyone must cooperate to defeat a third-party enemy. They decided to collect player data to simulate the new boss. To do that, they initially planned to simulate the boss's behavior based on data from the top 1% of players. But then the info showed Bead perfect play few, excluding 0% of the top 1%. With control skills at an extreme level, the control skills seemed to spiral out of control the more they talked. Your name appeared on the list. I can't express how shocked I was watching your live stream and YouTube videos. Your detection and reaction speed surpass human averages by far. This data is incredibly rare. And Zeman immediately reminded him, calm down. The development team, seeing him so fired up, she had to hold him back. Then turned to speak to Joe and Jinbos. At first, when I saw this data, I thought the system was broken. Ze spoke while catching his breath. I almost fired up my computer again to double-check. I really thought someone had hacked the system in real life. Miniosi coughed. Then continued. We want to buy your data to simulate behavior for the boss and other NPCs. A contract appeared before the two. Ga Angbei froze in surprise, stunned for a moment before replying. You want to buy my data? Do. Sitting nearby, placed a hand on his shoulder. Then he stood up and said to the 3, I get. Can we talk privately for a moment? Jimin showed them the way. Of course. You can use the meeting room right across. Dude looked at Mbutka's face and asked, You do not get it, do you? Yeah, I am just an old tech guy. He chuckled bitterly. The world's changing too fast. I just started using virtual reality pods. Duel leaned against the door and explained. In VR, experiences can be converted into data, and that data becomes an asset. Put simply, like how companies hire weapons experts to record motion. If you pull out a tablet, your experience and skills can be monetized. Ga Angbei glanced over, feeling very surprised. Selling his experience. That actually sounds interesting. Looking at the demands in front of him, Duo concluded the price was 10 million U for 30 days data usage after the event. Roughly $7,000 USD for the livestream before launch. The price was 5 million Wu. Based on subscriber count, a fair deal around $3,500 USD. Duho stayed silent. Thinking something felt off, he looked inside the room. Only Min Yoc was alone between the other two, which made him uneasy. The other two seemed fine, but the marketing lead felt a bit off to him. After their discussion, the two returned to the room. Men smiled brightly at the two. You finished talking? Ga immediately politely declined. Yes, we appreciate the offer, but we probably need more time to think it over. If you have someone else in mind, please feel free to go ahead with them. The 3 were stunned beyond belief. She asked again, What? And Min Yoc turned pale. What is going on? Then he and Duet bowed to the 2. We will be in touch. No need to see us off. All 3 bowed back. Zifty spoke first. We look forward to your reply. Zhao bid them well. After the door closed, the 3 inside immediately panicked. Dokti was depressed. What now? Sounds like a rejection. Right? Yumin also felt this was over. No way out. So Min wife would have to report this to the higher-ups. I will report this to the development director. After hearing his explanation, Sin rubbed his head. Development Director Park. He asked Min why. What do you think is the reason? Then he listed several possibilities. Does he dislike the event idea? Or feel too much pressure? Minwai lowered his head nervously, his words faltering. He seemed really excited about the idea, and the meeting went smoothly. He leaned back and sneered, Yes, at least from what I saw on his streams. So there is only one reason left. Then Saren revealed the main issue behind their rejection. The marketing team insisted on cutting the contract payment. It was simply too low. As he spoke, he tapped the table. Listen, Manex, I like saving costs too. But if you focus only on numbers, you have to see the bigger picture. The tapping got louder and louder until he slammed his hand on the table. Do you know how much money we will lose if development slows down? How many times have I said this? Data with such a perfect win rate, facing countless players, is unique. Without it, Killer Noi is just a boring bullet sponge machine. Manhwa bowed his head. He laughed at the weak apology. Forget it. Now we have to buy Olos data back. At first, we wanted to attract sci-fi fans for the next project. The more he spoke, Manhwa's face grew paler. Then what he said next was the last straw that broke him. But now it is just seen as a cheap copy of Outlaw Universe. Congratulations, having just sabotaged both projects at once. He knelt down quickly and said, "Can I contact him again at a higher price?" So he just said 2 words. "Go ahead." Manhwa quickly carried it out. Yes, leaving the company headquarters. Dave looked up at the building in front of him. Du watched him walk away calmly, then voiced his question. "I went along with your decision. But what exactly do not you like about them?" Dave did not say it outright, just hinted there was a bad feeling. Du decided he would tell Bung Hun soon, saying, "I will report to Bung Hun." Then he scrolled his phone, a contract appearing on screen. A contract. Du Hao read the new contract. Clearly surprised. "What?" Bach glanced over, smiling happily as planned. Looking at the contract, Bi clenched his fists tightly. "Perfect." They raised the price. 30 million. About 21,000 USD. "Now I can accept it?" Du asked in surprise. "Wait, what is going on? What did you do?" He just folded his hands and walked away. "Come on. I was with you the whole meeting. I did not do anything." Then he looked up the building ahead, saying, "I just pulled back from a bad feeling." Then the two got into the car together. Du asked again, "So backing off a bit was the right call?" The car door slammed shut, followed by his answer. "Exactly. You sided this guy. Then drove both of you back. Even the way you signed the contract fits who you are." Sitting in the passenger seat, Vivc thought about the company using his data to fight him. If they use my data, does that mean I have to fight myself? Looking at his reflection, he found this very interesting. The object in the mirror is closer than it appears. Inside, he eagerly awaited the day of the second purge. Fascinating. With intense anticipation for the second purge day, the clatter of wheels and urgent shouts rang out. Code red emergency. Jenin pushed the hospital bed shouting orders. Everyone got ready to go. The pupil on the bed was Guy Butts. The comment section was also confused. What the hell is this? It is finally here. Emergency. To survive. Subscribe to Jenim and Purple's YouTube channels now. Today, we will uncover why Purple is revered like a god. Looking up, Jenim excitedly announced, "The genius surgery, part 2 has arrived." On the hospital bed, Jun Uv was barely holding back laughter. Everyone teased him for his twisted expression. Papi tried hard not to laugh. His outfit looks a bit like gym clothes. Right? What are those badges on his shirt? A horse or crab? Right after, the next genius surgery broadcast officially began. He hurriedly pushed him in while asking, "Skip the introductions." Everyone ready. John was a bit excited. Sure, this was about to showcase a genius of geniuses. Some viewers commented, "This is insane." "Seriously, boss." Everyone focus. I can to stop laughing. Guy Boff was also happily laughing. What an opening scene. Now Jun sat before a large projection screen, calmly explaining to everyone, "I tried my best." Pay attention. Here's the diagnosis. As you all know, this capsule is a device connected to the brain. He spoke loudly as he continued. The brain inside the capsule functions based on reality. So unless your brain power is superhuman, your physique won't change. Hearing this, many viewers left comments. Harsh truth. Jenim, do not hurt me anymore. Get to the point. Next, John displayed another brain model and said, "This is my brain. I highlighted the bright areas when playing games. See, it keeps changing constantly. Different sensory areas react depending on the situation." The audience gasped in awe. Sparkling. Sparkling. Tiny brain. Why does this brain look so wild? Then John switched to another simulation image, saying, "But if you look at Purple, his entire brain is always active, even when unnecessary." The audience flooded in to watch and marveled. Brain running at full power. A divine brain. Now we understand his reaction speed. His neurons must be top-notch. He wore an eager, fascinated expression, like a completely different species, a new human race. The audience was amazed and curious after hearing this. "You mean divine?" Jenim. Jenim. You are taking this too far." Seeing his audience puzzled, Juan arrogantly lifted his glasses and said, "Let me explain. Normally our brain has limits when multitasking, so we have to prioritize and focus." The audience immediately responded, "Are you talking about me? I lose track of time whenever I play games." He glanced over at Jin Bikefit and gently explained in detail, "But because Purple's brain is always active, he does not need to pause to refocus. which helps him move precisely and quickly. The audience nodded in understanding. So that is how it works, a clever analysis. Jenin, someone upgrade my brain too. Then, John switched slides, getting serious to wrap things up. Synesthesia. He jumped up and explained. You guys have probably heard of it, right? It is when the senses mix together. I am deafened by the sweetness of your voice. At this, the audience gasped in surprise. I remember learning this in literature class. The light crackled. I have seen it before. Then he walked over to Jin and firmly placed a hand on his shoulder. John smiled mysteriously and said this might just be his theory, but he believed this was PB's actual experience using brain models. He continued with detailed explanations. When all senses activate simultaneously, they likely connect with each other. The audience suddenly froze. Then asked, is this like that movie where a blind guy sees the world through sound? Divined, right? After reading the comments, he chuckled awkwardly and said, sounds kinda ridiculous. But then, a screen appeared in the room. John pointed to it and said, watch how Purple reacts before the gun fires. The audience marveled, leaving glowing praise, impressed even more when slowed down. I thought he dodged after the shot. He paused the video and explained, let me rewind this part, pay close attention. Everyone can hear something. John zoomed in on the screen and explained. Though it was so small it was almost unrecognizable alone. After seeing this, the audience gasped in awe. He recognized it just from that sound. Then came a shocking scene with the words perfect play and a flawless corner kill. The gun barrel fired a sharp crack. Hearing this crisp sound, the audience was stunned and applauded. He locked on the target immediately. Usually, slow-mo ruins the effect, but not with Peep. Then came a thunderous explosion. Here, Juan explained, to dodge and shoot back this fast, you have to anticipate the situation. I think Purple reads the footsteps, the grip sounds, even changes in the air. The audience hesitated and asked, Jenim, is not that a bit much? So he basically sees sound and air shifts. Are we streaming a mystery show today? Then Juan changed the topic, standing with hands behind his back, asking, remember the supply truck incident, when he had only one grenade, at that time? Giant Bota appeared differently, holding something up to his nose to sniff a salty scent from sea breeze. Humidity. Wind direction. Strange noises came near his ear, and Jinim immediately recognized the flag signals. He lifted the bottle to drink and sighed. So many scratches. Next to him was J1, and stared at him in disbelief. We are miles from the sea. John Butter chuckled awkwardly and looked at Jamwon silently. Later, he suddenly stepped forward and said, sorry, I was spacing out. Need a moment. Outside. Juan saw this and said, I wondered what he was doing. Then suddenly, he said he lost focus, but the audience watching this were amazed. That moment was epic. It looked like he sensed something, so he was analyzing and calculating right then. Then John played another clip, finding another cool detail in the intense training camp. The audience got excited, shouting, support for machine gun aiming. Oh yeah, this part is awesome. He kept explaining. When he helped me aim, I noticed he only looked straight ahead. The audience gasped and cheered. He adjusted Jenk's sight without even looking. He must have eyes on the back of his head. No worries. I do not understand either. Could it really be that synesthesia? I thought Genome was just bluffing. Now it is all starting to make sense. Perfect play. How did you do that? Jyodiv scratched his head, stammering. Well, it just came naturally. The audience erupted in praise. He turns on a dime like a god. A true G. We demand Purple start a masterclass immediately. Juan sounded overly confident, hearing that, for a genius, it is hard to understand why others can do the same. But honestly, sometimes I feel that too. The audience saw his overconfidence and openly commented on it. Jenom showing off again. Seeing this, Juan puffed his cheeks in frustration and responded, come on, you guys have to show me some respect. Seeing his funny expression, the audience burst out laughing. Jenom is sulking again. It is just an act now. Besides streaming, what else can he do? He is not leaving us anytime soon. Purple and Genome do not get a break. You are not getting away. Reading those words, Jun took a deep breath and thought quietly that he was steering the conversation to protect the guest from scrutiny. I still have a lot to learn from him. Then Juan kept explaining. Suddenly, as Newton Zedong was speaking, his eyes widened as if witnessing something amazing. A notification popped up on the big screen. Newton donated 1 million to Purple's channel and then stopped. You do not want to make money. I watched that Newton donate 1 million so many times and still can't figure it out. Newton donated 3 million world currency. I already gave you 5 million. Answer me. Seeing this, John was stunned and exclaimed, is that really Newton? When I saw him donate, I could not stop laughing. Thanks for the donation. Mention Kaka and here he comes. Even the audience watching gasped and cheered. Dropping 5 million means it is real. Whether or not it is, he has been watching from start to finish. Definitely looking for PB's weak spot. Seeing that, he thought this could be useful for the stream. Then Jin turned to Juan and asked, Jinam, if you agree, I want to ask. Without hesitation, he nodded. Go ahead. Manager. Then a notification sounded. Donation setup complete. Juan happily spoke up. All right. Burple's sitting there calmly thinking it is time to ask. The audience, seeing his face, got excited and said, is it donation time now? Let Newton do whatever. He has turned it on, but donations 1T go through anyway. Minimum donation is 500,000. A shocking notification appeared. Newton just sent a video with 1 million. The big screen quickly played a game clip. Burple was fighting in the clip when a voice said, switch to the weapon you chose. He did not hesitate to reply, keep playing. Rewatching this, the audience got super hyped. Still funny to watch. No rush at all. Newton just donated 500,000 world currency. Why not change weapons? Think that is a trap. Donated a video plus a separate question for 1.5 million world currency, just to ask one thing. Watching this again, Jin smiled shyly with eyes squeezed shut. Not because of that reason after all. He even sacrificed a teammate to keep things fair. I just thought I would win no matter what. The audience was not too happy hearing that. I spent 1.5 million just to hear that. Well, you pay and you get your answer. Then a shocking notification popped up. Newton sent another video with 1 million. The battle was still tense and intense. Jun, Gun attacked and said, giving up so soon. Then a bunch of fans expressed their excitement. Newton donated 500,000. How did you know where I would appear? Some viewers doubted. Commenting, I am curious about this. Is it synesthesia or something? But in that heavy rain, he could not see or hear a thing. Right? There is a wall between them too. Seeing this, Burple widened his eyes thinking there is no way to explain his psychic powers, and even if he did, they would not believe it. Later he stood up and exclaimed, because you are just that good. Then Izogon calmly sat down. A skilled player always picks the optimal move. When the opponent climbs over the wall, he looked closely at the game on the screen and continued explaining, if you climb too, you will get shot immediately. The best move there is to go through the covered entrance and launch a surprise attack. And you did exactly that. All the hiding spots were ready and you knew the map well. The audience commented, predictable because he is too good, whether good or bad. It is always in Purple's hands. Then another notification sounded. Newton sent another video and donated again. If I had one more bullet, you would be dead for sure. Why risk rushing in like that? Seeing his smooth moves in the game, the audience marveled and praised. He even threw his gun before running out of ammo, so disrespectful. This can be planned ahead. Right? Burple sat calmly and thought risky. Then he said he had counted the bullets Newton fired in the game. Burple wildly charged forward with his gun, leaving the audience stunned. He counted. In all that chaos, the opponent challenged Burple, saying when he only had 3 bullets left, he guessed Burple would find a way to finish the game. Then that person decisively raised his gun and shot, loudly explaining, because his goal was to prove he was better than me. Then he casually snapped his fingers. Judging by his reaction speed, it is clear he has trained his aim a lot. Hearing that, the audience quickly responded. His reaction speed is insane whether he is a stream sniper or not. His skill is the real deal. After a moment, Zhang returned calmly. But the problem is, the better your aim, the easier it is to counter. He pointed seriously at his head. He locked his focus on my head like a predictable machine. The audience responded in shock. Easier? He figured that out in a flash. I do not think even Purple, with his skill, could do that. Gambok smiled calmly and said, who does not think when playing games? As he spoke, he thought quietly to himself, I am curious how far they have trained. The audience could only exclaim that even his masterclass was flawless. I am just a gamer who loves playing. On the screen, videos from Newton kept coming, along with donations. You handle close combat like that too. After watching the clip, the audience was amazed and commented that his gun was not even damaged. Toxie really is the devil's handbook. Gaiwangbok sighed as he observed, then spoke gently. Don't he get carried away. His close combat skills are not as impressive as his shooting. The audience laughed at his expression. Toxie is just on another level. Totally unbeatable. At this point, he stood up, eyes squeezed shut with a big grin. Just kidding. I recognize that from his moves. Like boxing. He stood up and demonstrated for everyone that power comes from rotating movement. So the shoulders and hips move first. Right? The audience was impressed and commented, a real boxer here. Confirmed. Power comes from the hips. Gaiwangbok said seriously after hearing that, but before all that, everything starts with his vision. The audience kept watching and commenting heavily. Now, trainee experts and e-players. Sorry for acting like I know everything earlier. The big screen continued showing gameplay videos. That match looked intense and fierce. Zhang watched again and just commented, "See?" Before attacking, his eyes were already moving. In-game, Zhang smoothly dodged that strike. Then he burst out laughing. It was so obvious I could not miss it. Drew nodded appreciatively after watching. "Oh man, so true." He laughed excitedly, pointed behind, and said, "This is a natural reflex. So it is really hard to fix. You have to trick yourself." The audience suddenly exclaimed, "Trick your whole body. Like creating a fake hunger feeling. Right? A fake move." Gaiwangbok smiled sincerely, hoping this helps him. A viewer's message appeared again, and Tun donated 4 million. "Next time I will win." Zhuan sighed standing there, then asked, "Is his training going well?" "He will be back again." After seeing that huge number, the audience was stunned. The cost for the briefing was 10 million, plus questions made it 15 million. Actually, that is cheap for such divine insight. Gaiwangbok calmly turned to him and replied, "If they get stronger, it only benefits me." Zhuan responded in surprise, "What is wrong?" But he just smiled brightly and said, "The past matches were too easy. It is more fun to have worthy opponents." The audience praised him. "I am falling for Purple again." Even had to adjust the stream times. Purple brags endlessly. Jan secretly thought this confidence was genuine. He stared at him then smiled admiringly. He truly pursues perfection and proves he has got it. From the first time I met him, I felt that. But honestly, then Zhuang clapped happily. Purple's skills are just insane to the very end. So he was super excited for this review. For the first time in history, I gave Purple's skill exceeded my understanding. Seeing his expression, everyone started commenting. He gave up. The genius among geniuses was finally too much. "I know you put a lot into this, so I will let it slide." Zhuan then praised him. His decision-making is so sharp it is like a sixth sense. And besides, his body control and intelligence are exceptional. The audience was stunned and asked, "Sixth sense and all that calculated in just seconds?" Honestly, it seems like he simplified a lot when explaining to Newton. "I wonder what it feels like to be Purple." Seeing Zhuan kneeling, Jun rushed over to help him up and spoke respectfully. "Sorry, I can't analyze any further, but this is my limit." Zhuan knelt on the ground, looking defeated. "I tried applying the theory of synesthesia, but honestly, I am not sure." He helped him up and patted his shoulder comfortingly. "I can't explain it clearly either, but I think it is pretty close to what you presented." He sighed heavily in response. "Thanks. That really helps a lot." Seeing such warm feelings, the audience all praised and cheered. No joke, Burbo really is a new kind of human. The man with the sixth sense. So Jinam is not just rambling today, looking down on Jinam's nonsense. Zhuan stared at the screen and said confidently, "But one thing's for sure. Purple is a genius sent from the heavens." Seeing this attitude, part of the audience chuckled. They joked about turning back fast. Jinam would not be Jinam without some comedy. The G in Jinam stands for LOL. New Sun Purple. New Sun Purple. Purple, the greatest player ever. Jinam, the chattiest streamer ever. Jinam, do not say this is the end. The price you pay for dissecting the divine. Perfect. 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 Later, he emphasized that even geniuses get brought back down to earth sometimes. The audience asked immediately, "But is not he a god? A god among humans?" Juan snapped his fingers confidently, saying the exclusive content for those who stay till the end 1T be saved in text form. He disguised himself and bowed politely. "Anyone who leaks this without permission might have to meet me in court in real life." And now, we begin. He grinned and calmly said, "We are about to start a live interview. But remember, this is live-only content, no text replay, and you all know what happens if someone leaks this without permission." The audience was shocked and commented, "Exclusive livestream content. Can T miss this?" Hearing this, Jin was stunned, thinking to himself, "Exclusive livestream. Good idea. This will definitely boost the views." Meanwhile, Juan grabbed the mic and began. "First question for Purple, the mysterious man behind the curtain. Your past. Who are you really?" The audience held their breath. They were curious and left comments, really wanting to know. A former boxer. "He definitely looks like a pro." Jin chuckled softly and replied, "I am just an ordinary office worker." This answer silenced the audience. Some were amazed. An office worker that's skilled. The standards must be too high now. Juan was impressed too. "So what made you decide to become a game streamer?" He thought for a moment, then spoke gently. "I started following a friend's advice, who is also my editor. Back in high school, I was a trainee pro gamer. So seeing Jin's awesome side profile, the audience praised him. Love you. Editor, the editor is the unsung hero. You were a pro gamer trainee." Juan nodded hearing this. "Oh right. You mentioned this before. You were recruited by a top 3 team. The audience left curious comments again. So why did not you become a professional gamer? Jun laughed awkwardly and raised his hand explaining, I was often sick as a kid. My health declined during tryouts, so I gave up. That is also why I started training seriously. Then he sighed and said, one of the biggest regrets in life caused by my mental strength. The audience gasped in amazement and encouraged him. Don't he get sick? Purple, I still need your streams. Then Juan picked up a paper, looked at him, sighed, and said, oh, glad to hear that. How's your streaming lately? Anything worrying you? Jin did not hesitate to answer. I am lucky to have amazing people around me. My editor and manager have both been close friends for years. After pausing briefly, he glanced at the audience and clearly continued, and along with my chat. The perfectionists? I have never had any trouble. Hearing that, the live audience could not hold back and shouted out loud. I am officially obsessed with him. He is so handsome. I am totally hooked. Hearing this, John blushed, put on a tender, moved expression, and said, no wonder his fans adore him so much. I am really touched too. Now let us move on to the most asked question from chat. Then the screen displayed the first question. What color underwear are you wearing today? Number 1. Asked 2,468 times. Reading this question, Juan could not help but flush, forcing a tight smile. Then Juan pointed directly at the question and snapped. I told you, I am serious when I wear a shirt. Chat, snap out of it. I want to get my focus back. The viewers burst out laughing, agreeing that both chats hit the weak spot perfectly. I also felt embarrassed. Gubify then leaned forward and said, let us see. It is navy blue. I probably should be worn red. Right? Seeing this, Jung got shy and yelled out, purple, do not answer that one. The audience laughed and waited eagerly. That is Jining's color. And he actually answered. Then he sighed wearily and said, all right, fine. Next, standing beside him, he could only chuckle and say, just kidding. The screen then showed another question. Ketchup dip or spread? Gubify read it and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Eat alone. Dip it, eat with others. Spread it. The third question appeared. Fans or haters? Hearing that, he frowned slightly and replied, I grew up in the console and PC era. The fourth question popped up. Favorite Vergame John? He gave a thumbs up and brightly answered. I just started playing since streaming began, but every genre is fun. The next question. Should pineapple be on pizza? Gubba shook his head and sighed. Fruit does not belong on pizza. Another question came quickly. Can you reveal your real identity? After reading it, he exclaimed, that is an important question. I will definitely reveal my identity. He crossed his arms, looked on, and smiled. I want to stream in real life and meet fans in person. The audience showed surprise and admiration at his answer. Guy remained calm but noted that his appearance would definitely affect how people perceive him. Hearing this, the audience sympathized and said, bro, who else could satisfy a hungry soul like that? He read through all the comments everyone left. Gvuf smiled softly and replied, so for now, just know me as Purple. The audience was still a bit stunned and said, revealing your identity is not easy. That is true. Many avoid it because they are not confident in their looks. Reading that comment, Juan smiled quietly, thinking he did not share that insecurity. Ge also bowed his head laughing, thinking that if people only liked him for his looks, it would not last long, just like back in high school. Then he smiled brightly and added, next time I do not have plans to stream in real life, so I turned down the invitation. Hearing that, the audience expressed admiration. It is hard to ignore that shiny head. Juan raised his glass of red wine and tapped it lightly a few times. And now, the last question. From me, he looked straight at him and asked bluntly, what game will you play next? Hearing this, the audience was puzzled and exclaimed, good question, John. Guy Badruf thought for a moment then answered, I have really been thinking about that. My next game is... The answer was not perfect yet, and the audience started commenting excitedly. I need to finish all the Gaudis first. Horror games are fun too. After a pause, he spoke clearly. The latest in the Elden series. Eldens? Hearing that, the audience guessed Purple would play the Elden series, could not wait. Then he looked at the audience and smiled brightly. And I will welcome all invaders. So everyone remember to train hard. The audience frowned a bit, thinking he had the guts to openly invite all the stream snipers. Juan laughed heartily at that. His boldness was perfect. And now, for the first time, he raised his hand to the big screen and gently spoke. Today we will end Genius Dissection with a quick game. The choice is yours. Guy put his hands in his pockets, looking thoughtful. I guess I have to follow the piece. I choose number 2. Hearing this, Juan did not hesitate and pulled the lever down once. Then he laughed confidently. All right, then I will pull lever number 1. The audience was stunned. Jenin, do you really want to win that badly? Then the numbers kept flashing on the screen. Both Juan eagerly awaited the final number. When a perfect one appeared on the big screen, the audience cheered loudly with joy. The machine filled in the blank. Then, the big screen showed a pretty shocking number. Juan immediately jumped up. Peep said he was lucky. So I was really excited about this. The audience saw his reaction and mocked him. Come on, act like a gentleman. So annoying. Then he grabbed the lever. And Ding Ning thought to himself that he had once said he would adjust the odds to favor expensive bets to make the stream more exciting. Now it is my turn to make this interesting. His eyes lit up as he asked happily, which one do you want me to pick? The audience replied proudly. Jenim's top gossip spot is shaking. Juan was sweating bullets now. His face fearful as Jinbuk took the lever. I was a bit scared because he looked seriously determined. The big screen displayed a series of numbers trembling, building suspense for the result. Gaangbi held the stick, gently jumped forward. Thinking the numbers on the screen kept running nonstop, with no sign of stopping. Then a notification popped up, and the audience gasped. From purple to Geninum. What the heck is going on? Juan saw the number on the big screen and jumped up with joy. Purple owes me $1 million. I think I have definitely won this round. The audience got angry, wondering if this was how Purple lost his perfect title. Juan froze for a moment, thinking he would agree to take responsibility for the result, and they would adjust things to keep Purple looking good at all costs, even if it meant pretending the machine glitched. Junpei now glanced at the big screen, which shocked him deeply, but a public loss could cause bad rumors. So why did he look so calm? Ga just chuckled softly, laughing happily and contentedly. Suddenly, numbers flashed nonstop on the big screen. Juan stared in disbelief, thinking of only one word. The big screen still had not stopped to show the exact number, while the numbers kept changing. He thought about how to turn things around. Then the system screen changed, and the final result shifted. Seeing this, Juan felt like he was about to explode with emotion. He grabbed his hair in anger and yelled, "What? Are you kidding me? How could you do this?" The audience gasped and shouted, "What a comeback! I told you. This is going to blow up." Tanduong Gahang became over, smiling and joking. "Hey, I just pulled the lever." Jan collapsed, pounding the ground and crying out, "My million." He lay angry on the ground, crying, "I want to be alone. Everyone, please step outside." Gahang replied cheerfully, "Today was really fun." The audience laughed at the scene. "Go home." Jenim, he waved goodbye with a bright smile. "Thanks to everyone for joining. Look forward to the next stream. Don't forget to stop by my channel. Goodbye." The chat flooded with love from the audience. "I already miss you." Then many fans left comments saying this genius surgery is the real deal. Genom, the new human of the 20X era. Then Purple proved he was 100% right again. Imomao Genom and Purple must be colluding. Genom's management company is secretly pulling strings to recruit Purple without resistance. Who is this Genom guy spamming the forum like this? Every post mentions him through his community. Newton's training session, I wish I could watch it live. The stakes are huge. Bunghun happily spoke up. This premium tuna and steak are gifts from Newton celebrating 500,000 subscribers. Du beside him said nothing but, "Great job, everyone." Ga-an also raised his glass in congratulations. "You all worked hard. Too bad Madman can't join. At least I should send him a gift card." Dua pointed at Byung-hun and nodded in agreement. Catching him in the daytime is probably as hard as catching this guy. Bang-hun sat down. He is drunk and mumbling. "Just a while ago we had 100,000 subs. Now it is 500,000. Look at that." At first, most subscribers were from abroad, and growth was slow, so I was worried. Duech picked up a piece of meat thoughtfully and said, "Now, since the fanbase is mostly real fans who love our content, everything's fine. By the way, after you mentioned the next game, we got a lot of invitations." Bang-hun sat nearby. Curious? It seems thanks to P success. Many people are paying attention. Jumbav calmly picked up some meat and said, "I do not want to team up with anyone I have not met." Bang-hun nodded in agreement. "Right? Those people just want to ride our coattails." He then glanced at Du-hai and gently suggested telling them, "I have not decided about the new game yet," then politely declined. Du-hai nodded in agreement. "Got it." Suddenly, Bang-hun stood up and widened his eyes in surprise. "But wait, can you actually hear sounds or something? I got curious about that after the stream." Jumbuffy just gave a light sigh in response. "You mean the synesthesia theory Jenna mentioned?" "Well, not exactly like that." He took a small bite of meat and continued, "I am not sure either. It is really hard to explain." After hearing that, Bang-hun proudly slammed the table and replied, "But there are some similarities. Right? It is fascinating. Even with a friend, I can only imagine how it feels for the audience. Du nearby suddenly spoke up. The truth is, Jumbius is a genius. Bang Hun chuckled and exclaimed, even Master Duo Park is convinced now. Hearing him and Du laugh so happily made him happy too. He ate and smiled blissfully. The stream then showed thousands watching. The audience was amazed and impressed. Now we are officially in the big tournament. Looking back, another part of the audience expressed nostalgia. Remember when Purple was just a small-time streamer? Then the scene showed him jumping into battle with a gun. Junbisa, even not hesitating to attack with claws. Then he wildly attacked with a golden gun. The audience could only marvel. Sure, the manager will handle that perfectly. Jumpa popped up with an excited smile. Hey chat. More people than usual today. Huh. The chat had over 7,000 viewers. All thrilled, leaving comments like perfect training is not cheap. And many interacted and subscribed to his channel. During that chat, Jun also dropped by. He left some impressive comments like Jinanam gifting 10 spins. Soon getting lots of support. Then he just smiled brightly and said, thanks everyone. And I appreciate you keeping your promise. The excited audience left comments like, I came because of Peepel and I forgive him already. At that moment he slowly stood up and walked off somewhere. Jumbifu cheerfully said, alright, I am logging off, let us get started. Hearing that, all the audience eagerly awaited. A game scene appeared again. Broken, then broken again, but the soul 1T surrender. Hold on to it, and humanity's era will be reborn. Elden's shattered soul fragment. The story I am holding. The audience kept praising him. Oh right, Purple is now in Mar-level role-playing mode in the game space. Jumba put his hands on his hips. Looked around. Then said, it is starting. I have to choose a soul fragment. Right? Let us see. These are all different. The screen kept displaying, your choice will affect starting gear, stats, and spells. The audience watched and praised the cleric. All were solid choices. Jumba modestly replied, actually I decided beforehand. The editor told me to pick whatever I liked most. So that is what I will do. At this point, he was a bit stunned. Realizing, I remember now, I am the Seeker of Origins. A mage? The audience worried. Thinking choosing that must be the hardest. I lost everything but can still clearly feel the source. I have to find the oldest soul. Elden's in the... Buff paused. Looked around. Then exclaimed, so dusty. It feels like I am in an underground room. Suddenly, he found a few useful things. A slightly rusty weapon, but I can still use it. The audience worried most players were already dead outside. He held up what he found and forced a smile. This is a sword. Right? Then the system popped up the way pros. Suggested in it challenge. Escape the tome with only a broken sword. Reward 100,000. Accept or reject. Jamba grabbed the sword he found and charged forward. Thanks for the challenge. I think I get how to play now. A bold viewer commented. Basically barehanded, Jumbeep smiled quietly after reading it. Thinking, playing once barehanded sounds fun. While on the mission, he suddenly turned his head, his eyes catching something. In front of him was a pitch-black path. Hangbik stood frozen, then exclaimed. All other paths were blocked. It seemed he could only go through this tunnel. The audience watched anxiously, whispering, this is not a horror game, right? Courageously, he stepped alone into the dark tunnel. Suddenly, a few arrows came flying straight at him. Go froze. Muttering, oh man, this tutorial is full of traps. Then a hand helped him up. Seeing this move, the audience gasped in surprise. You have to react fast or you lose. Suddenly, a thought struck, gagging beef. My soul senses another soul. His eyes sharpened with caution. Ga-ong beef carefully glanced all around. Suddenly, a horde of undead appeared right before him. They raised weapons and attacked him directly. He froze, then grabbed a sword nearby. Then Yi Kwang Beefy drew his bow decisively, ending the lives of the undead. The viewers gasped. You are even scarier than the game. Next, a sharp spear flew, piercing an undead's head. The audience winced. Why did it hit the head? Ga-ong Butty stared wide-eyed in shock as the spear burned brightly. Suddenly, a mysterious power appeared, called Chu Tin Chiars. Ga-hung looked up in curiosity. Cho Hudra, he touched the broken sword to the Chu Tin Chi Arsa, then widened his eyes in amazement. Got it. Just think of the magic, and it activates itself, lighting things up a bit. The audience left comments. Relieved his only weapon was still the broken sword. Seeing the fiery light from Chu Tin Chi Ars, Ga-ong Bafe smiled to himself, thinking, I already figured this out from the start. Without hesitation, he grabbed the broken sword and charged at the undead. The viewers gasped. Woo, where are you going? Ahead? The undead raised their bows, aiming straight at him. Instantly, they shot their arrows. Sharp arrows flew straight at Gik Buff, but he quickly dodged them all. The audience marveled at his incredible speed. So it is not traps, just more undead. On top of that, Ga Angbe held the broken sword and charged straight at the undead, with the help of Chutun Chiai Arsu. Each sword strike sparked blazing flames. The broken sword blazed in his hand. Ga Angbasi took advantage of the moment. Leaping high to attack, the audience was amazed, wondering how he could easily slash through the undead with just a broken sword. Seeing Gai Wangbi fight with a broken sword, some viewers joked, "Don't he forget to get your tetanus shot." Everyone, this guy's fighting with fire and blood. During the fight, Ga Angbek suddenly realized, "Oh right, I am only allowed to use the broken sword." Then he muttered as if triggering magic. With fiery determination, Ga Angbifi charged forward, shouting, "Whenever I hold something, it does not count as equipment, right?" The audience was stunned by the power of that attack. Strange to call an undead still alive, right? The undead lay on the ground, covered in flames. Ga Angbi just stood there, quietly sighing. Then he gently withdrew the broken sword. The flames from Cho Tin Chai are still engulfing the area. The flames burned several undead. Ga Angba glanced at the screen and smiled softly. "This is too easy. Must be because it is just the beginning of the game, right?" The audience, sensing his arrogance, grew annoyed. "I am so jealous. Feels like he is going to beat the game on his first try." Ga Angbafi continued playing. When he entered another empty room, the audience whispered, "Here we go." Before anything happened, his eyes lit up. The viewers felt a chill, saying, "Murderous intent. I can feel it." Around the room, he saw iron spikes, arrows, fire, and even an undead. But he also sensed something valuable on the other side of the room. Seeing this to the core, he smiled lightly. This part might be a bit tough. The viewers, annoyed at his calm, furiously typed, "Damn, he figured it out." Suddenly, a system message popped up with a challenge status. Challenge. No weapons allowed when escaping this room. Activation condition. No hints. Reward, 50,000. Accept or decline. Accept. After reading those lines, Jumbi could not help but smile, thinking, they even turned off the chat. "Agent 1 is you. Are you trying to get back at me?" When he realized he already knew everything, everyone gasped. The worst part about this room is the traps that change locations every time. Just then, a loud noise suddenly erupted. Jumbi hurriedly sprinted forward, feeling confident. "All right, let us get started." The viewers quickly commented with a tip. "You have to find the hidden hole to escape from here. Only a nearly bloodless stream lets you pass." Jumbi ran cautiously, his eyes brightening as he thought deeply, the feeling growing stronger the closer he got. What exactly is it? Just as he wondered, an immortal corpse tried to attack him, but Jianba quickly jumped away. He spread his arms and grabbed the immortal corpse tightly. Then, he gently lifted it up. Flames burst into a blazing fire. Jumbi gritted his teeth and shouted, "Keep going." Viewers groaned in disbelief, using an immortal corpse as a shield. Then Junbif stomped forward fiercely. He slammed the door and yelled, "I have finished the challenge." Right? The system unlocked and showed he earned 50,000 points. The viewers were left in awe. Truly a record worthy of the Global Guide boss title. Junbai's eyes shone with hope and determination. "Now, let us see what is waiting for me." He reached out and gently opened the door. A faint light appeared. Giant BC took a few steps and reached the edge of the ground. He showed no fear. Instead, he stretched out and looked down ahead. Calmly, Jumba muttered to himself about a rock. At that moment, another immortal corpse appeared beside him. The audience gasped. The developer's final move. Jumba attacked the immortal corpse with a broken sword, quietly saying, "Oof." He casually threw the corpse off the cliff, then gazed deeply. It burned brightly thanks to its cloak, looking like a matchstick. Fans scratched their keyboards in confusion. Wait, should not it have fallen too? Suddenly, Junbai froze for a few seconds, looking down the cliff in shock. Something was there. To find out, he took out his shield to examine it. When viewers saw what was below, they grimaced. Just a bunch of corpses. Junbai placed the broken sword into the shield and smiled proudly. "This is how you use a shield properly." Then, he slowly stepped back. Viewers watched curiously and said, "Is he going back the same way?" Suddenly, Junbai stumbled over something while walking, followed by a series of loud noises. Jiangobi carried the shield and broken sword as he left the castle. The audience worried something was wrong with PB. Jianbai mustered all his strength to leap over a fiery pit. One hand held the broken sword, The other skillfully reached behind to grab an axe. His eyes were steady and thoughtful as he looked ahead, silently thinking. Then, Giant BC struck the wall hard with the broken sword in one hand and the axe in the other, dragging 2 long scratches across it. After a moment, he stopped and whispered, "I noticed this when the immortal fell." Everyone watching was stunned to realize it too. A hidden hole no one had found. I did not even know it existed. Seeing this, Jump was amazed. "No one's been here before. Let us take a look." This area was called the graveyard, an unknown zone. Once inside, he shouted, "Is anyone here?" Feeling something strange, he thought quietly that he sensed no hostility, only something good. Ahead was a knight gripping his sword tightly. Giant Beef reached out his hand to the knight's sword. "Who are you?" Jumba froze and said, "A cutscene. I guess we have to follow it." He gently touched the knight's sword. A golden light appeared, and Jinbike asked in amazement, "Who are you?" Then the knight's body dissolved into a radiant energy. The system displayed, "You have received the soul of the Nameless. The soul function has been unlocked. Now you can enhance your character using souls collected from enemies and other sources." Hearing this, John Baitha frowned in confusion. "Enhance? But is not this a basic feature?" Ignoring all doubts, he continued forward with a bright smile. "God, could Ildens have a secret path after all?" After a while, he reached another room and, seeing the stone tablet there, Jumpy could not help but marvel. "Really impressive. I think I need to do something with this tablet." He reached out to touch it, and a few lines of text appeared. "It is reacting to the soul. Looks like I can decode it once I restore my memories and soul." The tablet reacted strangely, glowing before revealing another tablet. Seeing this, Jun smiled softly. Things were getting more interesting. "All right, let us." After a moment, he sat down on the ground with light streaming through a small window. Jun sat up and quietly marveled. "So spacious, so bright. I think I have reached the surface." He walked over, opened the door, and took a deep breath. It has been a long time since I saw sunlight. But the moment he stepped outside, a new crisis struck. As if expecting this, Jun stepped out calmly, thinking how great it would be without this heavy aura of death. In front of him stood the gravedigger. He had not fully recognized him yet, so he guessed, an immortal. Not quite. Jun looked at him with steady eyes, believing this was a fragmented mind but an intact spirit. The gravedigger held his shovel and muttered, "It has been a long time. I hoped no one else would come to this graveyard today." Hearing that, the audience grew curious. This line still had that classic vibe, even if a bit cheesy. The gravedigger gripped his big shovel, grinding his teeth, but in the end, then he lipped up, threatening, "I won't let anyone leave this place." Jin dodged the attack just in time. He stayed calm, knowing one hit from that would be lethal. Seeing the power gap, viewers commented, "He has to win this fight with just that broken sword." Jun charged with the broken sword, hesitant but alert, thinking, "He is over-exaggerating his moves. I can predict him from miles away." Just then, the gravedigger landed a brutal strike. Jun was lucky to dodge, landing safely. Not wasting a second, he lunged at the gravedigger to attack. The viewers were on edge. "Welcome to the supreme sorcerer, the gravedigger." Jin swung the broken sword back and forth several times, pouring all his strength into it. He thought, immortals give off a creepy vibe. But not this gravedigger. The gravedigger slammed his shovel down again. Seizing the moment, Jun stomped on it. Using the momentum, Jun lightly bounced away. Everyone watching was amazed. This guy was playing an entirely different game. Giant gripped the broken sword and gave it everything he had, aiming straight at the gravedigger. Then he landed a pretty critical hit. The audience winced in pain. "Oh man, that looked brutal." The gravedigger collapsed painfully to the ground. Jun glanced at him and let out a soft sigh of relief. But the gravedigger frenzied, raising his shovel to strike Jun again. Jun stood there, breathing heavily and confused. It is easy to guess the weak spots of those humanoid monsters. His expression turned serious as he thought, "But before finishing him off, I need to verify something." Jun switched tactics, using himself as bait while thinking, "Let us see." Then he pulled out a huge sword several times bigger than the broken one from before. Jun recalled earlier, "This sword caught my eye as soon as I climbed up here." He stared at the gravedigger and quietly said, "I have a feeling he knows how to use this." Then, resolute, Jun charged at him with the big sword, standing before him. He calmly held the sword out and cocked his head arrogantly. "This sword belongs to you, right?" Viewers gasped. Trusting Purple never gets it wrong. The gravedigger glared, his voice sharp. "How many times have you been destroyed? Do you want to insult me even when you have won?" Jun held the sword steady and replied calmly, "I am a seeker of origins. I only know this sword was made for you." Hearing this, the gravedigger relaxed his guard slightly. Falling silent, Gravedigger reached out to grab the huge sword in his hand, while his other hand quickly slammed the hall's floor. He glared at him and whispered, "What a disgrace. I have been ignoring this all along." At that moment, a vortex appeared. He took the sword from his hand and softly said, "Forgive me. I failed to see the honor in your shattered soul." That vortex kept growing stronger. Gravedigger grasped the sword and growled that even if his name might be forgotten, the spirit of a knight still runs through his veins. He challenged him to a duel of honor. The audience was stunned and started commenting. The abandoned large sword symbolized a gravedigger who was once a knight but had given up everything. Seeing the old man repeatedly attack, Zhang Bak dodged and spoke up, "All right, this fight's going to be interesting." Holding the sword, Gravedigger seemed empowered. He lunged at him to attack. Zhang Bak was quick on his feet. Every strike he threw, Zhang Ba dodged. Then he ran off. Looking back thoughtfully, he is much faster. I guessed right. He picked up his broken sword and told himself, "I can do this." Just then, Gravedigger attacked with the huge sword. Zhang Bak raised his broken sword to block the Gravedigger's strike. The audience gasped in surprise. He dodged it. Zhang Bak not only dodged but counterattacked. A confident smile appeared on his face. The crowd was amazed, wondering how he timed it so perfectly while running. Gravedigger was struck and thrown several meters away. The broken sword hit his chest, causing a special liquid to leak out. He then shouted loudly, "You are a genius." Then Zhang Bak took a running leap far ahead. Zhang Bak vaulted over Gravedigger's head. Seeing this new skill, the audience was terrified. One hit and it is over. Not scared, the old man glared, turned around, raised his sword, ready to strike again. The crowd nervously whispered, "I have a bad feeling about this." Then Gravedigger swung his sword with tremendous force aimed straight at him. The audience was on edge, yelling, "He is unleashing another energy wave." Zhang Bak's eyes flashed in shock. He thought, "If I dodge and counterattack now, it will be too late." He quickly twisted the broken sword and resolved to firmly hold it, determined to split the impact of Gravedigger's attack. Then, combining with the blazing flames, he thrust forward powerfully. A dazzling, terrifying scene unfolded. The crowd was amazed, thinking he actually blocked it head-on. "No way! That is impossible." Then his broken sword stabbed straight into Gravedigger. This seemed to be the old man's finishing move. The flames from the broken sword began spreading inside Gravedigger's body. His whole body was almost engulfed in flames. After a while, Zhang Bak ended the scene. Gravedigger's voice echoed, "Impressive?" After succeeding, he smiled proudly and confidently. Those sword waves would have hit if he had not stood perfectly centered, so be careful. The audience was amazed at his attack. That sword was incredibly durable, truly a weapon worthy of a master. At that moment, dark blue-black liquid started dripping from Gravedigger's mouth. He still was not done yet. Gravedigger gripped his sword tightly and spoke hoarsely. "You." Gravedigger unleashed an energy source in his palm. The energy quickly spread in a unique way. Gravedigger exclaimed, "Truly different." Then, upon receiving Gravedigger's intact soul, the soul now rested fully in his hand. He gently reached out and picked up the broken sword. Just as he held it, a beam of light appeared from somewhere. At the same time, a voice said, "I can enter the tomb just yet. Let us head toward the forest first." The system then displayed a notification. Challenge completed. The way pros do it donated 100,000, about $70. After reading the notification, Giant moved to the sword and Gravedigger's body, then softly spoke, "So the tome part is done." "Thanks, sir." Then he continued forward alone. I felt the atmosphere shift as we went deeper. While walking, he suddenly stopped and exclaimed in shock, "A shrine." Standing before the shrine, Jun could not hide his surprise and emotional stir. Suddenly, a fierce wind blew from nowhere, and a girl appeared. She stepped in front of Jian and exclaimed, "You are a broken soul." Jun, a bit startled, asked, "Who are you?" She gently brushed past and replied, "A name is but a fragment of existence. I am known as the illusory witch, for I abandoned my body to become a spirit." Hearing this, he marveled. "That is why you look so ghostly." The illusory witch patted his shoulder and said, "Existing without a body is torment. Do you want to make a pact with me?" She swirled around and continued, "Give me a soul, and I will teach you." "You already know how to bind souls. I see. You are a mage." She pressed her face close to his and softly said, "In that case, I will grant you knowledge of magic, my special spells." Hearing this, he nodded in awe. "Very well." The illusory witch bowed her head, then widened her eyes in surprise. "The soul of Gravedigger in your hands is pure. He willingly gave it to you." Jun handed over Gravidigger's soul to the illusory witch, who smiled with delight. Then I shall grant you this. With that, she cast a spell bestowing a new energy called the Dragon Vortex. The illusory witch added, "It is the spell I used to create my current form." She waved her hand gently and explained, "Imagine the wind as a coil." The illusory witch demonstrated for him. "You can use it like this." Jun laughed excitedly. Dragon Vortex. Look, it is like an illusion. Then he looked at her and softly said, "If I think of it like strings tied to each finger, maybe I can control several at once." Then he practiced. Jun threw it straight into the air and waited. "Looks like my current limit is 3. The illusory witch applauded in amazement. "It is an honor to meet a mage as capable as you," Jun calmly replied. "I am only searching for my origin. You have the soul, so why not form your body yet?" The illusory witch kept applauding. "Even if I still can leave this place." She sat calmly in the shrine and gently explained, "This shrine is a protective barrier. Outside its boundary, the forest giant weaves monsters from the corpses of the fallen." She added, "But everything changes. One day, the danger will subside, and I will reclaim my body." She approached him, stroked him gently, and advised, "Don't he worry about me. Broken one, I only hope what you seek will find you." Touched, Jun looked up at the illusory witch and softly replied, Maybe I should defeat the boss. I think this is more than just a spell." Just then, a strange creature appeared behind Jin. Its long human-like body crawled with many legs. As expected, it was the Hornfrost centipede, but when he saw it, he remained completely calm. Without hesitation, Jin shouted loudly, "Dragon Vortex!" The centipede was immediately attacked. Jun mocked, "So far, it is just small fry. The real boss will appear soon." Then the system displayed. Soul obtained. 25. The system carefully analyzed, advising to use collected souls to upgrade character. Soul power. All stats of 50. After reading, Jun marveled. The soul upgrade page. "I guess those numbers show how many souls are needed. I will pour everything into intelligence to boost my magic." He happily reached out to touch it. After absorbing, he joyfully watched the power flow through him and said, "Now I can control 4. Just then, something mysterious appeared, a grenade. It came straight down from above. Jun watched closely with wide eyes, silently thinking this felt even more dangerous than the Gravidigger awakening. Then, in front of him appeared the soul golem. Seeing it appear, he smiled with satisfaction. Whatever it was, its weakness was obvious. The opponent pulled out a bullet, preparing to attack. Everyone in the lab was panicking, warning him to be careful. But Jun was excited. This was interesting. It was using the stone in its chest to attack. A loud explosion echoed across the sky, but he dodged smoothly, even smiling with delight. "I thought that was its weak spot, but maybe it is its source of power." He quickly threw a thread that wrapped around a nearby branch. Jin jumped up to it. "Then it is best not to break it," the crowd gasped, calling him a real-life hero. Now safely perched on the branch, he said, "Talking about superheroes, I have wanted to try this for a long time." Jun silently observed below, then unleashed a blazing attack quickly. A bright red light appeared. Effective. Riding the momentum, Jun continued his assault. Everyone remembered the witch's words. The magic he knew was quite special. Seeing this, Jin smiled and charged forward. So only the witch's magic can combine with it. Now he must defeat this boss to get more spells. The stone golem kept attacking the souls beneath it relentlessly. When it noticed Jin approaching, it counterattacked. Both clashed fiercely, making the crowd more excited than ever. Suddenly, he stepped back a few paces. The golem's power kept growing. Everyone worried about the situation. He did not hesitate and charged in again, but it easily blocked every strike with its hands. Thanks to this block, Jin spotted the golem's weakness. I feared the souls would be damaged, but it seemed unnecessary. It used both hands for attack and defense, so the hands had to be dealt with first. Immediately, he grabbed one hand with all his strength. Jun confidently said, "This should do it." He pulled hard to yank the hand away. Suddenly, an explosion erupted. The golem collapsed flat on the ground. Its arm had been torn off from the force. The stone inside it suddenly shone brightly. The battle officially entered phase 2. The broken arm slowly lifted itself and quickly returned to its place. Now it formed a deadly scythe-like weapon. This scene threw the entire lab into chaos. It attacked him with all its might. Jun noticed this too. Moments later, a deafening explosion shook the earth and sky. Everything fell silent, and everyone worried about him, but he stood unharmed, controlling the golem. At that moment, Jun noticed something different. He thought, "Does destroying monsters drain soul power?" He laughed mockingly. "There are plenty of trees. Want to play with fire? Then he unleashed a fierce flame. Soon, the entire space was engulfed in roaring flames. Seeing him take such a risk, some in the lab worried Jian might get hurt. The golem swung its scythe again, but in a blink, Jian vanished. It slashed wildly while he dodged from spot to spot. After the struggle, he carefully landed. Jian saw that many souls near the golem had indeed disappeared. The orb had darkened, then vanished completely. It had spun its scythe wildly and struck a finishing blow, but the flames had wrapped tightly around the golem's body. Using the flames as support, he dodged the attack. Jian saw his chance and moved to the next step. Alright, now the soul power is only in the scythe. This attack shattered the golem's entire body. With the mission complete, Jian gently approached and grabbed the orb. Then landed. He clenched his fist, signaling to hold back. All the energy streams returned. The scene instantly erupted in the lab. At that moment, the witch appeared, and he finally understood everything. So this giant was actually the Kingdom S Forest Guardian Golem. The witch approached him. It was originally created to nurture the plants. The golem's formation involved souls, but the vengeful souls of the dead tainted the soul-containing orb. Jumbuk looked up, bewildered by her actions. Now, the witch was deeply grateful to him. Thanks to you, I have been freed. Can I take a piece of the Golem's soul? I want to repay you. After Junbek agreed, she began separating the orb. The system notified him that he had received the soul of the forest guardian golem. The trees in the forest sprouted anew. Vines started growing thickly. The witch had fully recovered. This golem is bound to my soul. It will teach you many spells in exchange for the soul. Giant Bivor watched the little witch fly toward him, amazed. Like a magic shop. That is adorable. Everyone watching the screen rushed to get it. The witch stretched and unleashed her power. Now she lifted Jin into the sky and teleported directly to the capital kingdom. John Bivor looked around and realized the misty forest seemed to end here. He felt very happy now. This game is really fun. Now I see why it got so many nominations. Let us end it here. Finally, he and the little witch said goodbye to everyone, eager to see what happens next. Meanwhile, in the Elden Sun online meta community, huge view counts appeared, reaching an impressive 32,000. It was a forum run by Metagamer, the top gaming magazine. The title Mage Ace Trial by Fire by PP and images of Junbuth were posted to the community with amazement and massive interaction, clearing everything out on the first try. Only 3 minutes for a mage. I thought this trial was called Trial by Fire because you had to memorize all 941 spells to pass. From then on, the game's reach grew thanks to its outstanding reputation, attracting more players. The title Gravedigger was actually a knight. In the post, I compared his attack moves to that of the Royal Greatsword Knight, and they were identical. Purple's Elden stream quickly became a hot topic everywhere. The Gravedigger, actually a knight, posted another article with new images. Everyone was amazed by Jun Viki's skills and praised him for uploading the clip on the top poster page. I did not leave any comments, not stopping there. His fame spread across many different channels. Now everyone on the forum was discussing this. This guy copied Rickon's post, and C-Streamer showcased Korean-level gameplay in a globally famous game. The world was amazed it even made it onto the National Pride channel. Lol. Time quickly passed to the next day. Jumbive was diligently working out. After training, he opened the fridge to eat, but when he opened the chicken breast package, he was disappointed. Oh right, this is all gone. I should buy more. Let us see. That is boosted life. Large chicken breast pack. He forced a smile and started searching on his phone. I really should spend money on something more useful. What is the point of earning if you do not spend? Soon, Jumha made up his mind. Alright, let us. He changed into comfortable clothes and strolled through the mall. Jai and Beefy immediately noticed the high-end food section, the premium aisle he usually avoided. He did not know the nearby staff kept praising him nonstop. So handsome. Is he an idle trainee? Even in cheap clothes. He radiates VIP vibes. Jumak did not hesitate and grabbed a box of protein. His face now beamed with happiness. While he was checking out, his phone rang. I never imagined buying stuff like this before, but now it is no big deal. He quickly answered the call. Hello? Du-ho. On the other end, a shout could not be contained. 530,000 subscribers. 200,000 views on our highlight reel. Jumbai groaned at the sudden bombardment. Can you stop? I have not finished speaking yet. But another voice cut in. Did you check the email I sent? Jumbai replied quickly. Not yet. I'm outside. Is there a problem? Duho tried to calm down. Bang Hun was excited, but it was not really an issue. However, when he heard the next sentence, his expression changed. But you have a challenge. He stood still in the crowded park, listening carefully. An email from Eclipse, the top streamer of the Elden series games. Elden Night. Elden Kingdom. Elden's. Jun Baita sat in the busy park, unable to stop smiling happily. He could not stop marveling. This guy was not joking. His phone lit up with a message introducing Eclipse, then formally challenged him to a duel. Just then, another notification popped up. Team Perfect. Juho adding details. Duho was meticulously explaining that Eclipse was a hardcore fan of the series, even taking his name from the game's Eclipse symbol. The opponent's videos all had crazy high views. He had been practicing the game's sword moves in real life since he was a kid. And finally, he actually became a real-life knight after the game's capsule version launched. More than that, the game studio even used Eclipse's motion data to animate PS. Team Perfect. Duho added that he had an admirable personality, sharp observation skills in game, and had never been involved in any scandals. He also reminded that it was unbelievable how he kept his knightly spirit even in work emails. No wonder he built his reputation just by sticking to one genre. Anyway, just think it over. After reading the summary, he was really grateful. Thanking them, as he turned off his phone, he sighed. They really know how to enjoy themselves. Now, just before deciding, right after Gia called, someone on the other end picked up. Hello? Nayan noticed the other's tired voice and guessed he was still in bed. John, still lying down, replied, "What is up?" Then Jaya told Joe everything, making him jump. "I have got some questions." He sat up, laughing. Eclipse has not changed a bit. Huh? Gia did not hesitate to ask. "I guess you have worked with him before. What is he like?" Jo quickly said, "Not as close as with you, but he is a good guy. A bit eccentric. Anyway, it is not a bad idea." Gia looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Joa predicted now everyone knew he was ready for PvP. Some stream hunters and randoms would be lining up to take advantage of him. He agreed immediately. "Yeah, I do not want to waste time on those guys either." Joa was chatting animatedly while brushing his teeth. "My chat wants me to join, but I won." Gia was surprised hearing that. "Huh? What?" Joa replied a bit negatively. "I know I will lose, so bother. Got a save face. Right?" Gia laughed loudly. "Fair enough. I won't go easy on you either," said the guy on the other end cheerfully. "Come on. At least say you will lose so I feel better. Anyway, bye." Gia ended the call happily. "Yeah, see you later." Suddenly a loud noise made him jump. There she is. The poster showed a girl's picture. That is right. The fans were cheering nonstop. "Nara's so beautiful. I am gonna run off with her standee. Their new song is amazing. Sweet's about to knock us out." He looked at the crowd and sighed. "A couple?" Huh. Seeing the scene, Gia suddenly remembered a familiar moment that made him think of Juho. He saw Duho carrying stuff and asked, "What is with the makeup kit?" The other replied immediately, "It comes free when you buy your favorite idol Smash." Gia wondered, isn't it supposed to be the other way around? But quickly he turned away, guessing it was just a kind of collaboration. People are really invested. Huh. But looking again at that poster, he froze. The person on the poster felt so familiar. Why does she look so familiar? A face suddenly flashed in his mind. Gia thought quietly. Newton's face tensed up a bit, but the next second, Gia pushed that thought away. It can't be. Athletes' bodies look similar. I must be mistaken. Very soon, a new live stream started. Hello chat. Right at the start, many people started donating nonstop. "Thank you so much." The opening words. "I would like to announce something to the fans. I have some news today." On screen were emojis from Jumbox. A crap. Burple Stam. Our first emote set is here. Try refreshing the page. Then he also introduced his channel. There is a chat archive channel now too. Please support it. After a while, Jia officially jumped into the game. That is all for announcements. Now, let us get into the game. He rushed forward quickly. Seconds later, the scene shifted. Gombak strolled casually. "We stopped here last time. Let us explore around." He looked at the ruined surroundings and could not help but sigh. This used to be the capital, but now it was nothing but ruins. Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar, catching him off guard. Those who refuse to enlist are considered outcasts. Ahead, guards pressed swords to the necks of villagers who begged desperately. "I will do anything, please. Sir, spare me." Then the soldier withdrew his sword. "You made the right choice. You no longer have to fear being cast out," the man exclaimed in disbelief. "Really? Thank you, sir," the little witch beside him explained. It was all because the judge failed his duty. Gombak listened. Puzzled. The judge, the witch nodded to humanity's leader. She recounted everything since the judge remained silent. The kingdom split into two factions. Royal Knights, wanting to exile the outcast, those who lost their faith, and the Orthodox Knight Church aiming to help them regain their humanity. I am curious which side you will choose. Outcast? Gombak was silent, deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes widened. As if he would just realized something, Gombak said nothing and moved to a spot to stay hidden. These outcasts are trouble. He watched cautiously but felt no hostility from them. Better to observe first, the guard ordered. Stand up, come with me. But seconds later, he was stabbed in the neck and collapsed instantly. A man appeared with a cruel smile. Well done. That man was ordering the villagers. Bring food. We will share it with you. The villagers' eyes filled with gratitude. I have none left. The man grinned madly, dragging the fallen guard's body, still starving. Gambak clearly saw this and asked immediately, What are they? The witch replied at once, Gluttonous outcasts driven by forbidden hunger. A trail of blood stretched across the ground. He could not help but follow. It was like the game wanted him to chase them. Let us... Suddenly, someone else heard footsteps. They turned. Alert, Gambak unleashed his moves. Soon, all of them lay defeated on the ground. The witch saw the guard's soul and cheered. The knight's soul is intact. She asked, Outcast, do you want to return it to the knight order? Quickly, the system notified. Knight's unbroken soul recruited. Gambak sensed this was a new path. Let us... Everyone in the live chat worried, suggesting he visit the church first. But he was not concerned. No worries. If needed, I will take their gear. Soon, he reached the Royal Knight Order's gate. Soldiers blocked him. Swords pointed. Stop. Your identity. Gambak introduced himself plainly. I seek the source. I am not here to fight. The soldier stared, confused by the gem in his hand. Huh. From a window, someone quietly observed and ordered subordinates. After a moment, all guards bowed simultaneously. Outcast, we apologize for earlier. The commander wants to see you. Quickly. The gate opened. Gambak confidently stepped inside. A tall man spoke first. Greetings. I am Vla, commander of the Royal Knights. He immediately noticed the soul gem in Gambak's hand. An outcast bringing us a knight's soul. Vlando was grateful to Gambak. You could have kept it for yourself. Thank you very much. Gambak made his offer. Your presence here means you are willing to cooperate with us. But he refused immediately. That is not my intention. Vlando held the soul gem and guessed. Then I assume you came for Eldon's. He remained calm. Only the judge would know its location. Gambak was surprised to hear this. How do you know that? Vlando suddenly clenched the soul gem. After a pause, he spoke. Because I was once an outcast too. Gambak looked at him, somewhat hesitant. So why are you here? Gambak asked suspiciously, recalling the fake judge had rejected him. Vlando clarified. I was deemed unworthy. Instead, I was given a name and a purpose. He seems insecure, claiming to protect the kingdom. I was ordered to stop other separated ones from appearing. But it looks like I am not strong enough to stop you. Gaambi immediately realized the grave digger's mission. He asked again, So you plan to stop me right here? Rondo shook his head, denying it. The situation had changed. He explained the reason the fake arbiters have been silent too long, and we have started doubting their existence. The wizard spoke up instantly. Without faith, you will become someone used and discarded. Vlando did not hesitate to admit the sacred mission given by the fake arbiters is the guild's ideal. His hand gripping the sword tightened instinctively. But as they faded away, that mission began to fade too. Rondo shared his worry. We fear even the knights will become those who are used and discarded, so we have no choice but to act to protect the people without digging into the truth. He added firmly, Our mission remains intact, but it can't last forever. Vlando is a commander, yet he did not hesitate to bow and plead with G and Bus. Since you can unveil the truth, I hope you will seek out the fake arbiters for us. And Kong Trantra agreed immediately. All right, I have no reason to refuse. Vlando was a little surprised by his enthusiasm. Thank you. Then he took out his pendant. Vlando carefully explained, To reach the fake arbiters, you need 2 keys. One is the knight's medal. The other is the holy stone held by the saintess of the true faith knights. He showed Junbihi closely. Bring me the holy stone, and I will give you this medal, and asked curiously, Why set such a condition? Vlando sighed in frustration, though ashamed to admit it. I am a coward. If this medal, believed to restore humanity to the discarded, falls into the true faith knights' hands, the knights will no longer protect the kingdom, but only those who are used and discarded. After hearing the explanation, he nodded in understanding. I get it would go against your mission. Brando was happy to hear that. I appreciate your understanding. I will order the knights to grant you free access to headquarters. As he left, Ga-Ong-Bi noticed the crowd's comments and suddenly exclaimed, Really? Someone even advised him to go to the sword's tome. After some thought, he made a decision. Then Guy clapped a signal. He said goodbye to everyone. We have to end early today. His action immediately angered fans, who shouted in protest. Suddenly someone asked, Let me ask you this. Who is the face of Eldonson? Ga-ung both replied casually. That is right, I have scheduled a duel with Eclipse. He said he will make time once I unlock the PV feature, so he was very happy. Of course. We should fight when both are at their peak. Right? This time he cheerfully said goodbye to escape the live stream. See you the day after tomorrow after the scheduled break. Bye chat. The forum was buzzing non-stop about this battle. Under the Elden Sun meta thread, hot topic, this will be the greatest fight of all time. Take the day off the day after, thank me later. A betting war also started among fans there, like if Purple will win 999 plus. Like if Eclipse will win 999 plus. Like if you can watch the stream. Then a notification sounded. Announcement from Eclipse is live. Eclipse posted a video. Hello? I am here to bring good news through this video. I thank Sir Purple for accepting my challenge, and I will honor all his conditions. Then he added, I also have another request. He solemnly issued the next challenge. Wandering Knight. Newton, I have wanted to test myself against you, but you have not appeared. I hope you will join us. I am eager for your reply, as Bung Hun read the comments. He shouted, even taunting Newton. He could not help but laugh out loud. I knew this would happen from the day he approached us. But the Elden's meta community is going crazy. Ga-ung beefy chamed. I have no reason to refuse since I said I am ready for PvP. Duo calmly said. I guess this was inevitable. He blinked, asking, what is going on? Then he calmly closed his laptop. Meta just contacted us, they want to buy the broadcast rights for the match. Meanwhile, at Metagame headquarters, the man can't help but keep asking if they have replied yet. The girl beside him stays calm. That email is about something else. Stay calm and wait with composure. Boss. He sharply cuts off his drink. The influencer team is stressed, running out of content ideas. Then the girl suddenly flips 180 degrees. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. I hope we are not being too reckless. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. The streaming world's been stagnant lately. New faces are rare. Are we being too ambitious? Trying to buy broadcast rights from the hottest rising star. The man beside her comforts her, telling her to relax. Jin, you are scaring me. Let us pray. So he prays sincerely. Dear Lord, please. Master Purple, accept our offer. Junbook's gaming videos are quickly gaining popularity online. Soon, it is time for the next live stream. This time, two people appear together. Hello? Perfection fans, great to see you all. Seeing unfamiliar faces, everyone is puzzled. She quickly introduces herself. That is right, a reporter from Metagamer. And with me is a fantastic commentator. The person behind removes their mask, revealing a beautiful face. Hello chat. The naturally gifted gamer Genom is here to serve you. Everyone in the room immediately understands why. Let me ask first. Genom, I believe you know Purple and Eclipse, right? Genom confidently confirms. Indeed, both were guests on my Genus Autopsy series. I have also grinded quite a bit of Elden Sun. Taking the chance, he eagerly promotes his channel. That is why I can't miss this match. Remember to visit my channel after the stream ends. Genom turns to ask the opponent, by the way, are you familiar with the duel mode? She cheerfully asks again, it is just two players battling, as the name suggests. Right? He explains further. Yes, but the PP mode is fair. The screen shows balanced stats with two players, having very different playtimes 900 hours versus 6 hours. He continues. Both players' stats are balanced at the same level, and spells and gear are limited. Xin next to him also eagerly agrees. Then it all comes down to skill. Nothing else. Now, let us invite the two stars of the match to Grave Ops. Both gaze in one direction. Suddenly, a dazzling light appears. Xin begins. The challenger in this match. One who sharpens himself endlessly to become the perfect knight, a romantic and devoted soul. Eclipse appears cool and confident. The modern-day John Koo. Sir Eclipse, Genom immediately adds. And now the new king dares to accept the challenge. Jian Bakely equips the one truly worthy of his name. He emerges to the warm cheers of Perfect Grey fans. Eclipse says nothing, already holding his sword ready. Arrogance is the shame of a knight. He arrogantly throws down a challenge. I will face you with all my strength. Jumba laughs mockingly in reply. No problem. Then his expression changes, issuing a direct challenge. But I fear you will have to give it your all. And more than that, everyone else is fired up. This is exactly what I was waiting for. Purple strikes first with a flashy move. Does the referee count that provocation? Genom on stage is also thrilled after Sir Eclipse's vow to go all out. Sir Purple responds with a confident show of force. Who will win? The match officially begins as they step into the golden circle. Both are now ready. Jumbika moves forward smoothly. Eclipse listens carefully to his opponent's movements. He also steps forward calmly. Both approach the golden circle closely. But at this moment, Genom notices something shocking. Wait, what? Another player. He is furious to the point of shaking. Sin, have not you disabled the invasion feature yet? She bites her lip. Silent, but then she flashes a sly smile. This is exactly as they predicted. Jem panics upon hearing this. Huh? What do you mean? Was this planned all along? I am starting to get scared. Xin laughs loudly. Clearly scheming something, they said if anyone sabotages the match, they will handle it themselves. Below, Gaviv smoothly dodges attacks. The other players were all surprised. Why were not they surprised at all? This is not what we expected. Could they have been waiting for us? Ellipse kept questioning. How dare you sabotage this honorable match? But when he spoke again, he was much calmer. Saying, consider this a warm-up, he thought to himself. Charging in after clearly announcing this was a collab stream, what a bunch of trash. He had planned ahead. We arranged this to root out the problem once and for all. The other players ignored the issue and rushed forward. Whatever. We have the advantage. Jenin seriously commented on the match. Unlike the two fighters, the invaders were not stat-adjusted. So let us see how they handle this challenge. Jumbai quickly launched an attack. He effortlessly took down a few of them. All I have to do is block every attack they throw. The intruders were hit one after another. Constantly screaming, he showed no mercy and kept eliminating more. The number of intruders taken down kept growing. Sin, witnessing this, could not help but cheer the flawless takedown. Jenim was full of disdain. Omut. These stream snipers were not prepared at all. Pathetic pressure. Jian Bisi shouted with joy that each of them would be permanently banned. Some players did not believe it and still charged at him. No way. Jennings' eyes lit up at the sight. Amazing. Just like Long Quine Fong. The intruders closed in on Beeb. He did not flinch, gripping his sword tightly, then smiled softly as he plunged it straight into the chest of a nearby player. Jenin was ecstatic, easily taking them down. Xin beside him was also excited. While Purple was putting on a brilliant show, Eclipse had also taken down quite a few. He was slicing through opponents with refined swordsmanship. It seemed the intruders refused to give up, but now they had fled. Whatever. Ridiculous. In the end, both Jen and Beck secured the win. In the blink of an eye, the intruders ran for their lives. Sin spoke, saying those uninvited guests might think they could retreat without consequences. But Jininkam seemed to sense something deeper. Does she have a plan? Sin smiled darkly. Since this match was company approved, and all of them had ill intentions, the legal team would handle this as business interference. The man beside her agreed. An open door does not mean intrusion. It is not intrusion. The live room audience agreed. Jenom declared the stream snipers had been dealt with. We will move on to the main event now. A vote quickly took place. Who will win the duel? 1 Eclipse 2B. Voting ends in 1-0. Jenom added this was essential for every competition. During the break, place your bets on Eclipse or Boo. He officially announced the start and explained how credit points were earned through total stream watch time. After the set time, the betting finally closed. Done. Sin was full of anticipation. Wonder who everyone chose. Let us see the results. Quickly. The results appeared on the screen. 1. Eclipse 38%. 2B 62%. Jenom clapped nonstop. The ratio was almost 64. I can't wait to see how this match plays out. He signaled the two players below. Are both sides ready? Let us know if you need more time. John Bife replied disdainfully. Dunty, no. Those guys are too weak. I am not even sweating. Eclipse was not far behind. I have no intention of resting. Jenom heard their arrogant answers and broke into a sweat. If I stall any longer, these two will come looking for me. So as soon as the signal sounded, Eclipse launched the first strike. The match began. He did not hesitate to attack directly. The moment the bell rang, Eclipse unleashed Guff. He hit a technique from the Heavenly Wrath Monk, the fastest magic in Eden's soul world. Jumba calmly raised both hands. Without effort, he destroyed it, and Purple dispelled it with magic. Jinnum watched the match, constantly amazed by the incredible skills from both sides. Suddenly, Eclipse counterattacked. He looked startled but dodged skillfully. While amazed, he launched his next attack. You have got a sharp counter. Huh. But this time, the opponent dodged, making him suspicious. He even dodged all of his predicted attacks. John smirked with a chuckle. This is not just a simple reflex, it is like he can see through my moves. Eclipse nodded in acknowledgement. Of course, I trained with the invisible spirit sage. Giant did not hesitate and launched the next attack. He unleashed a powerful strike. Then I guess there is no reason to hold back anymore. Eclipse said nothing, just snorted coldly, while the commentators on the side kept reacting. Purple was creating insane pressure with every independent lash. Like a six-headed battle, Eclipse kept dodging Jin's attacks relentlessly. Now he would turn the tables, closing in on him as expected. He blocked every lash and was closing in on Purple, but Jun was no less skilled, ready to strike back at Eclipse. What? Purple unleashed a seventh lash. He quickly fell into a trap. It turned out to be a trap. Looks like this hit will connect, but Eclipse used body protection just then. Jennings shouted excitedly. The holy light ritual. And the one beside him was no exception. Eclipse activate a second magic, nullifying the attack. Jen seriously thought it over. If all his magic keeps getting countered, this fight could drag on forever. After some thought, he decided to try this one himself. I have always been curious about it. When he suddenly stopped, everyone was confused. What is going on? Purple suddenly stopped attacking. Was he struggling? Jen spoke slowly. First, I want to sincerely apologize. Eclipse also paused. I thought this was just a friendly match. But now I see the dedication you have put into it. He bowed respectfully. In an honorable duel, both sides must show their finest skills. Could you give me the chance to witness your swordsmanship? Both commentators were stunned. Mouths agape. He is challenging Eclipse to a sword fight. What? Eclipse laughed loudly at this. Really? Justice is the path of self-discipline. You are truly passionate. Sir P. He raised his sword. Ready. I accept this challenge to prove my honor and knightly spirit. He bowed in response. I am looking forward to this match. Jun thought to himself. Just like when he trained swordsmanship facing the grave digger. Recalling his past training, he felt confident he might learn something new this time. Feeling the tension in the air, the commentators also spoke up. In the silence, a fierce battle was about to unfold. The two fell silent, facing each other. A contest between dedication and natural talent. This time Eclipse struck first. Eclipse attacked first. But when Jun aimed to block, he succeeded. But then he noticed something. On the other side, Eclipse swung his sword again. Luckily, he dodged just in time. Did he block my sword? From a slash, he immediately switched to a stab. He kept reminding himself to defend. Stay focused or he would get hit. Eclipse nodded in agreement. Alright, so he kept attacking nonstop. But Jun skillfully dodged every strike. Jennings was amazed. What the heck? This pace is insane. Dozens of sword strikes flew every second, blades clashing and sending out thousands of sparks. Eclipse spun his sword hilt continuously. Seeing the opponent easily block his strikes surprised Jin. Did he really block my sword? Just then Eclipse attacked again, but Jin blocked it in time. Determined, he thought to himself. Alright. Eclipse snorted coldly and slashed directly at Jun. He clenched his teeth, struggling to defend. Everyone in the room was worried. Jennings suddenly asked Sin if she felt anything. Sin looked a bit confused. Huh? Feel what? He rubbed his chin, sharing his thoughts. Yeah, maybe I was wrong. But he kept watching the battle below intently. Jenin watched every move of Jun, seeming to analyze P. He voiced his conclusions in real time. Jun attacked without hesitation, but his opponent immediately countered with a new move. Yet the opponent easily dodged again, and the cycle continued. Jun now sensed the change. His eyes grew sharper and sharper. The battle between the two is still raging fiercely. The clash of their swords rings out non-stop. Jun has gradually regained his form, taking the upper hand. Jennings is also thrilled. Look, purple is turning the tide. He keeps saying that if this continues, suddenly a sword might fly through the air. Jenum is stunned by how sudden it all is. Jun Bive has perfectly controlled Eclipse. Who admits? I lost? Jinum gets even more excited. He did it. Perfect play has toppled Eclipse. The undefeated tournament champ from Studio, a new Sword King has risen. The historian speaks. Thanks. That was an amazing match. Eclipse says nothing. Only thinking silently that he was never shaken, he simply went with the flow of the sword. Giant but quickly sheathed his sword and reached out to help his opponent. A truly incredible match. Eclipse feels a bit regretful. Saying he is not sad would be a lie. You beat 12 years of my hard training in just one match. Everyone hearing this feels a pang of sadness. A moment later, he grasped his hand. Eclipse confidently said, I gave it my all. So even in defeat, I have no regrets. He did not hesitate to compliment. I can feel you getting stronger with every duel. You really are a genius. Jugbife responded, and you are the first opponent to make me worry I might lose. Eclipse laughed out loud. Before leaving, he added, pushing you to your limits, that is something I can be proud of. Quickly, prize announcements started flooding in. Sin still has not given up. Isn't it a bit wasteful to end it here? Jenum agreed. Yeah, it is a shame to stop now. But if we want to keep the stream going, we will need some audience pull. Just as they spoke, someone logged in. And for this special occasion, we have an even more special guest. A familiar figure appeared. Newton showed up to challenge the victor. Newton appeared and immediately pointed. Perfect play. So you want— Interesting. He did not respond. Just silently observed. No matter how you look at it, they seem like the same person. What is the name? Outside. Someone whispered. Juho, do you know the Cap group? Sweaters or something? What are they up to now? Do search for news and reported back quickly. You mean sweets? They just finished a live on Insta Snap 10 minutes ago. Newton got annoyed when the other did not reply. Hey, say something. But then a voice rang out. Wait. Eclipse did not know when he had appeared on the commentary desk. Purple is still exhausted from our fight. I was the one who called you here. So I will be your first opponent. Newton below was not holding back either. I just finished work too. So this will be fair unless you think you can handle it. Junbai dismissed the thought. The opponent's identity did not matter. He smiled and agreed. Let us fight. Newton was infuriated by his words, sensing the tense atmosphere. Sin immediately declared, both sides are as tight as a drum, let the duel begin. Newton rushed in instantly. He bluntly declared that if the fight went like last time, he was mistaken the victory would be his. Newton launched a powerful strike from the first second. But somehow, Guy Baitha appeared behind him. He is not the same as before either. His sudden appearance made Newton immediately cautious. I want to see how much you have improved from my lessons. So I will let you strike first. The commentary kept coming. Perfect Play dodged Newton's attack effortlessly and responded with a taunt. Newton refused to back down and attacked again. Junbai easily blocked it. He was a bit surprised by his opponent. A feint with a vertical slash, then a horizontal cut. You no longer reveal any openings with your eyes. But he arrogantly parried his opponent's sword away. At this speed, there is no reason to continue the fight. Newton was confused by this. Sin at the commentary almost went crazy. What? Purple wants to cancel the match. After everything I have done. Fine. I will show him. Jenim was also surprised. Was he saying Newton was not worthy to fight him? Newton felt insulted and sulked. Don't he joke around. It is just one duel. When Emph explained the reason, the heavy armor was slowing him down. Seeing no reaction from the other, he continued. You probably realize this better than anyone. A light sword suits your style way more. He kept asking. Didn't you say you would fight without holding back? Newton Tun also tensely thought to himself, has he seen through it already? But I need this armor to hide my identity. Junbai whispered to the opponent. A light armor that still covers everything is enough. I will help you stay hidden. Just switch your gear. Chances like this are rare for you with the beast schedule. Right? Newton looked at him with a bit of disdain, while Junbai silently stared back. Yet after a while, Newton still had not made a decision. But now things became clear. That Newton had changed into a lighter outfit. This surprised everyone since Newton is a woman. She quickly admitted it too. That is right. The fight only gets interesting when my opponent gives it their all. Newton gripped her sword. Ready. But too many fools let their guard down just because I am a woman. She did not hold back and dashed fast toward him. So far, I have only fought opponents I could beat even with heavy armor slowing me down. But facing him, I will fight with everything I have got. Junbai easily blocked the attack. Fine. Let us play this round. The two swords clashed. Sparks flying. Newton jumped down to attack from above, catching Jinbu off guard. He did not dodge but quietly turned to face her. Eclipse in the stands grew tense. Now's no time to just stand there. She used Purple's own sword as a pivot to spin. A technique well beyond my reach. Jinum beside me marveled at how Newton's speed and agility had improved incredibly. But that attack did not pose much danger to him. But Purple easily brushed off that attack. Unfazed by the crazy speed, he is adapting even the fastest strikes. Newton threw a hit then immediately retreated, forcing Junbai to chase her. Their battle raged fiercely. A spectacular dance of blades. Newton aimed a precise thrust, but luckily he dodged just in time. Then Jin slammed hard against her sword. Oh no? Newton's new sword seems way too light. Newton's blade flew off like that. Jin did not hold back. Attacking fiercely, the blade stuck straight into the sword grave at their feet. She was backed into a corner. Then she grabbed a sword and counterattacked, surprising everyone. Wait, what? Those swords are not just decoration. They are all real weapons. Newton adapted quickly, but Jun's strength seemed a bit greater. Once again, Purple dodged the decisive attack and countered immediately. Newton was no pushover either, barely dodging at the last second. Junbai raised his sword, aimed carefully. Thanks for the match. Then did not hesitate to stab straight at her chest. Before logging out, she left a warning. Next time, I will. Everyone cheered seeing the victory go to Jin and Isum. The battle ended a brief but fierce clash. Purple claimed his second consecutive win. His title quickly appeared. Meanwhile, Newton suffered her second loss. That spin and thrust technique. You pulled it off perfectly. Consecutive wins brought many changes to Jin. Purple's value just doubled. Newton did not hesitate to send a large sum considerate Junbut the CS training fee. He chuckled. I am looking forward to an even better match next time. But honestly, it is more like a bribe, because Newton's fascinating a pop idol living two lives. A star by a streamer by night. Snip is definitely an interesting person. Time passed quickly. Early morning at Sen Entertainment's fitness center. At this moment, a girl sat silently in the gym room. She was Narizan, the center member of the group Quiddies. She frowned, thinking she had watched the match over and over but made no mistakes. It was just that her opponent was stronger. She knew Newton always hunted down those who relied solely on talent and looked down on hard work. Defeating them and exposing their fake sides was a great relief. After all, they were just braggarts or cheaters leaning on tools. She picked up her phone to check the news, but the headline read as follows: "A new era begins for the Supreme Sword King of Elden Zing and Newton's secret." Nara thought to herself, this guy is different. Seeing the massive views, she could not help but get angry. Look at these views, he might even be more famous than me. She angrily threw her phone aside. Just wait. Perfect play. Nara stood up and left. Talent might be unpredictable, but hard work never betrays you. The true winner is the one who laughs last. Hey, how does it feel to stay undefeated? Jump Hunden. He smiled and took the sword. It has been a while since I felt such tension. Thanks to several clips, I now understand the value of hard work and dedication. I will also try to become a hardworking streamer. Quickly, the news with huge interaction was posted. Game news. A new era for the Supreme Sword in Elden Zing and Newton's secret exposed. Metagame him reports 1,912,216 views. Someone asked, do you think they called him because of the Snip stream? At this time, the Metagame influencer team was waiting for a meeting. The black-haired guy spoke up. We already blurred their faces, but the girl next to him worried. Still, it does not look good. At that moment, someone opened the door and entered. All the staff froze, their faces darkening when they saw the boss. Hey, he said coldly. I was late because I had to report to the CEO. The brown-haired girl looked confused. The CEO read the article. The boss could not help but smile. Yeah, he could not hide his happiness. He really liked it. I even got an extra paid day off. The girl immediately questioned. Then why do you look so down? He quickly answered. I have a lot on my mind. The Vesta project is not finalized yet. Right? The gray-haired guy said cheerfully. Oh right. The biggest game show in Korea is going to be huge. The brown-haired girl suddenly realized something. We are responsible for monitoring the streamers. Wait, do not tell me that boss nodded. The CEO requested it. He wants us to invite Purple to join VAP. Meanwhile, the players fiercely battling, fighting match after match. Clips from the recent tournament are still driving a lot of interaction. The notable clips were all cut out, so everyone started calling him the Elden Supreme Sword. Ge-hung has started a new live chat. It did not take long before he received tons of rewards from fans. Thank you all so much. That last match was really awesome. Now, let us get back to the story. Watching everyone argue, Ge-hung smiled. I will explain just once. Listen carefully. He began explaining step by step to the audience. Freeing the soul. Defeating the awakened grave digger. Receiving magic from the wizard. Defeating the soul golem. The wizard joined the alliance with the knights. Finally, he continued his execution. Now we are heading to the church. Now, a new gaming session is about to start. Hope you all have a great time. Before entering the game, he added a message for all international viewers. You will have to learn Korean because I do not speak English. Now, let us go get the holy gem. At the royal capital, the church was covered by a blue barrier. Ge-hung watched from afar as the wizard explained. Inside this blue barrier lies the holy land of the Orthodox Knight Order. He was a bit surprised. It is completely opposite the knight's headquarters. Suddenly, he saw a knight unhesitatingly behead someone. Ge-hung both was shocked witnessing this. The knights were crazily slaughtering everywhere, executing traitors to pave the way to the Holy Land. The soul gems appeared one after another. We must become stronger. He laughed loudly. Raising the gem to protect the kingdom, the wizard beside him explained. Pain from loss, fear of the future. They cling to duty to hold on to reason. But that obsession leads to their destruction. Look, those people have noticed you. A silent knight charged at Gipabif, the traitor, but he immediately fought back. Then did not hesitate to stab straight into the opponent's chest, but the sword suddenly hovered in mid-air, leaving everyone stunned. He quickly used magic to control it back. Jangbok just realized he made a mistake. He forgot to cut halfway through. Using magic makes cutting tricky. Now he looked at the knight beside him and realized, controlling the sword with willpower. I will try again when my star level is higher than his. The sword quickly returned to his hand. The knight's figure collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, a group of people appeared behind the barrier. It was not long before the barrier was lifted. Everyone inside was thrilled by his arrival. Quickly, let in, the hero has arrived. As Gyeidung entered, someone bowed respectfully and said, Hero, we are deeply grateful for your help. The saintess also wishes to express her thanks. Please follow me to the great sanctuary. You will find rest for your weary soul and body. Soon after, he was led to a place called the Great Sanctuary, but when the sorcerer tried to enter, the barrier blocked her. Ga-ung was confused, not understanding why. The man beside him quickly explained, "This is the hero. Exiles are forbidden from entering the Great Sanctuary." The sorcerer was stunned, and Guangbo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He felt no ill intent from her, probably not a villain. She slowly explained, "The mark of exile has been engraved on my soul for so long I forgot about it." She seemed a bit disappointed. "Please go ahead. I will wait here." Ga-ung both listened and followed the man inside. This place preserves the history of the Orthodox knightly faith and the story of all humanity. Ga-ung started to observe the church's decorations. Taking a quick look around, the primal warrior Elden Knights fought monsters to pave the way for humanity's rise. The Soul Stone appeared through sacrifices of immortal souls. They created humanity as saviors, those who endured countless deaths to purge the monsters. Through those victories, humanity's era began, laying the foundation for the single kingdom. Ga-ung observed and said, "This must be the story of part 2. The man invited Gi further inside. The saintess was waiting inside the chapel. He followed the guide deeper in. The beautiful scene captivated viewers watching on screen. Ga-ung stopped when he saw her. "Sorry for the late introduction. I was busy honoring the fallen." The girl turned gently and said, "My name is Sophia. Though unworthy, I fulfill my duty as the saintess of the Orthodox knightly faith." Ga-ung frowned, sensing nothing unusual. He found her mysterious. Usually he would sense something from characters or artifacts. Strange. Sophia did not notice his oddness and continued, "I know what happened during the battle. Thanks to you, a greater tragedy was averted. I do not know how to repay your kindness." Ga-ung stepped forward, stating his purpose. "I am here for something important." Sophia immediately understood. "You came for the holy jewel to stop what is happening in the royal city, right? I truly want to give it to you," she said regretfully. "But not now. The holy jewel is what maintains the protective barrier around this sanctuary. Removing it would endanger those hiding here. However," she set a condition, "if the ice dragon on the snowy mountain, our greatest threat, is defeated, then she would have no reason to hold the holy jewel anymore." Ga-ung looked at it thoughtfully. "Is that really the holy jewel? I do not feel anything from it." Sophia left immediately after. "May the blessings of the Elden Knights be with you," he asked aloud but got no answer. "So I have to go slay a dragon." He was still doubtful. Something felt off. He wished there was a way to verify. Then Gaigong noticed a pile of white candles nearby. He was secretly thrilled. Perfect for a candle ritual. He picked up a candle, closed his eyes, and prayed. His spiritual energy radiated steadily. Suddenly, Ga-ung's eyes widened. This battle might bring some obstacles, but it was not entirely bad. It would open a path to overcome misfortune and embrace prosperity. In the end, it would lead to great fortune. He quickly lit the candle and smiled confidently. The candle honored the dragon's sacrifice for the holy jewel. Time to move out. On a mountain, snow fell relentlessly. Magical ropes appeared on a cliffside. Gaig's work. He wrapped tightly around it for support. Looking around, he could not help but admire the scene. They really recreated the atmosphere perfectly. Excited, he soared through the air. "I like this breeze too. If it were really this cold, I would be frozen solid by now." Ga-ung read a fan comment complaining about dizziness and laughed out loud. "I did warn you, first-person view can be a bit dizzying." Quickly, he arrived at a spot. The snowstorm suddenly intensified, and another strong gust swept through. "Be careful on the trail." After some thought, Ga-ung decided to use the cliff as support again. He quickly moved along that path. Moments later, Ga-ung landed successfully. "We are here." He was surprised to see the huge beast in front of him badly injured. "What is this?" Suddenly, a collision nearby caused a shockwave. Ga-ung instantly raised his guard. Dust and smoke filled the air, blurring his vision. A massive creature appeared, roaring loudly. The legendary dragon stood right before him, but a second later, it turned and fled. He immediately swung his sword to chase. He lunged and missed, silently cursing himself. No wonder the fortune only showed a minor obstacle. Its attack was too simple. He looked at his cracked sword with regret. "Oh no, that dragon must have incredibly tough scales. My sword." The dragon tried to sneak attack with its tail, but Gi Huangbei spotted it just in time. He used a nearby cliff as leverage. Ge Hongbi jumped up successfully, dodging the strike. At that moment, he seemed to notice something. Something glowing appeared inside the dragon's wide mouth, becoming clearer near its throat. It unleashed a powerful energy beam. Ge Ongbotha was already alert and dodged quickly. He counterattacked, aiming his sword straight at its head, but the dragon's tough scales broke his sword in half instantly. Ge Ongbek stared at his broken blade in disbelief. "Damn," he silently planned. "I thought the force plus magic would be enough to pierce it. Looks like I underestimated it." Now my sword's broken. I need a deadly strike with something stronger. Ga-Angbei eyed the beast nervously and asked the viewers. Hey everyone. Have you ever heard of the needle stabbing technique? Then he rushed forward with all his might to try it. The magical rope in his hand was ready. Ga-Angbei quickly launched an attack toward the dragon's side. The dragon was immediately engulfed by his energy. Seizing the chance, he raised his sword and lunged with all his strength at the dragon. The sword pierced through its throat. Dragon scales fell off one by one. The glowing object inside its throat still shone brightly. He cheered in joy. Got it! Moments later, the dragon collapsed to the ground. An announcement sounded. Dragon Soul of the Snow Mountain acquired. Special dragon scale materials obtained. He happily looked at the rewards. Crafting materials. Grab them all. As he walked, he thought about the fortune promising great luck and felt hopeful. Ga-Angbei was a bit disappointed to see the cave empty. No sign of anything left inside. But then the witch noticed a shining emblem on the armor. She quickly guessed it belonged to the Dragon Knight Order. They had been trained alongside dragons since childhood and formed an elite unit bonded with dragons to protect the kingdom. The witch added, I heard this order disbanded long ago after a dragon attacked its own master. They went deeper inside. And the witch exclaimed, a faint knight's soul still lingers here. Let me try to communicate with him through magic. With her help, the spirit appeared. He looked around confused. What happened? The dragons. Ga-Angbei quickly asked. What happened to the dragon knights? The young man honestly recounted everything. We came to exterminate the monsters on the snow mountain. The holy maiden gave us a sacred gem saying Knight Eldon would protect us. But it was a trap. That gem brought disaster. It glowed and made the dragons savage, but we could not bring ourselves to harm them. Ga-Hung immediately realized. Wait, that is the sacred gem the holy maiden wore. So she had several identical ones? The witch looked worried. What do you mean? She said anxiously. That was not the real gem, the genuine one shines golden bright. He thought to himself. No wonder I felt nothing. It was a fake. The knight looked confused and asked, but what happened to the dragons? Were you the one protecting my soul and body? Ga-Angbei took out the gem. It was not me. He brought the soul pearl close to the other party. I am just the one ending the last dragon on this snowy mountain. It seems it silently protected its master all those years. That dragon had been lonely for a long time. The guy realized and let out a sigh. He took it gently, holding it close while crying nonstop. He hurriedly thanked him. You have given rest to my last lonely brother. Thank you. After fulfilling his wish, the knight vanished. Now I must return to them. The witch approached the knight's place. The dragon knights always called their comrades and the dragons raised with them brothers. Hoping they are reunited now, she tried to hold back her sadness. The saint, Mother Sophia would never do that. Then why? But when Jinbi heard the other's words, he felt something off. Wait, is not Saint Sophia a young girl? The witch immediately denied it. Not all. If that is who you saw, then she definitely was not the saint. She said sincerely, I can reveal the reason because of a banishment curse. But trust me. Yet Junbi firmly said, I only believe what I see. The witch said that with pain and left. Then he added, and the saint I met deceived me and the dragon knights with a fake holy gem. She brightened up. If Vlada knew this, he would surely help the holy people. He looked at the dragon he just killed, filled with conflicting emotions. Finally, he let go of his feelings and moved on. Let us find the knights immediately. Vlada was furious hearing his story. If this is true, the church has been taken over. He clenched his teeth to hold back his anger. An impostor led my closest comrades to their deaths. I will station troops around the sanctuary and hand command to you. Ga-Angbei quickly accepted. All right. That is settled for now. The card Vlando gave him can convert to weapon crafting. The dragon scale sword goes to the blacksmith. Quality will be randomly determined during crafting. Quality depends on the crafter's skill and luck. What caught his attention was that crafting quality depends on your skill and luck. Jaimota could not wait and quickly started experimenting. Come on, let us get to forging. Suddenly, a bright spot appeared. Slightly trembling, Giant Buff followed its movement and struck the first hammer blow. At the strike point, a glowing orb appeared with a system message. Great success. The whole hall buzzed with excitement. His eyes were still filled with golden light, a mysterious smile spreading on his lips. Then the golden glow lit up again and moved along the blade. John Bait's pupils flashed brightly as he tracked it steadily. Determined, probability did not matter. He just had to strike. He raised the hammer high, eyes locked on the sword, silently vowing to finish the job. At the perfect moment, the second hammer blow landed, and the system announced another great success. Everyone watching was stunned. This only happens at a 1 in 100 million chance. But it did not stop there. The glowing spots began traveling along the blade, and that was a double strike from Junbago's position. Sparks flew wildly. Amid the audience excitement and shock, 2 system messages appeared one after the other. Great success. Great success. This time, not just the crowd but he himself was extremely tense. Because the sword's surface was now dotted with countless glowing spots, moving chaotically. Too intense? This must be the final blow. The speed was skyrocketing exponentially, and the strikes became more precise. Despite the difficulty, Junbaithi did not give up. He took a deep breath and reminded himself to focus. Everything around him seemed to lose color, leaving only the golden energy swirling around him. Moments later, he opened his blazing golden eyes full of wisdom and looked around. He raised the hammer high, gauging the distance. Finally waiting for the crucial sweet spot, Ge Angbei aimed straight for it and struck down like smashing a mouse. As the hammer touched the blade, a blinding flash lit up the room, but no message appeared. Mockers immediately ridiculed it as a 1-star weapon. While everyone was busy fighting, this gift seemed strange, and the sword's blade suddenly cracked wide from Haibara's perspective. Suddenly, it emitted a blinding light, and the sword slowly rose before Junbai's eyes. Seeing the half-smile on his face, it was clear this was all part of his plan. Then he immediately gripped the hilt tightly and pulled hard, drawing the rest out of the light pool, the unique grade dragon scale sword. The commentators seemed to have lost their minds. Continuous donations kept flooding in. Honestly, Hun really has a sixth sense for making money. Zhang Ba loved hearing it. Thanks everyone for the congratulations and support. Suddenly, a viewer donated a huge amount, 1 million world, and asked for the weapon forging secrets. He glanced at the impressive number and replied, Lord Eclipse. Thank you. Of course. But I am sure you have already guessed the trick. Jumba honestly explained, as if afraid someone would catch a slip. I struck just as I felt the sword vibrate slightly, and so it was a big success. The usage frequency changes with each level, nothing extraordinary. Right? Eclipse sent another million world with a special note. I am sure you can do it if you try. Just then, someone called Jun Buck outside. Hey, why not try this masterpiece sword? Without hesitation, he lowered his stance, ready to fight. In a flash, he vanished into thin air, then suddenly swung his sword, leaping over someone's head, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes as he left his opponent stunned. Jiang Bi immediately felt thrilled with this new weapon. It sliced through like butter. The armored scarecrow finally split in two. Now that the weapon was forged, it was time to report to the church that the dragon had been defeated. A moment later, he went to see Sophia guarding the shrine. Hero, you have returned. She bowed in respect, slowly removing the cord from her neck. At last, we can have peace. We sincerely thank you. Then she carefully held up a relic in her palm. This is the holy jade. As promised, but strangely, when he held it, there was no reaction, making Jun Bi quietly think he still felt nothing. Without hesitation, he let the pendant slip from his hand. It fell by gravity, and the moment it hit the ground, it shattered into hundreds of pieces. No sign of the jade, nor of her. Sophia turned pale, curling up in fear. Hero, what have you done? Seconds later, a blood-stained holy stone was placed before everyone. John Baika asked gravely, Strange, why is the barrier still active? Or is there a second jade? This stunned Sophia on the spot, her eyes wide in classic shock. Then, without support, the altar holding many items collapsed, making a terrifying noise. How could this be? You buried me. His whole body melted into a corner, and the commentators went wild. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, desperate cries echoed. A young man was pinned down by a terrifying demon. Long still could not believe this and rushed over. Mom, a nearby girl remained lost in meaningless feelings. But finally, the Straw Hat crew had made a decision. How could this be? You buried me. Jiang Buti stared silently at the hellish scene before him, softly and clearly. Is the bank's love really you? Wake up. Stop. It hurts. The priest gripped his wooden staff tightly, loudly warning everyone. Please move away. They are no longer your loved ones, but everyone is blinded by fleeting joy. No way. He screamed in fear. Nothing works. We must retreat from the cathedral. However, a young man was blocked by the barrier. He slammed the barrier hard, shouting desperately. But the barrier did not open. Just as everyone was blaming the woman, a group of red armored riders on war horses appeared, majestic and imposing. Fall back. The apparent leader raised his sword with authority. On my signal, strike the barrier together. Fulfill your duty, protect the civilians. The zombies saw Zhang Baika and went silent like prey, their mouths like blades ready to attack. The knights' voices echoed here. O destroyer, Grana's strength, a countdown timer suddenly appeared, 4 minutes 49 seconds. Jiang BC tilted his head to dodge the first attack, smiling with excitement, as if this was a time challenge. So I just need to clear the path and protect those inside the barrier. Right? Then a streak of purple light suddenly sliced through the zombies. I will save everyone. On his path, no enemy escaped. Wherever his sword swung, Fuzz immediately fell. Scoring a perfect mark, Jumbive ran to the end of the path, then spun sharply to stop. Next, he whirled, slicing multiple strikes in the air, signaling the barrier's completion. The civilians were deeply grateful for his actions. We are alive thanks to you. Thank you so much, sir. Soon after, the knight rode into the city, smiling warmly to express his gratitude. I appreciate your help. Your skills are incredible. It is a shame, even all our knights could not break that barrier. Jum was equally surprised. Impossible. The abandoned knights had once broken it before. The illusionist whispered into his ear, wanting to add something. I believe they deliberately weakened the barrier back then, she boldly speculated. They used the bodies of the cathedral's residents to create those monsters. So maybe we can find a way to dispel the barrier in the crematorium under the Great Cathedral. Moments later, they were at the Great Cathedral's underground crematorium. Jum no longer doubted and made his own judgment. A secret passage, this must be where the monsters came from. He slowly approached the most prominent object there. Long could not help but feel curious. Is that an egg? Suddenly, a figure dashed out from another tunnel near the altar. A familiar voice rang out, making the illusionist whirl around to look. Your Highness, long time no see. She immediately recognized the old woman and embraced her tightly, calling her Sophia. Hearing this strange title, Jumbive was stunned. Your Highness, I just remembered something. Now that my identity is revealed, all restrictions are lifted, I can speak honestly. She bowed respectfully. Let me reintroduce myself. I am the daughter and heir of Aiden, the Judicator. My name is Sophie interrupted coldly, cutting off the greeting. News of your exile worried me deeply. Seems the Judicator does not want to give up his seat. She hurriedly pulled her cloak up to cover her face and asked a puzzling question. Did you leave willingly? Elisa quickly denied it. I had no idea. That is why I must reclaim my body and return to the palace. I can conceal the mark with a new soul. For some reason, Sophia seemed fixated on the phrase reclaim my body. Then she noticed the holy stone hanging on Jun Babus's belt. So you have found it? Elisa frowned, about to clarify her doubt. Yes, I wanted to ask about the fake holy gem. But before I could finish, she cut. The original Elden Knight bestowed immortal souls. Sophia spoke passionately, muttering unpleasantly. But because those immortals were abandoned out of greed, she quietly called Sophia's name. Suddenly her expression changed completely, like a junkie in withdrawal, tears and saliva streaming like waterfalls. Now, the Elden Knight's revelation descended once again. She raised both hands to receive all the granted power. Greed born from the body, and the holy gem would become a vessel for suffering souls, the key to salvation. Both Jen Buffy and Elisa felt the oppressive pressure inside it. Sophia chanted in unison with each step, the proof now hovering above her head. Elisa's scream was quickly sent away. Grant me a new body to cleanse the greed of the abandoned. Sophia. In an instant, the giant egg crushed her flat. Seeing this, Jumbive worriedly shouted, Elisa, hide now. The fresh blood that crushed her had targeted the research pile in the room. Surprisingly, that blood was sucked up by the egg repeatedly. Inside the egg were too many innocent children. Making a long dress from them satisfied the work's needs. I was Selden. I was Robert. The fetus inside that egg was still sound asleep. Suddenly, a glowing badge flashed high, bound within the gem. Becoming the noble human model the protector once wanted to save. Salvation was near. From inside, dozens of thick phlegm blobs spewed out. But do not rush for tissues, these are not ordinary blobs. Each one transformed into a skeleton, then back into a person. Jun Baita saw the swarm of monsters rushing at him like a broken hive of bees. He could not help but crack a joke. They planning to crush me with their numbers. Before he could say more, his eyes suddenly lit up with countless tiny shining points on the monsters, connected by clear, glowing lines. His eyes flashed pale yellow, brows furrowed in seriousness. I will strike guided by this spiritual power. Without hesitation, Jun Baita swung his sword along those guiding lines. Slicing through the air, the onlookers finally exhaled in relief, thinking he was done for just a moment ago. The next second, he spun like tossing a pizza, his powerful blade cutting clean through the monsters, leaving nothing behind. They collapsed into worthless piles of yellow spit on the ground. Yet moments later, they began to rise as if untouched, all gathered into one spot, gradually forming a new body. Despite the sight, Jumba stayed calm, Amazed it seemed they could endlessly transform and regenerate. Not a hint of fear. He suddenly smiled mysteriously. His confidence came from wielding the unique dragon scale sword, its eerie blue flames blazing fiercely. Maybe it is time I get serious. That evolved egg was launching a new attack. It summoned countless sharp spikes from the air. But Giant Botha was not about to stand still and take it. He darted like the wind, leaving trails of blazing swordlight behind. While in a fierce combo, he suddenly paused to whisper to the audience. I know everyone's waiting for this time to teach this monster a lesson. The egg fired lightning bolts straight at Jin Baosum, but he dodged effortlessly by simply running in a straight line. While evading lightning, he slashed through all the spikes, letting the blue flames dance in the air. After relentless attacks, the boss monster seemed to shrink a bit. Seizing the moment, Jun Bai raised his sword high, wrapping it in blue flames. In a flash, the monster's center opened up, and he smirked with pride. As a child's figure appeared at its core, a light suddenly sparked in Jun Bai's mind. It is smaller now, I can see it, the weak spot right in the center. Without hesitation, he gripped his sword tight and charged straight at the beast, but a black orb blocked his blade. Jun Bai ignored it, eyes locked on the monster's weak point, focused on one thing, pierced through with a single strike. True to form, his sword performed perfectly. He landed swiftly as the uncontrollable monster fell with him. Yet Jun Bai showed no joy. Instead, he frowned, puzzled. He was sure he hit the weak spot. Suddenly, what should have shattered began to regenerate, revealing a small hole where his sword had pierced. Slowly, it grew abnormally, its entire body using a thick, waxy substance disgusting to behold. Then a light flickered inside that hole. Jun Bai just stood watching it hover in midair. When the light dimmed, a golden armored figure instantly appeared. The first words it uttered upon birth were, "I will bring you salvation." The commentators were thrown into chaos watching this scene unfold. Looking up at the boss, He immediately spotted a precious item. The holy gem on its chest must be important. The creature landed, clearly ready for a final showdown. But in just 2 steps, it suddenly vanished. The next moment, it appeared behind Jin Bai, gripping a blazing red sword. Luckily, his lightning-fast reflexes let him spin around just in time to block the deadly strike. The clash of swords rang sharp and piercing. Seeing the blue flame on his blade weaken, Jun Bai was a bit surprised, but the monster was not giving him a break. It launched another vicious attack, which he dodged again. However, the holy gem on its chest absorbed all the spiritual energy from the blue flame. He took a defensive stance and chatted with the audience as he waited for the next move. I do not see any other weak points besides that holy gem. Try attacking there, the commentators urged nonstop, leaving Jin Bai no choice but to heed their advice. Hold on, I need to focus. As his eyes flashed, the whole space turned into a dull gray, except for the monster's figure and its imminent moves glowing bright gold. Thanks to that, he had tracked every move it made and smirked confidently, based on what he saw. The next move, the boss would charge straight down from above. Ga Angbofi decided to move 1 step ahead and immediately jumped out from his position. Sure enough, its slash was deflected, and he suddenly appeared behind the boss. Then as he counterattacked, Jin Bai lit up, aiming to stab down with his sword. But large spikes suddenly appeared on its back pointing at him. His reflexes were impressive, quickly braking to slow down before stepping back to avoid the sharp spikes. Spectators watched wide-eyed at this incredible maneuver, but to Jin Bai it was nothing. After holding on for a moment, his dragon-scale sword was suddenly knocked away and pinned into the ground, shocking hundreds of thousands of onlookers. He immediately turned and ran toward the sword, lips curling into a perfect smirk. The boss saw the chance to counterattack and grabbed his sword to chase after him. So the two played a cat-and-mouse game in the basement. The sword was clearly within reach, yet Guy Buffa dashed past, leaving it behind alone. This move left the entire chat channel filled with question marks. He barely noticed and glanced back at the pursuer, probably thinking he could not catch up. The boss decided to stop and grew spikes all over its body, all aimed at Jun Bai's running path to block him. But surprisingly, even without a weapon, he skillfully dodged the dense attack. Then one hand went into a defensive stance. The other moved to grab and pull something close to him. Boom! Surprise! That lone sword suddenly stabbed backward through the boss's chest, shattering the holy stone. It happened so fast even the boss could not believe it impossible. Seeing everyone dumbfounded like unevolved monkeys, Ge Han kindly demonstrated again. This is how I do it. A stream of blue magic extended from his hand, binding the sword's blade, causing chaos in the chat. Dragon Whirlwind used this move to control the sword for those still confused. Ge Angbake explained further. I guess the holy gem tries to absorb the Dragon Whirlwind, so it can T-dodge and I can use its power. Just when it seemed things would end there, the boss got wild. It threw the sword off its body and gathered energy at one point. You are so foolish. A sudden shield formed as it was separated. I am the savior who will restore this world. The aftershocks pressure forced John Bikosi to block with his sword. The boss's hurried footsteps made him frown and look over. Seeing this, Elisa panicked and shouted, "It is trying to revive the souls the holy gem lost. The people inside the sanctuary are in danger." As she spoke, the monster lost all human form, made of countless faces with the holy gem held by a boy. It smashed through the basement and burst outside, loudly declaring, "Submit to salvation." The outside villagers had never seen such a horrifying abomination. "What is that?" Watching the huge monster rampage, Vondu's face darkened. Helplessness clear. At this critical moment, Guy Bike appeared just in time. He loudly called for help. "Vrono, the defense weakens if the holy gem is damaged." He paused, eyes full of shock at those words, but the next second, he drew his sword and attacked before Guy could finish shouting. Almost simultaneously, Guff slashed across. Both sword strikes hit the monster's front and back. One cut was sharp and decisive, the other gentle but steady. Jun Baite's blue flame just touched the boy holding the holy gem, and it shattered into pieces with the monster's shocked voice. "Impossible. I am the savior of this world." It was finally destroyed completely, slime dripping like rain, while he calmly caught a handful of glowing dust, though it happened right before their eyes. The people found it hard to believe the monster was dead. Looking up, they finally accepted this reality. The defense also collapsed. We survived. The livestream viewers were very satisfied with this ending. Suddenly, a hand extended, giving Jening Buke an item. "This is for you, the medal I promised." Vondu sincerely expressed from the bottom of his heart, "You saved everyone. Truly. Thank you." After everything, I realized one thing. The scene of knights and priests supporting each other with all their strength. He softened his voice and said, "Knights do not protect the people out of duty. We are knights because we choose to stand up and protect." He smiled, remembering a legendary monument like the old Elden Knights. Long after, every word of Londo stayed in Junin Boss's mind until he said goodbye to everyone. He could keep both the holy gem and the sacred bow. Our faith is not tied to factions or duty. Good luck on your journey. It was not until now that he reached the palace gates. The tall, sturdy gates made him hesitate a bit. "Looks like I have to fit these things into the slots here. But I am not sure if they will fit because the holy gem was broken." But guess what? Surprisingly, the holy gem somehow restored itself to its original form. "Hey, the gem healed itself." Elisa, standing next to Jin Biff, smiled and explained that since the holy gem holds the soul of immortality, it can regenerate its healing power. He suddenly understood. The first weak point I hit was the holy gem, that is why it never seemed damaged." Standing before the gate, for some reason, she looked sad. Everyone in the chat speculated, maybe because of what happened with Sophia or because she was about to meet her long-lost father. No answers yet, but the gate opened to welcome the new guest. The sight inside left Junbok stunned, but just as everyone got excited for the new journey, he could not help but interrupt the high with a blunt announcement. "It is past midnight already. Got so caught up playing I lost track of time." No wonder the comments are full of regret and anger. This time Juho also joined the discussion with Bang Hun. Except Junbota was still leisurely eating. "See you tomorrow. Have a great night chatting. Bye." As soon as the live stream ended, a video was uploaded with a flood of comments below. Finally, the evening was over. Bang Hun, exhausted, leaned back in his chair to stretch. Junbuff really is a genius. While scrolling through comments, one caught his attention. "What is this?" The three of them eating ginseng chicken soup and joking after the live stream. "What about the final boss?" Bang Hun chewed while reminding, "I am not trying to ruin your fun, but if it is a solo fight, you will definitely get wiped. The witch, or rather, the princess died while helping you." Junbuff sighed deeply. That is a disaster." So he made a proposal. "If we open the stream for viewers, stream sniping might happen, so using Eclipse or Genome might be better. I think they will manage even with the short notice." This time Juho joined the discussion with Bang Hun. Except Junbota was still leisurely eating. "But what about their support team? They probably are not happy about the sudden schedule change." "Well, I have been there before." He chewed carefully like a true Japanese standard before swallowing, then slowly gave his final suggestion. "I have this idea. Stream snipers also need time to prepare. Right?" The next day, Gonku continued streaming. "Hello everyone." A viewer joked about him turning the stream on and off quickly. It is common to see continuous donations at the start, including one from Anatomy R now explaining the others. He has been crafting non-stop for 17 hours since commenting on Purple's channel. Jumbi noticed and responded, "Yeah, sometimes he helps me out." 17 hours. Is he trying to make every kind of item? After a moment of pause, he finally got back to the main topic. Okay, enough chit-chat. My editor hates long talks, but some people keep nagging. I have to prove it with the mat. Come on, cut me some slack. I already treated him to fried chicken. Then Jun Buff officially gave the signal to start. Today we are clearing up to Ensign. The audience has been eagerly waiting since last time. The place he appeared was the palace entrance, and the chat even had homemade drum music to welcome him. Just looking up made him immediately dizzy. In front of Jia was a deep, endless corridor lined with mirrors. So many mirrors. Well, Elisa suddenly spoke up to explain. Everyone who steps into the palace must face their own reflection. This is the judge's verdict. He agreed with that, of course. How could I not see it? Just then, he suddenly spotted a mysterious shadow lurking behind through the mirror's reflection. Guyong quickly shifted stance, ready to fight. Someone's here, but Elisa was not tense. She gently touched the mirror's surface. Though faint, I sense a soul trapped inside the mirror, so she offered. I can guide them, they will surely repay us. Separated one. What do you want to do? At the same time, the system appeared. Would you like to invite a holy spirit? Other players can join, up to 10 people. Go solo if you want. Even Guyong seemed intrigued about what is next. Looks like a team-up coming. This time he smoothly read the audience mood. Got it. I will invite 10 people 1 minute to gather. The countdown started immediately. The entire stream audience panicked and wrestled with their thoughts. Quickly. Time hit. The rare chance closed. The screen showed Guyong's inv code. Then the fastest players appeared, making the missed audience both envious and amazed. Next, the system reminded players they must clear the game at least once to join as a holy spirit. 10 holy spirits have been invited. Guyong's mind raced with guesses. Are those numbers above your head's total clears? Comments flipped out seeing someone hit 30 clears. Even he quietly watched the mysterious player closely. But why would someone like that come to a snip stream? A VIP-level squad followed behind, making Guyong sigh internally. It did not seem hostile, but it really is snip. I thought rushing like this would avoid trouble. Suddenly, he spotted something ahead, and Elisa quickly added, the audience is right in front. That is the first thorny obstacle he must face. But it seems the royal guard's souls have lost their way, blocking our path. Luckily, Elisa found a quick solution, which helps me. The holy spirits need bodies to possess. Holy spirits, follow my lead. Suddenly, beams of light descended into each soldier. Inside each person appeared a shining, sparkling gem. Suddenly, Mind's indifferent expression turned unpredictable. Bobo. He pointed his sword straight at Guyong with hostility. Do you know what power leveling is? A viewer explained it is like a bus helping newbies level up fast. But obviously, Guyong had not caught on yet. Oh sorry. The other side did not care and kept sharing a veteran gamer's joy in helping newbies. Mind sank deeper into his past. At first, we were excited seeing you bring many new players. But they are not ordinary newbies, most of them are not. This topic is like a pressure valve for him. They use your playstyle as the standard. I am treated like trash because I do not swing my sword with your flair. He chose a mage and has been online for 3 weeks straight. Tears of frustration kept flowing. We grind ourselves to level them up, but they quit halfway because they can't keep up with you. We veterans have lost our only joy. Mind set his feelings aside to fight. Recently, we veterans made a decision. We will take you down ourselves, beat the final boss, and shatter these newbies' illusions. Even Guyong was convinced by the story after hearing it. He felt sorry. As Mind continued to weep, thanks for understanding. Bobo quickly seized the sad moment to approach, then made a crazy move to break their ranks. I just need to do something so wild they won't dare copy me. Right? The soldiers panicked and rushed after him. What? He is charging in. Stop it now. Amid the chaos, Guyong calmly said, I want that I will fight the final boss and snip. He smiled confidently and declared, at the same time, the system notified. You have entered the audience room. More announcements popped up. The stream title was changed. No way can I fight both the final boss and snip at once unless this space is the judge's audience room. Guyong looked around as if on a stroll. Looks like we are inside. Elisa suddenly flew to the side. The judge is here. Elisa. Your daughter. Facing them was Aiden, a towering giant seated on his throne with a majestic and arrogant aura, though his eyes were tightly shut. She kept talking to herself. The royal shield showed no reaction to the child's lingering mark. Father, what exactly happened? In the next moment, Aiden woke and reached out to catch her. His gentle expression completely contradicted the mysterious look from before. Elisa. My daughter. She continued, folding her hands respectfully, trying to persuade him. The judge was about to break the silence, speaking for those in pain, for justice. But before he could finish, Aiden burst out laughing loudly, as if the words were part of some brilliant comedy. Even Jendo, standing far away, felt the echo, and had to cover his ears to protect his purity. Suddenly, a mystical ring of light appeared around Elisa. He casually crushed all her hopes. You are wrong. Then he ignored the opponent's shouts and pounding inside the shield. His sharp gaze and savage smile revealed Aiden's true nature. My silence is for humanity's sake. Only then did he allow Junglesi to draw some attention. Next, he probed about your appearance. The one who was divided. So Eldon's led you here too? Before he could answer, he faced baseless fury from Aiden. Insolence. One punch shattered all the glass layers. Shards rained down wildly. Meanwhile, he faced his own reflection in the mirror. Right after Aiden's verdict, I refused to comply. The image of Junbasi in the mirror stepped into reality. At the same time, another announcement appeared. The saints had been summoned in gratitude. The royal guards were surprised. This was not part of the plan. Min had to rally her spirit to command the troops. Retreat and prepare for Phase 1. A sharp sword slash cut through like the visit of the Grim Reaper. The audience witnessed an epic duel as the two Jun-A faced off one-on-one, but the original's confident spirit could not be replicated. Even when struck down, you are just a replaceable copy. Look at yourself. One slash was enough to shatter the illusion into pieces. The royal guards were also progressing smoothly. They all fell. Phase 1 ended. Aiden stood firm in his stance. You want to prove you are unique. But it is a futile struggle. The guard team quickly resumed their advance. Take down Purple before Phase 2 begins. I will attack from the right. I am a big fan of his. Purple. His stream's always on fire. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed and shot out from the center of their chests. They all rushed forward, but were immediately stopped. Aiden muttered to himself amidst the battle. According to my judgment. Meanwhile, the guards were struggling fiercely. Woo, 4 down already. Phase 2 is coming. The decisive strike is near. Below was a chaotic retreat, a stark contrast to Yan's calm demeanor. They grew larger instantly. Watch out. He slowly seals the deal. Death is coming. At that moment, Jumbik activated threads in his palm. They silently wrapped around the fleeing guard's footsteps. Huh. Then he decisively pulled the opponent back for a beating, making him tremble. He is about to kill them both. A sword and a support clashed, sending out shockwaves. Sparks flew everywhere from the friction. He confidently declared as he successfully disarmed him. I am not going down. The guard immediately sent Enso's signal to his team. I need long-range support. As soon as the signal ended, they left the scene, attacking simultaneously. Giant Buffy vanished from his old spot in an instant and used the back of the guard as a springboard to leap higher. The unlucky guard fell right into the trap woven by him. Seems like no one in this game can predict escape routes. For him, this fight was as easy as a ballad melody playing, and he was the lead dancer unleashing sword power in the center. Just kidding. The last guards grew even more cautious. Only 3 left, should we say? Yeah. Minus message is clear enough. Meanwhile, Junbai landed successfully after his sweeping attack began. On Mingya's side, she gripped her sword tightly. Certain of her decision, they shouted like a battle cry. Without hesitation giving up. Sorry to bother your stream. I am a bit disappointed we did not get more hype. Huh, it just got exciting. Before really leaving, Ming gave a sincere smile of relief. Hopefully, he will deliver something truly unbelievable like he promised. Aiden, witnessing it all, can't help but feel frustrated. You fool. You reject a peaceful death? Then I will give it to you one more time. Immediately, John Buff was surrounded by mirrors and fallen holy spirits. A strong chill ran from his brain down his spine, forcing him to halt abruptly when he heard the words, "And I will shatter your soul to the last fragment." His eyes blazed red with dark murderous intent, making him brace himself. Oh God, what the hell is this? His sharp eyes locked onto the prey as if sentencing it to death. John Buff was on high alert, retreating slowly while drawing his sword. I am going to lose for real. The crowd kept cheering, fully believing in him. Suddenly, John noticed the soldiers scattering in panic around him. The audience barely had time to grasp what was happening before he unleashed a raging power, crushing pillars bare-handed. What stunned everyone was how easily he uprooted a pillar like pulling a radish. But the bigger surprise was that inside the pillar was the rare sacred sword he seldom drew. As the sword plunged down like a blazing meteor, viewers could only scream at the frozen Jianpuketh to run. His whole body stiffened as if paused, his eyes widened, staring unblinkingly at his opponent. Unbelievable. Compared to the massive sword that broke all limits, he was like a tiny grain of rice. No one believed he could stand against it, but in a hidden angle, a dazzling light illuminated Junbut's confident, excited smile. Pretty cool. The deafening clash exploded, shaking the space's vision flashed wildly. Blurring everything, everyone agreed he was surely dead. Surprisingly, Niu died screen appeared. All were confused, staring at the shattered ground at the scene. Even Aiden had to admit Jian's skill, so you blocked my strike. Facing a strong opponent really excites me more than anything. Without Eclipse's technique with the dragon scale sword, I would be dead for sure. He did not give his opponent a moment's rest and teleported instantly. Each strike was so fast it was impossible to follow, weaving a deadly trap that gently sent soldiers back to their graves. The crowd cheered nonstop. From now on, Purple would be hailed as Elden's honored warrior. John Batif fled under pursuit by royal guards and Aiden's threat. Then, his sword slashed decisively. Only he managed to dodge. All the guards became human shields. Aiden did not give up and kept attacking relentlessly. At that moment, his movement suddenly became restricted. The crowd eagerly focused on Jun Batif's battle interface glowing with a blue flame whip in hand, but then a twist golden power enveloped the blue whip. Soon, the blue light dimmed and flickered as it was severed. Aiden also broke free from the restraint and continued his ultimate moves. At the same time, he was falling through the air, about to collide with the sword strike just launched. Even in this dire situation, Jumbeef smiled calmly. Too bad, almost caught you. Dragon Swirl does not work on the referee. He shifted focus to the stray guards, bundled them up, and lipped away. Probably some witch or princess magic. He gathered all his strength in his wrist, ready to throw this move. Jumbeef used Aiden's own minions against him. They will just come back to life. A fan noticed Aiden's aura weakening each time an immortal died, but he was not satisfied with that. It was too boring. He was certain from the start, everything has a weakness. And in this game, if there is a weakness, he will find it. Jiango Desi's sixth sense spotted the breakthrough to defeat Aiden. Now he was truly serious in the fight. I am focusing hard. His hands glowed with flickering lights. Instantly noticed by the crowd, now it is Purple's time to shine. He wiped out the obstacles to reach his biggest target. I just need to find it. His footsteps hit the ground with power and determination. The fastest path. The surroundings seemed frozen in time. On the path to Aiden's weak point, an unstoppable fierce determination burned in Junbus. His eyes were filled with murderous rage and fury, and his power began to surge fiercely. But it was not enough to pressure him. He had to break through quickly. It only fueled his fighting spirit more. But the risk made it all the more thrilling. Jiangov unleashed his blue flame whip to grab the guards. At the same time, he dodged the sword thrust coming straight down. He repeated the move successfully, evading the approaching blade. In an instant, the audience named this tactic Bus Bump. Then he used the rope to wrap around the throne as a leverage point. Right after, Jumbai landed exactly where his opponent usually sat. Aiden's murderous gaze grew even more intense and terrifying. He immediately changed direction, raising his sword high. His fury and madness reached a boiling point. He was not worthy of that throne. This time, he did not dodge but faced the holy sword head-on. Sparks flew everywhere from the clashing blades, and he admitted the first clash was always the hardest. With just one move, Jian Bifi confidently knocked away that massive weapon and proved his point, but after that, it was easy. Aiden froze for a moment, unable to believe his move had failed. Taking advantage of his distraction, Jun Bahe shifted from his original spot. Moments later, he landed on his opponent's arm, closing the gap between them. Finally, they were evenly matched. His confident, determined eyes never wavered. Jumbihi used the proud armor as a springboard, leaping into Aiden's blind spot. This time, he decided to put all his strength into his sword. Power swirled into a small whirlwind before delivering a decisive, vertical slash as if wanting to split his enemy in two. After this fierce but exhausting strike, Jove still landed smoothly, maintaining his cool and commanding presence. The audience was swept up in the battle's rhythm, but one noticed something off. The blue flames began to fade, revealing a shocking secret. He was a golem. So all along, a golem had ruled the people. Was the wizard just an adopted child? His power shifted from golden to a dangerous hellish red. Once Phase 3 started, every move he made was instantly lethal. As his power peaked, Aiden launched a massive fireball straight at Junbus. Still, Jun's eyes flashed briefly, his expression calm as ever, but in truth, he barely escaped the death blade by a hair's breadth. The attack's wide devastation was terrifying. Even after the shockwave faded, dangerous magical circles remained on the ground death zones, only cleansed by soul sacrifice. Aiden gave Jum no time to recover, preparing an even stronger strike. Without hesitation, Jumbite instantly left his old position. Moments later, the attack blasted a wide area just out of his reach, yet the surroundings and Aiden's throne remained untouched. John Baiva quickly found a weak point and swung his whip with full force. Even the sword was set aside, as if another master called for it. He wrapped tightly around the throne, using it as leverage, silently telling himself, almost there. His whole body shot into the air, right before Aiden's razor-sharp gaze. Now, he finally combined his sword with the move. The moment the sword fell into his hand, Jumbive launched it like a bullet. The powerful weapon flew at supersonic speed, breaking through all of Aiden's guards and defenses. At the same time, The blade shattered the core in his opponent's chest, landing firmly as usual. The audience gasped in shock and cheered. Sure, he had overwhelmingly won the duel, but only Junbeef realized the mission was not over yet. The core was cracked but not completely broken, still gripping the sword's hilt. The blade was stuck fast, unable to cause more damage. Aiden delivered his final verdict. Fate was unbeatable. Then, the giant sword whipped through at lightning speed as Jijinbusif was left empty-handed. The explosive sound echoed through the space, and the audience doubted since knew you died message appeared. This déjà vu scene repeated once more, and viewers noticed he was hiding another sword. Even he had to admit his earlier arrogance was misplaced. Damn, it is not easy at all. His trembling hand grasped the slender sword. Though its power was not overwhelming, it was the most resilient weapon he had, although Sithang is still unclear. But still takes a moment to explain to the audience. I have used this move before. The blue flame on the whip flared up again. He wrapped the rope around the sword hilt, and then unleashed it. It stabbed straight forward, then declared loudly and boldly to take down a golem. Biff excitedly tossed the sword into the air, eyes focused on its spin, while his hands summoned spiritual energy around him. Rarely encountering such fun, he burst out laughing, battle blood boiling as he prepared the move. I have used this once before. At that moment, his face showed nothing but fierce determination. Biff poured all his magic power into the sword, launching it forward with a force that tore through space to strike down a golem. Then the massive strike exploded, charging straight at Aiden with ruthless power. The gem on his body cracked under the sword's blade. At that very moment, the golden core glowed as if emitting massive energy it could not contain. Aiden's whole body shattered like stone breaking into nothingness, leaving no impressive words. Leaving the audience in awe, as his broken form collapsed, a thick cloud of dust rose and spread all around. The reason for it all made Mir a sigh in satisfaction, then cheekily winked at the audience. Phew, that was intense, definitely a boss fight. But barely resting, the system started beeping urgently. Warning, system overload detected. Please stop using the device immediately. For your safety, the device will shut down in 10 seconds. His face showed confusion, eyes darting around his powerless floating body. System overload chat. The screen suddenly went black, and the system sent rapid notifications leaving commentators stunned and confused. This is channel management. The capsule processor is overloaded due to direct brain connection. For safety, the stream ends here. Back to reality. 2 pairs of shoes left outside the portal looked messy. Du-ha warily approached to check on his friend. Beep, you okay? I had to calm Bung Hun down for a while. Unlike your worried tone, he responded calmly. Like I said in the group chat, I am fine and know my own limits. Buff-Du calmly took out his laptop and typed something. Yeah? Got it. I have skimmed the manual. Let me share what I found. Hearing that, the other guy's voice dropped noticeably. You have already looked into it. No time to reply. He focused on enlarging the 3D screen floating midair. Alright. Listen up. Seeing this tech for the first time, Bass's face lit up with excitement. What is this? Du glanced at his eager smile and replied calmly. Raw data collected by the capsule is categorized by each game. If we rewind to the overload moment, footage from when he played suddenly popped up as thumbnails on the screen. Hold on chat. I need to focus. Found it. Wait a sec while I sync. Skimming through a segment, the 2 guys quickly spotted the vulnerability they needed. Sometimes you say it out loud. Sometimes not, but always when I am fully focused. Bassi immediately fell into deep thought. So when we tap into mental power, capsule processes data more intensely. Today's graph has more unusual peaks than before, probably because I used my power longer than usual. Completely baffled, he scratched his head nervously, face twisted like he would been caught red-handed, hoping for a fix. Hearing this, Du snapped his laptop shut and switched to uncensored broadcast mode. I am not sure. I have never seen this notification before, but it happened across all cease brands. But stared blankly, voicing his inner doubt. Never seen it before. Once everything was settled, he sluggishly stood up. We will send the device for repair first, and I will catch up on related research. Feeling his friend was overworking, he quickly spoke. You do not have to push yourself so hard. Are you leaving now? Dua barely lifted his foot before putting it down again. I am just checking on you and talking about what happened. Alright. I will announce the stream's end. Remember to rest well. Clear enough. Rest up if you end up like Bung Hun. I swear I will kill you and never forget his miserable groans. Overload. Buffy did not know what else to say but knelt obediently. He heard that sharp warning ringing in his head. Alright. Let us. He breathed a sigh of relief. Seems like they really care about me. Lying on the bed, Buff drifted into aimless thoughts without realizing when, at first, it felt strange to wield this power freely. Like it had a mind of its own. You accidentally voiced your thoughts. But now that you have gotten used to it, This happened. I bet. So it should be fine after the fix. Still, maybe I should learn to control it better. That said, Jaya from Junbeek stared at the ceiling in silence for a moment, then could not help but laugh before muttering to himself. Looks like I really have become a streamer, always thinking about going live. I sent the capsule for repair without a second thought, but that vague thought drifted away as dawn spread over the area, especially at Reality J's headquarters, where an emergency meeting was already underway to discuss recent events. These capsules are designed with ultra-high technical standards to protect the brain. We never expected an overload warning to be triggered. To back up his point, he projected a 3D screen showing specific data for the other two to grasp. This client consistently exceeded the average processing level by 5 times. Although these numbers were shocking, they remained manageable. However, this time he surpassed the average by tenfold, exceeding system limits and triggering the warning. Tang and Zara stared at the usage time, visibly stunned. Whoa, really? Recalling the moment of the incident, Jay was so exhausted he buried his face in his hands and sighed. At first, I thought it was a device error, but after checking, everything was fine. Suddenly, she jumped up, cutting in with a panicked expression. Wait, this chart shows this is not the first time it happened. So why was the warning triggered only now? Anticipating this question, he calmly zoomed in on a single indicator and explained in a drained voice. Previous spikes shot up and dropped quickly, so the system only marked those as temporary glitches. Sustained overload is not a system error, but caused by the client's intentional data processing. The device is not faulty, so no fix works. Even the premium model can handle this level. Clips from Jeonbox's previous live stream were also displayed. He is a rising streamer with some fame, even collaborating with Metagamer. Absorbing all this info, the two others looked visibly shaken by this product. They could not risk influencer scandals. Refunds were not enough, they had to act fast. What now? The meeting room quickly slipped into a dark, hopeless silence. After a moment, Zara's face lit up with an idea. Wait, what if we develop a custom capsule with a higher processing limit? Hearing this, Tang snapped out of his thoughts, visibly relieved. Now that you mention it, there is a production line idle because the Dantaniang series just stopped. Right? Not just them, even the usually worried Jay smiled brightly. A custom premium capsule, that is a solid idea. Leading the group, Tang voiced encouragement, reigniting the team's fighting spirit. At Reality, we value every customer. This exclusive service will be just for Purple. It is our chance to show our commitment. Let us close the sponsorship deal with him and include a special edition capsule in a live unboxing. In a flash, the company escaped the crisis caused by an unexpected glitch. What started as a simple warranty request turned into an official sponsorship contract. Then someone's voice unexpectedly chimed, and you have probably read all the details by now. As marketing head, Tang represented the company to negotiate with the three from Jeonbaf, confirming payment based on their fame. A 15 million world currency contract plus a free custom premium capsule. Though silent, Guy Bybrothi was visibly shocked while his two close friends had mixed reactions, one happy, the other indifferent. The capsule I am using now costs 8 million. I heard the channel has 600,000 subs, valued around 13 million. Recalling the previous social media stats I read, 8 million is about 5,500 US. Premium capsule 15 million is around 10,000 US. Custom premium capsule 20 million, about 14,000 US. 600k subs equals 13 million U in fame value plus 2 million U bonus equals 15 million U. Capturing that stunned look, Tang continued sweet talking with the best lines. This custom model is designed to handle 50 times the average user's processing load, making Do a break from his thoughts to ask, 50 times, hoping the contract goes through. His face lit up like dawn breaking. The device has been stress-tested beyond real-world loads to ensure it exceeds limits. If any issues arise, we will upgrade or replace it immediately. That intro quickly grabbed Jeonbok's attention, making him pause. Wait, this is heavy stuff. I suddenly remembered that using power in the virtual space no longer caused recoil. Before, it always gave me a headache. Could it be that the capsule absorbed the recoil? His quick-thinking brain lit up with a faint spark. Now that the limits are raised, maybe I can tap into even greater power. For example, I could expand my scanning range or gather more detailed info. That sly smile appeared briefly but was quickly overtaken by decay. And so, the custom capsule will be delivered tomorrow. The flood of new info shocked the three friends all at once. Tomorrow. The sunlight pouring into the room did not faze him. His voice stayed steady as usual. We really appreciate your channel's content and reach. The sooner you are back, the better. Since we plan to send the custom capsule regardless of sponsorship, we started production as soon as the warranty request arrived. Your extra custom requests will be free too. The data stream flowing visibly through the ERCOT mirror. and Bikusi's attention, rarely seeing this. His face showed a flicker of surprise. After absorbing some of it, Gaiba quietly praised, "Now I get why reality leads the capsule market." Shortly after, all his followers' screens flashed the same notification. Today's stream cancelled. Channel manager announcement. Today's stream is cancelled due to warnings and system errors. Tune in tomorrow for the sponsored custom capsule unboxing livestream by Reality, the #1 brand. The next day, Purple's alert sound kicked off the stream. The sponsored stream, covering everything from system errors to the custom capsule, quickly drew thousands of viewers. The giant Perfect Play box appeared before everyone's eyes. A large hand adjusted the recording camera. "Alright, this is my first offline stream." Giant Basie's figure appeared quickly under the public gaze. Though his face was deliberately hidden, he raised his hand in greeting and spoke his first line to the live audience. "Hey, chat." Everyone was on edge until they saw the goofy mascot face on his head, amid jokes and laughter in the comments. Gaiba calmly waved at the camera. "Hello, everyone." That simple line satisfied his top supporters enough to tip him, but they still asked about the mask. Seeing those colorful comments, he looked adorable and replied, "Reality made this just for me. At first, they told me to stream with just my voice. But where's the fun in that?" Realizing he had their full attention, Gaiba quickly got to the point with a light clap. "I guess many of you use reality capsules too. This time, Reality sponsored me with a premium capsule custom made just for me." A flood of curious and congratulatory comments appeared. Lunfin looked sly. "Why do you think they made it just for me?" Jumba nodded subtly, which Du Ho caught and projected onto the big screen. The detailed stats charts appeared crystal clear, and his calm explanation impressed the audience. "Remember the overload warning? That is because my processing load is higher than average. They made the machine to handle 50 times more." After explaining, Gaiba slowly pulled out the specially decorated box. "Alright, let us start unboxing. Actually, the tech team already assembled everything. I just put the box here." Instantly, the purple cocoon-shaped machine looking for a sim appeared, astonishing the crowd, while its owner casually posed with it. "Isn't it beautiful?" But that was not all. He also pulled out a brochure and presented it like a pro salesperson. And there is more, because this is a premium model. It has many cool features. It even has a water dispenser, a dream machine with an automatic cleaning system too, guaranteeing comfort for 12 hours straight. Gaming on this, you won't be disappointed. His smooth talk kept the chat buzzing with admiration. He is a natural salesperson. Even the mask he wore seemed to tear up at his weak acting skills. "I have to thank Reality a lot. I used to worry I would never see you all again because my talent was too much to handle." Reading the playful comments, Doodle behind the scenes could not help but feel impressed. He is really making a name for himself. The screen behind Jean Book suddenly switched scenes with advanced tech. Reality promises the best service to every customer. This broadcast is sponsored, drawn by the invitation of a rising call with an indescribably industrial voice. I got to see firsthand why Reality is the top company in this field. Thanks everyone for tuning into the stream. Suddenly, a comment caught his eye, making his voice falter. 12 hours means 30 gun battles. Is not that boring? He feared the crowd might gang up on him. Gaiba quickly changed the subject. "By the way, my editor's holding the camera right now. Do you guys think you can edit 12 hours straight?" He gripped the camera like a boss. The lifeless eyes of the mascot suddenly flickered like a real living being. He grit his teeth and hissed each word out. "See, you are the ones turning me into a slave here. Of course, there will be a part 2 to the stream. Gotta try the new capsule first." Gaiba turned his face away and slowly peeled off the mascot, making the crowd hold their breath. But when he turned back, his playful tone took everyone's annoyance to a whole new level. "I have got 2 different masks ready." After the joke, Gaiba slowly crawled into the cocoon costume. "Alright, see you all in Eden Zane's skun." The moment his eyes opened, the scene of Aiden's body lay right before him, right where we beat the boss. Elisa suddenly dashed through the space gate, rushing toward the battlefield. His sad voice echoed immediately upon seeing her approach. "A bit, Elisa. Do you hate me for what I have done?" Elisa's eyes hesitated, unable to answer right away. Her tightly pressed lips trembled suddenly. Without a word, she hugged the large, stunned face in surprise, feeling that breath. That bond. Aiden's breath slowly faded. A satisfied glow spread through his cells as he closed his eyes slowly, his shattered body releasing a golden spiritual energy flowing into Giambus, receiving the soul of a Zin. The judge, tiny Elisa, began to fade too, her voice choked with emotion. Divided 1. "I am glad you are all right." Before anyone could react, a loud bang startled him as he quickly turned around. Elisa, now human shape, stormed in like a debt collector, Her mix of softness, steel, and speech left everyone unsure how to respond. As the Hair of Awakening, I will find where the Eldons are kept once I become the judge. She raised her hand, silently chanting spells. Thousands of seals swiftly wrapped around Aiden's body. The slender seals began to fall from the sky into Elisa's hands, creating a breathtaking scene. Chaotic lines of script started to envelop her from head to toe. After completing the rituals, Elisa slowly approached Jinny. During our time together, I have perfected my physical form. Thank you for protecting the golem my soul is bound to. Without a word from him, she waved her hand, spreading her spiritual energy. Jumba's body was lifted effortlessly by Elisa's voice. Now, let us head to Ilden Zone. After a moment, they were teleported to the tome. This unknown area triggered old memories for Junadis. This is the hidden cliff area inside the tome we discovered earlier. Standing before the glowing gate, Elisa's voice softened. Right? I was told to come back here after collecting enough souls. Following her lead, he nervously reached into the gate. The souls of Aiden the Abator and the Nameless resonated. Two crystals immediately floated out, swirling and soaring high. Suddenly, a powerful light burst forth, forcing Junbasi to shield his eyes. After a moment, a strange sound echoed all around. His eyebrows furrowed deeply in intense tension. Guy Bidas slowly cracked open his eyes to assess what had just happened. The space around transformed into a 3D cosmic scene, leaving him dumbfounded that there was nothing else. Luckily, he was still stunned, unsure what to do next. A shining star suddenly appeared, astonishing both him and the viewers. Inside that light, the Elden Knight emerged like an idol making a grand comeback. His footsteps gently touched the ground in a rhythmic dance. Elden slowly approached him with unmatched authority. His hand rose gently halfway, lightly touching Jian Baika's heart. Elden spoke his first words. Under the light of justice from a higher being, his speech was confusing to all. You are my soul. Those granted power by Eldens are called saviors, and the soul fragments left behind after they depart become the divided. A deep, resonant voice with a radiant aura elevated Elden's majesty to a new level. Your presence here can only mean one thing. Aiden has failed. Upon hearing this, Jun immediately grew curious. Failure? He did not answer directly but hinted as if a curtain of truth was being drawn aside. Recall your memories and face it from the start. His body suddenly hovered midair. The space around began to shatter with the system's sound. No saved data of Elden Kingdom was found. Default data loading. A flashback appeared after Jun completely vanished from the camera. O Savior, protect the kingdom. Protect humanity. An endless war. When the scent of blood in the air became the cruel reality unfolding every moment of life. A life trapped in the cycle of death. Comrades falling one by one. Despair always lurking as the end of humanity draws near. The lone knight created a seal under the witness of the divine, while slumped lifelessly in his chair, clearly needing someone to act. It turned out that very night had shaped the Aiden essence that Jean had encountered before. The massive city gate slowly closed as hollow eyes gazed uncertain futures. What humanity needed was not victory, but survival. All bonds of kinship were locked behind that door, leaving the nameless knight outside to guard the fortress. A knight gasping for breath in a pool of blood after a fierce battle. The last savior. I must see the nameless knight approach. He hurriedly raised his hands pleading for rescue. In response, the other placed his hand on his head and coldly ordered, You must protect the graves. His terrified face quickly went blank, and he obeyed like a puppet on strings. I have a mission. That nameless knight stepped into the ancient tomb, the last savior with a sacred duty. His steps stopped before the thick veil of bones and ashes to bring peace to his fallen comrades. His sharp sword plunged into the ground, spreading spiritual energy in all directions. The aura filled the silent graveyard, but this overwhelming act made him feel deeply unsettled. The noble intent shattered, leaving nothing destroying the will of his creator. At the same time, that pure energy began to seep into every corner of Aiden's chamber. This is why I exist. My sacred mission. His lifeless eyes suddenly snapped wide open, immediately releasing a terrifying aura few could withstand. Preserving humanity. Memories flooded in nonstop. Decades later. What it means to be human. Aiden stood high, taking it all in. What about those discarded? Time and again, we purify their corrupted souls to bring them back to humanity. But for souls shattered and torn like that, do they still deserve to be called human? Finally, Aiden narrowed his eyes and began his judgment. He stood before a miniature world holding the souls of commoners and knights alike. To fulfill the mission given by the Creator, a pure human was needed. Then a baby appeared in his hands, crying out loud. The only soul Aiden must protect is his daughter, Elisa. Here, carrying her father's faith and hope, Elisa kept growing. As more souls grew unstable, he could no longer protect his daughter. Aiden cast a spell to send her down to the lower world, then chose silence, ignoring the people begging below. Judge, please. Judge us. His judgment was reserved only for humanity, No one else? Aiden sat on his throne, hearing their desperate pleas. We can stay here. We will die. Then he gave no answer. Only silence remained, unable to intervene. He let them leave. Both knights in the church departed, having received nothing from Aiden. Only Elisa stood there waiting for him. She looked up, holding onto a spark of hope. Whoa. Then it gathered and dispersed again. Elisa still waited. Now as a soul, time stopped flowing. The knight Aiden appeared and said he had failed in his mission to protect humanity. The Eldenson, the primal soul, source of all things. Knight Aiden pointed at Jun. Because of you, a fracture in fate has bound itself to this world. You are my descendant, my fragment, my essence, all necessary elements now united. If you truly wish, the world can be reborn, and so, a new era for humanity begins. Knight Aiden handed the primal soul to Jin, hoping someone would save this world. He stood there staring at him for a long time. After a while, Junbok finally spoke. Someone once told me, a name is just a fragment of existence. No matter what name you are called or what you call yourself, as long as you carry the breath of humanity and wish to be human. Those souls had slipped into the greedy mortals. According to Junbok, they were truly human. His gaze was more determined than ever. His resolute voice echoed through the space. The era of humanity is far from over. Knight Aiden froze at Junbok's powerful words. It proved he had not misjudged him. If people truly want to preserve the world as it is, then the Eldens and I will stand with you. Suddenly, his movements halted. But what if this power is used for another purpose? What if it can detect signs of corruption? Knight Aiden's voice rang out. I understand what you are implying. Then he raised it up, drawn sword high into the sky. The chat exploded witnessing the scene. Dark Run. This is the origin story of Dark Run. Junbok read the comments in disbelief. Dark Run. That is the little game Eclipse used to play, right? Knight Aiden was slowly fading away, breaking apart again and again. Then each shard of light flew up with Drun. Yet the soul refused to surrender. Suddenly, the livestream scene shifted to a place with fresh air. Elisa's message appeared. The one shattered is me. This is Elisa. It has been a long time since you disappeared. Humanity still faces threats, but we are doing everything we can. The Zun is the sign of those discarded. I have no doubt it is connected to you. It has done much to preserve our humanity. My father once said silence was for humanity, but thanks to you, we learned that only through words, actions, and failures can humanity move forward. So I will fail and fail again to open a new era. You will always be welcome here whenever you return. And then we will show you the era humanity forged ourselves. Then the Elden's game logo appeared, and the chat flooded with emotion. Such a beautiful ending. I could not help but cry. Junbok stood atop the mountain, reflecting with awe. This ending will haunt me for a long time. A message from Byung Hun popped up on screen. Hey, check this out. From just officially announced Dark Run Remastered. They even mentioned our channel. Junbok read it, then exited the game, returned to the lobby, and voiced his surprise. They mention our channel. He grabbed popcorn and sat in front of the screen. Part 3 of the stream was about to start. Now that we have seen the ending, we have to watch this too. The Mensi appeared on screen. Hello? I am representing the development team at From Studio. We decided to remaster Dark Zone as Eldens enters its final development phase, and wanted to share this good news. We have carefully discussed and agree that Eldenson is only truly complete when players realize it is the prequel to Dark Jun. No matter the story branch, the core remains unchanged. Jinbi appeared right on screen. Jin excitedly clapped a few times, and finally, a streamer from Korea known as Perfect Play achieved that. Funny enough, he was the first to discover it, even picking the hardest branch right off the bat. We knew it was him and started recording this announcement. Junbok listened, thrilled, laughing and scratching his face. Oh man, I am starting to feel shy now. Jin smiled mysteriously. To thank you for letting us share this moment, we prepared a special gift, like Eclipse in Elden Kingdom. The Solar Knight will have a new PC added to Elden Zone. The image of a knight appeared, and the chat erupted in cheers. Right after Jaemong spoke, the Perfect Knight was inspired by Perfect Play. If you talk to him, there is some cool dialogue too. He said slyly from a certain line. I have never been caught in a trap before. Do you know a dragon's weakness? The easiest way out of a maze is to create your own escape. No one can predict it. Junbok was itching to join in, dropping his bap giant. Right after reading the message from his brother. Remember when I messaged the group chat? Yeah, decided right when you took a break. We thought this was good for the channel, and a small thank you to you. Jin ended the show with a bow. Once again, we sincerely thank the two of you for allowing us to include you as NPCs in the game. What a coincidence. Both come from a country famous for its gaming culture. With that, we will be back soon with more exciting news. After it ended, Guy Bife was still stunned. Honestly shocked he never expected this level of recognition. The screen was flooded with notifications, and he nervously said, Thank you, There is no more room to show all the donations. Thanks to the 500 guild members who donated. Gaib walked down the stairs, still chatting with fans. I am still a bit shocked. Maybe I need a sip from the new capsule I just bought. He signed off on the chat channel. That was the end of today's stream. Thanks to the Eldon's team for this memorable moment. I will keep trying my best to bring even better streams. Game News posted about the event titled Dark Jun Remastered confirmed as the perfect night. Guy Bive sat down scrolling through his phone, amazed at how some news sites posted faster than he could even type. He was startled when he saw a message from Dung Lion Hazi. How come there are already 50 messages? It is only now 30 am. Suddenly, Guy Baka's eyes fixed on an email notification. Are they setting the date for the Gung event already? At that moment, his phone rang. It was Juan. He swiped to answer. Hey Juan. He barely greeted before the other side eagerly interrupted. Man, I see you are famous everywhere now. I was shocked when I heard last night. Congrats. Man, Guy shyly asked. Really? Still feeling it was not quite real. Daiwanin leaned back in his chair laughing loudly. You do not look nervous at all. Come on. Admit it. It feels amazing. Right? While on the call with Juan, he slipped on his sandals. Of course. I am still trying to understand everything. But wait, Juan, did not you stream last night? Why so early? He put on his headphones and hurried outside, teasing Juan a bit. Don't tell me you waited for me to wake up. You could be just slept and called me later. Juan sounded a bit down on the other end. The dark circles under his eyes made him look even more tired. No way. Something this big deserves to be celebrated today. He did not forget to joke back. Did I make your heart skip a beat? Carrying his toolkit over his shoulder. He laughed as he walked. Yeah? Probably. I saw Gung's email today, so the date's set. Guy Bahe asked like a know-it-all. Yeah, they said they need more time to fine-tune than MP is. Some other things have changed too. That comment surprised Guy Buff. He wondered if the NPCs were related to the data he would provide it. Meanwhile, Juan could not stay up and flopped on the bed. Speaking lazily, I told them I picked you as my trump card, but it seems they still have some team stuff to finish. I will update you later. Though his eyelids were heavy, curiosity kept him awake. Hey, about the final boss fight. He put on his headphones. They kept exchanging messages. Juan said something important to Guy Buff. Suddenly, he laughed. Woo, now you want to mooch off me. Too bad. I am off today. Juan did not accept his pleading. I am just asking for a nod. Didn't I say I would mooch off you? Guy Buck strode down the street, listening to Juan ramble. Then replied, well, if it is you, I am sure you will make amazing content from it. He looked up at the blue sky and smiled. What I like about Juan is he is straightforward. No games, no strings attached. For a good guy like Juan, there is no reason to say no. Juan cheered excitedly. All right, I have got your permission. Next time we meet, we have got to bring Per back. At that moment, he arrived at his boxing gym. As soon as he stepped inside, Guy Biffy teased. All right, I get. Now go. You are too old for this stuff. Juan got mad at being called old and fired back. This kid. Fine. I am planning to sleep anyway. Inside the boxing gym, the sound of punches kept echoing. Gaiby quickly found a spot he liked. After training, he sat down to rest, casually scrolling through social media. There are a few new messages in the group chat. Views have skyrocketed. This is way beyond what I expected. He breathed out a few times, grabbed the towel around his neck, and smiled helplessly. These two are still hung up on that. Definitely an overreaction. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with surprise as he skimmed through more news. Have we hit 3 million views already? On the screen was a video titled The Ending of Spirit Immortal Legend by Black Seal. He could not believe the view count displayed. It felt like everything was succeeding beyond expectations. And we gained another 70,000 subscribers. No wonder they are so excited. Below was a pinned comment praising the flawless gameplay. User Eclipse clearly expressed joy and appreciation for the series' return, hoping the bond with the creator grows even stronger. Other comments shared similar feelings of happiness and being moved by the ending. They are really looking forward to the next installment. Jiyoung BC carefully read each comment under the video. He was quite satisfied and leaned back in his chair, setting the phone on the table. He thought about how he used to punch the punching bag just to relieve stress, imagining it was the face of his enemy. Then he prepared his boxing gloves, adjusting his stance precisely. Boxing had become a part of his life. He wondered, but now what? It really helps me recharge. All right, I will keep up this pace. A moment later, he launched a solid punch into the bag. Each hit grew stronger than before. Memories from deep inside him gradually surfaced. Back then, he was still a kid. His parents and grandmother were very worried because he was sick. He never forgot what Grandma Jimo said back then. Jun bisa, You need to train your body. You are suffering from a soul sickness. The more he thought, the harder he trained at that time. Grandma Gyeongbi said if he wanted to live, he had to learn to control that power. A broken container can hold what is inside. Each intertwined memory became motivation to speed up his boxing punches. Suddenly his pupils contracted as Grandma Jun's words echoed again. You will need something. Young Guy Bo always remembered her advice. What he needed to contain his soul had to be both strong and spacious. You must train your body. Thinking this, Gunpa spun and shifted his stance. He flipped, swung a full-powered punch with his forearm and bicep. Grandma had told him to build his strength and learn to focus entirely on himself. Just then, his prepared punch landed hard. Everyone training there watched in surprise. Omut. I thought the bag would tear. The punching bag, hammered by Tan Bang's combos, still had not stopped swinging. They whispered among themselves as they watched his back. Is he a? I did not recognize him. Overexerting in a short time left Jin Nabuts instantly exhausted. He grabbed the punching bag as support. By learning to focus inward and train his body, his spiritual energy no longer leaked, and his symptoms gradually eased. He recalled Grandma's words. His spiritual energy far exceeded what a human body could handle. Ga-Angboti was smart enough to understand that although there was no energy leakage, the illness had not vanished completely. At this moment, he found it hard to maintain his current state. His mind was mostly blank. I thought I would be safe from backlash in the virtual world, but it is not completely effective. Sweat poured down Jin Baekta's face like a river. He thought silently. Everything is fine now, but there is no guarantee it will stay that way. If she were still here, I could ask for her advice. Suddenly, his phone nearby vibrated, catching Gyuong B's attention. He was a bit surprised so many calls today. Then he tapped the headset to answer. Hello? A familiar voice answered on the other end. Hey, hearing the familiar voice, his pupils contracted immediately as the person continued. Auntie needs to see you. Are you free? And so, the two began their conversation. Jiri spoke softly. Your grandmother appeared in my dream. She told me I must find you immediately. Without hesitation, Ga-Angba arranged a meeting. A moment later, he arrived at a fancy restaurant. Ga-Hongbo looked around in surprise, when suddenly a loud voice called out, Ga-Hwan, I? Seeing the woman sitting in front of him, he smiled politely. Aunt Guri had deep pink hair, radiating a glamorous aura. This is Minho Bodazavayang Jiri, the spiritual medium of Miss Jeonba. Noticing her bewildered grandson, Jiri smiled while holding a cup of tea and said, We have not seen each other since your grandmother's funeral. Right? He naturally pulled out the chair opposite her and replied, Yes, you still look as youthful as ever. But do you eat Western food? Grandma never touched it, afraid of offending the deity she worships. She laughed brightly, waving her hand. Usually, yes, but your spiritual energy is strong enough to suppress them. That is why you only come to the side altar at your grandma's house. Seeing the delicious food brought by the waiter, Jiri's eyes lit up like stars. She exclaimed excitedly, It has been so long since I had steak. I have you to thank for this meal. Jeonbok smiled helplessly. This feeling is way too familiar. Mind if I lean on you a bit? Jiri took a bite of the steak and immediately felt relaxed all over. She asked what he had been up to lately. He nodded with a smile. I have been trying game streaming, and it is going pretty well. Hearing this, she nodded in approval. Keep it up. Your grandma said you have many worries. He was a bit surprised and did not want her to worry. He quickly explained. Actually, I had to cut my stream short the other day because... Then he told her about everything happening to him. Jiri nodded thoughtfully while eating. Suddenly, Jiri got serious and warned Jeonbok that when chasing luck and blessings, the first thing he should learn is how to recognize and avoid dangers, because he might not realize them. He blushed slightly and put his fork down. Yes, that is why I am thinking maybe I should stop streaming. Seeing his reaction, she paused to think. Let us see. Jeonbok, you know your grandma saved your life, right? Hearing this, Jiri recalled her terrifying memories. When she was just starting out, she was exploited by evil spirits. Back then, she was called a fake shaman. A low-level spirit had latched onto her, pretending to be a guardian deity. Using her to satisfy its desires, things got so bad she seriously considered ending it all, slowly cutting the last piece of steak. She continued, But after meeting your grandma and beginning to worship a true deity, I finally understood that gods do not bring suffering. She stabbed the piece of meat on her fork and nodded firmly. They simply help you see your limits. Jiri never forgot the bloodline that the evil spirit tried to use her to seize. She confided to Jeonbok as if reminding herself, But if you have never worshipped a true guardian deity, you would not understand that, and that is why people suffer from soul illnesses, because they do not know how to manage that power. At this, she pushed the cut piece of meat toward Jeonbok. I was told I could not become a shaman because the gods would consume me. Just like your grandma said, right? She meant your spiritual energy would make you lose yourself. Seeing her grandson freeze for a moment, Jiri waved the meat to attract him and said, because your spiritual energy is so strong, only a true guardian deity can reach you, guiding you on the right path. No fake spirit can touch you, and it is the shaman's duty to fix everything. Here, eat this. Jun Mongbok took the meat from her, chewing as he asked, the right path, isn't that a good thing? She recalled the evil spirits that had tormented her. As someone who had experienced those horrors, Jiri did not want him to misunderstand. A fake spirit seizes by force, while a guardian deity demands reverence. Suddenly, a purple glow surrounded Jiri, while countless hands reached out to hold Jian Mongbok. She voiced her suspicion, but in the end, whether you follow desire or justice, you are still giving up your free will, are not you? Hearing this, his brows furrowed as if enlightened. Free will. That meant Jun Mongbok remembered a spirit that once created illusions of his parents to trick him into going to the ghost gate. It said, I will help you get anything you want. Your time has not come yet, but with my help, you can meet them. It smiled seductively, painting a future that bound him, just knowing that returning to a normal life would be impossible. Being completely trapped was the right choice. Even when his heart wavered, its urging grew stronger. Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! By sacred command, obey the will of the gods. Piecing it all together, his pupils involuntarily contracted. He wondered what would have happened if back then he had crossed Tam Du Kshoin to reach his parents. One by all the memories of that tempting spirit flooded back in the moment. He was completely bound. What does it mean? Is this the path to serve a god? He did not know anymore. What did he want? What was right? What should he do? Was this really the life he was meant to live? His thoughts rushed so fast it felt like they wanted to swallow him into an illusion. Suddenly, a voice called his name. Jun Book. He startled and looked up at Jiuri, who looked at him with wide eyes. Sometimes, there are fates that go astray. She placed her hand on his shoulder, both instructing and reassuring, but no fate has only one single answer. Blindly following what destiny decides is not always the way. Then she smiled and pointed him toward a path that could bring him happiness. Perhaps that was the answer. The restaurant suddenly fell silent. Jun Book listened to her words and realized a few things. She looked at him proudly. He had grown up. Before, he would argue back without knowing any better. Jiri's smile and gaze held even more unspoken feelings. But now, he understood. Right? She gently touched Jin Book's face. You must really love what you are doing. I can see that in your eyes. Hearing this, Jin Book's legs unconsciously intertwined. Jiri's voice still echoed in his ears. Like your grandmother said, building a strong body is very important. The half-cut steak had cooled. But if you know your limits and what you can handle, you can make the most of it. At that moment, Jiri stepped in front of him. She placed both hands in his, like giving him extra strength. Jun Book believed she knew he could do it. He blushed and looked at his beloved person, feeling warm inside. She encouraged him not to give up. Just keep doing what you love. After her heartfelt encouragement to her dear nephew, Jun Book and Jiri happily enjoyed their meal together. As they left, Jiri asked, you understand now, right? Jun Book knew that knowing his limits was everything. She kept reassuring the young boy. You are scared because you do not know your limits yet, but once you do, there is nothing to worry about. He hesitated a little. How do I know my limits? She smiled with meaning in her words. That is something you have to find out yourself. Then she turned back to explain in more detail. But if you want a hint, your grandmother can often see the future or the deepest thoughts of others. Hearing this, he became a bit curious. So you mean like precognition and mind reading? She nodded and smiled. You are capable of far more than that. Then Jiri strode ahead, leaving Jin Book staring after her. He thought to himself, so confusing. Really confusing. But after thinking it over, he obediently bowed his head. It made him feel a little more at ease. Thank you, Jiri. Seeing his gesture, Jiri blushed and smiled teasingly. I'm about to blush myself. If anything is bothering you, do not hesitate to tell me. He nodded softly. So I get to eat Western food again? Caught off guard, she laughed freely. Looks like your livestream career sharpened your sense of humor. Then she smiled at the now mature him. Memories from the past flooded back. Back then, Jiri was still quite young. We are not blood related, but your grandmother took care of me when I was at my lowest. So you really are her grandson? When she cried then, a sweet little boy gave her his most precious gift, a lollipop. Jiri always kept those moments deep in her heart. She looked at him, because who could just stand by folding their arms and watch their sad nephew like that? She looked up at the sky, gazing into the distance. Maybe she could not get close because of his spiritual aura, But she told me she is always watching over you. You can let her think you are lazy. Right? They walked on together for a while. Jinbook smiled softly, thanking her. Hearing that, Jiri became playful. Oh my. This is too much for me. He teased her again. But I guess I won't suddenly drop dead anytime soon. Hearing him, she laughed. That only happens when low-level spirits leave a body that is completely drained. You do not have to worry about that. At this point, Jiri reached the car. She waved goodbye. I should be the one giving you a ride. Well then, see you next time. He bowed his head and replied, It is I live right here. I will keep in touch. Then, Grandma Jun's cheeks flushed pink as she watched someone she had not seen in a long time. After a while, he walked home. But Jiri's words kept echoing in his mind. The gods do not bring suffering. Now that he thinks about it, he remembers the spirit that deliberately deceived him, saying, I will help you with anything you want. He thought to himself, maybe the backlash and aftershocks were its warnings. Whenever he bent his spiritual power to his will, it could not tell him the exact limits. He walked to the edge of the road, still feeling a bit uneasy. So all the pain he endured was a warning not to cross the limit. He had never guessed it before. The traffic light was now red. He recalled the warnings the system gave when he was in danger. System overload detected. Please stop using the device immediately for your safety. The device will shut down in 10 seconds, he thought quietly. It is no different from energy capsules. Exceeding their processing limits causes system overload. Thinking this over, he felt a bit puzzled. So as long as he stays within limits, he will be fine. Right? Suddenly, memories of Grandma came back. Back then, Grandma Jun was cleaning something. Seeing this, he ran over and said, Grandma, leave it. I will clean it for you. You need to rest. Though her grandson offered help, Grandma still wanted to do everything herself. She smiled. I am pouring all my faith and purpose into this so the gods can rest peacefully. She also taught Jin a worshipper's lesson. When you treat something carefully, it begins to carry your faith, like you are imprinting a piece of your soul onto it. If you want, an object infused with faith can reveal a person's true nature. He did not understand fully and asked, like reading thoughts and prophecy. She gently replied, You can do much more than that. Thinking of this, he rubbed his chin. Right? If I apply what she taught me. Jiri then recalled the times he risked everything during game challenges. Until now, I have only used my power to escape danger or defeat enemies. Seeing the traffic light turn green, he thought on, but with a change in intention and approach, can I start testing my own limits? With that, he walked on, blending into the crowd, looked up at the late afternoon sun, and smiled. Who knows? Maybe I will find a whole new way to use this power. Meanwhile, Jinam was live streaming the Genetic Night analyzing the perfection alongside Eclipse. Over 10,000 viewers tuned in. Comments complained the stream started too early. Someone joked he showed up early for the mission. Others just wanted to focus on the game. Come on, take a deep breath. I am still a good gamer. He just pushed beyond his genetic limits. Below, comments exploded calling out Eclipse's name. Oh right, Eclipse fits perfectly here. How did he even get him on his show? Suddenly Jinam raised his sword and announced the stream was ending soon. But for newcomers, Eclipse and I are analyzing Purple's final boss fight. And yes, I have full permission. More chatter popped up below. The official tournament is certified. Broadcasting Purple's game live a can't miss for Purple fans. Seeing this, Jinam angrily waved his sword. Of course I am going to ride on his coattails. Don't you know I was his first streamer friend? Meanwhile, Eclipse stood quietly off to the side. The keyboard warriors started working again, basically trash-talking Jinam's fame but not denying it. Someone recalled his fateful meeting with Purple. He said, Anyway, we finally reached the highlight. The big battle flashed back to Jin holding the sword. Trembling, if I had not remembered Eclipse and the Azure Dragon Sword's techniques, I would be died. Jinam smiled brightly. Eclipse is his master. What do you think about that? Eclipse blushed awkwardly. Master, please do not flatter me. Embarrassed, Eclipse could not help but swing his sword a few times, blocking with perfect balance the moment it met the brutal, overwhelming blade. Jinam cheered him on enthusiastically. Eclipse was serious, yet a bit gloomy. He blushed using that against such a fierce sword. I never imagined he could do that, and he did it twice. That says a lot about his skill. Jinam jumped up, cheering. See, I told you during the Genius Surgery tournament. A flood of comments rolled in. People complained Eclipse talked too much. Jinam was not embarrassed at all. He just got more smug. Whoa, not everyone can analyze the ancient soul master like that. You guys just would not get it. Down below, the viewers mock him. But at least his delusion is impressive. I mean, this really is top-tier commentary. Suddenly, an info box pops up. Perfect play. The chat explodes again. Huh. An impersonator. Only the channel owner can use their channel's emoji on another channel. So it really is him. Genonum is just as surprised. Wait a minute, what? The user Perfect Play just sent a message. Perfect Play. Hello? I really enjoyed your analysis. Someone in chat demands this Nick stop using Genonom's emojis. Others think Genom is just pretending. Eclipse scratches his head awkwardly. Embarrassed that his shallow knowledge got exposed, Genom is yelling and pulling his hair. Purple, today's your day off. Why are not you resting? I scheduled this because you were not streaming. Hearing the complaint, he immediately replies. Perfect Play. I am relaxing while watching your stream. It is an honor to have an expert analyzing my gameplay. The comment cracks everyone up relaxing while watching a stream. Perfect. This stream would be way better with all three of us here. Meanwhile, Genom smiles evenly. His tone and manner calm. Chat, but you are right. Suddenly, Genom goes quiet, and the chat starts feeling guilty for teasing him so much. In-game, a young man with white hair tied half up descends from the sky. Genom and Eclipse are stunned by who is standing before them. Junbox waves cheerfully. Hello chat. I am not streaming today, so this still counts as my day off. The chat erupts again. Everyone greets him enthusiastically. Some viewers see all three appearing as a surprise gift for fan. During the Ancient Soul Watch party, Genom laughs loudly. Hey Boca, did not expect you here, but I am not the type to lose my cool and just wing it. He and Eclipse get more excited with Gonbox's appearance. Please tell us your honest thoughts on the game. Eclipse nearby is visibly pumped. Definitely. I am eager to hear that. He hesitates slightly. My thoughts? Not answering right away. Genbox summons a sword in his hand. He lightly swings the sword a few times. Then says, what really sticks with me is how satisfying the combat feels. Plus, the monster design and cutscenes are amazing, and the story is truly touching. This game definitely makes you look forward to the next in the series. Everyone in chat agrees. Hearing Genbox reply, Eclipse rushes over and asks, so you would be willing to play another game in the series? He smiles reluctantly. Not right away. I want to switch things up and try something different first. The chat gets all emotional again. Poor Eclipse is way too excited. Genom chimes in beside him. By the way, have you decided what game you will play next? He glances at him calmly and replies, not yet. I plan to ask for suggestions in my next stream. Getting the answer he wants, Genom puts on a scary face with a sly grin. Genom, what is with your face? His smile loses all humanity. Fans love seeing streamers put on the spot. See that? He immediately presses a button and yells out, but you are too perfect at this. So here's my suggestion. Stuck in a nightmare room, why not try an escape puzzle game? Escaper Genom is thrilled with his idea. He laughs heartily. The chat erupts, cursing Genom. Genom is the devil's incarnation. Exorcise him. Or is there someone who does not know the game Genom just recommended? Contrary to everyone's thoughts, Junbox smiles brightly. Sounds exciting. A few chatters say, he is just enjoying himself. Lol. PB's confidence. The idiot Genom freezes, his double chin showing. Right? I forgot what you are like. Boca. I am ready to tell you all what has happened to me. The geniuses. I will tell you. The chat jumps in to protest him talking. Genom switches to a guilty look. It is just a small suggestion. Eclipse eyes light up like, I totally recommend Dark Lun. Then chat jumped into the chat comments. Everyone felt the situation was chaotic, suspecting they were part of a real survival game. The game was mind-blowing, but could Purple handle it smoothly? Or did someone want to suggest more games? Genon tapped a few times. This is not the ending I expected. But anyway, we are heading out. Then Chad objected again. Everyone scolded Genom, who snapped back. I told you guys early on that we were about to finish. Then, Guine glanced at everyone and laughed loudly. A big thank you to Purple Eclipse, and of course to everyone in the chat for stopping by. Ellipse placed a hand on his chest. Wishing you all the best. Ji Kwang Biff smiled and waved, saying see you tomorrow. Goodbye everyone. Then Chad happily waved back at them. The scene shifted to a cave filled with lively laughter. Here's to Jinbi Coca-Cola's reputation. He blushed as everyone was congratulating him. Is that really the best reason to raise a glass? Joan teased mischievously. It is just my way of celebrating. I am buying today. Hearing this, Ge Hung immediately declined. This time I will pay. The guy with glasses chimed in. You already paid last time, holding his cola. John was clearly excited. I am grateful for yesterday. I know the sudden changes made things tough for the staff, and you even approved my livestream analysis. Suddenly putting his drink down, Juan nodded at Jia Kambi. Remembering, I am honestly shocked you took my silly joke seriously. Don't you know how notorious that game is? Now I am worried I will ruin your perfect reputation. Gaang Buff looked at him with a puzzled expression. Were you joking? I played the tutorial myself, and it was not that bad. He darkened his face, unable to believe what he just heard. What? You actually tried it? He recalled the email the anicap developer sent him. Hello Perf, I am Impress Honor. Lead developer, I am a huge fan of your live streams. We would be thrilled if you tried our game from the Impression team. He mentioned the developer probably watched the live stream since they gifted him the game. Thinking this over, he also wanted to try other games to discover new ways to use his powers. Then he turned to Juan, laughing. Thanks for the suggestion. His face twisted into a serious grimace. The guy with glasses changed the topic. I also read your email about the Gung event. The young man beside Juan spoke up, right? Today we should discuss that. Mentioning the big issue, Juan's face darkened menacingly. About that appointment. It turns out the NPC issue was not the worst part. Zhang Qingbei stayed carefree. So what was it? Seeing Juan's attitude, he patiently explained, the real problem is team setup. We have 2 open slots. Juan leads the team, and Jin Bai is the ace. His expression suddenly changed, anger creeping into his voice. Ji was supposed to find those 2 members for us, but now we have to find them ourselves. Ga Angbothel was enjoying his meal when he heard the news. Confused, Juan stared at him intently. Why change the system all of a sudden? Seeing the reaction, he just closed his eyes and sighed. I heard things are a bit messy. Jan pondered before deciding to share everything he knew with him. Ji even pulled some streamers from Serengeti V, but they are totally different from other streamers. Serengeti V is a live platform with a tiger avatar. Juf had not heard of it before and was surprised. Oh really? Never heard of it. He had long heard rumors about those hungry tigers always lurking and hunting prey from that platform. Serengeti is much wilder. Some streamers they brought caused huge trouble. Many got involved. Sitting across the table, understood why the organizers rushed to replace all members, causing the event to be postponed to withdraw everyone. John groaned, tired of starting over from scratch, leaning back in his chair. Exhausted. Exactly. So now we have to pick members ourselves. While he complained, the other casually stuffed meat into his mouth, cheeks puffed out. With your connections, it should not be a problem. Jin knew that better than anyone. He admitted he was more than capable of asking others for help. Yeah? But I also wanted to discuss it with you. That is why I agreed to meet and celebrate. John set down his chopsticks, raised his hand to his chin, and seriously pondered to find the right fit for the current open spot. They need 2 people with a sense of humor. He lifted his glass of cola and took a sip to calm his nerves, then reassured himself, it is mainly about the deadline, so they probably won't be too strict. He was silent for a long moment, then suddenly his lips moved slightly, as if a decision had formed. His eyes filled with anticipation as he looked up at Gina with a bright smile, confirming once more, as long as it is fun. Nothing else really matters. Right? The next morning, the 2 of them went together to the Dongmayo flea market. John cheerfully enjoyed the familiar atmosphere and scenery, while Honium, now here, silently marveled that nothing had changed. While he was unfolding the map to check the location, almost there, he was suddenly drawn to a small stall selling old items. Among them was an antique ceramic vase, covered in cracks but radiating energy. He suddenly remembered his childhood with his grandmother, recalling how she would lift each statue with faith. When you cherish something, it carries your belief. Jin smiled softly. That moment gave him a warm, familiar feeling, like hearing his grandmother's words. After walking a while, they arrived. Jinho stopped and stared at the map's destination. Sure this was the place. Before them stood a massive shop, and he eyed the large sign overhead suspiciously. This is a store, not a home. Since they had come all this way, he did not hesitate and decided to go inside and ask, let us see what is what. Jiuk and Jin pushed the door open and stepped inside. The bell above the door jingled, welcoming them. After waiting a long time with no one coming out to greet them, Jun politely called out, breaking the silence inside the store. Hello? Is anyone here? There is no rush. So he decided to explore the place while waiting. Suddenly, something in the air caught him off guard. He froze, unable to believe his eyes. It was strange how many items here carried powerful spiritual energy. He had never seen so much energy radiating so strongly, an entirely new feeling. Jun clutched his head in confusion, unable to realize such strong energy existed here without any backlash. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Jun knew that good and evil could manifest in countless ways. His grandmother appeared in his mind wearing traditional clothes, performing a ritual. One day, you will understand. Then all went silent after those words. She turned to look at him with golden eyes shining like flames. Jin snapped awake after the vision. She saw it too. He could see with his own eyes strong streams of light surrounding him. His power felt sharpened. More precise. Everything looked different. Though it was the same strength. Was that why there was no backlash? Excited, he smiled brightly, thinking maybe it was because he had changed his approach. Jin could not help but laugh seeing Jin acting so silly and weird. You okay? You are just standing there smiling to yourself. He startled, quickly composing himself. Nothing. As they talked, someone calmly approached and interrupted. Hello? Both turned abruptly toward the voice. An elderly man came forward to assist them. How can I help you? Jin was relieved to finally have someone to ask. He immediately dashed over to the man. Excuse me, sir. We are looking for someone. She is Lipchimmer. The man looked confused, not understanding what was going on, thinking they were from some company. What? You are a management company. Do you know an inn? He felt disappointed since this did not help and just wasted time. He wanted to leave quickly. Well, maybe you came to the wrong place. Try calling again. Jun stopped him with a confident look, waiting for someone to arrive. This is the place. A tall figure slowly descended the stairs toward them, thinking the shop had customers. The person reached forward to pull aside the bead curtain blocking the path. Customers. As the beads parted, a familiar face appeared eclipse welcoming them. He was quite surprised to see the two suddenly show up at his shop. He was shocked that the person he had trusted was him. Jun happily stepped closer. It is an honor to meet you in person. Eclipse. He eagerly invited them upstairs to his room. I followed him and only then found out. So you live upstairs? As soon as we entered the room, the two suits of armor on either side immediately struck Juan's eye roll. He felt bad for keeping them waiting. Sorry for not coming out to greet you. It must have been tough finding this place. Right? Jun waved his hand to reassure Eclipse. No worries. We should have told you earlier. He excitedly admired the white armor he usually wears. I have always wondered where you got your armor. Turns out you bought it in Nikamai. He reminded him about his awkward behavior. You made him uncomfortable. Jun rubbed his head shyly and quickly went back to his seat. Sorry. I got a bit too excited. He happily brought out some cans of drink to offer them. It is Just make yourself at home. We have worked together plenty by now. By the way, how did you know it was me? Jun popped open a can and took a sip. Then explained. Your build and the way you walk it is like a swordsman. Eclipse laughed heartily when he realized he was recognized. Nailed it. That is definitely your style. But curiously asked him, did you open this shop with your dad? He nodded slightly and spoke gently. Actually, with my dad, my parents live far away now. People usually mistake me for being over 27 years old. Eclipse's words left Jin confused. Juan is 28, and he is over 30. Best not to ask exactly how old. Seeing his strong reaction, he touched his chin and accepted it. I started killing YouTube and training swordsmanship at 15. He is only 27, and 12 years of intense training must be left its mark. Juan joked happily that he looks younger because he exercises. Jin stayed silent, watching him, thinking how unfair life is. Suddenly, he realized Eclipse had been playing for a very long time. Wait, 15 years playing games at this studio. He grabbed his phone to tease him. So you have been playing mature-rated games since you were 12. I am calling the cops 911. He nervously stopped him. I am just curious. Besides, it is easy to bypass age limits on this game, but now I regret it. They all burst out laughing, then started talking like knights again. I think we are making this hard for you. So let us just chat here. Hearing that, Eclipse finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now it is time to discuss the Gung event we mentioned. Jin spread his arms, offering a collaboration to him. We know your content usually focuses on just one game, so this might be a tough decision. But we promise it is worth it. We really want you to join us for this event. Hearing this, he looked at them thoughtfully for a long moment. Eclipse seriously gave his answer and shared his personal view. I am not concerned about money. I want to broaden my horizons. He remembered his defeat when he once seemed unbeatable before Jin took him down. After losing to Boo, I reconsidered. I was too focused on mastering one field aiming for the top. But maybe I was just trapping myself in a tiny bubble. His eyes filled with hope as he looked at Jin and Jin. Besides, they are the ones I want to team up with for this new challenge. I will join no matter the pay. Both cheered and high-fived when Eclipse agreed to join them. While the mood was cheerful, he interrupted the conversation, slowly standing up. He firmly made a request. I have one condition. Eclipse suddenly reached out to Jin. I am a bit competitive. I want to duel you one-on-one. His face showed surprise and disbelief at the challenge. Jan was stunned, eyes nearly popping out. I do not think that is a good idea. Without much thought, he grabbed Eclipse's hand to accept the duel. Juan smiled widely. Pleased, great. I knew you had a good eye for fun, not wasting time. He invited them along. Well then, let us. Jin froze stiff, his brain instantly shutting down. Huh. I am the only one who does not get what is going on. He grabbed Eclipse's hand, ready to stand, wanting to use this chance to test his skills. This was the perfect opportunity to prove his strength. Jin's eyes gleamed with calculation. If his power has sharpened, then he himself must have changed too. Maybe he will discover his limits or new ways to harness his strength. Full of energy, the two began the handshake ritual to start the match. Let us. He led him and that guy to a room. He looked at the white banner hanging on the wall. Curious, where is this? This place is a real fighting arena. The trainees were all practicing together. The clang of metal rang everywhere. Eclipse looked at them and explained. It is a training room run by a hobby club. There are official organizations studying Western swordsmanship, but this place is more about casual, free-form practice. Jin stared blankly at these people, then suddenly pointed at them. Wait, now I remember. I saw this place in one of your videos. He leads in front while they follow. He smiled lightly and replied calmly. That is right. Most members here do not know about streamers, so you do not need to worry. He did not care about that either. It is no one knows our faces anyway. At the far corner of the room, he turned into the next hallway. The members politely greeted him as he approached. The master has arrived. Jin teased again. He deliberately repeated and added a few words. Master? Huh. A fitting title for someone who guides the honored one. Eclipse blushed deeply, shyly explaining, I just called him that because he showed me a few tricks. Reaching the room, at the end of the hall, he grabbed the door handle. Ready for the match? The door slowly opened, letting light in and revealing the items inside. He excitedly watched the door open, while John suddenly froze when he saw a carved wooden plaque on the ground. The sign right at the moment he saw the nameplate on the floor. John could not hide his surprise as he looked inside the armory. Inside was a display of exquisitely crafted swords and shining armor that left one breathless. As soon as he stepped in, his eyes gleamed with delight. Scanning everything around, awesome. Eclipse happily introduced the place. Everyone here takes this hobby seriously. I even use streaming money to invest. We hired a professional company to keep the armor clean, so no worries. While excitedly admiring the sword in his hand, John suddenly remembered and turned back suspiciously, saying, Wait, are you really going to wear these? I thought they were just props for your stream. He could not hide his excitement about it and quickly said, To perform at your best, you can take shortcuts. John's expression showed clear helplessness. John clearly said we have to wear them for safety reasons. He was so passionate that he looked high like a kid who just tried something new. Huh, am I the only one who finds this strange? After some chatting, they changed into special shoes and walked together to the training room. Seeing the three enter, others whispered among themselves, the master's wearing heavy armor, and there is a curious one too. Has the club sent experts? Someone noticed the strangers and asked, Who are those with him? John put on a warrior hat and followed the two like a child being led around. Noticing Jin was new, a club member stepped out to ask, Sorry, are you planning to join our club? Eclipse quickly replied to the person, They are just my acquaintances. I just wanted to show them around and have a friendly match. We will be careful not to cause trouble. Junio shyly waved his hand, eyes wide and sparkling as if afraid of being misunderstood. Trouble? Not all. This is a great chance for us to learn. Hayu rubbed his hair. Looking flustered, the master is testing someone. Sujin held a cup and guessed excitedly, That person must be very skilled. Suddenly someone asked Jinbeth, If you do not mind, how long have you been training? Tran Tru looked a bit embarrassed. Thinking he could say it is the time he has streamed Eldenstone, he did not overthink it and answered honestly, About 5 days. Which stunned them all. Huh, does anyone get that? Feeling the awkward vibe, Eclipse spoke up to break the ice. John Bythet and he stood facing each other in the arena. Both ready, feeling the smooth sword in his hand, he was a bit surprised. The weight distribution feels different from the game. Eclipse caught the doubt in his voice and guessed. Explaining, That is probably because this replica has a dull blade. Hearing the explanation, Jaiboth understood better. Makes sense. Though still not used to holding it, he was excited to join the fight. I will get used to it soon. I ready. Gripping the sword hilt tightly, he lowered his helmet excitedly and stepped into the fight. Good. You can use any technique as long as it is with the sword. As the match began, the two raised their swords, ready to fight. Xjin could not help but feel nervous. Was this really okay? Hainyu's face showed doubt too. If he would only trained 5 days, he probably did not even know how to hold a sword properly. Eclipse exhaled a misty breath into the air, a silent signal that he was about to strike. He charged like a storm, swinging his sword with all his might. Steel flashed fiercely. Seeing this rare sight, he was so surprised he jumped to his feet. The master struck first, The guy next to him was equally stunned, meaning the opponent was even better than himself. Though Eclipse's attack was like a lightning strike, he still managed to block as sparks flew from the clashing blades. While countering that strike, Gang silently analyzed his disadvantages. Not only did the sword feel strange, but he could not tap into his spiritual power like in the virtual world, dulling his senses. The two fought fiercely, swords clashing nonstop. At the same time, he assessed his stamina and, weighed down by this heavy armor, he was starting to tire. Seeing his chance, Eclipse quickly swung his sword sideways and thrust forward without hesitation. Though pressured, Junpei kept his composure and struck back precisely. Yet, little by little, his ingrained reflexes were coming back. Eclipse's blazing sword slashed past, narrowly missing his eyes. At that moment, a golden glow of psychic power lit up Jun Boka's eyes. Even in danger as Eclipse prepared another strike, he confidently grasped the core strength within himself, and despite limits, his spiritual power was still there. As Jinbei stepped back to dodge, a supernatural force enveloped him from behind. Though Eclipse kept attacking relentlessly, he calmly adjusted his stance, aiming his sword forward by controlling the small amount of power he could. Seizing the moment, Jinbei surged forward, raising his sword to deliver a deadly blow. His eyes shone with golden psychic light. Thrilled to feel the energy, he was finally starting to understand how to use it effectively. With a swift sword swing, Jinbei blocked the incoming attack. The clash of blades echoed loudly in the arena. That simple move sent Eclipse flying backward instantly. This unbelievable scene shocked Han Yu like a viral internet sensation. The master stepped back, and Jun Sayo looked just as stunned, almost dropping to the ground. No way, he only trained 5 days? Though panting from exhaustion, Eclipse stayed sharp, continuously analyzing the situation. Wanting to end it quickly was a naive thought. He tried to exploit the difference between reality and the virtual world. Seeing Junpei's strong figure lowering his sword, he could not help but admire. But Purple's adaptability far exceeded his expectations. Inside the heavy armor, Eclipse was truly exhausted, breathing heavily as each breath escaped through the armor's gaps. The more he attacked, the more the armor drained him. Though his body was worn out, he did not drop his sword and struggled to stand bit by bit with sheer willpower. Refusing to stop, Eclipse refused to give up, rushing toward Jun Dif, determined to strike first before Purple adapted further. His powerful sword thrust was stopped at their point of contact. Thousands of sparks burst into light. He leapt into the air, swinging his sword over his head, ready to deliver a decisive blow. Yet Junpei caught the strike with an eerie calm. As light as touching a floating thread, with sharp eyes, he seized the moment, one hand gripping the hilt tightly, the other sliding along the blade. As his hand neared the sword tip, his fingers clenched into a tight grip. Junpei held the sword firmly with both hands, his cold face lifting the blade. This move stunned Han beyond belief. Everyone else was equally shocked to the extreme. The sword's handguard slammed a powerful blow into Eclipse's helmet, echoing with force. The strike caught him off guard, making him stagger. Jayamthi immediately lowered his sword near his feet, hooking the handguard behind Eclipse's knee. Then, suddenly yanking hard, he threw Eclipse off balance, causing him to fall backward completely surprised. Eclipse crashed onto the arena floor, powerless to resist. Instantly, Junpei raised his sword, aiming straight at his neck. His eyes were sharp and cold, full of determination, looking down from above, both hands gripping the hilt aiming straight at him. Eclipse looked desperately at the sword, lying a meter away, too far for him to reach, even just a little. He calmly closed his eyes, surrendering completely, raising the white flag in defeat. I lost? Those words left Eclipse students all speechless, unable to believe what they would just heard. No way a newbie could beat the master with just one move. While he calmly sheathed his sword, the entire training room erupted in cheers. He really won. It was unbelievable. Seeing him struggle to stand after the hit, Ga-ung both quickly reached out to help. Curious? He asked. Where did you learn that move? Caught off guard, he awkwardly scratched his face, hesitating to answer. Is that technique real? I just did it, because you said anything goes with the sword. Eclipse could not believe the answer. His eyes widened in surprise. It turned out he simply chose the best possible move. He smiled broadly, praising him to no end. You really are a genius. Jun got up, sympathizing with Eclipse. Trust me. I used to be like that. He was too silly to be mad at. Eclipse calmly took off his hat and casually asked, Hey, are there any night outfits in Gunnerground? He flicked his hair proudly and replied, Definitely. I know you are into the night theme. I will gift you a skin soon. His voice could not hide his excitement and joy. That is settled. The two happily shook hands after the match. Brotherhood forever? Eclipse welcomed, expressing his honor before hearing the response. It is an honor to meet your standards. He was proud to praise himself. I have got an eye for talent. Eclipse's students, though clueless, happily echoed the sentiment, seeming even more excited than their teacher who did not understand what was going on. But it was awesome. Before Gwang left, they cheerfully called back like old friends saying, "Take care, and remember to visit us. No membership fees here." As he walked out the door, he glanced back at Eclipse, happily thinking that now that he would met him, he probably had a knack for making things fun too. Gwang Bifi pictured the game character and felt even more optimistic this could go very well. Meanwhile, at Gunner's main office, Sang Hun was diligently reporting to marketing team leader Min Yok-sun that the accusations against the streamer group Serengeti had been confirmed. He stood shyly, a bit embarrassed, continuing to explain his tasks. "We still have not found half the replacements." Min Yok-sun heard this and unconsciously covered his face in frustration. "Great. Tell the team leaders to send me the list of recruits immediately. We also need time to verify. But be polite when you talk." He felt relief coming and quickly said, "Yes, sir." Bong suddenly appeared with more news. "We just got word from Jenenum's group. They found someone." His face looked like he was totally detached, waving his hand in boredom. "Jenum, he is reliable, a veteran for a reason. Just basic checks and we are good." Seeing Min Yok-sun's lifeless, lazy expression ready to give up, she quickly tried to encourage him. "Yeah? I really think you should check yourself." He was fed up and did not want to take the task. "Come on. You have to handle these things on your own now. Right?" "Forget it. Who is it?" asked suddenly. Boai looked confused for a few seconds before answering slowly. "It is Eclipse." Hearing that name, Min Yok-sun was stunned, eyes wide open, a wave of shock mixed with surprise washing over him. "Eclipse? The guy who just plays studio games? Are you sure it is not an impersonator or someone with the same name?" Boai confirmed firmly again. "Yeah, he was recommended by Purple." Boai suddenly sat upright, his face turning pale. "Purple? Huh." Dark memories arose in Min Yok-sun's mind. Was that smug face watching him beg at his feet really him? He slapped himself hard, as if going crazy, to suppress the fear inside. "Calm down. This is what really matters now." Suddenly Min Yok-sun smiled brightly, clenching his fists. Clearly thrilled that a newbie loyal to this genre for 15 years was officially joining Gunner Res. "This is a blockbuster scoop, without another word." He jumped up and sharply ordered 2 staff members, "Change the plan. Instead of announcing all participants and schedules at once, release them gradually." This sudden change left Sang Hun confused, but the list is not finalized yet. No matter what he said, Min Yosi stayed calm, slowly stepping out while twirling his fingers. Announcing players one by one will let the team leaders recruit more proactively. He suddenly turned around, pointing at them with superstar confidence. "It will also help keep the pace and build early hype. I will tell the director to start working on it." Stepping out of the office, Min Widosi put his hands in his dress pants pockets. Deep in thought, guess this so-called purple crypto really exists. The memory of the first time he met him flashed vividly, like an indelible mark. "Our first meeting was not exactly smooth." He flipped him off like a demon. "I will think about it." Meanwhile, the others shouted and scolded him. "Idiot! Drag him back right now." Finally, Min Yosi made up his mind, adjusting his tie lightly with a thoughtful expression. "But when the wave comes, you have to ride it. I can't miss this golden ticket." Dressed neatly, he skipped excitedly to the boss room like a kid going out to play. "Boss? Hey boss. I am here to flatter you too. Let us record the boss's decision live and put my perfect brain to the test." Playing Ezer. As he appeared, the chat exploded. Donations kept rolling in. He entered the game, waving to greet the audience. "Hey everyone in chat. Thanks for tuning into this collab stream even without any plan." Reading the supportive comments with donations, Guy Bob reassured. "Don't worry. I am totally fine." He skimmed through compliments then confidently introduced the new game. Today's game, Escaper, is a Jinum pick. Just then, Impressioner, the game's lead programmer, emailed thanks for trying it out. Gumby also replied warmly. "A huge thank you to the Devser team for gifting me the game and the season pass." The screen quickly showed info, selecting random themes and modes, searching for a match. He looked around, thoughtfully finishing all content in this game would probably take a lifetime. Guy Beefy eagerly entered the space colony theme, expressing his curiosity. "Space theme? Huh? Sounds interesting." Notifications popped up nonstop. Setting competitive mode. Match found. The viewers kept urging him to pick a different mode. Gumbeefy chuckled to calm them down. "No worries. Chat, I already played through the tutorial." The game system launched the intro. "You are a researcher on a space colony, searching for a new home for humanity among the stars." But suddenly, a meteor strike hits the ship. Emergency activation of your cryopod. Only one escape pod remains functional after the impact. He rushed to the mission marker. Hurry and get to that pod. As he landed, an additional message appeared. You are not the only one awake. Ignoring curious comments about how many players there are, Guy Bive calmly focused everyone's attention back on the game. I see lots of stuff scattered on the ground. Everyone eagerly urged him to collect items. But Guy Bive eyed the screen suspiciously. Is that an electronic keyboard by the door? Looks like we will need a keycard. The system understood and asked if he wanted to enable highlights important items would be marked visually. He widened his eyes in amazement. Before he could choose, Agent Kill challenged him. Finish the game with sensory interference turned off. Reward 3 million world points. If you lose, you have to praise Agent Kill. Reading the challenge, Gamba got curious. Agent 1, what is sensory interference? Meanwhile, the chat already had a rough answer without a reply. He grinned and accepted. Thanks for another intense challenge. Actually, Ganbaiposa was confident he did not need the highlight feature. His psychic powers already told him everything. Besides, testing my limits is the stream's goal today. He muttered. This is competitive mode, so no time to waste. The viewers were outraged by this tough challenge. Just then, a strange item caught Ganbeka's eye. This book looks suspicious. He flipped through it quickly, ignoring the flood of curious comments. He zoomed in on the screen so everyone could read along. It was a series of dialogues between nicknames. Viewers boldly guessed it was a logic puzzle. After reading, Gaibev coldly tossed the book back in place. Holding a card, he shared his guess amid the viewers' confusion. I think you cut the wire connected to the ventilation shaft. While everyone was still arguing, Gamba cut the yellow wire. He cheerfully appeared from the escape route and greeted the fans. Looks like I guessed right, because so many comments asked for guidance. Gaibok briefly explained that B and K conflicted over the red wire. So one of them had to be right, and both D and G were lying. That means the yellow wire is actually safe. He stood tall, lecturing like a proper teacher. He said it was shorted but lied, and J lied about the others being stupid. The comment section is now flooded with praise. Then Gyeongbok suddenly froze, clutching his head. When he opened his eyes, he blurted out something confusing. So this is the feeling. The system appeared just in time to explain. Multiple sensory effects are activating for a minute, causing your senses and balance to be disrupted. Gaibok tried to stay calm while introducing to viewers. Ringing ears. Blurred vision. Dizziness like walking through an earthquake while sedated. But while everyone was worried, he moved while reassuring. Let us keep going. The comment storm showed concern. Gaibok kindly reminded. Don't worry. I am not completely blind. He skimmed comments and calmly analyzed the difference between himself and others. I am used to this kind of thing, so it is okay. But as soon as he finished, his inner voice panicked. Oh no, I accidentally mentioned my condition. He quickly pointed forward to distract. Look over there, a pretty solid defense wall on the screen. Gaibok stepped closer, whispering that the obstacle was a door with a 6-digit code. He stared at the confusing info on screen, guessing it had to be figured out from this card. While viewers studied along, Gaibok's mind was filled with doubt, but more importantly, it had been over a minute already. He looked at the wavering screen with insight, silently cursing that his vision was still blurry. Viewers kept questioning his hesitation. While Gaibok kept pondering, it felt like a backlash from his spiritual power. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide as a strange voice echoed by his ear. How should the code be set? The voices, both near and far, left Gaibok a bit dazed. If it was too hard, it would not be fun. He wanted to shout inside, but he closed his eyes, let his thoughts drift, and his mind became clearer than ever. He felt passion, love, and a wonderful sense of fulfillment. The strange voices continued. He guessed letters and numbers made the most sense. That is right. Gaibok kept sharing info respectfully about a phrase carrying someone's will. Finally, they reached a conclusion. He hoped the players would like it. Looking at the glowing point in his hand, he silently cheered. I get it now, that is the will the dev left behind. All the information streamed into Gaibok's mind along with the puzzle's solution. Here it is, a new way to use my spiritual power. He smiled confidently, fully certain inside. He had just mentioned letters and numbers, so this must be it. Gaibok entered the password on screen, and the black card immediately popped out. Looking at comments drowning in curiosity, he excitedly teased, "Wanna know? But just watching is fun too." Even so, Gaibok indulged fans by quickly explaining the puzzle rules, and he always has the answers. I convert letters to numbers based on their order in the alphabet. The comment section quickly provided results after following the instructions. He happily thought to himself that his senses were off, because this was totally different from his usual spiritual power. But he was sure he would get used to it. Gaibok silently vowed to use it as much as possible, then quickly move on to the third target. Soon, he raised the 6 card up on screen. The viewers were stunned by the speed. Gaibok curiously explored one thing after another, The comments outside were still just praise. After a focused moment, he spread the cards with both hands, showing off to fans. This was the 10th lock card already. So fast. Guy Bok did not stop there and continued moving into the escape pod area. The system immediately started a countdown. Secure the escape pod before time runs out. You only get one scan. Before he could calculate, Guy Bok noticed the second person arriving. Hello? Chinus ignored him and went straight to the challenge area. Facing comments attacking the rival, he forced a smile and excused. Maybe he is in a hurry. Meanwhile, Giant Beef did not forget to analyze the situation. It seemed like a number guessing game similar to Boons, and see this time. O was the right number and spot. The snap was the wrong spot. He hesitated before sharing his guess, which seemed to require picking the right card out of 10, while Chehat was still buried in calculations. Guhao suddenly chuckled softly. Right when it mattered, the system glitched, triggering multisensory effects for a minute, messing with your balance and senses. Defying the odds, he quickly pulled a card. Lost? Ga-Ongbek stared at his hand and firmly declared, "No way. I am getting out of here." He confidently placed card number 8 in position, fully sure of himself. For this puzzle, I do not even need spiritual power. Chai Het's eyes widened and mouth dropped in shock. Already solved. That must be wrong. Jung Baiv responded crisply. I am heading out. Facing skeptical guesses from viewers, he openly shared his insight. I noticed something while gathering the cards. This card is slightly heavier than the others. I think the right card has a chip inside. Amidst the Oestruck chat flood, the system chimed. A new planet and a new life await you. You are the escapee. You receive a system message. Jung Bai's eyes filled with curiosity. In front of him was a giant interference object. A screen, from which a strange character quickly appeared. Hello? Congratulations. I am Impressioner from Imprison. Congratulations to Purple for completing the competitive mode for the first time. He leaned out from the screen, a big question mark over his head. I know you are good at games. But how did you notice the weight difference in the cards? You would need a super precise scale. Inside? That is one of the voices I heard earlier, finally meeting him. But he answered casually out loud. I owe it all to the game's meticulous detail, even tiny weight differences. Impressioner struggled to hide his surprise. It seemed you proved your skill once again. Just to clarify, Purple's perfect method is not the only way, but it is important to note that his style is not the only one. There are plenty of brain-teasing fun ways to piece clues together. Not stopping there, Impressioner generously dropped a series of attractive gifts. Thank you for enjoying our game, Purple. Here's a little gift to show our appreciation. Attached is a sincere promise. We will work hard to design more creative prisons for you to enjoy. Impressioner added one last sentence before vanishing into thin air. Hope to see you again soon. Giantbot returned to the camera and sighed in relief. That was fun. The puzzles really require a completely different way of thinking. Then he rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, smiling knowingly. But I just realized you still have not paid up. Agent Wonjin B squinted his eyes and showed sympathy. If you beg, I might cut the price in half. Sure enough, Agent 1 spam please all over the screen. He immediately raised his hand and reluctantly made the move. Since you begged, I will make a special exception just for you. After the bet changed, Agent 1 quickly donated 100,000. Gombav was as excited as if he would won the lottery. That is Agent 1, a rare trustworthy guy. Ignoring the chatter flooding the live stream, once the money was in his pocket, he got ready to quit. That is it for today. Goodbye. Chat, I had a great time. Fans understood and dropped Iv back as dawn broke. Bang Hun, worn out from the night at the server, still mumbling about finishing the upload schedule. Just then, a message from Man popped up in chat. Messages flashing across the screen. Word is the Per Duo is returning for Gungis event. Genanum announced it himself. Along with that came the done announcement. Juan Nam, stuffing a pastry in his mouth, still tried to mumble. I deserve credit for that stream too. Right? His chat, reading the impatient comments, suddenly lit up like stars in his eyes. You want me to spill some hot info? Juan Nam lounged back on the chair and calmly said, Purple is part of my 4-person team for the next event. Believe it or not, guess what game it is? Halfway through, he abruptly switched topics, ignoring the chat screams. Whoa, this pastry tastes amazing even if it is fake. Suddenly, a viewer stopped watching the live stream. Bang Hun stared at the screen, impressed. He really knows how to hype up a crowd. The chat kept buzzing with messages. If this is legit, you will have to let me edit that video. Purple's videos always get top priority, do not give them to anyone else. Alright. Stay calm. I have got this covered. He looked pale and unsteady as he stood up, thinking he should go get some rest. But before he could take a few steps, Bang Hun suddenly bumped into something strange. He stared blankly at the messy pile in front of him. Oh right, The package had arrived at his address. He reached out and grabbed the eye-catching item before him. Bang Hun curiously flipped it over, muttering to himself. They even included an Idol's album. I guess it is because they once promoted the game. But the words inside shocked him. A fan meeting. Bang Hun quickly grabbed his phone to contact a familiar friend. I remember Du is a Sweets fan. Maybe I should do a good deed this time. He quickly packed up and left the apartment. Bang Hun held up the paper and gave a suggestion. So I need your help. No way. I have got 3 lottery chances. He firmly refused. Like I said, spiritual energy 1T help much with this. He shot a meaningful glance that nearly slapped him in the face. You forgot what Du Head did? The painful memory instantly flooded Jia Kwang Buffet's mind. A voice reminded him sharply. What about us? When he could not get tickets to that concert. It could happen again. Bang Hun boldly proposed. Why not try now and do a good deed? Maybe next time we get free tickets. Jia Kwang reluctantly picked a ticket without looking. If it is no good, do not blame me. The next day, Jia collapsed to the floor, choking up. Thank you. Seeing the winning numbers, he was so flustered his words tangled. Thank you so much. I lost all 40 draws. Jia Kongbek stammered. Is it really that important? Du pushed up his glasses decisively. But you have to come with me. He was dumbfounded. He calmly reminded. You used your name to register. Dua grabbed Jia's shoulder and shook him. We got lucky winning 2 tickets. And they are non-transferable. The winners can bring anyone if they do not go. Help me out. He shouted helplessly. Oh man, I do not know. His tone grew dark. I used to manage the fan community. And we really went all out this time. Jia Kongbek said warily. You do not even care about my consent. Huh, he kept nagging. Luckily, the fan meeting is on the right day. Bang Hun silently gave a thumbs up. No wonder you are great at managing the community and chat. Thanks a lot. Jiang Bei promised that his sacrifice would be remembered. Looking at the 2 hidden pairs of tickets, he silently made up his mind. Then I guess I am going too since it is on my day off. On the fan meeting day, Du kept checking. Did you bring the photo book for autographs? Jia Kongbek nervously replied. Of course. Never thought being a fan would be this tough. He handed over the props with a warning. No one knows how your stream will go, so cover your face well. Jia Kongbek put on his hat and proudly showed it off. I see lots of cameras around. Just then, his smartwatch rang with a call. He instinctively answered. Hey Juan, what is up? He asked directly. Bored at home. Jia Kongbek asked if he had a minute while walking into the hall. Listening to Juan Nam complain, here's the deal. Everyone I asked said no. They are afraid it will hold us back. I think we should find the last member together. Sorry about that. Jia Kongbek agreed with this. We do need a skilled player. But before he finished, he paused and exclaimed, wait a minute. He reached into his pocket, struck by a bold idea. As long as they are famous. Right? The only requirement is they must be an influencer. Juan Nam rushed out the question. That is right. What are you thinking? Jian B flipped through the album and quickly replied. I already have someone. I will check and let you know. We still have 2 days. Right? He shyly ended the call. Yeah? Anyway, sorry about that. The punctual staff announced over the loudspeaker that gate entry would start soon. Please get ready. Duo reached out to urge. Come on. Let us get our queue numbers. He looked at his ticket, stiff as a board in last place. Jumbikan kindly asked. I am somewhere in the middle. Want to swap? Duo whispered with a groan. Please. I already have my own plan. Being a bit late is better. I do not want to bother anyone. So I act generous on the outside. We will sit apart, meet after it is done. The idol group appeared with cheerful music, bringing a sweet vibe to his day. They just said, hello everyone, we are sweeties. And the crowd below went wild shouting, loving the girl. Some fanboys crying and screaming loudly. Just then, Junbike suddenly widened his eyes in shock. He looked at Du He Head, frozen as he felt a familiar wave of emotions, a tornado of admiration. Warmth, excitement, and joy. As if the whole place exploded with energy. It seemed like he was genuinely happy to be here. Junbike exhaled sharply, secretly smirking as he glanced at him. His mind was a bit enlightened. They were spreading happiness, so this is what being an idol is like. Suddenly, the females called out, pulling him back from his thoughts. Everyone, please come to the end of the line. Make sure you have your ID card with you. Jumika mechanically stood up, preparing for an important task. Alright, in my hand is a familiar mission card. They check bags thoroughly, so I will use my ID card to cover it. Jumbai pulled a chair and said, hello, and the other side warmly replied, thank you for coming. But his gaze drifted to the person next to him. Nara hugged a teddy bear. Laughing happily, the skating plush was really cute, a fan whispered, explaining Nara used to be a figure skater, so getting a limited edition is no easy feat. She nodded again, repeatedly saying, Thank you. Junbaifa quickly stood up, thinking, I did not expect to get that. A reminder sounded in his ear, inviting him to move to the next seat. Nara saw it and immediately spoke up. Hello? This must be your first fan meeting, right? What is your name? He sincerely gave his name. I am Junli. Remember to write Angry Joe Kick. She habitually opened her notebook and said the usual line. Thank you so much for coming, but what caught Nara's eye left her stunned on the spot. In the middle was an ID card with a note. Newton having fun on the swing with Eldons, and you made me happy. Junbuff casually picked up the card and asked, Hey, can you sign the back? On the back was another message saying the fee for sending caps and messages had been paid, wishing a good day. He laughed happily, hiding his hands. Now we know each other, that is settled. Deadline is tomorrow. Nara had only gone pale and stayed silent. Junpoo continued to urge, Please sign the photo book too. She was startled but replied, Oh yes. He finished the task immediately. Delighted, thank you. Before leaving, he shook the notebook in his hand, saying, I really hope we meet again, leaving Nara grinding her teeth in anger, trembling with rage, clenching the pen. She hissed, Thanks for always supporting us. After leaving the hall, Jun Baithed and Dui started sharing their thoughts. Have you ever seen a studio treat employees this well? Seriously, thanks a lot. I am loyal to you for life. He honestly told his friend, You look happy, but inside you are a bit confused. I still feel that energy from before. Due echoed mechanically, I really am happy. Jumba looked at Nara's banner, analyzing silently. Such positive energy. Newton really surprised me. His mind involuntarily compared, she is very different from her online image. I thought people act in real life, but I see no negativity from her at all. Jumba recalled Nara's radiant image today and silently concluded that both sides were real. After returning to her room, Nara completely relaxed. She truly knows who she is. She stood by the door mumbling. Since the Eldon's match. No news? I thought he was just bluffing. Nara thought about the fake fan from today. Her heart churning, how did he know? And how did he get into the fan meeting? He is nothing like our cute fans. She exhaled, silently calming herself. Stay calm. If he wanted to threaten, he would have already done it. Now both know each other's identities, it is even. Just like he said, even if we report him, it won't change anything. Nara suddenly remembered the request to send a capsule message and steeled her resolve. He wants me to message through capsule. All right. She tightened her grip, gathering courage in her heart. He went through the trouble of coming to the fan meeting, so I will give it a try. As soon as he got home, Jinbok received a real-time notification. Purple just got a VIP message. He excitedly commented, Huh, that was faster than I expected. Messages from Nara kept popping up. I have sent the invite to the lobby. Come in and stop pretending to be polite. Now that we both know each other, let us talk straight. Junbok happily exclaimed, That is the Newton I know. Without hesitation, he logged into the system. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he praised, I appreciate such a quick response. Nara coldly reminded him, She decisively revealed herself behind the mask and finally furrowed her brows to question, What is your proposal?